Here, it can still be deadly. In the New York area, it's accounting for upwards of 90% of all new cases. In states like Maine and Arizona, the National Guard and federal response teams are just arriving at hospitals.
We would just cry on the way home from work every day. The personal toll is very difficult. There's no shying away from that. It's truly horrible.
With California moving to require all healthcare workers get boosted by February, states and cities are trying to fend off new COVID closures. Disruptions to the NHL season mean their players won't participate in the Olympics. It comes as families ask, should they gather for Christmas?
So much about the safety of your gathering has less to do with the plane ride or the train ride that you're going to do to get there, and very much to do with the behaviors that you have in the week prior to your gathering.
Our second pandemic Christmas, in many ways, resembling our first.
Just like last year, authorities this year are recommending Americans stay clear of large holiday gatherings, especially those indoors where people may not be wearing masks and where vaccination status may not be known. Meantime, authorities are saying those long lines for testing remain prevalent across the nation. Francis?
Miguel, thank you.
Tens of millions are taking to the skies and hitting the road with Christmas just 2 days away. NBC's Tom Costello has more.
Well, let's hear. This is now the crunch time. Among the busiest days if you're traveling in the nation's airports, about 2 to 2.5 million people each day, and on the roads, about 100 million people or so clogging interstates. So from the 101 out west to I-95 in the east, a lot of road traffic, up about 34% compared to a year ago. On the aviation story, we've got a couple of headlines. First of all, Delta Airlines, the CEO there, calling for the CDC to essentially reduce the amount of time that you should isolate if you are vaccinated and boosted and yet still test positive for the Omicron variant. Delta is concerned that, first of all, with Omicron, you don't need to quarantine for as long, and they're concerned about the impact on their operations, staffing shortages, and also impact on passengers. Maybe they're going to stay away from flying. That's the Delta headline. Another headline, it's on the 5G rollout of the cell phone technology expected to come in January. The two biggest plane makers in the world, Boeing and Airbus, now calling for a postponement of that rollout, concerned about a possible interference with planes' altimeters. They are joining airline pilots and the airlines themselves in calling for a rollout of that 5G technology. The cell phone industry says that there is no risk to planes. It's already rolled out in 40 countries with very good access, they believe, and with no impact on aviation. We'll see how that plays out in the coming days and weeks as the FAA and the FCC are also under pressure to join in and postpone the rollout of 5G. I'm Tom Costello at Reagan Airport. Back to you.
Calls for leniency continue to grow for a Colorado truck driver who is facing a 110-year sentence in a 2019 crash that killed 4 people. NBC's Aaron McLaughlin has the details.
A fiery crash killing 4 in April 2019 outside Denver. Now calls for clemency for the man found responsible.
No more injustice.
Last week, truck driver Rohel Aguilera Medeiros was sentenced to 110 years in prison for the fatal collision that involved 28 vehicles.
Secured anxiety.
Oh my God!
Colorado law requires minimum prison terms for certain crimes and mandates they be served back to back. Aguilera Medeiros was convicted on 27 counts, including vehicular homicide.
I would have preferred God taking me.
Aguilera Medeiros says his brakes failed. Prosecutors say he should have diverted to runaway truck ramps. An online petition signed by nearly 5 million people is putting pressure on Governor Jared Polis to reduce the sentence immediately. The prosecution, some victims' families, even the judge agree it's too much.
If I had the discretion, it would not be my sentence.
The district attorney has now filed a motion to reduce the sentence and is facing controversy over this Facebook post by a deputy DA who worked on the case, showing a brake shoe engraved with the case number that she says was a gift. Her boss says the post and the trophy were in very poor taste.
A spokesperson for the Colorado governor tells NBC News his legal team is reviewing Aguilera Medeiros' application for clemency or commutation.
And our thanks to Aaron McLaughlin for that report.
All right, we are just 2 days away now from Christmas. Let's get a check on the weather with NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb. Good morning, Janessa.
Good morning. Yes, we're almost there. And now we're dealing with a series of storms for the Pacific Northwest. This is going to really cause some travel troubles across the West Coast, especially for interstates where we do have flash flood watches. They're currently in place across California, even for coastal areas of Oregon to Washington State. Look at some of these totals for rain, 3 to 5 inches. I do expect this to expand the flash flood watches into portions of the plains and Northern California. But this is some hefty snow that we're really talking about for the Sierra Nevada to the Cascades, where they could pick up 24 to 36 inches, and this will continue to spread into the Rockies. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Our temperatures are warming up across the deep south. We're back in the lower 80s across most of Texas into Louisiana. Very chilly conditions and even some lake-enhanced snow for the Great Lakes into interior sections of the Northeast. How about maybe some barbecue weather for Christmas Day? We'll take a look at that forecast coming up.
Wow. All right. That's a teaser. All right, Janessa, thank you.
Talk about 9 lives after a tornado demolished a 3-story office building in Mayfield, Kentucky. An office cat had gone missing. Maddox hadn't been seen by his owner, Sonny Hoot Gibson, since the tornado ripped through the city. He was beginning to lose hope until he heard a faint meow amid the rubble. A rescue team found Maddox in a hole beneath the rubble, hungry and thirsty, but unscathed. He will live out the rest of his days as a house cat.
All right, we are back in just 1 minute with actor James Franco breaking his silence on his sexual misconduct allegations.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville, from Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Mikaela Shiffrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Mikaela. Better do it fast.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville, from Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
New on NBCNews.com, actor James Franco breaks his silence on the sexual misconduct allegations against him. NBC's Isa Gutierrez has more.
Actor James Franco is breaking his silence about sexual misconduct accusations made against him. The allegations from students at an acting school he ran and taught at first came nearly 4 years ago.
At that moment, I just thought, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to pause. Did not seem like the right time to say anything. There were people that were upset with me, and I needed to listen.
Franco speaking out on SiriusXM's The Jess Cagle Show. In 2019, the Oscar nominee was sued in a class action lawsuit by 2 former students who attended the Studio 4 acting school, which Franco ran from 2014 to 2017. In the lawsuit, the former students alleged that they and others were coerced into filming overt sexual acts by Franco and his partners.
The stupidest thing I did, or one of the stupidest things I did at the school, was I called one of my classes a master class sex scenes. was not about sex scenes. I was not teaching people how to do sex scenes or intimate scenes or anything of that nature. It was a provocative title. I'll admit, I did sleep with students. I didn't sleep with anybody in that particular class, but over the course of my teaching, I did sleep with students, and that was wrong.
People listening to this will say, how could you not see that there would be a power imbalance among a teacher who's not just a teacher, but is James Franco, like a very, very famous, powerful actor and producer and a student? How did that power imbalance, how were you not aware of that?
I suppose at the time, my thinking was, if it's consensual, okay. Of course I knew, I talked to other people, other teachers or whatever, like, yeah, it's probably not a cool thing. At the time, I was not clear-headed, as I've said. So I guess it just comes down to my criteria was like, if this is consensual, like, I think it's cool. We're all adults.
The allegations against Franco first surfaced in 2018, following the Me Too reckoning in Hollywood. At the time, Franco denied the allegations.
The things that I heard that were on Twitter are not accurate, but I completely support people coming out and being able to have a voice because they didn't have a voice for so long. So I don't want to, shut them down in any way. It's I think a good thing, and I support it.
Then earlier this year, he agreed to pay more than $2 million to settle the suit, according to court documents seen by NBC News. A joint statement issued on behalf of the actor and his former students said, quote, "While defendants continue to deny the allegations in the complaint, they acknowledge that plaintiffs have raised important issues, and all parties strongly believe that now is a critical time to focus on addressing the mistreatment of women in Hollywood." Studio 4 closed in 2017. Now, Franco's saying he's been in treatment for sex addiction since 2016.
Lisa, thank you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then the Wheel of Fortune ruling that has fans frenzied.
And next, why Ryan Reynolds says he gets mistaken for Ben Affleck.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? Do you feel like the bad guy in this?
Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in?
Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? power.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This comet contains $30 trillion worth of material.
What do trillions of dollars matter if we're all gonna die?
Oh, no, what if we're rich?
That would be terrible.
How about a little impending doom to go along with your holiday cheer? Adam McKay's highly anticipated Don't Look Up starts streaming this Friday on Netflix. The film, starring Leonardo DiCaprio, Jennifer Lawrence, and Meryl Streep, just to name a few, follows two scientists as they try to convince the world of an approaching comet that would destroy the planet.
All right, when it comes to celebrities, there are some famous faces that kind of resemble each other. Let's give you a few examples here. How about actresses Isla Fisher and Amy Adams? You can totally see that there. Actress Zooey Deschanel and pop star Katy Perry. All right, how about actors Zach Braff and Dax Shepard? I see that too. Now, what about Ryan Reynolds and Ben Affleck? Haven't thought about that. Not so much, right? The Deadpool star admitted to being mistaken for Affleck whenever he visits a pizzeria in New York.
They've been telling their friends for so long that Ben Affleck comes in all the time, and now they're gonna have to like issue a correction. Yeah, that's no good.
And I also don't accept anything. Like, they're not giving me free pizza based on this factor. And I do everything normal like everybody else. They just think I'm Ben Affleck, and they'll ask how J-Lo is. Great.
So he said that on the Dear Hank and John podcast. Reynolds says that it's too late to correct the shop owners, so right now he just goes along with it. I bet you the shop owners think they got a scoop, right? Yeah. They're like, man, Blake Lively has no idea he's walking around with J-Lo.
Right? He's such a great sport about it. Those I can tell the difference. The ones I really can't. Bryce Dallas Howard and Jessica Chastain. Even Ron Howard can get them mixed up. And there's even that song Bryce Dallas Howard did called I'm Not Jessica Chastain.
Yeah, that is the #1 doppelganger situation. I don't know, not on Hollywood, maybe all the world that I've. Yeah, exactly. It's unbelievable.
All right, still ahead, the holiday gesture that is capturing the hearts of a few Florida officers.
Plus the extra special Christmas surprise for a little guy battling leukemia. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning, friends. Looking into your Christmas Eve, we're going to see some travel troubles across the West Coast. We'll watch that. But for the East Coast to the Great Lakes, nice and mild. Temperatures are going to continue to warm up. And I was thinking, you know, this is kind of barbecue weather across the southern plains. Look at some of these daytime highs. They're sitting in the 80s, mid 70s in some spots. So we do have a heat wave kind of building across this area. Instead of the hot eggnog, maybe hot steak on the grill.
Santa can deliver in shorts. All right, Janessa, thanks. A holiday mystery involving a big thank you and the search for the kid behind it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Sean White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
Choosing the right card.
No.
Choosing the right word.
You know, this one's tough because you said all the right words, including the word, but as you know, it's got to be more or less continuous. We'll allow for a little pause, but not 4 or 5 seconds. And it will.
A Wheel of Fortune ruling has fans spinning their wheels. Charlene missed out on an Audi because of that controversial call. While fans clamor for her to get the car, she walked away with over $16,000 in prize money, and she was right there, couldn't spit it out, and that's ironic. Yeah. Choosing the right word, she couldn't choose the right word for that one.
So close, man.
But the rules.
Such a nice card, and the rules. All right, a holiday gesture is inspiring America. Police in Florida are searching for a boy who donated his piggy bank savings to officers, and now they want to thank him for his kindness. NBC's Kerry Sanders has the details.
Police in this Florida city are on the hunt for a pint-sized person of interest. Their only clue, this letter, written in pencil. To Hollywood Police Department, thank you for your service. From my piggy bank to you. Enclosed $10. And one useful clue, the letter is signed, William S. Hernandez. He's now wanted for kindness.
So what can we do? Can we send some patches? Can we send some HPD gear? And they're like, no, that's the problem. There's no return address.
Are the detectives using handwriting analysis?
Oh, gosh. That I don't know.
But I'm looking at the handwriting. It's block letters. So.
It is. You know, it looks like he really took his time, though, because there was like a little part where he erased and you could see he wrote over it. So you could tell that he was really trying to make it, like, perfect.
With little to go on, the police have turned to a tried and true technique, social media posts, asking the community to finger William Hernandez. So far, No luck. But reaction online? They are raising that boy right. And then there's this, So Shines a Good Deed in a Weary World, originally penned by a different William, as this William, a philanthropic fugitive, brightens our holiday season. Kerry Sanders, NBC News, Hollywood, Florida.
We need to find him, get his mugshot on the air, right?
There you go. You heard about defunding the police. He's like, not on my watch.
No, not with that. All right, Christmas came early for a Texas toddler with an affinity for garbage trucks. 2-year-old Davis is undergoing chemotherapy for leukemia, and his pals at Houston Republic Services drove the extra mile, giving Davis a surprise parade of garbage trucks. So they were out to give Christmas cheer. They did just that, also gifting Davis a sack full of toys right after the parade. This is Early Today. We are just 2 days from Christmas, with over 100 million expected to hit the holiday road as the FDA gives emergency authorization for a COVID-fighting pill, with cases surging from coast to coast.
Breaking news, a member of Congress carjacked at gunpoint in Philadelphia. Police are reporting new details at this hour.
This man was sentenced to 110 years behind bars, but millions petitioned for a reduced punishment for a truck driver behind a deadly crash.
Our Morgan Radford with the underreported stories of some small businesses flourishing as a result of the supply chain crisis.
I'll drink to that. An auction featuring some of Kentucky's finest rare bourbons, with the proceeds to help tornado victims. A good cause indeed. Early Today starts right now. Thanks for being up early with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. The Omicron variant has been in the U.S. for less than a month, but it's already in every corner of the nation. According to the latest NBC News tally, the highly transmissible strain has been confirmed in all 50 states. On Wednesday, the U.S. recorded more than 242,000 new cases, and there were also over 2,000 COVID-related deaths. Meanwhile, the U.S. Air Force announced it's had more than 10,000 requests for religious exemptions for the COVID vaccine from airmen and the Space Force. So far, the military branch has approved none. The Supreme Court is set to hear challenges to President Biden's vaccine and mask mandates for large employers and healthcare workers. Oral arguments will begin on January 7th. Until then, enforcement of the mandates will remain in effect. And there is some good news this morning on the horizon, as the FDA approved the first pill to treat COVID-19. Here's NBC's Chris Pallone.
The medication is called Paxlovid, 30 pills taken over 5 days by people in the early stages of a COVID infection who are at risk of developing severe disease.
In the early clinical trial data is that it's 90% effective at preventing hospitalization and death in unvaccinated populations. So this is something that could be game-changing.
Game-changing because it could lessen the number of COVID patients flooding the nation's hospitals. It should be available in days, but supplies will be extremely limited early on. And doctors stress it's not a substitute for getting immunized.
We still need to protect ourselves, and that means getting vaccinated, getting the booster, wearing masks, social distancing, those things we know work.
Getting tested as soon as symptoms hit will be key, a tough prospect in some parts of the country where tests are increasingly hard to come by. The White House hoping to ease the crunch, making 500 million rapid tests available by mail next month, perhaps too late in areas where the Omicron surge has already arrived.
This should already be anticipated. I mean, if I can expect it, I'm sure they can anticipate the quantities needed.
The NHL says its players will not take part in February's Olympic Games because COVID cancellations have already disrupted its schedule too much. But New York City says New Year's Eve festivities in Times Square are still on for now.
We'd like that event to move forward so long as we can do it safely.
And while health officials see some encouraging trends emerging from South Africa and Europe, they emphasize we already have the tools to fight COVID.
This is a different Christmas. It's not December 2020. It's more hopeful. But what we do in the next several days will dictate what January looks like.
A pivotal time in the pandemic. Chris Pallone, NBC News, Washington.
The holiday travel rush is in full swing despite a massive spike in COVID cases across the country. Airlines are working to keep things running smoothly for everyone involved. Our Tom Costello is at Reagan National Airport with an inside look.
For the airlines, it all comes down to the final Christmas push. Every single hour, more than 100,000 travelers are passing through airports nationwide. Coming off the runway in Washington today, Flight 2565 from Dallas. Chocks under the wheels, and the countdown begins. They've got just 45 minutes to turn this plane around for its next flight to Orlando. 2 minutes after arrival, the cabin door opens. At 3 minutes, the cargo door pops. A minute later, the first bags are on the belt, just as 180 passengers start stepping into the jet bridge. Time is money. Being on time, a top priority.
Our number one job is to turn an airplane, and so speed is of the essence. It's so important. Everything we do is time.
The job here, sort the bags, priority bags, connecting bags, and then those that are staying here, get them to the carousel within 20 minutes. On board, the final passengers step off and the ground crew steps on. Caterers and cleaning staff moving fast, while underneath the fuel truck is hooking up. In the cockpit, the arriving pilots are rotating out.
I'd say 75% of the time we're changing aircraft.
American turns 8 flights a day at each gate here at Reagan National, more than any other airport.
Group 1 and active duty U.S. military personnel, welcome aboard.
20 minutes after arrival, the next flight's passengers are already boarding, as the next first officer does his inspection walk around.
What I'm here is sort of that last check to make sure that everything is the way it should be.
10 minutes before departure, the cabin door closes again. Blue skies helping the flight to Orlando to leave on time. Yeah, very tightly choreographed operation here at Reagan National, as at all airports. As for the national airspace, we've been watching that throughout Wednesday, going into today, Thursday, and so far it's looking pretty good. Minimal delays yesterday. We had fewer than 400 going into the afternoon, into the evening hours. Really, it was the Northeast with wind, some de-icing delays up in Maine, but for the most part, looking pretty good. The big question is going to be, okay, what about after New Year's? We'll be watching that closely. Francis, back to you.
Okay, Tom, thank you.
Nearly 5 million people have signed a petition online for a Colorado truck driver involved in a deadly crash in 2019. They're asking Governor Jared Polis to commute his sentence, saying that 110 years is too harsh. Reporter Luis De Leon from our KUSA affiliate picks up the story from there.
Seems like it's been 15 years. It's only been 8 days since he was sentenced.
That's because a lot has happened in that 8 days. James Colgan, the attorney for Rogelio Aguilera Mederos, said his team filed a clemency application this week after he was sentenced to 110 years in prison for the deadly crash on I-70 that killed 4 people in 2019. Tuesday, Democratic Governor Jared Polis said his office is reviewing it. But in the meantime, prosecutors in Jefferson County are asking for a hearing to reconsider the sentence. Colgan says it's been a lot for both Aguilera Mederos and his family.
I think he feels the same way as his family, which is his head is just spinning right now because it's happening so fast. All of the emotions that you can think of, that you could experience in that week-long period of time, that's what's going on with him.
We do believe that was an unjust sentencing.
Nearly 5 million signatures in an online petition as of Tuesday night is what Colgan says may have played a hand in this.
It's unlike anything I've ever seen where this kind of public pressure is causing the politicians to question what they did and to try and get out in front of it.
Democratic District Attorney Alexis King says Tuesday's expedited motion was filed in part so that the victims' families can be heard by the court.
You know, nothing's guaranteed, so, you know, we're hoping that both of them can work out. And so we're keeping our hopes up and we're optimistic about both.
Our thanks to Luis De Leon for that report.
Breaking overnight, 5 suspects are in custody after a U.S. Congresswoman was held at gunpoint. A spokesperson says Pennsylvania Congresswoman Mary Gay Scanlon was attending a meeting at FDR Park in South Philadelphia. When she was walking back to her car, 2 men threatened her at gunpoint, demanding the keys to her car. They also took some of her personal and work belongings.
Police say they tracked the stolen car to a shopping center in Delaware, and they found 5 people inside the vehicle. All 5 are being treated as suspects and have been taken into custody for processing as the investigation continues. In a statement, Congresswoman Scanlon's office says she was not harmed, and she thanks the Philadelphia Police Department for their swift response.
And in a totally unrelated carjacking, one night earlier, police say Illinois State Senator Kimberly Lightford was carjacked in a suburb of Chicago, and gunshots were fired at her husband. No one was hurt and the car was recovered, but police are searching for possible suspects.
The House committee investigating the January 6th insurrection is requesting an interview with GOP Congressman Jim Jordan. The bipartisan panel believes the Ohio representative communicated at least once with then-President Trump on the day of the Capitol attack, and they're now asking for details about those and other conversations. Representative Jordan did not respond to NBC News' request for comment, but in an appearance on Fox News last night, he said that he would review the letter. On Tuesday, another sitting member of Congress, Republican Scott Perry of Pennsylvania, declined to cooperate with the committee.
The pandemic is taking its toll on the college football landscape. In the midst of bowl season, Texas A&M announced that they are pulling out of next week's Gator Bowl due to COVID issues and injuries within the program. The 25th ranked Aggies were scheduled to play Wake Forest before the announcement. In a statement, Gator Bowl officials said they are working aggressively to find a replacement team to play next Friday.
The college football playoff semifinals also kick off next Friday, and with it, the playoff management committee announced that teams can advance to the final and even win the championship if opponents forfeit due to COVID issues. If both teams in a semifinal game were unable to compete, the winner of the other game would be crowned national champion. The policy also says the national title game scheduled for January 10th cannot be rescheduled later than January 14th.
We are counting down the hours for Santa with Christmas just 2 days away. NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb is tracking your holiday forecast. Janessa, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Yes, we're going to see a white Christmas for the Pacific Northwest. If you're a snow fan, that's good news, but also dealing with some wet conditions. Flood watches, they have been put in place across California, and they will continue to expand throughout Northern California for today. We're talking about accumulation rainfall-wise, at least 3 to 5 inches. So if you're hitting the interstates in this area, that's going to cause some concerns. Also watching this into the plains. This also mixes in with a little bit of snow, and we are talking about 24 to 36 inches for the higher elevations, but this makes its way into the Rockies, also Salt Lake City, going into your afternoon all the way through Saturday afternoon. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Our temperatures are well above average across the deep South. New Orleans today, 71 degrees, slightly cooler for the southeast and very chilly for the northeast, upper 30s in most spots. Man, we have record highs for Christmas Day. We'll take a look at that forecast coming up.
All right, we'll check out those numbers a little bit later. Thank you, Janessa. A FedEx driver was taken to the hospital with multiple head injuries after his delivery truck was hit by a train in Poto, Oklahoma. The 24-year-old driver, whose identity has not been released, was crossing railroad tracks when a southbound Kansas City train collided with that truck. Police say the train crossings are marked by railroad crossbucks and a yield sign, but no advanced warning system.
All right, it's news you're going to want to hear for anyone out there carrying a part of the $1.57 trillion in student loan debt.
And a small business success story where orders are up 1,400% for one entrepreneur. We're back in 60 seconds.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Leading the news, the Biden administration is extending the pause on student loan payments. The moratorium was originally set to expire at the end of January, but student loan borrowers have now been offered a reprieve until May 1st. The White House decision comes after mounting pressure from activists and progressive Democrats. In a statement, President Biden acknowledged the continuing financial impact of the pandemic on borrowers.
Before you can break bread at your Christmas feast, the TSA released some guidelines about how you should travel with popular holiday eats. In a general rule of thumb, the TSA says that solid foods are good to go through security checkpoints. Well, this includes treats like candy canes, pies, even Christmas ham. But if you can, quote, spill it, spread it, or pour it, it's best to pack it in your checked bags. So foods like jams or syrups and beverages like eggnog or champagne should go in your bags checked in. Officials are also recommending that if you're traveling with gifts, wait to wrap them once you get to your destination.
And as Christmas gets closer, many Americans are able to get around the supply chain problems by shopping at small and local to find their holiday gifts this year. NBC's Morgan Radford spoke to some small business owners who are seeing a big boom in sales.
For furniture maker Kwejo Sampimpong, the supply chain crisis is nowhere to be seen.
I can just jump out, go there, pick up what I need, and work on my pieces.
Like 95% of small business owners selling on the website Etsy, the North Carolina craftsman gets his materials locally.
So everything you're using, trees, lumber, you're using locally and you're building locally.
That's right.
And it's paid off.
From 2019 to 2021, the percentage change is over 1,400%.
I'm sorry, I just want to run that back. You've increased your business 1,400%.
1,400%, yeah, during the pandemic.
It's a surprising trend playing out nationwide, with more small businesses seeing increased revenues over the past month than in 2020, and customer spending surging by 18% over last year on Small Business Saturday alone.
But others here are still feeling the pinch. Just down the street at Spicer Green Jewelers, they say they've seen the supply chain slow down firsthand.
We had one customer who ordered a beautiful pair of South Sea golden pearls, and it took 16 weeks to get them.
They're among the 39% of small retail businesses who say they're having foreign supply chain issues. So they made their own supply.
So you're essentially transitioning from using things overseas and then building it here.
Yep, that's exactly what we've done. We've gotten away from that because it's hard to compete with the labor. And now, because of COVID, because of the supply chain issues, and also because we want to create jobs again, we've brought it back.
An international problem being solved right here at home. Morgan Radford, NBC News.
Wow.
Asheville, North Carolina.
And still ahead, Britney teases new music, but does this riff make the cut? We'll let you be the judge.
Plus, the crowd goes wild for this surprise proposal.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We began our across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Mikaela Shiffrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Mikaela. Better do it fast.
After the termination of her 13-year conservatorship, Britney Spears is working on some new tunes. In the bathroom, it looks like. The pop princess has now released a new album since her 2016 project Glory, and in a new Instagram video posted on Wednesday, she's seen here working on those high notes with the caption, "New song in the works."
A Utah jazz dancer thought she was messing up a dance routine, but instead of embarrassment, ended up with a surprise proposal instead. Daniel Bush was prepared for another halftime performance during Monday's game against the Charlotte Hornets, but this is what happened. Her teammates broke out into some unfamiliar choreography. She tried to follow along, but then she spotted her boyfriend, who went on the court and then got down on one knee. The sweet surprise had fans cheering in the arena and on social media. As you can imagine, the video went viral.
I can imagine. I hope they let him stay on the floor to watch the rest of the game. Yeah, it really made it everyone's day there.
If there's any reason to be distracted for a dance, it's that after that proposal for her.
There you go. All right, it is one of the busiest travel days of the year. And up next, Janessa will tell us if any bad weather is going to get in the way.
And can you tell these two men apart? A celebrity case of mistaken identity coming up.
George Clooney, or are they George Clooney?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mikaela Shiffrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Mikaela. Better do it fast.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Nathan Chen equals power, because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruzes. See? Power.
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everyone. You know, all major hubs across the East Coast, Great Lakes, Ohio Valley, they look wonderful. You shouldn't have any troubles today or tomorrow. It's really across the West Coast. With these series of storms, I am concerned about Los Angeles. People getting out of that area to the desert Southwest could have some major cancellations today and tomorrow. So that's unfortunate. And even if you're hitting the roadways, you are contending with some very dicey conditions all the way into Salt Lake City. Now, what you can count on is it's not going to be a white Christmas across the South to the East Coast. Look at some of these daytime highs. They're barbecue weather. 81 for Houston, lower 70s for Memphis, so well above average, guys.
Wow. Grilled hot dogs and eggnog. Odd. Thanks. Some of the world's rarest bourbon up for auction for a great cause.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer.
These are all on the house.
And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
The recovery process continues in Kentucky after those deadly December 10th tornadoes. An online auction has raised more than $2 million for victims by selling one of Kentucky's finest exports, bourbon. Dave Mattingly with our Louisville affiliate has this story.
The online auction site of the Kentucky Bourbon Benefit is where bidding for rare bourbons has rocketed from impressive to astonishing. In the aftermath of the state's deadly tornadoes, auction organizers put out a call for donations, and individual collectors responded, donating their prized bottles.
We were flooded. We got so many donation requests that we had to start turning them down in order to focus on the auction.
There turned out to be a whole herd of unicorns up for grabs, with single barrels attracting bids from the hundreds to the thousands. Distilleries donated 2 rare single barrels, fetching tens of thousands and more. Organizers passed their goal of $1 million in bids in just 48 hours.
Distillers kept coming at us with these incredible offerings, like a 19-year-old barrel of Willet. I mean, that's unicorn juice, right? I mean, you don't find that anywhere.
On the last day of bidding, that barrel of Willet was topping $270,000. A barrel of extra age 4 Roses was exceeding $215,000. Also contributing to the auction was the owner of Carr's Steakhouse in Mayfield. Destroyed by the tornado, the owner dug bottles of his premium bourbon out of the rubble. A dozen of the donated scratched and battered offerings were attracting bids of $1,000 to $10,000.
You know, the fact that they stepped in like they did, not just with the bottles we donated, but with the entire auction, you know, what they're doing is incredible.
To David Mattingly for that report and being introduced to unicorn juice.
Yeah, I love that phrase.
Yep.
All right, when it comes to celebrities, there are some famous faces that resemble each other. For example, actresses Isla Fisher and Amy Adams, see the red hair there, actresses Zooey Deschanel and pop star Katy Perry, brunette, light eyes. And how about actors Zach Braff and Dax Shepard? Yeah, and hadn't seen that until now. Look at that. Now compare Ryan Reynolds and Ben Affleck. What do you think? Nah, not so much. Well, the Deadpool star says he's been mistaken for Affleck whenever he visits a certain pizzeria in New York.
They've been telling their friends for so long that Ben Affleck comes in all the time, and now they're gonna have to like issue a correction. Yeah, that's no good.
I also don't accept anything. Like, they're not giving me free pizza based on this factor. And I do everything normal like everybody else. They just think I'm Ben Affleck, and they'll ask how J-Lo is. And I'll be like, great.
Reynolds says, hey, it's too late at this point to correct the shop owners, so he just goes along with it.
This is Early Today.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah has the morning off. Right now on Morning News Now, rapid spread. The Omicron COVID variant now in all 50 states, with the CDC saying the strain makes up 90% of all new cases. Doctors now pleading with the public to get vaccinated as people gather this holiday season.
You will have to trust me when you or your relative comes to my intensive care unit and needs to be put on life support. Trust this vaccine.
Also, the new COVID pill authorized by the FDA that could be a game changer for those who test positive. Search for answers. State Department workers battling the mysterious illness known as Havana syndrome say they feel ignored by their own government. One employee detailing her battle exclusively to NBC News.
I could actually feel my brain shutting down, like everything kind of went black.
The latest developments in the investigation into who and what is behind this mysterious illness as those workers try to live with the side effects. Also this morning, Beanie Mania, a new documentary, is taking us inside the obsession with Beanie Babies in the 90s. I'm going to speak with one of the film's creators about what drove so many people to try to get their hands on the toys and the serious lessons about global finances that Beanie Mania can teach us all today. And a new home for the holidays. One Afghan family that fled Kabul getting ready to celebrate their first Christmas in the U.S. How they're adjusting to life thousands of miles from the only place they've known and the help they're getting from their new neighbors. Good to have you with us on this Christmas Eve. We're going to get started this morning with the latest in the fight against the coronavirus. The Omicron variant has now been detected in all 50 states, just 3 weeks after the first case of the new strain was discovered in the U.S. Several states are now reporting more COVID cases than at any other time during the pandemic. Hospitalizations are also on the rise as states from New Hampshire to Ohio deal with a record number of patients inside their hospitals. Now, it appears help could be on the way to stem the tide of serious illness. The FDA authorized Pfizer's COVID antiviral pill yesterday, making it the first at-home treatment to protect Americans from severe cases of COVID. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now. Erica, good morning to you. Let's start off with that FDA authorization for Pfizer's COVID antiviral pill. What impact will this have on the COVID battle, and how long do you think it'll take until the pill can actually be distributed around the country?
Sure. Hey, Joe, good morning. So right now that pill, Paxlovid as it's called, from Pfizer is in relatively short supply. It's really complicated to manufacture this pill. It takes 6 to 8 months on average. By January, we do expect to see about 265,000 courses of treatment, and as many as 10 million courses of treatment by the end of summer. But Joe, that's 8 to 9 months from now. Right now we are averaging nearly 150,000 new cases of COVID-19 every single day.
Yeah, right now we can't rely on that for quite a few months, it sounds like. Erica, with Omicron now in all 50 states, we know hospitalizations are also rising across the country. Where are we seeing the biggest increases right now as we head into the Christmas weekend?
Right. Hospitalizations have been rising in areas with lower vaccination rates, generally in the Midwest, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, but also in places with higher vaccine uptake in the Northeast, for example, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, New Hampshire. Now, overall hospitalizations have risen 39% since November 1st. Now, there is a little bit of promising news. Just yesterday, there were 3 studies that came out from the UK and South Africa suggesting that hospitalization rates related to the Omicron variant are significantly lower when compared to Delta. We'll still have to wait to see how it plays out here in the U.S., Joe.
I want to ask you about something on a lot of minds today, and that's travel. A new report from Bloomberg, quoting a top medical advisor to the world's airlines, says we should assume flyers are now 2 or 3 times more likely to catch the virus during a flight since the emergence of the Omicron variant. Now, keep in mind, flying has been seen as sort of a safe way to travel for some time now. What does this mean for Americans who are preparing to fly out today or over the next few days for the holidays?
Yeah, that headline sounds a little dire. That advisor was basically saying that because Omicron spread so much more easily than Delta, it just makes sense that your risk is higher, really, no matter where you are. But in general, just as you said, Joe, air travel is considered safe. There's pretty good airflow. Generally, people are masked, not interacting unless you have a particularly chatty seatmate. But that said, in general, experts say the old advice still stands. Keep up with your hand washing, avoid high touch areas. And generally, you might want to stagger the times that you and your seatmate have your masks off for eating and drinking. That should keep you as safe as possible while you're traveling this weekend.
That's good advice there. Those precautions, incredibly important, not just on the plane, but also when you're walking through the airport as well. Erica Edwards, thanks so much. Now, that heightened risk of getting on a plane is one of the reasons many travelers are actually taking to the roads this holiday season. More than 100 million Americans are expected to travel to visit family this week, and many are opting for a safer and more flexible way to get to their loved ones. AAA predicts an increase in car travel. The number of people flying or taking a train is expected to drop. But whether you choose plane, train, or automobile, travel will likely cost you more this year. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now from Newark, Delaware, with more on this. Gary, thanks for joining us. So why are cars looking like the preferred travel method this year? And what are some of the concerns you're hearing as more travelers hit the road?
Hey there, Joe. Good morning. Yeah, especially with Omicron sweeping the nation, we're seeing and we're hearing from doctors, if you're in a crowded public place, there's a really good chance somebody there has coronavirus and they may not even know it yet. And of course, during this holiday season, there are a lot of those crowded public places, and cars are just safer in that respect, especially as you're traveling long distances. Here's what the AAA spokesman I spoke to this week had to say.
Because with a car, you have a lot more flexibility. You can decide when you want to leave, where you want to stop, who's in the car with you. So people may feel a little more comfortable this year just by, hopping in the car and going away.
Now, before you get in a car, experts say to check some really basic things. First, if it's the first time you've been on a long road trip, make sure your Easy Pass is all up to date. The last thing everyone wants is a violation ticket a few weeks after a fun family gathering. The other thing that will save you money and also just keep your car safe is by making sure you have enough air in your tires. Gas prices right now are down, but if you have air in your tire, not enough air in your tires, it is going to cost you more to go on these road trips. Joe?
The downside of road travel might take a bit longer, but hey, more bonding time with your family. Now, we mentioned those rising costs. Why is travel so much more expensive this season? And for those still looking to rent a car or try and book a last-minute ticket, how much should they expect to spend?
Yeah, unfortunately, no matter how you do this, it's going to cost you. Car rentals are up more than 20% this year. The good news is, at least these car rental companies have cars to give you. You'll remember during the middle of the pandemic, a lot of these companies sold half their fleets just to keep their own businesses afloat. It seems that's really sort of normaled out, and car companies are back to a normal inventory level, but that is about a 20% higher cost than usual. Hotels are up 36%. But a tip for you, Joe, all year you collect these points, these reward points at hotels from your work travels. Use them this time of year. That's what they're here for. Now, remember, they won't cover all of your expenses because taxes and fees don't count with these points, but that's certainly a good tip to start for you there.
All right. I know my bank of points is a little lower this year. Didn't travel as much, but some folks did. Now, Gary, many thought this holiday season would be a return to normal. Sadly, that's not the case. If you're traveling, how do you keep yourself safe and how do you keep your loved ones safe from the Omicron variant?
Yeah, Joe, I got to tell you, yesterday I was covering a bunch of different COVID testing centers, and the lines, there was just so much frustration that we're still going through this. But experts say, AAA, doctors, they all say, remember the basics. Remember what we've learned throughout the past 2.5 years of this pandemic. Here's what AAA spokesperson had to say.
Where you are, maybe the pandemic's not raging quite as fiercely right now, but where you're going, it could be. Have extra masks with you. Limit your exposure. Try and avoid crowded indoor situations. All those type of things.
Bottom line, Joe, people are excited to get out. 110 million people this week are going to be doing just that. They just want to be doing it safely. Joe?
That's the priority. All right, Gary, thank you so much. Now, for many Americans who want to get tested for COVID before hitting the road, it has been tough. They've had to deal with long lines and wait times at testing sites. This week, the Biden administration outlined a plan to boost the nation's testing infrastructure. But will it be enough to help keep Americans safe ahead of the holidays? NBC News correspondent Jake Ward has more.
Good morning, Joe. The White House is stepping up efforts to create a nearly ubiquitous testing regimen here in the United States, announcing that they will create federal facilities at sites all across the country. They're beginning with New York City in order to backstop the state capabilities when it comes to the labs that they need to process testing. They're also talking about making at-home testing more or less free, buying up about 500 million tests individually and then making them available on a website to anyone who wants them. It really mimics something we've seen abroad in which governments are essentially buying these at-home tests and then providing them free to their citizens. Why do we need all of this? Well, it's because, according to a Harvard roadmap to pandemic resilience, we're going to need to be testing about 20 million people a day in order to really remobilize the economy and keep everybody safe. At the moment, we're really only testing about 1.5 million people a day, and even at the peak of testing back in December of 2020 and into January of 2021, at that point we were only doing about 2.2 million a day. So we really need to get up to that number. We've been speaking to private companies. There's about 11 of them that make the individual at-home tests, and they say they are ramping up capabilities, that if anything, in many cases they saw the projections internally in their own data and knew they had to get out in front of this and begin to ramp up testing and their capabilities. But it is clear that those will not be adequate to actually bring us up to 1/6 of the population every day. That's about 20 million people, because if we're going to continue to see these variants popping up, even in vaccinated people, we're going to need tests before we go get together with our coworkers, get together with our families, or enjoy holidays like we're just about to. Joe?
Jake Ward, thanks so much. Now, that push to increase the country's testing capabilities comes as COVID cases surge around the U.S. Let's bring in Dr. Bob Lahita now to get his insights. He's a professor at the Hackensack Meridian School of Medicine and director of the Institute for Autoimmune and Rheumatic Diseases at St. Joseph Health. Dr. Bob, always good to have you with us. So where is the country at right now in terms of COVID testing? Do you think the government's doing enough to expand testing capabilities around the country?
I think the government is doing enough, Joe. They're sending 500 million cases of the rapid testing kits out. I don't know how the public is going to access them. That's one question that's big, maybe through pharmacies, maybe through mail order. Roughly 19 tests have been done per 1,000 people. That's the PCR test. Of course, we have no way of measuring who does the home testing, but lots of people are lining up in droves. cars, sometimes 3 apart at our hospital, blocking traffic. It is a little bit of a chaotic situation, Joe.
Doctor, we did get some welcome news we talked about at the top of the show with Pfizer's COVID antiviral pill. What role will this treatment play in trying to keep patients out of the hospital?
Well, this is a game changer of sorts. The drug is called Paxlovid. It's really a protease inhibitor. This is the kind of thing, to make people understand what it is, has been used in HIV and it has been used in hepatitis C treatment. It's basically a 5-day regimen, and it involves another drug called ritonavir, which everybody, all physicians and certainly many nurses know. It's extremely effective. If you have symptoms, you must take this pill for within 5 days of having your symptoms in order to prevent you from getting into the hospital. It's much like Tamiflu, but far more powerful. And so this pill is a game changer because hopefully it'll keep people out of the hospital, out of the ICU, and prevent them from dying.
Dr. Lahita, I wanted to get your take on Israel's plan now to roll out a 4th dose of the COVID vaccine to citizens who are over the age of 60. Do you think this is something the U.S. should consider or will soon consider to help protect Americans who are at risk of severe COVID symptoms?
Well, Israel is trying to give the shot, the 4th shot, to people over the age of 60, 4 months after the 3rd shot. Now, people are weary of getting boosters. You know, in the United States, only 30% of the people who have had the 2nd shots get the 3rd booster shot. So I'm not sure how good this is going to be. And of course, we're listening to the Pfizer and Moderna people who are saying because of the molecular nature of the vaccine, messenger RNA, they're able to tweak within 3 months to produce a new, very specific, Omicron-specific, for example, vaccine, which can be given to people. But I'm not sure that people are going to line up in the U.S. for a 4th shot. Israel is somewhat of a bit more hermetically sealed country right now, and I suppose it is possible that the Israelis will take a 4th shot over the age of 60. Certainly a good idea, particularly if you're immunosuppressed or have a problem with your immune system overall.
Dr. Bob, tomorrow and Saturday, a lot of families across the country are going to be getting together. For those who are a little anxious about those gatherings, what's the advice you have about how to do it safely?
Well, our family is making sure that everyone is tested before they come to the Christmas dinner. Everyone is vaccinated and has had their booster shots, and that's the first level that you have to consider. People should be vaccinated before they get together, and even if they are vaccinated, they should wear masks until it's time to drink or eat within certain parties and certainly within family gatherings. And again, it doesn't hurt to get a home test and test yourself prior to going to dinner, within 24 hours of going to your dinner or your party. That's what. And make sure there's ventilation and wear your mask of all things and wash your hands.
Speaking of your family, Dr. Bob, I had the privilege of meeting your wife, Carolyn, who is a fantastic sculptor. We did a story on her that aired on the Today Show and yesterday here on News Now. Incredible to meet her, and we're so grateful we had the chance to tell her story.
She is so proud, Joe, and we are so proud of her. She's an amazing person, and thank you for bringing her up. She'll love it.
Sounds good. Wishing you and your family a great holiday weekend. Dr. Bob, as always, thanks so much.
And to you also, Joe.
This morning, five suspects are in police custody in Delaware after a U.S. Congresswoman was carjacked in broad daylight. Representative Mary Gay Scanlon was robbed at gunpoint in her Philadelphia district yesterday after attending a meeting in that city's FDR Park. Police said the suspects were later found that evening in Scanlon's car about 30 miles from the scene of the crime. Scanlon was not injured in the attack. And in a seemingly unrelated incident, an Illinois state senator, Kimberly Lightford, was also carjacked while in a Chicago suburb with her husband on Tuesday. Police say multiple shots were fired, but the couple was unharmed. Authorities are still searching for the suspects in that case. The investigation into the Capitol insurrection is once again shining a spotlight on members of Congress. Now the January 6th committee is calling on Republican Congressman Jim Jordan to provide information. Jordan is a Trump ally. He's now the second member of Congress to be called forward after Pennsylvania Representative Scott Perry was asked to cooperate on Monday. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake joins us now. So Garrett, why is the committee asking Jordan for information right now?
Well, Jordan is as close of an ally to Donald Trump as they come in Congress. And so the committee wants to know about really all of his communications with the then president between Election Day and Insurrection Day. But they really want to know about the conversations he was having with the president while the attack on the Capitol was on. Jordan has said several times that he spoke to the then president several times on that day, but he's yet to reveal the contents of that conversation. Even after the riot was over, he was still someone who was voting to throw out some of the election results. So those conversations in the context of those 5 or 6 hours, especially in the afternoon when the attack was at its peak, that's at the heart of the committee's inquiry here.
Garrett, what is Jordan saying about all this? Any signs he'll cooperate, or is that highly unlikely at this point?
It was interesting, Joe. He was asked about this on Fox News last night and didn't seem to slam the door. We can parse this response on the other side. Listen.
I mean, we just got the letter today, Brian. We're going to review the letter, but I got to be honest with you. I got real concerns about any committee that will take a document and alter it and present it to the American people, completely mislead the American people like they did last week. And it turns out it looks like it wasn't just one document they did this with. It was other text messages as well. So I got real concerns with that.
So Jordan's talking about a copy edit there made to shorten one of the text messages that was displayed during the debate around Mark Meadows' contempt charges. But the thing he's got working against him is Jordan has said several times in public that he's got nothing to hide should the committee ever come calling. And Joe, now they're calling.
Yeah, they are. And Garrett, Jordan is the second sitting member of Congress to be called for questioning by the committee. Help us understand how significant and perhaps unprecedented is this moment for American politics, and could we still see more members of Congress called forward?
Yeah, this just isn't done to have members called, or at least to have members forced. And I think that's where this could get weird, Joe. You know, it's one thing to ask a member to testify on a subject in which they might be an expert. In this case, you could argue that Jim Jordan is as an expert as they get in Congress on the insurrection. But if we get into the realm of subpoenas or punishment for not showing up, then we are deep down the rabbit hole. And this is the kind of thing where we don't know how this Congress will handle it, and we don't know how the next Congress will handle it. I think that's one of the concerns for the Democratic members of this committee in particular. Should control of Congress switch next year? Are we setting a precedent here where any member can be called or subpoenaed by the other party and forced to testify about you know what? Joe, I think the person who's watching this debate most closely might be Kevin McCarthy, the minority leader right now, someone who we know the committee wants to talk to. Trying to force him to testify before this committee would be a huge departure from the kind of norms of Congress, and it'll be fascinating to see how it all plays out.
We're going to see in the new year, probably. Garrett Haake, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Time to get a check on your morning news now weather. Michelle Grossman with us again this morning. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. And many of us are going to be digging out in the west, while some of us are going to be sweating in summer-like weather. So let's take a look at the big story, because that's the western storms. We're looking at big-time snow. We're looking at heavy rain. You can see that floating inland, and that's been happening day after day throughout this entire month, and it's going to happen at least through the next week. So as we look towards the Pacific Northwest down to Southern California, we are looking at wet weather. Higher elevation snow, we're looking at 8 feet in some spots through Sunday. So winter weather advisories, winter weather watches, winter weather warnings are in place from the Pacific Northwest through California to the Rockies, and we're going to be digging through the snow over the next couple of days. So this is the setup today. We're going to see that big rain and big snow, rain spreading down to Southern California. We could even see some flash flooding in Los Angeles, even San Diego, especially in those burn areas. And then we're going to be accumulating feet of snow in the Sierra Mountains. That will move further inland on tomorrow, where we're going to see it move into the Rockies. And then another Pacific storm hits the West Coast. So again, it's that December deluge where we're seeing storm after storm, and we're really seeing those rain totals and snow totals adding up. So the rainfall forecast through Saturday, you can see lots of dark colors on this map, up to 5 inches in some spots. That's half a foot of rain in some spots. Los Angeles, you're going to get a lot of rain too, and that includes Christmas Day, also Christmas Eve, Redding, Portland, San Francisco, even San Diego having some of that heavy rain. And then the snowfall forecast, generally 2 to 3 feet of snow, but some spots in the highest elevation, the Sierras, would be digging out of 8 to even up to 10 feet of snow. I know it is crazy. Now, on the flip side, some of us are going to be barbecuing on Christmas Day. We're looking at temperatures so above normal, even some temperatures feeling closer to July 4th as opposed to Christmas Day. So Oklahoma City, 80 degrees today, 80 degrees on Christmas, Dallas, 81, Houston, 81, and even in the upper 60s to near 70, 71 degrees on Christmas in Memphis. And that warmth starts today. You can see lots of dark colors on this map that's indicating that warm air in place, that high pressure dome of high pressure just spinning in this warm air. So 77 degrees today in Lubbock, that's 26 degrees above normal, 64 in Oklahoma City, and 73 in Dallas. By tomorrow, we're looking at temperatures close to 80 in many spots, even 80 in Lubbock, 79 in Austin. The record is 82 there. A lot of records are going to be broken over the next several days. We're talking about hundreds of millions above normal for this time of year. And then as we look towards Christmas Day, yeah, that heat stays in place for many. So, Joe, it's going to be 70 degrees in Louisville on Saturday. And certainly, I think a lot of people are hoping on that Christmas list, wishing for some shorts.
Yeah, no kidding. Who would have thought? You know, a little something for everyone across the map this holiday. All right. Thanks so much, Michelle. Appreciate it. Coming up, Russian President Vladimir Putin holds his year-end press conference, and he's facing a lot of questions about the buildup of Russian troops along the Ukraine border. The message he's delivering amid heightened tensions with the United States. Plus, who and what is behind the mystery illness impacting more than 200 government employees? It's called Havana syndrome. One staffer is now telling NBC News the U.S. government is not doing enough to track down the cause. We got her story next.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Welcome back. This morning, Russian President Vladimir Putin has been fielding questions on a variety of topics at his end-of-year press conference, including COVID-19 and the economy. But taking center stage, of course, at today's event, the growing tensions with Ukraine. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons has more on that. Keir, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. President Putin appearing to hold out hope this morning that the tensions over Ukraine can be resolved, but it comes just days after he was making threatening signals, the Russian leader as ever, keeping the world guessing. This morning, President Putin taking questions, but avoiding health risks, sitting at a distance from journalists. Russia third in the world for COVID deaths. The risk of war in Ukraine looming over his end-of-year news conference today.
Everybody is saying, well, a war isn't the offing, and everybody is warning us against interfering and threatening with sanctions, so we shall respond somehow. This is a formidable issue.
Even after this month's virtual face-to-face between Presidents Biden and Putin, Russia's military buildup is escalating, the State Department says. President Putin this week threatening a, quote, military technical response, perhaps code for a cyber attack. Ukraine not backing down either. This week, Ukrainian television showing combat drills with US-made Javelin anti-tank missiles. But despite all this, Russia's foreign minister says security talks with the US and NATO will begin in January. And today, President Putin saying Russia doesn't want war.
We don't want that. It is not our choice. And by and large, we are seeing positive traction at this point.
The Kremlin's proposal sent to Washington a security treaty, including uncompromising demands that NATO ends expansion and all military activity in Eastern Europe, quickly dismissed as unacceptable in Washington and Western capitals. And while this morning President Putin is signaling hope that tension with the West could be diffused, his intentions remain hard to read. Speaking to military officials this week, he said ominously, there's no room for retreat. At the same time, Joe, this morning, a little bit more of positive news. Russia and Ukraine agreeing to restore a 2020 ceasefire deal for eastern Ukraine. That prompted a top Ukrainian official to say the coming holidays, Joe, should be peaceful.
Keir Simmons, thanks so much. Now to an NBC News exclusive. A former State Department employee is speaking out for the first time about her symptoms linked to the so-called Havana syndrome. That's the mysterious condition that has impacted U.S. government employees in locations around the world. She says the government did not take her symptoms seriously. Now she's left struggling to find answers. Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell has her story.
Mental exposure.
Cheryl Cruz speaking out for the first time about how her 20-year State Department career was cut short by a mysterious illness, the Havana syndrome.
I started with the vertigo and the tinnitus and brain fog. I could actually feel my brain shutting down, like it just, everything kind of went black.
She is among more than 200 State Department personnel and CIA officers afflicted around the world. Many still feel ignored.
I do not believe the department took me seriously. It was always, we'll get back to you. I have to ask myself, are they trying to disprove us, or are they trying to prove what happened?
And in Canada, 27 diplomats, military police, and family members are suing their government over incidents in Cuba. Who's responsible? Attention is focused on Russia, which U.S. intelligence says has the global reach and technology experts suspect could be the cause. In November, CIA Director Bill Burns warned Moscow there would be repercussions if it's behind it.
All of us at the State Department and across the U.S. government are intently focused on getting to the bottom of what and who is causing these incidents.
Tuesday night, Secretary of State Blinken visited doctors at Johns Hopkins in Baltimore, where CIA officers and State Department personnel are being treated. A lot of suspicion is placed on Russia. They've denied it.
We know that this is something that's been widespread, and we will keep at it until we find who's responsible, and we will hold whoever it is accountable.
A new law requires the government to compensate victims for qualifying brain injuries. Still to be determined what qualifies as a brain injury. And many of these victims are disabled, unable to work. Back to you.
Andrea, thanks so much. Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Well, a statue mourning those who were killed during protests in Beijing's Tiananmen Square in 1989 was taken down from a university in Hong Kong. Now, the statue was one of very few public memorials of the bloody crackdown in China. Its removal has been criticized by academics who called it an attempt by China to rewrite history. Now, let's move to the UK, where on Wednesday, for the very first time since the start of the pandemic, more than 100,000 people tested positive for COVID-19. Well, the Omicron variant, of course, is being blamed for the record number of infections, and yet the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, announced that no restrictions will be introduced before Christmas. Now let's move, for last but not least, to New Zealand, where a funny cat called Keith, who's got a bit of a reputation for stealing stuff from its neighbors, has returned home to its owners with a bong and a Ziploc bag full of unidentified white powder. Now, the local police, who seem to have a sense of humor that is as strong as the sense of duty, said that they will question Keith the cat to figure out which neighbor they took the drugs from. But one thing is for sure, Joe, that by stealing drugs, the cat, Keith the cat, has taken his habit to new highs.
Yes, I can see that. It also could be the plot for a new show called Cat DEA. I like it. All right, Claudio, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, James Franco is speaking out on the sexual misconduct allegations against him. The Oscar nominee's shocking admission about claims he slept with his students. Plus, sidelined, more star athletes are off the roster and in COVID protocols. The steps some leagues are now taking to try and save their seasons.
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh yeah, this is it, right?
Great news this morning for fans of the Tim Burton-directed Batman movies. Michael Keaton is reportedly going to return as the Dark Knight for the first time in 3 decades. He'll be in the upcoming Batgirl movie. Keaton first played Bruce Wayne back in the 1989 Burton film and then again in the 1992 sequel, Batman Returns. Variety magazine reports that Warner Brothers declined to comment on Keaton's casting. Batgirl will star Leslie Grace, who's playing the heroine Barbara Gordon, daughter of the Gotham City Police Commissioner. Batgirl doesn't have a release date yet, but it's expected to come out sometime in 2022 on HBO Max. Keaton will also return as Batman in next year's The Flash movie, which will somehow also feature Ben Affleck as the Caped Crusader, an abundance of Batmans. James Franco is back in the spotlight this morning, speaking for the first time on the sexual misconduct allegations against him. Giving his first interview since 2018, the actor blamed addiction for his public struggles over the years. Franco settled a lawsuit on those allegations earlier this year. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez reports on what Franco is saying now.
Actor James Franco is breaking his silence about sexual misconduct accusations made against him. The allegations from students at an acting school he ran and taught at first came nearly 4 years ago.
At that moment, I just thought, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to pause. Did not seem like the right time to say anything. There were people that were upset with me, and I needed to listen.
Franco speaking out on SiriusXM's The Jess Cagle Show. In 2019, the Oscar nominee was sued in a class action lawsuit by 2 former students who attended the Studio 4 acting school, which Franco ran from 2014 to 2017. In the lawsuit, the former students alleged that they and others were coerced into filming overt sexual acts by Franco and his partners.
The stupidest thing I did, or one of the stupidest things I did at the school, was I called one of my classes a master class, sex scenes. It was not about sex scenes. I was not teaching people how to do sex scenes or intimate scenes or anything of that nature. It was a provocative title. I'll admit, I did sleep with students. I didn't sleep with anybody in that particular class, but over the course of my teaching, I did sleep with students, and that was wrong.
People listening to this will say, how could you not see that there would be a power imbalance among a teacher who's not just a teacher, but is James Franco, like a very, very famous, powerful actor and producer and a student? How did that power imbalance, how were you not aware of that?
I suppose at the time, my thinking was, if it's consensual, okay. Of course I knew, I talked to other people, other teachers or whatever, like, yeah, it's probably not a cool thing. At the time, I was not clear-headed, as I've said. So I guess it just comes down to my criteria was like, if this is consensual, like, I think it's cool. We're all adults.
The allegations against Franco first surfaced in 2018, following the Me Too reckoning in Hollywood. At the time, Franco denied the allegations.
The things that I heard that were on Twitter are not accurate, but I completely support people coming out and being able to have a voice because they didn't have a voice for so long. So I don't want to, shut them down in any way. It's I think, a good thing, and I support it.
Then earlier this year, he agreed to pay more than $2 million to settle the suit, according to court documents seen by NBC News. A joint statement issued on behalf of the actor and his former students said, quote, "While defendants continue to deny the allegations in the complaint, they acknowledge that plaintiffs have raised important issues, and all parties strongly believe that now is a critical time to focus on addressing the mistreatment of women in Hollywood." Studio 4 closed in 2017. Now, Franco's saying he's been in treatment for sex addiction since 2016.
That was Isa Gutierrez reporting. This morning, the sports world is reeling from COVID outbreaks that are sidelining big stars, wreaking havoc on schedules, and raising serious questions about what could happen next. Joining us now is Priya Desai, senior correspondent for Sports Illustrated. Priya, good morning. Good to have you with us. Let's start with the NHL. The league now pausing its season until after Christmas and also announcing that its players, many of the premier hockey stars in the world, will not travel to Beijing for the Winter Olympics. Tell us, how did the NHL come to these decisions?
So they paused its season about 2 days early. There was a planned holiday break. But remember, leading up to this, 11 teams had already suspended operations, and there were 50 games that had been postponed due to COVID. So at that point, the NHL commissioner thought adding on the February Olympics break just wasn't feasible. You have an 82-game season. So during that Olympic break is when they're going to make up all these 50 games. And on top of that, when they come back next Monday, they're going to have much stricter COVID protocols, and they're going to go back to daily testing.
Now, since NBC is going to be broadcasting the Winter Olympics here in the U.S., we do want to include a statement from NBC Sports saying, in part, we understand the decision, but the Olympics remain the greatest hockey tournament in the world, regardless of whether the players are from the NHL or their elite leagues around the world. All right, let's move on to the NBA. More than 100 players and coaches have entered what they call their coronavirus protocols. This month alone, several games have been rescheduled. You'll remember when the pandemic first hit, it was the NBA that had to shut down completely. I think many of us remember that night in March of 2020 very well. So as we head into the Christmas weekend, usually a big event in basketball, should we be expecting more postponements?
So we could see postponements as late as December 24th. There's several games to be played, and there's only one team that doesn't have at least one player on that COVID protocol. Now, Adam Silver has said that he does not plan to cancel the season. They're going to keep going. They are also going back to daily testing. And if any player tests positive, he goes straight into isolation for 10 days.
One more league to talk about, the NFL. Playoffs just around the corner, and some big-name players and coaches are currently out on the COVID list. What are teams doing to try and prevent outbreaks, and is it looking like the NFL will be able to finish the season on time?
So, Joe, the NFL is handling this really different compared to the other two leagues. They have self-reported testing. Players and coaches get tests that they take home, and if they have any symptoms, they test themselves, and then they go from there. And they also, once they do test positive, they can test out of that after two negative tests within 24 hours separation. So it's very different than the other leagues and how they're handling it. So the season will probably still go on, and it'll probably still complete. Look, they had games on Saturday and Sunday that then were moved to Monday and Tuesday in hopes that a lot of these players and coaches, including Nick Sirianni from the Eagles, that game was moved to Tuesday, and Jets coach Robert Saleh, the hopes are that they can test out and coach the game.
All right, Priya, good to have you with us this morning, and have a great holiday. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Coming up, we've seen a lot of 90s trends come back in the past year, but here's one some of us may have forgotten about. Beanie Babies. A new documentary is taking us back in time 20 or so years with what was behind the craze to collect them all and where it all started. One of the film's creators joins me next. You're watching Morning News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
It's still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back with some good news for the millions of Americans who are struggling to pay back student loans. The Biden administration has extended the moratorium on federal student loan payments and interest until May 1st. The moratorium began in March 2020 by former President Trump in the early days of the pandemic. It has been extended 3 other times by both administrations. This extension comes as the Omicron variant and inflation introduced new uncertainty into the economy. In a statement, President Biden says, quote, millions of student loan borrowers are still coping with the impacts of the pandemic and need some more time before resuming payments. Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you. Bertha Coombs is with us this morning. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Let's start off with Apple. Company closing at least 7 more retail stores since Tuesday, according to a report from Bloomberg, due to a rise in COVID cases among employees. Company usually shuts a store when about 10% of the staff has tested positive. Apple recently reinstated its mask policy for employees and customers. Still, we're seeing those breakthroughs. 9 to 5 Mac says Apple is offering 2-hour free delivery in most metro areas through noon on Christmas Eve to try to ease some of that last-minute shopping crunch. Meantime, Shake Shack wants to help ease your pain at the airport. The burger chain giving away free fries today and tomorrow at New York's JFK Airport to travelers whose flights are delayed or canceled. You just have to show proof of your delay. And if you're flying from another airport, you can still get in on the action. Basically, you just need to take a selfie in front of your gate and tag Shake Shack on Instagram to qualify for a digital voucher. Maker's Mark also wanting to make your holiday travel just a little easier. The bourbon brand will cover fees for checked bags if passengers pack a bottle of its booze. Maker's Mark is going to reimburse travelers 21 and over who pay an extra bag fee up to $40. You just have to upload your receipt to the company's website. Promotion runs through New Year's Eve. So if you're taking a bottle to a friend, you don't have to worry about it. Go ahead and check it and they'll pick up the tab.
There you go. Just remember, you can't drink the Maker's Mark on the plane. You got to wait till you get home. All right, Bertha, thanks so much. Appreciate
exactly,
it.
Because they want to charge you for a drink.
All right. So if you're a 90s kid scrolling through TikTok, you might be noticing some of the biggest Y2K trends are making a comeback. From low-rise jeans to the ever-popular cast reunion of Friends, nostalgia has taken hold of millennials and Gen Z alike. But a new documentary is taking a closer look at a craze that might be buried in the back of your mind. Beanie Babies. Listen.
I would have paid whatever it took to get that Beanie Baby at the time.
We called every shop over the United States.
This was becoming something different.
The HBO Max film titled Beanie Mania goes back in time to examine why these colorful stuffed animals drove kids, and I think some parents, crazy, and what caused all those parents to rush toy stores all over the country. And the director of that documentary joins us now for more on her film. Yema C. Brooks is with us. Good to have you with us this morning. So walk us through this film. Why make a documentary about Beanie Babies, and what was it about these collectibles that made them so popular 20 years ago?
Sure. Hi. Nice to be joining you. So the idea for this film really came about when we were kind of deep into lockdown, all that kind of time ago, around 2 years ago, when I think everyone really had an idea that we wanted to look back. I think people kind of liked that idea of looking back to a simpler time. And Beanie Babies were really popular kind of from the mid to late 90s. So, of course, that was a completely different time from now. That was pre-9/11. Things felt very different. So we kind of came up with the idea. And as we started looking more and more into it, it seemed like there was more and more of a story there. So it kind of appeared to us like kind of like an onion that you keep peeling back. So there was this kind of collective insanity that seemingly the whole country, obviously you can tell from my accent, I'm not from here, but as I kind of looked into it, seemingly the whole country kind of got on board with, which was because of a variety of kind of different factors which really created this lightning in a bottle and this phenomenon that's never really been kind of seen since. So that was the first interesting thing about it. And then the other interesting thing that we found as we kind of kept looking was that actually, yes, Beanie Babies are amazing in their own right and they're a great price point and they're fun. But what really drove the craze was a group of women from a small suburb just outside Chicago, Naperville, who really drove the secondary market. And it was that secondary market that really kind of helped Beanie Babies to thrive.
Now, this story is about much more than just a stuffed toy. It really is about capitalism, extreme capitalism, some would argue, and the lengths people will go for a profitable investment. What can viewers expect to see and hear in this movie? What's the lesson?
Well, I mean, I think there is a lot of fun nostalgia, and it seems to me like everyone seems to say, hey, listen, I've got some Tupperware in my grandma's basement, you know, is it worth something? So this really feels like something which the whole nation was kind of behind. But absolutely, it started as a craze that kids liked and then was ruined by adults. That's something which we state very quickly at the kind of top of the documentary, was very quickly adults ruined it because it became less about the love of a soft toy and more about how can I make money by kind of hoarding and saving these things and selling them for profit.
Well, as adults, sometimes they can ruin everything. All right, Yema C. Brooks, thanks so much. I'm definitely checking this one out. Excited to see it. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Coming up, an Afghan family that left their lives behind in Kabul, now building a new life in the U.S., and they're getting ready to celebrate the holidays in a new home.
I had left all behind, just some clothes, some important things, and I left it all in Afghanistan.
Up next, we'll hear what it's like adjusting to life in America and the concerns they have for family members still in Afghanistan.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
We began our Across America journey tonight. St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin. Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For one Afghan refugee family, this holiday season is a bittersweet one. Just months after fleeing the chaos of Kabul, they resettled in Jacksonville with the help of nonprofits contracted by the U.S. government. Now the community is rallying around the family, making sure they have everything they need to transition into their new lives. MSNBC anchor Yasmin Basugian spoke to the family about the change and about what they left behind.
On August 15th, the Taliban overtook Kabul, seizing control of Afghanistan. Afghans desperate to leave their country, fearing prison or worse.
If my visa is not issued, we were really in danger.
Abdul Wasi, an interpreter for the American and Portuguese militaries, left his country with his pregnant wife and 5 children, just 20 days before the Taliban takeover.
You must have had to leave everything behind in Afghanistan.
Yeah, I had left all behind, just some clothes, some important things, and I left it all in Afghanistan.
Our president of the United States is President Joe Biden.
Lutheran Social Services in Jacksonville, Florida, is one of the organizations helping Abdul and other refugee families build a new life. The group helps them with finding housing, enrolling in school, and welcome money, about $1,200 per family member.
Our goal is self-sufficiency by 90 days, which is a very tall goal. If you can imagine being plopped in a new country, not knowing English or really anyone here about the culture.
But Abdul is forging ahead, stocking shelves at a warehouse for $14 an hour. Barely enough money to cover the rent as the welcome money dries up.
They just need the basics for themselves and their families.
And that's where one local school steps in. For 15 years, Riverside Presbyterian Day School has donated toys and necessities to refugee families, giving gifts this year to Afghan refugees, including Abdul and his family, helping students learn important lessons.
To accept everyone. Like, we're all technically the same. There's nothing really different except for our looks and stuff.
Hope that they feel like happy and that they realize it's like people care for them in the new country.
What do you want to do when you grow up?
Doctor.
A doctor.
And they do feel happy in their new home with the opportunity for a fresh start, but not without fear for what they left behind.
All my family members that are back in Afghanistan, I'm worried about that. Some nights, even I could not sleep because of my brothers. What will happen to them? What will be their future?
Thank you, Yasmin, for that report. Now, as of December 20th, some 27,000 Afghans remain on 7 military bases waiting for processing, hoping for a better life and to be reunited with their family here in the U.S. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah has the morning off. Right now on Morning News Now, all through the house. On the busiest travel day of the Christmas season, a concerning new milestone on the COVID front. Omicron now present in all 50 states less than a month after it was first identified here in the U.S. This is a record number of Americans are expected to take to the nation's highways and skyways for a holiday weekend like no other. Several states now reporting more sobering records. Hospitalization numbers from coast to coast hitting new highs as case counts skyrocket. Meanwhile, President Biden now extending his administration's pause on federal student loan payments until May. Some universities switch up in-person learning policies just weeks before spring semester. We've got team coverage on Omicron spread as we head into the Christmas weekend. Where we stand, the nation now approaching a solemn anniversary, 1 year since the January 6th insurrection. It was a permanent black mark on modern American politics. Now NBC News is reflecting on the snowballing fallout. The investigation's now underway, the consequences for those who were involved, and what we can expect from Congress in the coming months. Our report from the Capitol this morning. Also on this Thursday morning, locals only. While the big box retailers struggle with a pandemic supply chain crunch, America's small businesses are seeing a boom in revenue this holiday season. Why? Availability. How your neighborhood mom and pop shops are flying under the radar to largely avoid a global retail nightmare. Plus, we are what we eat. Let's face it, the pandemic is poised to follow us into yet another new year. So what sort of push and pull is it going to have on popular food trends in 2022? Are ghost kitchens and meal kits here to stay? We're going to dive into what you can expect on your plate across the globe in the coming months. And here's a preview. Avocado coffee is looking to make a big entrance. Gonna have to try that one before I cast any judgment upon it. Good to have you with us. We are just a couple days away from one of the biggest holiday gatherings of the year as the COVID crisis continues to surge out of control. The U.S. has now reported more than 200,000 new infections on consecutive days. It's leaving hospitals in many parts of the country strapped for resources. But there is a new weapon in the fight against the virus, an FDA-approved pill from Pfizer. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Miami with the very latest.
Joe, good morning. That potentially game-changing antiviral pill could be available on a limited basis as soon as this weekend, when so many families are getting together and health officials say you should be vaccinated and tested. The problem is people are still encountering lines like these, 3 or 4 hours long, people running out of gas waiting. In Miami-Dade, the testing has increased by 200% in recent days as cases skyrocket. This morning, new promise from Pfizer's pill. Freshly approved by the FDA for emergency use, it requires a doctor's prescription and could cut down on COVID-related hospitalizations and deaths by nearly 90% if taken within 5 days of symptoms starting.
Everyone agrees this is a very promising antiviral.
Only 250,000 treatments will be available in January, but Pfizer says it'll pump out tens of millions throughout 2022. This as Omicron has now reached every state, and many Americans are facing long testing lines and delays. The president last night acknowledging the issue, but asking for perspective.
No, nothing's been good enough. But look where we are. When last Christmas we were in a situation where we had significantly fewer people vaccinated.
As Omicron rapidly becomes America's dominant strain, its symptoms have come into sharper focus. Early evidence suggesting a cough, fatigue or tiredness, and congestion are most common, with loss of taste or smell uncommon. A pair of studies from the UK and another from South Africa show Omicron is reportedly milder, with up to 80% fewer hospitalizations. Though one nationally recognized infectious disease expert says that's not a complete picture, with vaccines helping to blunt severe symptoms and South Africa's population much younger than ours.
There's nothing to indicate that it would be milder. There's a lot to indicate it would be more transmissible.
In Florida, Omicron is running rampant, and some are pulling the plug on holiday plans.
Are you seeing your family for Christmas?
As a matter of fact, we just canceled this morning. We were going to have like 12 people.
Health experts advise getting tested regardless of vaccination status. And if you haven't taken the shot, avoid those get-togethers.
If there's an unvaccinated person, I would say, I'm very sorry, but not this time. Maybe another time when this is all over.
As for that significant development overnight, the Supreme Court agreeing to hold a special hearing on January 7th on 2 Biden administration initiatives on the vaccine. The one affecting large corporations of 100 or more people, a vaccine or testing mandate, affects 84 million people in a rare move for the court. That's the latest here in Miami. Joe, let me send it back to you.
Sam, thank you. Now, as concerns over Omicron grow, millions of Americans are gearing up to travel this week and spend time with loved ones. It's expected to be one of the busiest times for the nation's roads and airports. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more on what you need to know before you travel this holiday season.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, this is it. State troopers across the country are on watch. A big concern is speed. You know, here in Virginia, they had 22,000 speed-related crashes last year, more than 400 deaths. Every state nationwide has seen an increase in speed-related deaths, and so that's a priority today as so many people hit the roads. The key word today on the roads, in the airports, patience. Thursday morning, and it's go time for millions of Americans heading home for the holidays. Roughly 100 million going by car, nearly a third of the population. This morning, AAA says major roadways around Boston, Chicago, Detroit, and San Francisco should expect peak congestion this afternoon. Along I-270 in Maryland, the state's roadside assistance team is on the job to keep traffic flowing.
We change tires. We try to make the road safe and clear.
Their work critical this time of year when MDOT says there's a 30% bump in the number of drivers they assist.
For every minute that a lane is blocked by an incident, it takes 4 minutes to recover back to normal lane and speed travel conditions.
Americans are also traveling by train and by bus. Meanwhile, at Gate 42 in Washington, the Wing Walkers bringing in Flight 2565 from Dallas. They've got just 45 minutes to turn this plane for its next flight to Florida. And the countdown is on. 2 minutes after arrival, the cabin door opens. At 3 minutes, the cargo door opens. A minute later, ground crews are inside the belly of the plane, loading passenger bags onto the belt. Inside, the last passenger stepping off, just as the catering and the cleaning crews swoop in.
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you.
At 20 minutes, the next flight's passengers start to board. Down below, their bags are loading as the first officer does his inspection check.
You can literally have a screw that's come loose.
A typical narrow-body plane like this will fly about 5 flights a day. In all, carrying more than 900 passengers. This week, mostly clear skies nationwide are making for a smooth end-of-week travel push. The next test, the day after New Year's. Okay, if you are driving today, the worst time to start your journey is going to be between 12 and 6 p.m. when there is an awful lot of traffic. Best time will be after 7 o'clock. As for tomorrow, you might want to try to get out the door before 1 o'clock. Tomorrow afternoon, Christmas Eve, it's going to be very busy as well on the roads. You know, they say, Joe, the best time to drive is when you are not on the roads. Back to you.
All right, good advice, Tom. Thanks so much. Hard to predict that one, though. Now, Omicron isn't just impacting holiday travel. Universities are also changing their return to campus policies just weeks before thousands of students start their spring semesters. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns has more on which schools are switching to remote learning and which ones are delaying the 2022 semester.
Joe, good morning. College students may be back to sitting in front of screens instead of in lecture halls next semester. A growing list of universities changing plans and starting the new school year with remote learning amid concerns that a flood of students returning to campus after indoor holiday gatherings could lead to a spike in COVID cases. UCLA, along with several other UC system schools, now among the latest to make that change of plans. The school is still keeping its start date with January 3rd, but will be remote until January 18th, though they're still requiring that students return to campus at least by January 9th because they have a big testing program that they want students to participate in. Students will also be required to have a booster shot. Now, similar plans are playing out at schools like Harvard, Columbia, Duke, NYU, DePaul, and many more. Other schools, though, are choosing to just delay the start of the semester. Syracuse University in New York delaying the start of the school year by 1 week. And for the schools that haven't yet announced a change in plans due to Omicron, there are some who are pushing them to do so. For example, at the University of Michigan, 800 students, faculty, and other members of the university community signed a letter urging the school to reevaluate their plans for the start of the semester. Folks across campuses are also calling on schools to build up and beef up their testing protocols and procedures. Joe.
Dr. Burns, thanks so much. We bet you have some questions right now. Good news. We have Dr. Aditi Nerurkar here to answer some of them. She's a physician at Harvard Medical School. Doctor, good to have you with us. So I want to get your reaction to that report we just heard, how some colleges and universities are delaying the start to their spring semester or moving to virtual learning in the face of the Omicron variant. Is this a good strategy? Do you think more schools should follow and change their protocols?
I do think it's a good strategy. It's a proactive approach rather than a reactive approach. Here in Boston at my university, Harvard, they have delayed starts by 3 weeks. We know that over the last 2 weeks, we've seen record highs across universities of cases. Cornell had a very large outbreak several weeks ago. And so really this move, though, is a difficult one. I do believe it's a necessary one, only because when you do something like this, it's a preemptive measure to prevent prolonged closures down the road as the spring semester progresses.
So, Doctor, we're getting some positive initial data on the severity of the Omicron variant. A new study from the United Kingdom shows people infected with Omicron are about 2/3 less likely to be hospitalized. That's compared to the Delta variant. So how promising is this data? Is it still too early to know, or are we starting to get a clearer picture of this variant?
So, Joe, this is preliminary data, but it is very encouraging. This is real-world data, surveillance data of 5 million people in the UK from November to December. And the major finding is that there's a 75% reduction in hospitalization of those infected with Omicron. We also have several other studies, one large study in South Africa with similar findings. What we're seeing in these UK studies and South Africa studies is this decoupling effect of cases and hospitalizations. And I really hope that this is a global trend. You know, the one important caveat of these studies is that the UK is highly vaccinated, and South Africa has a young population with a lot of natural, rather infection-induced immunity. So whether this can be generalized to the whole entire globe, it remains to be seen, but very encouraging findings.
Dr. Nerurkar, a number of Americans are preparing to travel for the holiday weekend. I bet a lot of them are about to head out the door right now. What's your advice to them to stay safe on their way to visit their families and spending time with their families?
The two biggest considerations, Joe, for travel is vaccination status and high-risk status. If everyone is vaccinated, boosted, and low risk, it is safe to travel. Aim to test the morning of the gathering to ensure all negative tests are there before you gather. The other important, of course, consideration is if you have symptoms, stay home.
All right, Dr. Aditi Nerurkar, thanks so much. Wishing you and your family an outstanding holiday weekend. This morning, another Republican member of Congress is the focus of attention for the committee investigating the January 6th insurrection. Yesterday, Representative Jim Jordan was called on to discuss his alleged communications with former President Trump on that day. Earlier this week, the committee also asked Republican Congressman Scott Perry to cooperate in their investigation. As their work moves ahead, NBC's Frank Thorpe looks back at the key moments in the investigation over the last year as America tries to move past one of its darkest days.
Are there any objections to
January 6, 2021, a day designed by the founders to be forgettable, now seared in our collective memory. It started when Congress gathered to count the Electoral College votes to seal Joe Biden's election victory. Any other year, just a formality, but this time, a catch. Outside the White House, then President Trump pushing his vice president to overturn the election results.
And I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election.
The crowd, fueled by repeated lies from the President of the United States and others that the election was stolen, marching to the Capitol. For the next 4 hours, a shocking siege. Lawmakers narrowly escaping. Officer Eugene Goodman seen here drawing rioters away from senators huddled close by. Shots fired right outside the House chamber. A rioter killed by police. A Confederate flag in the Capitol. Bipartisan pleas for Mr. Trump to tell his supporters to stand down. Hours later, this video.
So go home. We love you. You're very special.
By 8 p.m. that night, the building had been cleared, lawmakers returning to finish the job.
For what purpose does...
Then Vice President Pence rejected his boss's demands and declared victory for President Biden.
Joseph R. Biden, Jr., of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes.
The riot left rooms ransacked, glass shattered, and lawmakers reeling. Democrats quickly voting to impeach President Trump for inciting an insurrection, making him the first president in American history to be impeached twice. The Capitol was fortified with thousands of federal troops lining the halls for the first time since the Civil War. And on January 20th, as President Trump refused to attend, Joe Biden became the 46th president of the United States.
We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter.
As Mr. Biden went to work, Congress turned to accountability. But in the Senate's impeachment trial, Mr. Trump was acquitted, with 43 Republicans, including Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, choosing not to convict a former president.
We have no power to convict and disqualify a former officeholder who is now a private citizen.
The rioters themselves facing justice almost immediately. Federal prosecutors scrubbing social media for evidence, alleged rioters found in all 50 states. The investigation so far resulting in 700 arrests, over 150 guilty pleas, and dozens of convictions. By the summer, even as fences came down and physical damage was repaired, invisible scars remained.
I got to sit down and really reflect on what happened. I think that sticks with me the most. I felt sad, anger, just there were a lot of emotions going through my mind. I'm still trying to process it.
If you were fighting that day, I don't think this will ever feel normal. Every time I was still walking in here, I think, okay, that's where this happened, and I can't get, it's hard to get that out of your mind because it was such a traumatic experience for a lot of people.
Some Democrats finding it harder and harder to work across the aisle.
Before deciding whether to co-sponsor legislation with a Republican, we always check whether they voted to certify the results or not.
Some Republicans rewriting history.
If you didn't know the TV footage was a video from January the 6th, you would actually think it was a normal tourist visit.
With Republicans stopping a bipartisan 9/11-style commission from forming, a bipartisan Senate probe found that Capitol Police lacked the resources and training needed to respond. Federal agencies failed to warn law enforcement officials of key intelligence, and miscommunication led to a delay in the National Guard being deployed.
We all remember the haunting words of an officer on the radio that day asking, "Does anyone have a plan?" The answer, sadly, was no.
And in the House, the creation of a select committee, with just 2 Republicans placed on the committee by Speaker Pelosi.
The American people deserve to know what happened. The people who did this must be held accountable.
It's an egregious abuse of power. Pelosi has broken this institution.
The committee issuing over 50 subpoenas and voting to ask the Justice Department to charge former Trump staff with contempt of Congress. The committee's work expected to last months into the new year, hoping to find answers to how a day no one thought could happen brought American democracy to the brink. Frank Thorpe, NBC News, the Capitol.
Time for your much anticipated morning news now. Weather. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is with us to let us know which parts of the country might have lovely weather for a sleigh ride together on Christmas. We're getting all those lyrics in this week. Michelle, good morning.
I love it. Hi there, Joe. And not many of us, but some who are getting the snow, they're getting tons of snow, up to 8 feet in some spots. But really looking at this map for today, most of us are actually really warm for December, lots of sunshine. So you're checking off that list, those last minute errands, pretty good for most of the country, at least east of the Rockies. A little light snow along the Great Lakes, but we're really warm in the central and southern plains, 70s and 80s. It's going to feel more like summer in a lot of spots, even as we get closer to Christmas. So as your holiday hub impacts, we're looking really good on the East Coast, Boston, Washington, D.C., Atlanta, Miami, even Chicago, Minneapolis, down to Dallas, looking really nice. So in terms of the weather, not anticipating any problems. It's to the west. We're looking at that monster storm. We're looking at high elevation snow. We're looking at a lot of rain in some spots. Los Angeles, even up to 2 inches. So major delays expected in San Francisco. Also Los Angeles getting in and getting out of there. That's going to be the same story on Friday. Phoenix, we're going to include you too as we're looking at some rain. Seattle, we're looking at some snow possibly Friday and also Saturday, but still looking really good on the East Coast. Could see a few slowdowns on Christmas Day in Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, but still the problems remain on the West Coast. So Christmas Eve, we're looking at that heavy rain and snow, record highs in the central and southern plains. That continues continues on Christmas Day. Millions are going to break records or at least be above normal for this time of year. So maybe you want to go for that sleigh ride, as Joe mentioned, or maybe you want to barbecue, because we're looking at really warm temperatures come Christmas Day in many parts of the nation. Likely some snow in New England, likely, very likely, along the west. And there's that barbecue weather. We're looking at 81 degrees in Dallas on Christmas Day. Joe?
All right, that's quite the contrast. Sleigh rides or barbecue. Thanks so much, Michelle. Appreciate it. Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, the suspicious disappearance of a 3-year-old girl in Texas this week. Her family, Afghan refugees who came to the U.S. back in 2019, where the investigation stands this morning. Plus, containing Omicron around the world, how other nations are working to stop the spread as the holiday season ramps up. Those stories and more after this.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it at night.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. New this morning, at least 4 people were injured in a fire at a Texas refinery. It happened overnight at the ExxonMobil Baytown complex outside of Houston. The site processes material with gasoline components. 4 people were taken to the hospital. The other workers have been accounted for. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. It does not look like the fire is impacting air quality in the area right now. The San Antonio Police Department is enlisting the help of the FBI in the search for a missing 3-year-old child. Officials are also calling on the community to help with any information in what they say is a suspicious disappearance. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett has the latest.
Antonio police eagerly searching for a 3-year-old girl, Lena Sardar Kil, who went missing from a playground on Monday. Police issuing an Amber Alert, calling the disappearance suspicious.
We are not stopping at the end of the shift. We'll continue to do this for the long haul if it's necessary.
The little girl's family, Afghan refugees who came to the U.S. in 2019, according to the San Antonio Center for Refugee Services. Lena, last seen playing at an apartment complex. Police say her mother stepped away briefly, but when she returned, her daughter was gone.
There were other folks in the playground with their children, and we're trying to identify all of them, but she wasn't left alone by herself. There were other folks in the playground.
San Antonio police checking cars going in and out of the complex and going door to door at all 300 units. The FBI even stepping in to help. The police asking for its child abduction rapid response team, though the department says they're not ready to call it an abduction case yet. The police also set up 2 command centers and are scouring security video. The Islamic Center of San Antonio offering a $10,000 reward. The chief saying,
the community at large has been very, very helpful in our efforts to find Lena. We've been putting things out on social media in that dialect, in Arabic.
What's the timeline look like in terms of what needs to be done or the likelihood of finding her 48 hours later or more after disappearing?
Whether she wandered off or was taken, the odds of her surviving or being found safely are going to go down as time goes on. This is a little girl who cannot fend for herself.
Our thanks to Maura Barrett for that report. We want viewers to know Lena was last seen wearing a black jacket, red dress, and black shoes. She's about 4 feet tall and weighs 55 pounds. Leaders around the globe are struggling to keep Omicron from overwhelming hospitals ahead of the holidays, with some countries going as far as reinstating a complete lockdown. But other countries are taking a very different approach, only focusing on the most serious Omicron cases. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel takes a look at how the global community is handling this new variant.
Across the world, no one seems to have figured out how to deal with Omicron. In the Netherlands, all bars, restaurants, and non-essential shops are closed. Since this week, the nation is locked down. Christmas parties canceled. But in Paris, you'd hardly know there's Omicron, even though France could soon have 100,000 cases a day. Authorities saying restrictions won't stop the spread, so they're focused on reducing serious cases. Italy is also letting people celebrate. Christmas on, but New Year's Eve celebrations are off. Italy's prime minister said vaccines remain the best tool of defense. 3/4 of the deaths are among the unvaccinated. And in Israel, early and aggressive with vaccines, the government is now recommending 4th boosters to people over 60. But the World Health Organization today warned mass boosting could prolong the pandemic, saying vaccines need to be distributed to unvaccinated areas, like in Africa.
It's frankly difficult to understand how a year since the first vaccines were administered, 3 in 4 health workers in Africa remain unvaccinated.
But in Africa, like everywhere, there's vaccine hesitancy. Today in Nigeria, the government dumped 1 million expired doses into landfill. Potential good news. In South Africa, where Omicron was first discovered, cases are declining as rapidly as they initially spread. And a new study there suggests Omicron is 80% less likely to cause hospitalizations than the Delta variant. Richard Engel, NBC News, London.
During the Christmas period, Bethlehem is usually bustling with pilgrims and tourists eager to visit what's said to be the birthplace of Jesus. But for the second year running, the town is facing a silent night as COVID travel restrictions leave religious sites like the Church of the Nativity almost deserted. One man who's been able to make the pilgrimage is NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez, who's there for us now. Raf, good morning.
Joe, good morning. That's right. People here in Bethlehem are unbelievably proud of their city. They call it the capital of Christmas, and they love welcoming visitors from overseas. That isn't happening this year, as you said, because of Omicron. So they are finding other ways to celebrate.
In the little town of Bethlehem, the countdown to Christmas is on. Prayers and songs of praise going up from the city where the Christmas story began.
It's so exciting, it's so special, especially at Christmas time. And we were one of the very few tourists fortunate enough to be able to come to Israel and then to come to Bethlehem.
That's because Israel closed its borders to foreigners last month, trying to keep out the Omicron variants. But it also kept out pilgrims and tourists heading to the West Bank, taking a major toll on the economy and leaving holy sites like Bethlehem's Church of the Nativity quiet this year. This is the grotto where Jesus is believed to have been born. On a normal day, there'd be a line snaking through the church, but today, it's completely empty. Even without many visitors from overseas, the streets of this ancient city are still alive with the spirit of Christmas.
At least 1 year.
Amal Bandak is one of Bethlehem's top Palestinian tour guides, and she agreed to show us around a city ready to celebrate.
Christmas is the most beautiful time in the year. This is the time of gathering all the family. This is the time to see everybody happy, everybody waiting for the Christmas tree.
And away from the clamor, quiet moments of Christmas reflection. Father Isa is the parish priest at the Church of the Nativity.
The lights, the trees, the sweets, and everything. This is not Christmas. Christmas is to think of others. Christmas is to love each other. Christmas is to have this inner peace and this inner love.
Last year, the coronavirus kept Amal's family apart. This year, 3 generations are gathering under the tree, thankful for what they have. It may be a different Christmas this year, but the people of Bethlehem are determined to make it a happy one.
So the message from people in Bethlehem is we're sorry to miss you this year, but come see us next Christmas, come see us even before that, and we are looking forward to seeing you. Joe?
All right, fingers crossed for next year. Raf, thanks so much. Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning. NBC's Claudio Lavaga is back with us from Rome. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Prosecutors in the Netherlands are demanding life sentences for 4 men who are accused of firing a missile in 2014 that brought down a passenger plane over Ukraine. Now, the 4 men were separatist rebels fighting against the Ukrainian government when they fired the missile. In other news, the U.S. Navy seized a large amount of assault rifles and ammunition from a fishing ship from Iran. Authorities suspect that the weapons were being smuggled to Yemen, still ravaged by a civil war. A fishing boat in the Arabian Sea off Oman and Pakistan. Instead of fish, the boat was carrying 1,400 assault rifles and more than 200,000 rounds of ammunition. Last but not least, it's Christmas, and there is a Christmas commercial in Norway featuring a gay Santa has become an internet sensation. In the ad, meant to celebrate the 50-year anniversary since the abolition of a law prohibiting same-sex relationships, a man is seen writing to Santa, "All I want for Christmas is you." Well, in the end, Santa grants his wish.
All right, I don't speak Norwegian, but I'll make sure to check that one out. All right, Claudio, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, if you haven't heard of Veganuary, I think I'm pronouncing that right, you better get on board quick. The global meatless phenomenon is expected to make it big in the U.S. next month. But what other culinary trends could we see in 2022? We've got your next course. That's after this.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
TikTok is cleaning the clock of its online competition. In fact, it is the most popular website of 2021. That's according to new data from Cloudflare, which is a web security and performance company that tracks online data. TikTok actually surpassed Google, which had the top spot last year. It also takes the crown of most popular social media website, knocking out Facebook. Rounding out the top 5 most popular sites of this year: Google, Facebook, Microsoft, and Apple. Turning now to new food trends for the new year. Forget the cold cereal and orange juice. Your go-to breakfast in 2022 might be a gourmet egg sandwich and an avocado coffee. Yes, you heard that right. Next year's restaurant industry trend predictions are in, and they're full of surprises. Axios senior correspondent and editor of Axios, What's Next, Jennifer Kingston, joins us now. Jennifer, good to have you with us. So the pandemic created new trends when it comes to food consumption. What are some examples of those habits that we thought were going to be temporary but maybe now seem a little more permanent?
Good morning, Joe. We thought we might be going back to restaurants and seeing the ends of things like meal kits and meals to go for the entire family. But as pandemic conditions persist, we're likely to see more of that in 2022, with people taking groceries home from restaurants and preparing them at home. Pantry to plate is the new watchword. We're going to be shopping from our pantry and making gourmet meals at home with unusual ingredients that we haven't relied on quite so much before. We're looking to cook with ancient grains. We're looking to cook more with avocado. You've heard of avocado toast. Get ready for avocado coffee, which is a cold delicacy in Indonesia that is likely to be hitting U.S. menus pretty soon. It's made with sweetened condensed milk, coffee. It's delicious.
That I will take your word for it, as I haven't had a chance to try yet. I do like avocados. I do like coffee, so we'll try and check it out. What are some of the other new dishes we might see pop up on menus around the world next year?
Potato milk is likely to come to U.S. shores. It's popular in Scandinavia, where it's served in different flavors. Potato milk, unlike almond milk, which is uses a lot of water to make the almonds, to squeeze the almonds. Potato milk is sustainable. It's creamy. It's got that delicious mouthfeel that could be added to supermarket shelves. We're expecting halloumi, the Cypriot cheese, to show up on menus. Burger King is making a halloumi Whopper. Halloumi cheese is thick. It's craveable. It holds its shape when you grill it. It's likely to become a meat substitute that shows up on menus.
Experts also predict salt will become the new fat. And tell me if I'm pronouncing this right. Veganuary, is that right, that's going to make inroads in the U.S.?
Veganuary is getting to be really popular in Europe, where places like McDonald's are having entirely vegan menus as an alternative to the meat ones. And celebrities like Paul McCartney and Joaquin Phoenix are advocating that you sign up through veganuary.org to go meatless and dairy-free in the month of January. 500,000 people did this in an official way last year, and they're expecting it to be bigger this year. Plant-based everything is going to be the watchword for 2022. Plant-based eggs, everything else, you name it. We're really seeing this crest in popularity.
All right, Jennifer, thanks so much. Appreciate that interesting look ahead. Have a great weekend. Now, coming up, are you still looking for a last-minute gift to throw under the tree? Worried that supply chain delays might make that impossible because time's ticking to get it delivered on time? Well, we've got a solution for you. Shop local. Ditch the big online retailers and head right down the block for that perfect present. We'll tell you more about that coming up next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now with the race to deliver and a last-minute holiday shipping crunch. With Christmas just 2 days away and millions of procrastinators still not done with their shopping, what do you need to know to get those gifts in time? Who better to ask than NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders, who has some tips for us. Carrie, good morning.
Morning, Joe. Look, if you're a last-minute shopper, you are not alone. Half of all Americans, including some folks around here in Meisner Park, are still picking up last-minute gifts. But if you are a procrastinator and you were going to rely on the excuse that I couldn't get that gift for you because of, well, supply chain problems, I'm sorry to tell you that the White House now says that even that excuse holds no water. It's the final countdown to Christmas, and if you've been stressing about supply chain shortages and shipping delays ruining your holiday, the president says worry no more.
The much predicted crisis didn't occur. Packages are moving. Gifts are being delivered. Shelves are not empty.
On Wednesday, his supply chain disruptions task force reported that bottlenecks have been cleared at the nation's busiest ports, and new partnerships with trucking companies are helping to address driver shortages on the road. As a result, he says retail inventories are now close to pre-pandemic levels, and delivery times at major shippers are faster than they were in 2019, despite record holiday demand. In fact, between 97 and 99% of holiday deliveries have been made on time. To help you avoid making Santa's naughty list, we've got all the last-minute shopping deadlines to ensure your gifts arrive on time. Ship today, and FedEx and UPS will guarantee next-day delivery for Christmas Eve. The Postal Service by Christmas Day.
I sent it priority, so I didn't mess around.
For a premium, FedEx also offers same-day delivery on Christmas Eve. Amazon Prime members can get next-day delivery on some products today and same-day delivery on Friday for orders over $25, but only in certain zip codes. Walmart, Best Buy, and Target all offer next-day delivery on orders made today. Place your orders on Christmas Eve, and they'll deliver most products that same day, or you can pick them up curbside at the store. Target has added 18,000 curbside spaces to make it easy.
You could place your order all the way up to 6 p.m. on Christmas Eve, and we'll have it ready for you in a couple hours. And when you get here, just put in your parking spot number, and we'll be out and put it in your trunk in a couple minutes.
And so if you're a procrastinator, big box stores and electronic stores mostly across the country will be open Christmas Eve into the evening. And I decided to look up on the dictionary.com how to spell procrastinator. Joefryer.
You know, I'm hit or miss. Some things I get done way ahead of time, and other things I still have to take care of. So how about you, Carrie? Are you done?
I'm done. It's going to be a light present. We're going to have some experiential visits throughout the year, COVID permitting.
All right. Sounds good. Happy holidays, my friend. Good to see you as always. Now, speaking of procrastinators, as Christmas quickly approaches, many Americans are turning to local businesses to avoid those supply chain problems and get their shopping done on time, even if you're starting right now. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford has more on this growing trend.
Hi there. It's a message that small business owners all across the country are putting out this holiday season, essentially saying we sell locally and we source locally. In other words, you can skip the supply chain headaches and shop with us. And based on the latest consumer data, it looks like holiday shoppers are catching on. For furniture maker Kwejo Sampimpong, the supply chain crisis is nowhere to be seen.
I can just jump out, go there, pick up what I need, and work on my pieces.
Like 95% of small business owners selling on the website Etsy, the North Carolina craftsman gets his materials locally. So everything you're using, trees, lumber, you're using locally and you're building locally.
That's right.
And it's paid off.
From 2019 to 2021, the percentage change is over 1,400%.
I'm sorry, I just want to run that back. You've increased your business 1,400%.
1,400%, yeah, during the pandemic.
It's a surprising trend playing out nationwide, with more small businesses seeing increased revenues over the past month than in 2020, and customer spending surging by 18% over last year on Small Business Saturday alone. But others here are still feeling the pinch. Just down the street at Spicer Green Jewelers, they say they've seen the supply chain slow down firsthand.
We had one customer who ordered a beautiful pair of South Sea golden pearls, and it took 16 weeks to get them.
They're among the 39% of small retail businesses who say they're having foreign supply chain issues. So they made their own supply. So you're essentially transitioning from using things overseas and then building it here.
Yep, that's exactly what we've done. We gotten away from that because it's hard to compete with the labor. And now, because of COVID, because of the supply chain issues, and also because we want to create jobs again, we've brought it back.
An international problem being solved right here at home. It's also worth remembering that holiday shopping is key to so many small businesses that were hit really hard by the pandemic. In fact, according to one American Express survey, 78% of small businesses say holiday sales this year will likely determine whether or not they survive in 2022. Back to you.
Morgan, thank you so much. A Christmas icon is going cashless. The Salvation Army's Red Kettle donation drive is now making contactless payments possible across the country. But that's not the only way to give back digitally this holiday season. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamwa takes a look.
An iconic sound this time of year. The bells at Salvation Army's Red Kettles.
This is a beautiful tradition.
A tradition that used to stem mostly from cash donations.
When I did the kettles back in the 70s, a lot of money was going there. Tens, fives, a lot of singles.
But Juan Pagan, a decades-long volunteer, says people aren't carrying cash like they used to.
Compared to when I did this in the mid and late 70s to now, there has been a significant decrease in cash donations.
In 2020, the Red Kettle campaign raised $1.25 million for people in need. But this year, it will need to raise $1.75 million to help with ongoing pandemic challenges. This increased need led to the organization's partnership with Visa and TipTap this year, offering Tap to Give, a technology that allows contactless donations at almost 2,000 Red Kettles across the U.S.
I know for me, I often don't carry cash, so that leads me to sometimes avoid the Red Kettles because I have nothing to put in them. This really opens it up to a whole different demographic. It might be younger people, it might be people that don't really want to touch anything these days.
The Tap to Give signs show 3 different dollar amounts. You pick one, hold your card, phone, or smartwatch near it, listen for a beep, and that's it. You've donated.
It is just as easy as buying a cup of coffee or going to the grocery store.
According to Visa, the number of contactless payments in the U.S. has doubled from just over a year ago. There are 400 million contactless cards in circulation.
We are trying to get this contactless open loop technology out in the world for every purchase. The Red Kettle campaign, as everyone knows, is probably the most iconic charitable giving organization campaign during the holiday season. So it just made sense for Visa to start there.
Though Tap to Give is only in select cities this year, Manny Morales hopes to roll it out nationwide next holiday season. For now, there are other cashless ways to donate. Salvation Army says people can text, use Apple Pay, Google Pay, or scan a QR code.
We want to give our donors as many different ways to give as possible so they can support us in our mission. If you contact our offices, you can actually donate to the Salvation Army using Bitcoin.
These options join a growing list of charitable giving trends, especially popular during the holidays. Some airline, hotel, and credit card reward programs even offering an option for members to donate miles or points. Today, the need is great. More than 63 million Americans reported difficulty paying household expenses in November, making these donation options even more important.
More families are living paycheck to paycheck. More people are coming to us in need of help.
The Salvation Army says the funds from donations provide support not just at Christmas time, but spread holiday cheer throughout the year.
When people give, it's a sign of hope. And what this world needs today is hope.
So many ways to help. Our thanks to Zincle for that report. Coming up on Morning News Now, forging a new life in an unfamiliar country. The Afghan refugees who now call America home and the volunteers who are helping them resettle. Plus, a quiet holiday on deck for the royal family. How Omicron is upending historic traditions across the pond. Next.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
This holiday season, thousands of Afghan refugees are starting new lives here in this country. NBC's Vicky Nguyen introduces us to families that are settling in and the volunteers who've helped give them a new life.
Lentils, more rice.
Nguyen Nguyen is the co-founder of Viets for Afghans, a volunteer group helping Afghans resettle in Seattle.
We want them to feel welcome. There is a group of people that they can rely on.
Nguyen says these images of Afghans escaping after the U.S. withdrawal in August reminded her of the Vietnamese experience in 1975. She lost 4 family members, including her mother and 2 siblings, during their escape as boat people.
How did that experience at 10 years old shape who you are now?
It made me realize that how someone's life can just turn upside down really, really quickly.
In 4 months, Viets for Afghans has resettled 2 families with help from the Sponsor Circles program.
Can I have a kiss?
Today, volunteers visit Sahib and his family of 8.
The Vietnamese community's help and the help of other people that are close to him just been overwhelming.
Some 25,000 Afghan refugees are currently living on U.S. military bases. But next month, Sahib's family moves to this Seattle apartment. Tam Nguyen offering it rent-free.
He's a friend that is generous enough to provide you the house.
There are 3 bedrooms.
The kindness continues. Tam's nephew will pay for their utility bills.
Thank you.
What would you say to people who want to help but they don't know how?
We didn't know how either. Just get started.
The Sponsor Circles program requires volunteers to commit to 3 months. But Nguyen says the bonds forming now will last a lifetime.
Have your eggs right.
Vicky Nguyen, NBC News.
Omicron is upending everyone's holiday plans, including the royal family's plans. After a year that began with the loss of her husband, Prince Philip, Queen Elizabeth is now preparing to spend a quiet holiday at Windsor Castle. Well, it won't be the holiday get-together the royals were planning or hoping for. Her family has made it clear the Queen will not spend Christmas alone. After an unpredictable year for the royal family, another twist as their leader adjusts her Christmas traditions. The Queen disappointed to miss having a large family Christmas gathering at her much-beloved estate in Sandringham. It's where the royals take their traditional walk after church on Christmas Day. The monarch announced this week she will once again spend the holiday at Windsor Castle as the Omicron variant continues to spread in the UK. But some happy news breaking this morning. She will be joined by her son Charles, the Prince of Wales, and Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall, while much of the rest of the family stays home. This was supposed to be one of the biggest royal get-togethers in years. It was all smiles when Prince Harry and Meghan joined the family in 2018. There was speculation that the Sussexes would visit with their children this month, but they're expected to spend Christmas in California.
This will be very sad for the Queen. We know she loves being at Sandringham. It's somewhere that she feels very, very comfortable.
Traditionally, Sandringham is where the royals gather every Christmas. Princes William and Harry have joined the Queen on the estate since childhood.
A great con. Yeah.
Princess Diana famously joined when she was part of the family. Those visits dramatized in The Crown and this year's movie Spencer. now canceled, a blow in a difficult year for the Queen, which began with the loss of her husband, Prince Philip, and ended with her having to scale down public engagements because of ill health. Although this year's Christmas will look different.
Her family have made it very clear she will not be spending another Christmas alone. So some of them, a smaller number, Charles and Camilla, potentially some of her other children, will go to Windsor to be with the Queen.
Prince Andrew is expected to join his mother at the small Windsor gathering. Prince William and the Duchess of Cambridge plan to spend the holiday with their children at their house in Norfolk. But not before getting in the festive spirit at Westminster Abbey, attending a charity Christmas Carol concert with a performance by Ellie Goulding and exchanging a tender festive glance. We, of course, wish everyone in the royal family and beyond a happy holiday. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah has the morning off. Right now on Morning News Now, rapid spread. The Omicron COVID variant now in all 50 states, with the CDC saying the strain makes up 90% of all new cases. Doctors now pleading with the public to get vaccinated as people gather this holiday season.
You will have to trust me when you or your relative comes to my intensive care unit and needs to be put on life support. Trust this vaccine.
Also, the new COVID pill authorized by the FDA that could be a game changer for those who test positive. Search for answers. State Department workers battling the mysterious illness known as Havana syndrome say they feel ignored by their own government. One employee detailing her battle exclusively to NBC News.
I could actually feel my brain shutting down, like everything kind of went black.
The latest developments in the investigation into who and what is behind this mysterious illness as those workers try to live with the side effects. Also this morning, Beanie Mania, a new documentary, is taking us inside the obsession with Beanie Babies in the 90s. I'm going to speak with one of the film's creators about what drove so many people to try to get their hands on the toys and the serious lessons about global finances that Beanie Mania can teach us all today. And a new home for the holidays. One Afghan family that fled Kabul getting ready to celebrate their first Christmas in the U.S. How they're adjusting to life thousands of miles from the only place they've known and the help they're getting from their new neighbors. Good to have you with us on this Christmas Eve. We're going to get started this morning with the latest in the fight against the coronavirus. The Omicron variant has now been detected in all 50 states, just 3 weeks after the first case of the new strain was discovered in the U.S. Several states are now reporting more COVID cases than at any other time during the pandemic. Hospitalizations are also on the rise as states from New Hampshire to Ohio deal with a record number of patients inside their hospitals. Now, it appears help could be on the way to stem the tide of serious illness. The FDA authorized Pfizer's COVID antiviral pill yesterday, making it the first at-home treatment to protect Americans from severe cases of COVID. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now. Erica, good morning to you. Let's start off with that FDA authorization for Pfizer's COVID antiviral pill. What impact will this have on the COVID battle, and how long do you think it'll take until the pill can actually be distributed around the country?
Sure. Hey, Joe, good morning. So right now that pill, Paxlovid as it's called, from Pfizer is in relatively short supply. It's really complicated to manufacture this pill. It takes 6 to 8 months on average. By January, we do expect to see about 265,000 courses of treatment, and as many as 10 million courses of treatment by the end of summer. But Joe, that's 8 to 9 months from now. Right now we are averaging nearly 150,000 new cases of COVID-19 every single day.
Yeah, right now we can't rely on that for quite a few months, it sounds like. Erica, with Omicron now in all 50 states, we know hospitalizations are also rising across the country. Where are we seeing the biggest increases right now as we head into the Christmas weekend?
Right. Hospitalizations have been rising in areas with lower vaccination rates, generally in the Midwest, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, but also in places with higher vaccine uptake in the Northeast, for example, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, New Hampshire. Now, overall hospitalizations have risen 39% since November 1st. Now, there is a little bit of promising news. Just yesterday, there were 3 studies that came out from the UK and South Africa suggesting that hospitalization rates related to the Omicron variant are significantly lower when compared to Delta. We'll still have to wait to see how it plays out here in the U.S., Joe.
I want to ask you about something on a lot of minds today, and that's travel. A new report from Bloomberg, quoting a top medical advisor to the world's airlines, says we should assume flyers are now 2 or 3 times more likely to catch the virus during a flight since the emergence of the Omicron variant. Now, keep in mind, flying has been seen as sort of a safe way to travel for some time now. What does this mean for Americans who are preparing to fly out today or over the next few days for the holidays?
Yeah, that headline sounds a little dire. That advisor was basically saying that because Omicron spread so much more easily than Delta, it just makes sense that your risk is higher, really, no matter where you are. But in general, just as you said, Joe, air travel is considered safe. There's pretty good airflow. Generally, people are masked, not interacting unless you have a particularly chatty seatmate. But that said, in general, experts say the old advice still stands. Keep up with your hand washing, avoid high touch areas. And generally, you might want to stagger the times that you and your seatmate have your masks off for eating and drinking. That should keep you as safe as possible while you're traveling this weekend.
That's good advice there. Those precautions, incredibly important, not just on the plane, but also when you're walking through the airport as well. Erica Edwards, thanks so much. Now, that heightened risk of getting on a plane is one of the reasons many travelers are actually taking to the roads this holiday season. More than 100 million Americans are expected to travel to visit family this week, and many are opting for a safer and more flexible way to get to their loved ones. AAA predicts an increase in car travel. The number of people flying or taking a train is expected to drop. But whether you choose plane, train, or automobile, travel will likely cost you more this year. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now from Newark, Delaware, with more on this. Gary, thanks for joining us. So why are cars looking like the preferred travel method this year? And what are some of the concerns you're hearing as more travelers hit the road?
Hey there, Joe. Good morning. Yeah, especially with Omicron sweeping the nation, we're seeing and we're hearing from doctors, if you're in a crowded public place, there's a really good chance somebody there has coronavirus, and they may not even know it yet. And of course, during this holiday season, there are a lot of those crowded public places, and cars are just safer in that respect, especially as you're traveling long distances. Here's what the AAA spokesman I spoke to this week had to say.
Because with a car, you have a lot more flexibility. You can decide when you want to leave, where you want to stop, who's in the car with you. So people may feel a little more comfortable this year just by, hopping in the car and going away.
Now, before you get in a car, experts say to check some really basic things. First, if it's the first time you've been on a long road trip, make sure your Easy Pass is all up to date. The last thing everyone wants is a violation ticket a few weeks after a fun family gathering. The other thing that will save you money and also just keep your car safe is by making sure you have enough air in your tires. Gas prices right now are down, but if you have air in your tire, not enough air in your tires, it is going to cost you more to go on these road trips. Joe?
The downside of road travel might take a bit longer, but hey, more bonding time with your family. Now, we mentioned those rising costs. Why is travel so much more expensive this season? And for those still looking to rent a car or try and book a last-minute ticket, how much should they expect to spend?
Yeah, unfortunately, no matter how you do this, it's going to cost you. Car rentals are up more than 20% this year. The good news is, at least these car rental companies have cars to give you. You'll remember during the middle of the pandemic, a lot of these companies sold half their fleets just to keep their own businesses afloat. It seems that's really sort of normaled out, and car companies are back to a normal inventory level, but that is about a 20% higher cost than usual. Hotels are up 36%. But a tip for you, Joe, all year you collect these points, these reward points at hotels from your work travels. Use them this time of year. That's what they're here for. Now, remember, they won't cover all of your expenses because taxes and fees don't count with these points, but that's certainly a good tip to start for you there.
All right. I know my bank of points is a little lower this year. Didn't travel as much, but some folks did. Now, Gary, many thought this holiday season would be a return to normal. Sadly, that's not the case. If you're traveling, how do you keep yourself safe and how do you keep your loved ones safe from the Omicron variant?
Yeah, Joe, I got to tell you, yesterday I was covering a bunch of different COVID testing centers, and the lines, there was just so much frustration that we're still going through this. But experts say, AAA, doctors, they all say, remember the basics, remember what we've learned throughout the past 2.5 years of this pandemic. Here's what AAA spokesperson had to say.
Where you are, maybe the pandemic's not raging quite as fiercely right now, but where you're going, it could be. Have extra masks with you. Limit your exposure. Try and avoid crowded indoor situations. All those type of things.
Bottom line, Joe, people are excited to get out. 110 million people this week are going to be doing just that. They just want to be doing it safely. Joe?
That's the priority. All right, Gary, thank you so much. Now, for many Americans who want to get tested for COVID before hitting the road, it has been tough. They've had to deal with long lines and wait times at testing sites. This week, the Biden administration outlined a plan to boost the nation's testing infrastructure. But will it be enough to help keep Americans safe ahead of the holidays? NBC News correspondent Jake Ward has more.
Good morning, Joe. The White House is stepping up efforts to create a nearly ubiquitous testing regimen here in the United States, announcing that they will create federal facilities at sites all across the country. They're beginning with New York City in order to backstop the state capabilities when it comes to the labs that they need to process testing. They're also talking about making at-home testing more or less free, buying up about 500 million tests individually and then making them available on a website to anyone who wants them. It really mimics something we've seen abroad in which governments are essentially buying these at-home tests and then providing them free to their citizens. Why do we need all of this? Well, it's because, according to a Harvard roadmap to pandemic resilience, we're going to need to be testing about 20 million people a day in order to really remobilize the economy and keep everybody safe. At the moment, we're really only testing about 1.5 million people a day, and even at the peak of testing back in December of 2020 and into January of 2021, at that point we were only doing about 2.2 million a day. So we really need to get up to that number. We've been speaking to private companies. There's about 11 of them that make the individual at-home tests, and they say they are ramping up capabilities, that if anything, in many cases they saw the projections internally in their own data and knew they had to get out in front of this and begin to ramp up testing and their capabilities. But it is clear that those will not be adequate to actually bring us up to 1/6 of the population every day. That's about 20 million people, because if we're going to continue to see these variants popping up, even in vaccinated people, we're going to need tests before we go get together with our coworkers, get together with our families, or enjoy holidays like we're just about to. Joe?
Jake Ward, thanks so much. Now, that push to increase the country's testing capabilities comes as COVID cases surge around the U.S. Let's bring in Dr. Bob Lahita now to get his insights. He's a professor at the Hackensack Meridian School of Medicine and director of the Institute for Autoimmune and Rheumatic Diseases at St. Joseph Health. Dr. Bob, always good to have you with us. So where is the country at right now in terms of COVID testing? Do you think the government's doing enough to expand testing capabilities around the country?
I think the government is doing enough, Joe. They're sending 500 million cases of the rapid testing kits out. I don't know how the public is going to access them. That's one question that's big, maybe through pharmacies, maybe through mail order. Roughly 19 tests have been done per 1,000 people. That's the PCR test. Of course, we have no way of measuring who does the home testing, but lots of people are lining up in droves. Cars, sometimes 3 apart at our hospital, blocking traffic. It is a little bit of a chaotic situation, Joe.
Doctor, we did get some welcome news we talked about at the top of the show with Pfizer's COVID antiviral pill. What role will this treatment play in trying to keep patients out of the hospital?
Well, this is a game changer of sorts. The drug is called Paxlovid. It's really a protease inhibitor. This is the kind of thing, to make people understand what it is, has been used in HIV, and it has been used in hepatitis C treatment. It's basically a 5-day regimen, and it involves another drug called ritonavir, which everybody, all physicians and certainly many nurses know. It's extremely effective. If you have symptoms, you must take this pill for within 5 days of having your symptoms in order to prevent you from getting into the hospital. It's much like Tamiflu, but far more powerful. And so this pill is a game changer because hopefully it'll keep people out of the hospital, out of the ICU, and prevent them from dying.
Dr. Lahita, I wanted to get your take on Israel's plan now to roll out a 4th dose of the COVID vaccine to citizens who are over the age of 60. Do you think this is something the U.S. should consider or will soon consider to help protect Americans who are at risk of severe COVID symptoms?
Well, Israel is trying to give the shot, the 4th shot, to people over the age of 60, 4 months after the 3rd shot. Now, people are weary of getting boosters. You know, in the United States, only 30% of the people who have had the 2nd shots get the 3rd booster shot. So I'm not sure how good this is going to be. And of course, we're listening to the Pfizer and Moderna people who are saying because of the molecular nature of the vaccine, messenger RNA, they're able to tweak within 3 months to produce a new, very specific, Omicron-specific, for example, vaccine, which can be given to people. But I'm not sure that people are going to line up in the U.S. for a 4th shot. Israel is somewhat of a bit more hermetically sealed country right now, and I suppose it is possible that the Israelis will take a 4th shot over the age of 60. Certainly a good idea, particularly if you're immunosuppressed or have a problem with your immune system overall.
Dr. Bob, tomorrow and Saturday, a lot of families across the country are going to be getting together. For those who are a little anxious about those gatherings, what's the advice you have about how to do it safely?
Well, our family is making sure that everyone is tested before they come to the Christmas dinner. Everyone is vaccinated and has had their booster shots, and that's the first level that you have to consider. People should be vaccinated before they get together, and even if they are vaccinated, they should wear masks until it's time to drink or eat within certain parties and certainly within family gatherings. And again, it doesn't hurt to get a home test and test yourself prior to going to dinner, within 24 hours of going to your dinner or your party. That's what. And make sure there's ventilation and wear your mask of all things and wash your hands.
Speaking of your family, Dr. Bob, I had the privilege of meeting your wife, Carolyn, who is a fantastic sculptor. We did a story on her that aired on the Today Show and yesterday here on News Now. Incredible to meet her, and we're so grateful we had the chance to tell her story.
She is so proud, Joe, and we are so proud of her. She's an amazing person, and thank you for bringing her up. She'll love it.
Sounds good. Wishing you and your family a great holiday weekend. Dr. Bob, as always, thanks so much.
And to you also, Joe.
This morning, five suspects are in police custody in Delaware after a U.S. Congresswoman was carjacked in broad daylight. Representative Mary Gay Scanlon was robbed at gunpoint in her Philadelphia district yesterday after attending a meeting in that city's FDR Park. Police said the suspects were later found that evening in Scanlon's car about 30 miles from the scene of the crime. Scanlon was not injured in the attack. And in a seemingly unrelated incident, an Illinois state senator, Kimberly Lightford, was also carjacked while in a Chicago suburb with her husband on Tuesday. Police say multiple shots were fired, but the couple was unharmed. Authorities are still searching for the suspects in that case. The investigation into the Capitol insurrection is once again shining a spotlight on members of Congress. Now the January 6th committee is calling on Republican Congressman Jim Jordan to provide information. Jordan is a Trump ally. He's now the second member of Congress to be called forward after Pennsylvania Representative Scott Perry was asked to cooperate on Monday. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake joins us now. So, Garrett, why is the committee asking Jordan for information right now?
Well, Jordan is as close of an ally to Donald Trump as they come in Congress. And so the committee wants to know about really all of his communications with the then president between Election Day and Insurrection Day. But they really want to know about the conversations he was having with the president while the attack on the Capitol was on. Jordan has said several times that he spoke to the then president several times on that day, but he's yet to reveal the contents of that conversation. Even after the riot was over, he was still someone who was voting to throw out some of the election results. So those conversations in the context of those 5 or 6 hours, especially in the afternoon when the attack was at its peak, that's at the heart of the committee's inquiry here.
Garrett, what is Jordan saying about all this? Any signs he'll cooperate, or is that highly unlikely at this point?
It was interesting, Joe. He was asked about this on Fox News last night and didn't seem to slam the door. We can parse this response on the other side. Listen.
I mean, we just got the letter today, Brian. We're going to review the letter, but I got to be honest with you. I got real concerns about any committee that will take a document and alter it and present it to the American people, completely mislead the American people like they did last week. And it turns out it looks like it wasn't just one document they did this with. It was other text messages as well. So I got real concerns with that.
So Jordan's talking about a copy edit there made to shorten one of the text messages that was displayed during the debate around Mark Meadows' contempt charges. But the thing he's got working against him is Jordan has said several times in public that he's got nothing to hide should the committee ever come calling. And Joe, now they're calling.
Yeah, they are. And Garrett, Jordan is the second sitting member of Congress to be called for questioning by the committee. Help us understand how significant and perhaps unprecedented is this moment for American politics, and could we still see more members of Congress called forward?
Yeah, this just isn't done to have members called, or at least to have members forced. And I think that's where this could get weird, Joe. You know, it's one thing to ask a member to testify on a subject in which they might be an expert. In this case, you could argue that Jim Jordan is as an expert as they get in Congress on the insurrection. But if we get into the realm of subpoenas or punishment for not showing up, then we are deep down the rabbit hole. And this is the kind of thing where we don't know how this Congress will handle it, and we don't know how the next Congress will handle it. I think that's one of the concerns for the Democratic members of this committee in particular. Should control of Congress switch next year? Are we setting a precedent here where any member can be called or subpoenaed by the other party and forced to testify about you know what? Joe, I think the person who's watching this debate most closely might be Kevin McCarthy, the minority leader right now, someone who we know the committee wants to talk to. Trying to force him to testify before this committee would be a huge departure from the kind of norms of Congress, and it'll be fascinating to see how it all plays out.
We're going to see in the new year, probably. Garrett Haake, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Time to get a check on your morning news now weather. Michelle Grossman with us again this morning. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. And many of us are going to be digging out in the west, while some of us are going to be sweating in summer-like weather. So let's take a look at the big story, because that's the western storms. We're looking at big-time snow. We're looking at heavy rain. You can see that floating inland, and that's been happening day after day throughout this entire month, and it's going to happen at least through the next week. So as we look towards the Pacific Northwest down to Southern California, we are looking at wet weather. Higher elevation snow, we're looking at 8 feet in some spots through Sunday. So winter weather advisories, winter weather watches, winter weather warnings are in place from the Pacific Northwest through California to the Rockies, and we're going to be digging through the snow over the next couple of days. So this is the setup today. We're going to see that big rain and big snow, rain spreading down to Southern California. We could even see some flash flooding in Los Angeles, even San Diego, especially in those burn areas. And then we're going to be accumulating feet of snow in the Sierra Mountains. That will move further inland on tomorrow, where we're going to see it move into the Rockies. And then another Pacific storm hits the West Coast. So again, it's that December deluge where we're seeing storm after storm, and we're really seeing those rain totals and snow totals adding up. So the rainfall forecast through Saturday, you can see lots of dark colors on this map, up to 5 inches in some spots. That's half a foot of rain in some spots. Los Angeles, you're going to get a lot of rain too, and that includes Christmas Day, also Christmas Eve, Redding, Portland, San Francisco, even San Diego having some of that heavy rain. And then the snowfall forecast, generally 2 to 3 feet of snow, but some spots in the highest elevation, the Sierras, would be digging out of 8 to even up to 10 feet of snow. I know it is crazy. Now, on the flip side, some of us are going to be barbecuing on Christmas Day. We're looking at temperatures so above normal, even some temperatures feeling closer to July 4th as opposed to Christmas Day. So Oklahoma City, 80 degrees today, 80 degrees on Christmas, Dallas, 81, Houston, 81, and even in the upper 60s to near 70, 71 degrees on Christmas in Memphis. And that warmth starts today. You can see lots of dark colors on this map that's indicating that warm air in place, that high pressure dome of high pressure just spinning in this warm air. So 77 degrees today in Lubbock. That's 26 degrees above normal, 64 in Oklahoma City, and 73 in Dallas. By tomorrow, we're looking at temperatures close to 80 in many spots, even 80 in Lubbock, 79 in Austin. The record is 82 there. A lot of records are going to be broken over the next several days. We're talking about hundreds of millions above normal for this time of year. And then as we look towards Christmas Day, yeah, that heat stays in place for many. So, Joe, it's going to be 70 degrees in Louisville on Saturday. And certainly, I think a lot of people are hoping on that Christmas list, wishing for some shorts.
Yeah, no kidding. Who would have thought? A little something for everyone across the map this holiday. All right. Thanks so much, Michelle. Appreciate it. Coming up, Russian President Vladimir Putin holds his year-end press conference, and he's facing a lot of questions about the buildup of Russian troops along the Ukraine border. The message he's delivering amid heightened tensions with the United States. Plus, who and what is behind the mystery illness impacting more than 200 government employees? It's called Havana syndrome. One staffer is now telling NBC News the U.S. government is not doing enough to track down the cause. We got her story next. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, Russian President Vladimir Putin has been fielding questions on a variety of topics at his end-of-year press conference, including COVID-19 and the economy. But taking center stage, of course, at today's event, the growing tensions with Ukraine. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons has more on that. Keir, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. President Putin appearing to hold out hope this morning that the tensions over Ukraine can be resolved, but it comes just days after he was making threatening signals, the Russian leader as ever, keeping the world guessing. This morning, President Putin taking questions, but avoiding health risks, sitting at a distance from journalists. Russia third in the world for COVID deaths. The risk of war in Ukraine looming over his end-of-year news conference today.
Everybody is saying, well, a war isn't the offing, and everybody is warning us against interfering and threatening with sanctions, so we shall respond somehow. This is a formidable issue.
Even after this month's virtual face-to-face between Presidents Biden and Putin, Russia's military buildup is escalating, the State Department says. President Putin this week threatening a, quote, military technical response, perhaps code for a cyber attack. Ukraine not backing down either. This week, Ukrainian television showing combat drills with US-made Javelin anti-tank missiles. But despite all this, Russia's foreign minister says security talks with the US and NATO will begin in January. And today, President Putin saying Russia doesn't want war.
We don't want that. It is not our choice. And by and large, we are seeing positive traction at this point.
The Kremlin's proposal sent to Washington a security treaty, including uncompromising demands that NATO ends expansion and all military activity in Eastern Europe, quickly dismissed as unacceptable in Washington and Western capitals. And while this morning President Putin is signaling hope that tension with the West could be diffused, his intentions remain hard to read. Speaking to military officials this week, he said ominously, there's no room for retreat. At the same time, Joe, this morning, a little bit more of positive news. Russia and Ukraine agreeing to restore a 2020 ceasefire deal for eastern Ukraine. That prompted a top Ukrainian official to say the coming holidays, Joe, should be peaceful.
Keir Simmons, thanks so much. Now to an NBC News exclusive. A former State Department employee is speaking out for the first time about her symptoms linked to the so-called Havana syndrome. That's the mysterious condition that has impacted U.S. government employees in locations around the world. She says the government did not take her symptoms seriously. Now she's left struggling to find answers. Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell has her story.
Mental exposure.
Cheryl Cruz speaking out for the first time about how her 20-year State Department career was cut short by a mysterious illness, the Havana syndrome.
I started with the vertigo and the tinnitus and brain fog. I could actually feel my brain shutting down, like it just, everything kind of went black.
She is among more than 200 State Department personnel and CIA officers afflicted around the world. Many still feel ignored.
I do not believe the department took me seriously. It was always, we'll get back to you. I have to ask myself, are they trying to disprove us, or are they trying to prove what happened?
And in Canada, 27 diplomats, military police, and family members are suing their government over incidents in Cuba. Who's responsible? Attention is focused on Russia, which U.S. intelligence says has the global reach and technology experts suspect could be the cause. In November, CIA Director Bill Burns warned Moscow there would be repercussions if it's behind it.
All of us at the State Department and across the U.S. government are intently focused on getting to the bottom of what and who is causing these incidents.
Tuesday night, Secretary of State Blinken visited doctors at Johns Hopkins in Baltimore, where CIA officers and State Department personnel are being treated.
A lot of suspicion is placed on Russia. They've denied it.
We know that this is something that's been widespread, and we will keep at it until we find who's responsible, and we will hold whoever it is accountable.
A new law requires the government to compensate victims for qualifying brain injuries. Still to be determined what qualifies as a brain injury. And many of these victims are disabled, unable to work. Back to you.
Andrea, thanks so much. Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Well, a statue mourning those who were killed during protests in Beijing's Tiananmen Square in 1989 was taken down from a university in Hong Kong. Now, the statue was one of very few public memorials of the bloody crackdown in China. Its removal has been criticized by academics who called it an attempt by China to rewrite history. Now, let's move to the UK, where on Wednesday, for the very first time since the start of the pandemic, more than 100,000 people tested positive for COVID-19. Well, the Omicron variant, of course, is being blamed for the record number of infections, and yet the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, announced that no restrictions will be introduced before Christmas. Now let's move, for last but not least, to New Zealand, where a funny cat called Keith, who's got a bit of a reputation for stealing stuff from its neighbors, has returned home to its owners with a bong and a Ziploc bag full of unidentified white powder. Now, the local police, who seem to have a sense of humor that is as strong as the sense of duty, said that they will question Keith the cat to figure out which neighbor they took the drugs from. But one thing is for sure, Joe, that by stealing drugs, the cat, Keith the cat, has taken his habit to new highs.
Yes, I can see that. It also could be the plot for a new show called Cat DEA. I like it. All right, Claudio, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, James Franco is speaking out on the sexual misconduct allegations against him. The Oscar nominee's shocking admission about claims he slept with his students. Plus, sidelined, more star athletes are off the roster and in COVID protocols. The steps some leagues are now taking to try and save their seasons.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Great news this morning for fans of the Tim Burton-directed Batman movies. Michael Keaton is reportedly going to return as the Dark Knight for the first time in 3 decades. He'll be in the upcoming Batgirl movie. Keaton first played Bruce Wayne back in the 1989 Burton film, and then again in the 1992 sequel, Batman Returns. Variety magazine reports that Warner Brothers declined to comment on Keaton's casting. Batgirl will star Leslie Grace, who's playing the heroine Barbara Gordon, daughter of the Gotham City Police Commissioner. Batgirl doesn't have a release date yet, but it's expected to come out sometime in 2022 on HBO Max. Keaton will also return as Batman in next year's The Flash movie, which will somehow also feature Ben Affleck as the Caped Crusader, an abundance of Batmans. questions. James Franco is back in the spotlight this morning, speaking for the first time on the sexual misconduct allegations against him. Giving his first interview since 2018, the actor blamed addiction for his public struggles over the years. Franco settled a lawsuit on those allegations earlier this year. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez reports on what Franco is saying now.
Actor James Franco is breaking his silence about sexual misconduct accusations made against him. The allegations from students at an acting school he ran and taught at first came nearly 4 years ago.
At that moment, I just thought, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to pause. Did not seem like the right time to say anything. There were people that were upset with me, and I needed to listen.
Franco speaking out on SiriusXM's The Jess Cagle Show. In 2019, the Oscar nominee was sued in a class action lawsuit by 2 former students who attended the Studio 4 acting school, which Franco ran from 2014 to 2017. In the lawsuit, the former students alleged that they and others were coerced into filming overt sexual acts by Franco and his partners.
The stupidest thing I did, or one of the stupidest things I did at the school, was I called one of my classes a master class, sex scenes. It was not about sex scenes. I was not teaching people how to do sex scenes or intimate scenes or anything of that nature. It was a provocative title. I'll admit, I did sleep with students. I didn't sleep with anybody in that particular class, but over the course of my teaching, I did sleep with students, and that was wrong.
People listening to this will say, how could you not see that there would be a power imbalance among a teacher who's not just a teacher, but is James Franco, like a very, very famous, powerful actor and producer and a student? How did that power imbalance, how were you not aware of that?
I suppose at the time, my thinking was, if it's consensual, okay. Of course I knew, I talked to other people, other teachers or whatever, like, yeah, it's probably not a cool thing. At the time, I was not clear-headed, as I've said. So I guess it just comes down to my criteria was like, if this is consensual, like, I think it's cool. We're all adults.
The allegations against Franco first surfaced in 2018, following the Me Too reckoning in Hollywood. At the time, Franco denied the allegations.
The things that I heard that were on Twitter are not accurate, but I completely support people coming out and being able to have a voice because they didn't have a voice for so long. So I don't want to, shut them down in any way. It's I think, a good thing, and I support it.
Then earlier this year, he agreed to pay more than $2 million to settle the suit, according to court documents seen by NBC News. A joint statement issued on behalf of the actor and his former students said, quote, "While defendants continue to deny the allegations in the complaint, they acknowledge that plaintiffs have raised important issues, and all parties strongly believe that now is a critical time to focus on addressing the mistreatment of women in Hollywood." Studio 4 closed in 2017. Now, Franco's saying he's been in treatment for sex addiction since 2016.
That was Isa Gutierrez reporting. This morning, the sports world is reeling from COVID outbreaks that are sidelining big stars, wreaking havoc on schedules, and raising serious questions about what could happen next. Joining us now is Priya Desai, senior correspondent for Sports Illustrated. Priya, good morning. Good to have you with us. Let's start with the NHL. The league now pausing its season until after Christmas and also announcing that its players, many of the premier hockey stars in the world, will not travel to Beijing for the Winter Olympics. Tell us, how did the NHL come to these decisions?
So they paused its season about 2 days early. There was a planned holiday break. But remember, leading up to this, 11 teams had already suspended operations, and there were 50 games that had been postponed due to COVID. So at that point, the NHL commissioner thought adding on the February Olympics break just wasn't feasible. You have an 82-game season. So during that Olympic break is when they're going to make up all these 50 games. And on top of that, when they come back next Monday, they're going to have much stricter COVID protocols, and they're going to go back to daily testing.
Now, since NBC is going to be broadcasting the Winter Olympics here in the U.S., we do want to include a statement from NBC Sports saying, in part, we understand the decision, but the Olympics remain the greatest hockey tournament in the world, regardless of whether the players are from the NHL or their elite leagues around the world. All right, let's move on to the NBA. More than 100 players and coaches have entered what they call their coronavirus protocols. This month alone, several games have been rescheduled. You'll remember when the pandemic first hit, it was the NBA that had to shut down completely. I think many of us remember that night in March of 2020 very well. So as we head into the Christmas weekend, usually a big event in basketball, should we be expecting more postponements?
So we could see postponements as late as December 24th. There's several games to be played, and there's only one team that doesn't have at least one player on that COVID protocol. Now, Adam Silver has said that he does not plan to cancel the season. They're going to keep going. They are also going back to daily testing. And if any player tests positive, he goes straight into isolation for 10 days.
One more league to talk about, the NFL. Playoffs just around the corner, and some big-name players and coaches are currently out on the COVID list. What are teams doing to try and prevent outbreaks, and is it looking like the NFL will be able to finish the season on time?
So, Joe, the NFL is handling this really different compared to the other two leagues. They have self-reported testing. Players and coaches get tests that they take home, and if they have any symptoms, they test themselves, and then they go from there. And they also, once they do test positive, they can test out of that after two negative tests within 24 hours separation. So it's very different than the other leagues and how they're handling it. So the season will probably still go on, and it'll probably still complete. Look, they had games on Saturday and Sunday that then were moved to Monday and Tuesday in hopes that a lot of these players and coaches, including Nick Sirianni from the Eagles, that game was moved to Tuesday, and Jets coach Robert Saleh, the hopes are that they can test out and coach the game.
All right, Priya, good to have you with us this morning, and have a great holiday. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Coming up, we've seen a lot of 90s trends come back in the past year, but here's one some of us may have forgotten about. Beanie Babies. A new documentary is taking us back in time 20 or so years with what was behind the craze to collect them all and where it all started. One of the film's creators joins me next. You're watching Morning News Now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mikaela Shiffrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Mikaela. Better do it fast.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
We're back with some good news for the millions of Americans who are struggling to pay back student loans. The Biden administration has extended the moratorium on federal student loan payments and interest until May 1st. The moratorium began in March 2020 by former President Trump in the early days of the pandemic. It has been extended 3 other times by both administrations. This extension comes as the Omicron variant and inflation introduced new uncertainty into the economy. In a statement, President Biden says, quote, millions of student loan borrowers are still coping with the impacts of the pandemic and need some more time before resuming payments. Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you. Bertha Coombs is with us this morning. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Let's start off with Apple. Company closing at least 7 more retail stores since Tuesday, according to a report from Bloomberg, due to a rise in COVID cases among employees. Company usually shuts a store when about 10% of the staff has tested positive. Apple recently reinstated its mask policy for employees and customers. Still, we're seeing those breakthroughs. 9to5Mac says Apple is offering 2-hour free delivery in most metro areas through noon on Christmas Eve to try to ease some of that last-minute shopping crunch. Meantime, Shake Shack wants to help ease your pain at the airport. The burger chain giving away free fries today and tomorrow at New York's JFK Airport to travelers whose flights are delayed or canceled. You just have to show proof of your delay. And if you're flying from another airport, you can still get in on the action. Basically, you just need to take a selfie in front of your gate and tag Shake Shack on Instagram to qualify for a digital voucher. Maker's Mark also wanting to make your holiday travel just a little easier. The bourbon brand will cover fees for checked bags if passengers pack a bottle of its booze. Maker's Mark is going to reimburse travelers 21 and over who pay an extra bag fee up to $40. You just have to upload your receipt to the company's website. Promotion runs through New Year's Eve. So if you're taking a bottle to a friend, you don't have to worry about it. Go ahead and check it and they'll pick up the tab.
There you go. Just remember, you can't drink the Maker's Mark on the plane. You got to wait till you get home. All right, Bertha, thanks so much. Appreciate
exactly,
it.
because they want to charge you for a drink.
All right. So if you're a 90s kid scrolling through TikTok, you might be noticing some of the biggest Y2K trends are making a comeback. From low-rise jeans to the ever-popular cast reunion of Friends, nostalgia has taken hold of millennials and Gen Z alike. But a new documentary is taking a closer look at a craze that might be buried in the back of your mind. Beanie Babies. Listen.
I would have paid whatever it took to get that Beanie Baby at the time.
We called every shop over the United States. This was becoming something different.
The HBO Max film titled Beanie Mania goes back in time to examine why these colorful stuffed animals drove kids, and I think some parents, crazy, and what caused all those parents to rush toy stores all over the country. And the director of that documentary joins us now for more on her film. Yema C. Brooks is with us. Good to have you with us this morning. So walk us through this film. Why make a documentary about Beanie Babies, and what was it about these collectibles that made them so popular 20 years ago?
Sure. Hi, nice to be joining you. So the idea for this film really came about when we were kind of deep into lockdown, all that kind of time ago, around 2 years ago, when I think everyone really had an idea that we wanted to look back. I think people kind of like that idea of looking back to a simpler time. And Beanie Babies were really popular kind of from the mid to late 90s. So, of course, that was a completely different time from now. That was pre-9/11. Things felt very different. So we kind of came up with the idea. And as we started looking more and more into it, it seemed like there was more and more of a story there. So it kind of appeared to us like kind of like an onion that you keep peeling back. So there was this kind of collective insanity that seemingly the whole country, obviously you can tell from my accent, I'm not from here, but as I kind of looked into it, seemingly the whole country kind of got on board with, which was because of a variety of kind of different factors which really created this lightning in a bottle and this phenomenon that's never really been kind of seen since. So that was the first interesting thing about it. And then the other interesting thing that we found as we kind of kept looking was that actually, yes, Beanie Babies are amazing in their own right and they're a great price point and they're fun. But what really drove the craze was a group of women from a small suburb just outside Chicago, Naperville, who really drove the secondary market. And it was that secondary market that really kind of helped babies to thrive.
Now, this story is about much more than just a stuffed toy. It really is about capitalism, extreme capitalism, some would argue, and the lengths people will go for a profitable investment. What can viewers expect to see and hear in this movie? What's the lesson?
Well, I mean, I think there is a lot of fun nostalgia, and it seems to me like everyone seems to say, hey, listen, I've got some Tupperware in my grandma's basement, you know, is it worth something? So this really feels like something which the whole nation was kind of behind. But absolutely, it started as a craze that kids liked and then was ruined by adults. That's something which we state very quickly at the kind of top of the documentary, was very quickly adults ruined it because it became less about the love of a soft toy and more about how can I make money by kind of hoarding and saving these things and selling them for profit.
Well, as adults, sometimes they can ruin everything. All right, Yema C. Brooks, thanks so much. I'm definitely checking this one out. Excited to see it. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Coming up, an Afghan family that left their lives behind in Kabul, now building a new life in the U.S., and they're getting ready to celebrate the holidays in a new home.
I had left all behind, just some clothes, some important things, and I left it all in Afghanistan.
Up next, we'll hear what it's like adjusting to life in America and the concerns they have for family members still in Afghanistan.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last movie. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For one Afghan refugee family, this holiday season is a bittersweet one. Just months after fleeing the chaos of Kabul, they resettled in Jacksonville with the help of nonprofits contracted by the U.S. government. Now the community is rallying around the family, making sure they have everything they need to transition into their new lives. MSNBC anchor Yasmin Basugian spoke to the family about the change and about what they left behind.
On August 15th, the Taliban overtook Kabul, seizing control of Afghanistan. Afghans desperate to leave their country, fearing prison or worse.
If my visa is not issued, we were really in danger.
Abdul Wasi, an interpreter for the American and Portuguese militaries, left his country with his pregnant wife and 5 children just 20 days before the Taliban takeover.
You must have had to leave everything behind in Afghanistan.
Yeah, I had left all behind, just some clothes, some important things, and I left it all in Afghanistan.
Our president of the United States is President Joe Biden.
Lutheran Social Services in Jacksonville, Florida, is one of the organizations helping Abdul and other refugee families build a new life. The group helps them with finding housing, enrolling in school, and welcome money, about $1,200 per family member.
Our goal is self-sufficiency by 90 days, which is a very tall goal. If you can imagine being plopped in a new country, not knowing English or really anyone here about the culture.
But Abdul is forging ahead, stocking shelves at a warehouse for $14 an hour. Barely enough money to cover the rent as the welcome money dries up.
They just need the basics for themselves and their families.
And that's where one local school steps in. For 15 years, Riverside Presbyterian Day School has donated toys and necessities to refugee families, giving gifts this year to Afghan refugees, including Abdul and his family, helping students learn important lessons.
To accept everyone. Like, we're all technically the same. There's nothing really different except for our looks and stuff.
I hope that they feel like happy and that they realize it's like people care for them in the new country.
What do you want to do when you grow up? A doctor.
And they do feel happy in their new home with the opportunity for a fresh start, but not without fear for what they left behind.
All my family members that are back in Afghanistan, I'm worried about that. Some nights, even I could not sleep because of my brothers. What will happen to them? What will be their future?
Thank you, Yasmin, for that report. Now, as of December 20th, some 27,000 Afghans remain on 7 military bases waiting for processing, hoping for a better life and to be reunited with their family here in the U.S. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah has the morning off. Right now on Morning News Now, all through the house. On the busiest travel day of the Christmas season, a concerning new milestone on the COVID front. Omicron now present in all 50 states less than a month after it was first identified here in the U.S. This is a record number of Americans are expected to take to the nation's highways and skyways for a holiday weekend like no other. Several states now reporting more sobering records. Hospitalization numbers from coast to coast hitting new highs as case counts skyrocket. Meanwhile, President Biden now extending his administration's pause on federal student loan payments until May. Some universities switch up in-person learning policies just weeks before spring semester. We've got team coverage on Omicron spread as we head into the Christmas weekend. Where we stand, the nation now approaching a solemn anniversary, 1 year since the January 6th insurrection. It was a permanent black mark on modern American politics. Now NBC News is reflecting on the snowballing fallout, the investigations now underway, the consequences for those who were involved, and what we can expect from Congress in the coming months. Our report from the Capitol this morning. Also on this Thursday morning, locals only. While the big box retailers struggle with a pandemic supply chain crunch, America's small businesses are seeing a boom in revenue this holiday season. Why? Availability. How your neighborhood mom and pop shops are flying under the radar to largely avoid a global retail nightmare. Plus, we are what we eat. Let's face it, the pandemic is poised to follow us into yet another new year. So what sort of push and pull is it going to have on popular food trends in 2022? Are ghost kitchens and meal kits here to stay? We're going to dive into what you can expect on your plate across the globe in the coming months. And here's a preview. Avocado coffee is looking to make a big entrance. Gonna have to try that one before I cast any judgment upon it. Good to have you with us. We are just a couple days away from one of the biggest holiday gatherings of the year as the COVID crisis continues to surge out of control. The U.S. has now reported more than 200,000 new infections on consecutive days. It's leaving hospitals in many parts of the country strapped for resources. But there is a new weapon in the fight against the virus, an FDA-approved pill from Pfizer. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Miami with the very latest.
Joe, good morning. That potentially game-changing antiviral pill could be available on a limited basis as soon as this weekend, when so many families are getting together and health officials say you should be vaccinated and tested. The problem is people are still encountering lines like these, 3 or 4 hours long, people running out of gas waiting. In Miami-Dade, the testing has increased by 200% in recent days as cases skyrocket. This morning, new promise from Pfizer's pill. Freshly approved by the FDA for emergency use, it requires a doctor's prescription and could cut down on COVID-related hospitalizations and deaths by nearly 90% if taken within 5 days of symptoms starting.
Everyone agrees this is a very promising antiviral.
Only 250,000 treatments will be available in January, but Pfizer says it'll pump out tens of millions throughout 2022. This as Omicron has now reached every state, and many Americans are facing long testing lines and delays. The president last night acknowledging the issue, but asking for perspective.
No, nothing's been good enough. But look where we are. When last Christmas we were in a situation where we had significantly fewer people vaccinated.
As Omicron rapidly becomes America's dominant strain, its symptoms have come into sharper focus. Early evidence suggesting a cough, fatigue or tiredness, and congestion are most common, with loss of taste or smell uncommon. A pair of studies from the UK and another from South Africa show Omicron is reportedly milder, with up to 80% fewer hospitalizations. Though one nationally recognized infectious disease expert says that's not a complete picture, with vaccines helping to blunt severe symptoms in South Africa's population much younger than ours.
There's nothing to indicate that it would be milder. There's a lot to indicate it would be more transmissible.
In Florida, Omicron is running rampant, and some are pulling the plug on holiday plans.
Are you seeing your family for Christmas?
As a matter of fact, we just canceled this morning. We were going to have like 12 people.
Health experts advise getting tested regardless of vaccination status. And if you haven't taken the shot, avoid those get-togethers.
If there's an unvaccinated person, I would say, I'm very sorry, but not this time, maybe another time when this is all over.
As for that significant development overnight, the Supreme Court agreeing to hold a special hearing on January 7th on 2 Biden administration initiatives on the vaccine. The one affecting large corporations of 100 or more people, a vaccine or testing mandate, affects 84 million people in a rare move for the court. That's the latest here in Miami. Joe, let me send it back to you.
Sam, thank you. Now, as concerns over Omicron grow, millions of Americans are gearing up to travel this week and spend time with loved ones. It's expected to be one of the busiest times for the nation's roads and airports. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more on what you need to know before you travel this holiday season.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, this is it. State troopers across the country are on watch. A big concern is speed. You know, here in Virginia, they had 22,000 speed-related crashes last year, more than 400 deaths. Every state nationwide has seen an increase in speed-related deaths. And so that's a priority today as so many people hit the roads. The key word today on the roads, in the airports, patience. Thursday morning, and it's go time for millions of Americans heading home for the holidays. Roughly 100 million going by car, nearly a third of the population. This morning, AAA says major roadways around Boston, Chicago, Detroit, and San Francisco should expect peak congestion this afternoon. Along I-270 in Maryland, the state's roadside assistance team is on the job to keep traffic flowing.
We change tires, we try to make the road safe and clear.
Their work critical this time of year when MDOT says there's a 30% bump in the number of drivers they assist.
For every minute that a lane is blocked by an incident, it takes 4 minutes to recover back to normal lane and speed travel conditions.
Americans are also traveling by train and by bus. Meanwhile, at Gate 42 in Washington, the Wing Walkers bringing in Flight 2565 from Dallas. They've got just 45 minutes to turn this plane for its next flight to Florida. And the countdown is on. 2 minutes after arrival, the cabin door opens. At 3 minutes, the cargo door opens. A minute later, ground crews are inside the belly of the plane, loading passenger bags onto the belt. Inside, the last passenger stepping off, just as the catering and the cleaning crews swoop in.
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you.
At 20 minutes, the next flight's passengers start to board. Down below, their bags are loading as the first officer does his inspection check.
You can literally have a screw that's come loose.
A typical narrow-body plane like this will fly about 5 flights a day. In all, carrying more than 900 passengers. This week, mostly clear skies nationwide are making for a smooth end-of-week travel push. The next test, the day after New Year's. Okay, if you are driving today, the worst time to start your journey is going to be between 12 and 6 p.m. when there is an awful lot of traffic. Best time will be after 7 o'clock. As for tomorrow, you might want to try to get out the door before 1 o'clock. Tomorrow afternoon, Christmas Eve, it's going to be very busy as well on the roads. You know, they say, Joe, the best time to drive is when you are not on the roads. Back to you.
All right, good advice, Tom. Thanks so much. Hard to predict that one, though. Now, Omicron isn't just impacting holiday travel. Universities are also changing their return to campus policies just weeks before thousands of students start their spring semesters. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns has more on which schools are switching to remote learning and which ones are delaying the 2022 semester.
Joe, good morning. College students may be back to sitting in front of screens instead of in lecture halls next semester. A growing list of universities changing plans and starting the new school year with remote learning amid concerns that a flood of students returning to campus after indoor holiday gatherings could lead to a spike in COVID cases. UCLA, along with several other UC system schools, now among the latest to make that change of plans. The school is still keeping its start date with January 3rd, but will be remote until January 18th, though they're still requiring that students return to campus at least by January 9th because they have a big testing program that they want students to participate in. Students will also be required to have a booster shot. Now, similar plans are playing out at schools like Harvard, Columbia, Duke, NYU, DePaul, and many more. Other schools, though, are choosing to just delay the start of the semester. Syracuse University in New York delaying the start of the school year by 1 week. And for the schools that haven't yet announced a change in plans due to Omicron, there are some who are pushing them to do so. For example, at the University of Michigan, 800 students, faculty, and other members of the university community signed a letter urging the school to reevaluate their plans for the start of the semester. Folks across campuses are also calling on schools to build up and beef up their testing protocols and procedures. Joe.
Dasha Burns, thanks so much. We bet you have some questions right now. Good news, we have Dr. Aditi Nerurkar here to answer some of them. She's a physician at Harvard Medical School. Doctor, good to have you with us. So I want to get your reaction to that report we just heard, how some colleges and universities are delaying the start to their spring semester or moving to virtual learning in the face of the Omicron variant. Is this a good strategy? Do you think more schools should follow and change their protocols?
I do think it's a good strategy. It's a proactive approach rather than a reactive approach. Here in Boston at my university, Harvard, they have delayed starts by 3 weeks. We know that over the last 2 weeks, we've seen record highs across universities of cases. Cornell had a very large outbreak several weeks ago. And so really this move, though, is a difficult one. I do believe it's a necessary one, only because when you do something like this, it's a preemptive measure to prevent prolonged closures down the road as the spring semester progresses.
So, Doctor, we're getting some positive initial data on the severity of the Omicron variant. A new study from the United Kingdom shows people infected with Omicron are about 2/3 less likely to be hospitalized. That's compared to the Delta variant. So how promising is this data? Is it still too early to know, or are we starting to get a clearer picture of this variant?
So, Joe, this is preliminary data, but it is very encouraging. This is real-world data, surveillance data of 5 million people in the UK from November to December. And the major finding is that there's a 75% reduction in hospitalization of those infected with Omicron. We also have several other studies, one large study in South Africa with similar findings. What we're seeing in these UK studies and South Africa studies is this decoupling effect of cases and hospitalizations. And I really hope that this is a global trend. You know, the one important caveat of these studies is that the UK is highly vaccinated, and South Africa has a young population with a lot of natural, rather infection-induced immunity. So whether this can be generalized to the whole entire globe, it remains to be seen, but very encouraging findings.
Dr. Nerurkar, a number of Americans are preparing to travel for the holiday weekend. I bet a lot of them are about to head out the door right now. What's your advice to them to stay safe on their way to visit their families and spending time with their families?
The two biggest considerations, Joe, for travel is vaccination status and high-risk status. If everyone is vaccinated, boosted, and low risk, it is safe to travel. Aim to test the morning of the gathering to ensure all negative tests are there before you gather. The other important, of course, consideration is if you have symptoms, stay home.
All right, Dr. Aditi Nerurkar, thanks so much. Wishing you and your family an outstanding holiday weekend. This morning, another Republican member of Congress is the focus of attention for the committee investigating the January 6th insurrection. Yesterday, Representative Jim Jordan was called on to discuss his alleged communications with former President Trump on that day. Earlier this week, the committee also asked Republican Congressman Scott Perry to cooperate in their investigation. As their work moves ahead, NBC's Frank Thorpe looks back at the key moments in the investigation over the last year as America tries to move past one of its darkest days.
Are there any objections to
January 6, 2021, a day designed by the founders to be forgettable, now seared in our collective memory? It started when Congress gathered to count the Electoral College votes to seal Joe Biden's election victory. Any other year, just a formality, but this time, a catch. Outside the White House, then President Trump pushing his vice president to overturn the election results.
And I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election.
The crowd, fueled by repeated lies from the President of the United States and others that the election was stolen, marching to the Capitol. For the next 4 hours, a shocking siege. Lawmakers narrowly escaping. Officer Eugene Goodman seen here drawing rioters away from senators huddled close by. Shots fired right outside the House chamber. A rioter killed by police. A Confederate flag in the Capitol. Bipartisan pleas for Mr. Trump to tell his supporters to stand down. Hours later, this video.
So go home. We love you. You're very special.
By 8 p.m. that night, the building had been cleared, lawmakers returning to finish the job.
For what purpose does...
Then Vice President Pence rejected his boss's demands and declared victory for President Biden.
Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes.
The riot left rooms ransacked, glass shattered, and lawmakers reeling. Democrats quickly voting to impeach President Trump for inciting an insurrection, making him the first president in American history to be impeached twice. The Capitol was fortified with thousands of federal troops lining the halls for the first time since the Civil War. And on January 20th, as President Trump refused to attend, Joe Biden became the 46th president of the United States.
We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter.
As Mr. Biden went to work, Congress turned to accountability. But in the Senate's impeachment trial, Mr. Trump was acquitted, with 43 Republicans, including Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, choosing not to convict a former president.
We have no power to convict and disqualify a former officeholder who is now a private citizen.
The rioters themselves facing justice almost immediately. Federal prosecutors scrubbing social media for evidence, alleged rioters found in all 50 states. The investigation so far resulting in 700 arrests, over 150 guilty pleas, and dozens of convictions. By the summer, even as fences came down and physical damage was repaired, invisible scars remained.
I got to sit down and really reflect on what happened. I think that sticks with me the most. I felt sad, anger, just there were a lot of emotions going through my mind. I'm still trying to process it.
If you were fighting that day, I don't think this will ever feel normal. Every time I was still walking in here, I think, okay, that's where this happened. And I can't get, it's hard to get that out of your mind because it was such a traumatic experience for a lot of people.
Some Democrats finding it harder and harder to work across the aisle.
Before deciding whether to co-sponsor legislation with a Republican, we always check whether they voted to certify the results or not.
Some Republicans rewriting history.
If you didn't know the TV footage was a video from January the 6th, you would actually think it was a normal tourist visit.
With Republicans stopping a bipartisan 9/11-style commission from forming, a bipartisan Senate probe found that Capitol Police lacked the resources and training needed to respond. Federal agencies failed to warn law enforcement officials of key intelligence, and miscommunication led to a delay in the National Guard being deployed.
We all remember the haunting words of an officer on the radio that day asking, "Does anyone have a plan?" The answer, sadly, was no.
And in the House, the creation of a select committee, with just 2 Republicans placed on the committee by Speaker Pelosi.
The American people deserve to know what happened. The people who did this must be held accountable.
It's an egregious abuse of power. Pelosi has broken this institution.
The committee issuing over 50 subpoenas and voting to ask the Justice Department to charge former Trump staff with contempt of Congress. The committee's work expected to last months into the new year, hoping to find answers to how a day no one thought could happen brought American democracy to the brink. Frank Thorpe, NBC News, the Capitol.
Time for your much anticipated morning news now. Weather. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is with us to let us know which parts of the country might have lovely weather for a sleigh ride together on Christmas. We're getting all those lyrics in this week. Michelle, good morning.
I love it. Hi there, Joe. And not many of us, but some who are getting the snow, they're getting tons of snow, up to 8 feet in some spots. But really looking at this map for today, most of us are actually really warm for December, lots of sunshine. So you're checking off that list, those last minute errands, pretty good for most of the country, at least east of the Rockies. A little light snow along the Great Lakes, but we're really warm in the central and southern plains, 70s and 80s. It's going to feel more like summer in a lot of spots, even as we get closer to Christmas. So as your holiday hub impacts, we're looking really good on the East Coast, Boston, Washington, D.C., Atlanta, Miami, even Chicago, Minneapolis, down to Dallas, looking really nice. So in terms of the weather, not anticipating any problems. It's to the west. We're looking at that monster storm. We're looking at high elevation snow. We're looking at a lot of rain in some spots. Los Angeles, even up to 2 inches. So major delays expected in San Francisco. Also Los Angeles getting in and getting out of there. That's going to be the same story on Friday. Phoenix, we're going to include you too as we're looking at some rain. Seattle, we're looking at some snow possibly Friday and also Saturday, but still looking really good on the East Coast. Could see a few slowdowns on Christmas Day in Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, but still the problems remain on the West Coast. So Christmas Eve, we're looking at that heavy rain and snow, record highs in the central and southern plains. That continues on Christmas Day. Millions are going to break records or at least be above normal for this time of year. So maybe you want to go for that sleigh ride, as Joe mentioned, or maybe you want to barbecue because we're looking at really warm temperatures come Christmas Day in many parts of the nation. Likely some snow in New England, likely, very likely, along the west. And there's that barbecue weather. We're looking at 81 degrees in Dallas on Christmas Day. Joe?
All right, that's quite the contrast. Sleigh rides or barbecue. Thanks so much, Michelle. Appreciate it. Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, the suspicious disappearance of a 3-year-old girl in Texas this week. Her family, Afghan refugees who came to the U.S. back in 2019, where the investigation stands this morning. Plus, containing Omicron around the world, how other nations are working to stop the spread as the holiday season ramps up. Those stories and more after this.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. New this morning, at least 4 people were injured in a fire at a Texas refinery. It happened overnight at the ExxonMobil Baytown complex outside of Houston. The site processes material with gasoline components. 4 people were taken to the hospital. The other workers have been accounted for. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. It does not look like the fire is impacting air quality in the area right now. The San Antonio Police Department is enlisting the help of the FBI in the search for a missing 3-year-old child. Officials are also calling on the community to help with any information in what they say is a suspicious disappearance. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett has the latest.
Antonio police eagerly searching for a 3-year-old girl, Lena Sardar Kill, who went missing from a playground on Monday. Police issuing an Amber Alert, calling the disappearance suspicious.
We are not stopping at the end of the shift. We'll continue to do this for the long haul if it's necessary.
The little girl's family, Afghan refugees who came to the U.S. in 2019, according to the San Antonio Center for Refugee Services. Lena, last seen playing at an apartment complex. Police say her mother stepped away briefly, but when she returned, her daughter was gone.
There were other folks in the playground with their children, and we're trying to identify all of them, but she wasn't left alone by herself. There were other folks in the playground.
San Antonio police checking cars going in and out of the complex and going door to door at all 300 units. The FBI even stepping in to help. The police asking for its child abduction rapid response team, though the department says they're not ready to call it an abduction case yet. The police also set up 2 command centers and are scouring security video. The Islamic Center of San Antonio offering a $10,000 reward. The chief saying,
the community at large has been very, very helpful in our efforts to find Lena. We've been putting things out on social media in that dialect, in Arabic.
What's the timeline look like in terms of what needs to be done or the likelihood of finding her 48 hours later or more after disappearing?
Whether she wandered off or was taken, the odds of her
surviving or being found safely are going to go down as time goes on. This is a little girl who cannot fend for herself.
Our thanks to Maura Barrett for that report. We want viewers to know Lena was last seen wearing a black jacket, red dress, and black shoes. She's about 4 feet tall and weighs 55 pounds. Leaders around the globe are struggling to keep Omicron from overwhelming hospitals ahead of the holidays, with some countries going as far as reinstating a complete lockdown. But other countries are taking a very different approach, only focusing on the most serious Omicron cases. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel takes a look at how the global community is handling this new variant.
Across the world, no one seems to have figured out how to deal with Omicron. In the Netherlands, all bars, restaurants, and non-essential shops are closed. Since this week, the nation is locked down. Christmas parties canceled. But in Paris, you'd hardly know there's Omicron, even though France could soon have 100,000 cases a day. Authorities saying restrictions won't stop the spread, so they're focused on reducing serious cases. Italy is also letting people celebrate. Christmas on, but New Year's Eve celebrations are off. Italy's prime minister said vaccines remain the best tool of defense. 3/4 of the deaths are among the unvaccinated. And in Israel, early and aggressive with vaccines, the government is now recommending 4th boosters to people over 60. But the World Health Organization today warned mass boosting could prolong the pandemic, saying vaccines need to be distributed to unvaccinated areas, like in Africa.
It's frankly difficult to understand how a year since the first vaccines were administered, 3 in 4 health workers in Africa remain unvaccinated.
But in Africa, like everywhere, there's vaccine hesitancy. Today in Nigeria, the government dumped 1 million expired doses into landfill. Potential good news in South Africa, where Omicron was first discovered, cases are declining as rapidly as they initially spread. And a new study there suggests Omicron is 80% less likely to cause hospitalizations than the Delta variant. Richard Engel, NBC News, London.
During the Christmas period, Bethlehem is usually bustling with pilgrims and tourists eager to visit what's said to be the birthplace of Jesus. But for the second year running, the town is facing a silent night as COVID travel restrictions leave religious sites like the Church of the Nativity almost deserted. One man who's been able to make the pilgrimage is NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez, who's there for us now. Raf, good morning.
Joe, good morning. That's right. People here in Bethlehem are unbelievably proud of their city. They call it the capital of Christmas, and they love welcoming visitors from overseas. That isn't happening this year, as you said, because of Omicron. So they are finding other ways to celebrate.
In the little town of Bethlehem, the countdown to Christmas is on. Prayers and songs of praise going up from the city where the Christmas story began.
It's so exciting, it's so special, especially at Christmas time. And we were one of the very few tourists fortunate enough to be able to come to Israel and then to come to Bethlehem.
That's because Israel closed its borders to foreigners last month, trying to keep out the Omicron variants. But it also kept out pilgrims and tourists heading to the West Bank, taking a major toll on the economy and leaving holy sites like Bethlehem's Church of the Nativity quiet this year. This is the grotto where Jesus is believed to have been born. On a normal day, there'd be a line snaking through the church, but today it's completely empty. Even without many visitors from overseas, the streets of this ancient city are still alive with the spirit of Christmas.
At least 1 year.
Amal Bandak is one of Bethlehem's top Palestinian tour guides, and she agreed to show us around a city ready to celebrate.
Christmas is the most beautiful time in the year. This is the time of gathering all the family. This is the time to see everybody happy, everybody waiting for the Christmas tree.
And away from the clamor, quiet moments of Christmas reflection. Father Isa is the parish priest at the Church of the Nativity.
The lights, the trees, the sweets, and everything. This is not Christmas. Christmas is to think of others. Christmas is to love each other. Christmas is to have this inner peace and this inner love.
Last year, the coronavirus kept Amal's family apart. This year, 3 generations are gathering under the tree, thankful for what they have. It may be a different Christmas this year, but the people of Bethlehem are determined to make it a happy one.
So the message from people in Bethlehem is we're sorry to miss you this year, but come see us next Christmas, come see us even before that, and we are looking forward to seeing you. Joe?
All right, fingers crossed for next year. Raph, thanks so much. Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning. NBC's Claudio Lavanga is back with us from Rome. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Prosecutors in the Netherlands are demanding life sentences for 4 men who are accused of firing a missile in 2014 that brought down a passenger plane over Ukraine. Now, the 4 men were separatists rebels fighting against the Ukrainian government when they fired the missile. In other news, the U.S. Navy seized a large amount of assault rifles and ammunition from a fishing ship from Iran. Authorities suspect that the weapons were being smuggled to Yemen, still ravaged by a civil war. Norway, featuring a gay Santa, has become an internet sensation. In the ad, meant to celebrate the 50-year anniversary since the abolition of a law prohibiting same-sex relationships, a man is seen writing to Santa, "All I want for Christmas is you." Well, in the end, Santa grants his wish.
All right, I don't speak Norwegian, but I'll make sure to check that one out. All right, Claudio, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, if you haven't heard of Veganuary, I think I'm pronouncing that right, you better get on board quick. The global meatless phenomenon is expected to make it big in the U.S. next month. But what other culinary trends could we see in 2022? We've got your next course. That's after this.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Sean White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
TikTok is cleaning the clock of its online competition. In fact, it is the most popular website of 2021. That's according to new data from Cloudflare, which is a web security and performance company that tracks online data. TikTok actually surpassed Google, which had the top spot last year. It also takes the crown of most popular social media website, knocking out Facebook. Rounding out the top 5 most popular sites of this year: Google, Facebook, Microsoft, and Apple. Turning now to new food trends for the new year. Forget the cold cereal and orange juice. Your go-to breakfast in 2022 might be a gourmet egg sandwich and an avocado coffee. Yes, you heard that right. Next year's restaurant industry trend predictions are in, and they're full of surprises. Axios senior correspondent and editor of Axios, What's Next, Jennifer Kingson joins us now. Jennifer, good to have you with us. So the pandemic created new trends when it comes to food consumption. What are some examples of those habits that we thought were going to be temporary, but maybe now seem a little more permanent?
Good morning, Joe. We thought we might be going back to restaurants and seeing the ends of things like meal kits and meals to go for the entire family. But as pandemic conditions persist, we're likely to see more of that in 2022, with people taking groceries home from restaurants and preparing them at home. Pantry to plate is the new watchword. We're going to be shopping from our pantry and making gourmet meals at home with unusual ingredients that we haven't relied on quite so much before. We're looking to cook with ancient grains. We're looking to cook more with avocado. You've heard of avocado toast. Get ready for avocado coffee, which is a cold delicacy in Indonesia that is likely to be hitting U.S. menus pretty soon. It's made with sweetened condensed milk, coffee. It's delicious.
That I will take your word for it, as I haven't had a chance to try yet. I do like avocados. I do like coffee, so we'll try and check it out. What are some of the other new dishes we might see pop up on menus around the world next year?
Potato milk is likely to come to U.S. shores. It's popular in Scandinavia, where it's served in different flavors. Potato milk, unlike almond milk, which is uses a lot of water to make the almonds, to squeeze the almonds, potato milk is sustainable. It's creamy. It's got that delicious mouthfeel that could be added to supermarket shelves. We're expecting halloumi, the Cypriot cheese, to show up on menus. Burger King is making a halloumi Whopper. Halloumi cheese is thick. It's craveable. It holds its shape when you grill it. It's likely to become a meat substitute that shows up on menus.
Experts also predict salt will become the new fat. And tell me if I'm pronouncing this right. Veganuary, is that right, that's going to make inroads in the U.S.?
Veganuary is getting to be really popular in Europe, where places like McDonald's are having entirely vegan menus as an alternative to the meat ones. And celebrities like Paul McCartney and Joaquin Phoenix are advocating that you sign up through veganuary.org to go meatless and dairy-free in the month of January. 500,000 people did this in an official way last year, and they're expecting it to be bigger this year. Plant-based everything is going to be the watchword for 2022. Plant-based eggs, everything else, you name it. We're really seeing this crest in popularity.
All right, Jennifer, thanks so much. Appreciate that interesting look ahead. Have a great weekend. Now, coming up, are you still looking for a last-minute gift to throw under the tree? Worried that supply chain delays might make that impossible because time's ticking to get it delivered on time? Well, we've got a solution for you. Shop local. Ditch the big online retailers and head right down the block for that perfect present. We'll tell you more about that coming up next.
Choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better?
The question is, are you now more open to packing the court?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
You're Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back now with the race to deliver and a last-minute holiday shipping crunch. With Christmas just 2 days away and millions of procrastinators still not done with their shopping, what do you need to know to get those gifts in time? Who better to ask than NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders, who has some tips for us. Carrie, good morning.
Morning, Joe. Look, if you're a last-minute shopper, you are not alone. Half of all Americans, including some folks around here in Meisner Park, are still picking up last-minute gifts. But if you are a procrastinator and you were going to rely on the excuse that I couldn't get that gift for you because of, well, supply chain problems, I'm sorry to tell you that the White House now says that even that excuse holds no water. It's the final countdown to Christmas, and if you've been stressing about supply chain shortages and shipping delays ruining your holiday, the president says worry no more.
The much predicted crisis didn't occur. Packages are moving. Gifts are being delivered. Shelves are not empty.
On Wednesday, his supply chain disruptions task force reported that bottlenecks have been cleared at the nation's busiest ports, and new partnerships with trucking companies are helping to address driver shortages on the road. As a result, he says retail inventories are now close to pre-pandemic levels, and delivery times at major shippers are faster than they were in 2019, despite record holiday demand. In fact, between 97 and 99% of holiday deliveries have been made on time. To help you avoid making Santa's naughty list, we've got all the last-minute shopping deadlines to ensure your gifts arrive on time. Ship today, and FedEx and UPS will guarantee next-day delivery for Christmas Eve. The Postal Service by Christmas Day.
I sent it priority, so I didn't mess around.
For a premium, FedEx also offers same-day delivery on Christmas Eve. Amazon Prime members can get next-day delivery on some products today and same-day delivery on Friday for orders over $25, but only in certain zip codes. Walmart, Best Buy, and Target all offer next-day delivery on orders made today. Place your orders on Christmas Eve, and they'll deliver most products that same day, or you can pick them up curbside at the store. Target has added 18,000 curbside spaces to make it easy.
You could place your order all the way up to 6 p.m. on Christmas Eve, and we'll have it ready for you in a couple hours. And when you get here, just put in your parking spot number, and we'll be out and put it in your trunk in a couple minutes.
And so if you're a procrastinator, big box stores and electronic stores mostly across the country will be open Christmas Eve into the evening. And I decided to look up on the dictionary.com how to spell procrastinator. Joefryer.
You know, I'm hit or miss. Some things I get done way ahead of time, and other things I still have to take care of. So, how about you, Carrie? Are you done?
I'm done. I'm done. It's going to be a light present. We're going to have some experiential visits throughout the year, COVID permitting.
All right. Sounds good. Happy holidays, my friend. Good to see you as always. Now, speaking of procrastinators, as Christmas quickly approaches, many Americans are turning to local businesses to avoid those supply chain problems and get their shopping done on time, even if you're starting right now. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford has more on this growing trend.
Hi there. It's a message that small business owners all across the country are putting out this holiday season, essentially saying we sell locally and we source locally. In other words, you can skip the supply chain headaches and shop with us. And based on the latest consumer data, it looks like holiday shoppers are catching on. For furniture maker Kwejo Sampimpong, the supply chain crisis is nowhere to be seen.
I can just jump out, go there, pick up what I need, and work on my pieces.
Like 95% of small business owners selling on the website Etsy, the North Carolina craftsman gets his materials locally.
So everything you're using, trees, lumber, you're using locally and you're building locally.
That's right.
And it's paid off.
From 2019 to 2021, the percentage change is over 1,400%.
I'm sorry, I just want to run that back. You've increased your business 1,400%.
1,400%, yeah, during the pandemic.
It's a surprising trend playing out nationwide, with more small businesses seeing increased revenues over the past month than in 2020, and customer spending surging by 18% over last year on Small Business Saturday alone.
But others here are still feeling the pinch. Just down the street at Spicer Green Jewelers, they say they've seen the supply chain slow down firsthand.
We had one customer who ordered a beautiful pair of South Sea golden pearls, and it took 16 weeks to get them.
They're among the 39% of small retail businesses who say they're having foreign supply chain issues. So they made their own supply.
So you're essentially transitioning from using things overseas and then building it here.
Yep, that's exactly what we've done. We gotten away from that because it's hard to compete with the labor. And now, because of COVID, because of the supply chain issues, and also because we want to create jobs again, we've brought it back.
An international problem being solved right here at home. It's also worth remembering that holiday shopping is key to so many small businesses that were hit really hard by the pandemic. In fact, according to one American Express survey, 78% of small businesses say holiday sales this year will likely determine whether or not they survive in 2022. Back to you.
Morgan, thank you so much. A Christmas icon is going cashless. The Salvation Army's Red Kettle donation drive is now making contactless payments possible across the country. But that's not the only way to give back digitally this holiday season. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamwa takes a look.
An iconic sound this time of year. The bells at Salvation Army's Red Kettles.
This is a beautiful tradition.
A tradition that used to stem mostly from cash donations.
When I did the kettles back in the 70s, a lot of money was going there. Tens, fives, a lot of singles.
But Juan Pagan, a decades-long volunteer, says people aren't carrying cash like they used to.
Compared to when I did this in the mid and late 70s to now, there has been a significant decrease in cash donations.
In 2020, the Red Kettle campaign raised $1.25 million for people in need. But this year, it will need to raise $1.75 million to help with ongoing pandemic challenges. This increased need led to the organization's partnership with Visa and TipTap this year, offering Tap to Give, a technology that allows contactless donations at almost 2,000 Red Kettles across the U.S.
I know for me, I often don't carry cash, so that leads me to sometimes avoid the Red Kettles because I have nothing to put in them. This really opens it up to a whole different demographic. It might be younger people, it might be people that don't really want to touch anything these days.
The Tap to Give signs show 3 different dollar amounts. You pick one, hold your card, phone, or smartwatch near it, listen for a beep, and that's it. You've donated.
It is just as easy as buying a cup of coffee or going to the grocery store.
According to Visa, the number of contactless payments in the U.S. has doubled from just over a year ago. There are 400 million contactless cards in circulation.
We are trying to get this contactless open loop technology out in the world for every purchase. The Red Kettle campaign, as everyone knows, is probably the most iconic charitable giving organization campaign during the holiday season. So it just made sense for Visa to start there.
Though Tap to Give is only in select cities this year, Manny Morales hopes to roll it out nationwide next holiday season. For now, there are other cashless ways to donate. Salvation Army says people can text, use Apple Pay, Google Pay, or scan a QR code.
We want to give our donors as many different ways to give as possible so they can support us in our mission. If you contact our offices, you can actually donate to the Salvation Army using Bitcoin.
These options join a growing list of charitable giving trends, especially popular during the holidays. Some airline, hotel, and credit card reward programs even offering an option for members to donate miles or points. Today, the need is great. More than 63 million Americans reported difficulty paying household expenses in November, making these donation options even more important.
More families are living paycheck to paycheck. More people are coming to us in need of help.
The Salvation Army says the funds from donations provide support not just at Christmas time, but spread holiday cheer throughout the year.
When people give, it's a sign of hope. And what this world needs today is hope.
So many ways to help. Our thanks to Zin Clay for that report. Coming up on Morning News Now, forging a new life in an unfamiliar country. The Afghan refugees who now call America home and the volunteers who are helping them resettle. Plus, a quiet holiday on deck for the royal family. How Omicron is upending historic traditions across the pond. Next.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas. For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
This holiday season, thousands of Afghan refugees are starting new lives here in this country. NBC's Vicky Nguyen introduces us to families that are settling in and the volunteers who've helped give them a new life.
Lentils, more rice.
Nguyen Nguyen is the co-founder of Viets for Afghans, a volunteer group helping Afghans resettle in Seattle.
We want them to feel welcome. There is a group of people that they can rely on.
Nguyen says these images of Afghans escaping after the U.S. withdrawal in August reminded her of the Vietnamese experience in 1975. She lost 4 family members, including her mother and 2 siblings, during their escape as boat people.
How did that experience at 10 years old shape who you are now? It made me realize that how someone's life can just turn upside down really, really quickly.
In 4 months, Viets for Afghans has resettled 2 families with help from the Sponsor Circles program.
Can I have a kiss?
Today, volunteers visit Sahib and his family of 8.
The Vietnamese community's help and the help of other people that are close to him just been overwhelming.
Some 25,000 Afghan refugees are currently living on U.S. military bases. But next month, Sahib's family moves to this Seattle apartment. Tam Nguyen offering it rent-free.
He's a friend that is generous enough to provide you the house.
There are 3 bedrooms.
The kindness continues. Tam's nephew will pay for their utility bills.
Thank you.
What would you say to people who want to help but they don't know how?
We didn't know how either. Just get started.
The Sponsor Circles program requires volunteers to commit to 3 months, but Nguyen says the bonds forming now will last a lifetime.
Have your eggs white.
Vicki Nguyen, NBC News.
Omicron is upending everyone's holiday plans, including the royal family's plans. After a year that began with the loss of her husband, Prince Philip, Queen Elizabeth is now preparing to spend a quiet holiday at Windsor Castle. While it won't be the holiday get-together the royals were planning or hoping for, her family has made it clear the Queen will not spend Christmas alone. After an unpredictable year for the royal family, another twist as their leader adjusts her Christmas traditions. The Queen disappointed to miss having a large family Christmas gathering at her much-beloved estate in Sandringham. It's where the royals take their traditional walk after church on Christmas Day. The monarch announced this week she will once again spend the holiday at Windsor Castle as the Omicron variant continues to spread in the UK. But some happy news breaking this morning. She will be joined by her son Charles, the Prince of Wales, and Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall, while much of the rest of the family stays home. This was supposed to be one of the biggest royal get-togethers in years. It was all smiles when Prince Harry and Meghan joined the family in 2018. There was speculation that the Sussexes would visit with their children this month, but they're expected to spend Christmas in California.
This will be very sad for the Queen. We know she loves being at Sandringham. It's somewhere that she feels very, very comfortable.
Traditionally, Sandringham is where the royals gather every Christmas. Princes William and Harry have joined the Queen on the estate since childhood.
Great con. Yeah.
Princess Diana famously joined when she was part of the family. Those visits dramatized in The Crown and this year's movie Spencer. Now canceled, a blow in a difficult year for the Queen, which began with the loss of her husband, Prince Philip, and ended with her having to scale down public engagements because of ill health. Although this year's Christmas will look different.
Her family have made it very clear she will not be spending another Christmas alone. So some of them, a smaller number, Charles and Camilla, potentially some of her other children, will go to Windsor to be with the Queen.
Prince Andrew is expected to join his mother at the small Windsor gathering. Prince William and the Duchess of Cambridge plan to spend the holiday with their children at their house in Norfolk. But not before getting in the festive spirit at Westminster Abbey, attending a charity Christmas carol concert with a performance by Ellie Goulding and exchanging a tender, festive glance. We, of course, wish everyone in the royal family and beyond a happy holiday. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. News continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Approved. The FDA giving emergency use authorization to a second drug to fight COVID. How soon it could be rolled out, with Omicron now being reported in all 50 states. Crossing Jordan. The January 6th committee wants a meeting with firebrand GOP Congressman Jim Jordan about what he knew about the Capitol riot, why lawmakers say his testimony is so critical. And welcome home, a group of Afghan refugees adjusting to life in America and getting some help from people who truly understand. The former refugees standing united with them. Good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan has the day off, and we begin with that breaking news today. The FDA just gave emergency use approval to Merck's antiviral COVID pill. Now, this drug is for mild to moderate symptoms for those 18 and older. This comes on the news that Omicron has arrived now in every state in the U.S. This country now logging 200,000 cases for 3 straight days. So let's take a look at how Omicron spread so quickly. That variant was first confirmed in California. That was December 1st. On December 8th, it was detected in more than 20 states. A week later, on the 15th, 35 states. And just yesterday, Oklahoma rounded out the 50 states as well as Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, 81-year-old Congressman Jim Clyburn confirming he's tested positive for COVID. Clyburn is fully vaccinated and boosted. He's asymptomatic now, and he is isolating at home. We are digging into the pandemic from every angle at this hour. Let's begin with NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach. He is along I-95 in Delaware for us today, right there in the middle of the hustle and bustle of the busy holiday travel that we're seeing. Gary, what kind of crowds are you seeing where you are, and what are people telling you about how safe they feel traveling during this surge?
Hey there, Aaron. Yeah, a deadly pandemic and rising costs have pushed just about everything travel-related isn't stopping the more than 100 million people that we're going to be traveling this week to and from. It's just changing how they're doing it. We spent the morning talking to people as they were gassing up here at this rest stop. They tell me they're vaccinated, they're boosted, and they're ready to take the risk and to spend the weekend with family. Here's what some of them had to say.
I'm really worried about it, but I got vaccinated and I got some booster shot also. I'm okay, and my family also got vaccinated. I have a daughter that's 11 years old. She's also got vaccinated.
I think if you take the precautions that they're telling you to do, you'll be okay. But, some people don't want to.
Didn't want to deal with all the mask mandates and all that stuff on the airlines.
Are you, was it more of a concern about just, getting it on coronavirus on plane?
Yeah, not catching the virus, just having to put up with all the nonsense.
So driving, you felt like it was easy?
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, Omicron is so widespread. Doctors are saying if you're in a crowded public place, there's a really good chance that Omicron is too. So they say driving is just the safest way to go.
Well, Gary, with the rise that we're seeing in COVID cases now, what are the experts saying, the folks who watch travel all the time, what are they saying about how people could actually get around safely right now?
They're saying really what public health experts have been saying for the past 2 years. If you're going somewhere, wear a mask. If you're not vaccinated, get vaccinated. If you have sanitizer, bring it with you. Here's what the AAA spokesperson I spoke to this week had to say.
There may be some folks this year who were considering hopping on a plane, but then after the Omicron variant began to kind of take over, they rethought their travel plans and they decided, maybe we should go by car. We can kind of control the situation a little better than walking through an airport and sitting on a plane.
Now, the important part to remember about all of this is that COVID restrictions vary from state to state and really even city to city. So you'll want to be aware if there's a vaccine requirement to get into the restaurant you want to go to or a mask mandate for the shopping you want to do. Aaron?
All right, Gary Grumbach for us in Newark, Delaware today. Gary, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres now to sort of talk through some of the latest information we're hearing. I want to stay on this topic of travel, if we can, Dr. John. Talk to us a little bit about, some of the COVID situation scenarios that any of us might encounter or may have already encountered this week that should make us rethink our holiday plans.
And Aaron, especially with Omicron variant being out there, and now it's in all 50 states and Washington, D.C., we need to be extra precautious. And the idea is to go ahead and try and celebrate as best you can, because last year we couldn't. We want people to do that this year. However, it is a tale of two situations, vaccinated versus unvaccinated. If you're unvaccinated, I would not travel anywhere. I would not go to any gatherings, even family gatherings, because you have the potential to spread it to them, especially those that are more vulnerable. But if you're vaccinated, especially if you have a booster shot, and you're getting together with other people that are fully vaccinated and particularly have the booster shot, then you don't have to worry quite as much, and you can go ahead and get together with them and celebrate like we've done in the past. The one caveat I would say is if you're going somewhere, be careful in the airport, be careful on the airplanes like we always are here, but at the same time, if you do go there, do private settings. Don't go to public settings, don't go to indoor restaurants, don't go to any gatherings where you don't know the vaccination status of everybody around you. You just want to be extra careful, but the idea is to try and celebrate as best you can, but make sure you do it in a safe way. way, even more so if they're vulnerable. Young children that can't get vaccinated, or the elderly who might be vaccinated but could possibly have weakened immune systems, Aaron.
Yeah, some good advice there for sure, Dr. John. I want to ask you, too, about this new treatment we just heard about from Pfizer and Merck that were approved now. We have treatments like this now, which is obviously a good thing. We also have vaccines now. From your medical perspective, are we almost out of the woods of this pandemic in terms of having all the tools that we need to make that happen?
We're not out of the woods yet of having the tools to make it happen, or even the pandemic and the way it's spreading right now. And the reason is because these tools are certainly helpful, but the best help we can do are the prevention tools we have, like you mentioned, the vaccines. And until we get enough people vaccinated, that we don't have to worry about the overflow in the hospitals. We don't have to worry about them being inundated and people dying at the rates they're dying right now. That's when we'll start being out of the woods. But right now, we do have the vaccines, which can help prevent COVID and even treat COVID, prevent you from getting very sick from COVID. And then we have these pills. Merck and Pfizer came out with their pills. They both got emergency use authorization, and they can help treat, but they have to be done early in the stages of the variant. And they also have to be done to people who are mild to moderate. In other words, you're not being hospitalized. But realize that people can still get sick, so you need to be extra careful. We're not quite there yet, Aaron.
You know, Dr. John, we mentioned that South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn tested positive for COVID. It took him almost 3 days to get his PCR results back. There are some people that are waiting twice that amount of time. We're 2 years into this pandemic now. Have you seen any sort of explanation on why testing hasn't advanced at the same rate as vaccines, as some of these other mitigation tactics that we've seen?
And Aaron, you would think we'd be at that point now where you could get a PCR test in particular back very quickly, but we're not quite there yet for a variety of reasons. And one of them being that a lot of times, especially in the lulls, and if you remember in the summer, we were down to 40,000 cases a day. Even as short as a couple months ago, we didn't have that many cases. Not that many people were asking for the tests, and so they weren't ramped up quite as much. Well, now there's a heavy demand, and they don't have the facilities to be able to do it. Sometimes these tests are sent long distance across the country to certain central laboratories, and that can take time. Other times they go to a local laboratory, but they're getting inundated with numbers. So it is a numbers game to a certain extent, but at the same time, you'd think by now, 2 years into the pandemic, we'd be doing much better.
All right, Dr. John Torres, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. Now, COVID concerns are leading to major action in China as well right now. The Xi'an area and its 13 million residents are now under lockdown because of a recent spike in cases there. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga is tracking the global COVID impact from his post in Rome for us today. Claudio, I want to start with where you are actually. What's the approach that Italy has taken in this rise in Omicron?
Hey, Aaron. Well, Italy has some of the strictest measures anti-COVID in place already. You can barely get into any public place around here, whether it's a bar, a restaurant, a theater, you name it, if you're not vaccinated or if you didn't recover recently from COVID. You cannot get into these places if you are not vaccinated and you only get a negative test, for instance, for the time being. And right now, the government is meeting at this moment to decide whether to implement new further measures ahead of the Christmas period because, of course, of the spread and the fear of the Omicron variant. And one of the measures that they are expected to introduce is to mandatory wearing of the face masks outdoors. And this is already happening here in Rome, in the region where Rome is called Lazio. We already have this measure that have become effective today, but it says the government is expected to extend it to the whole of the nation. Aaron?
And Claudio, Spain also set a daily case record this week. How are leaders there responding to this issue?
Well, the Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, yesterday said that he also wants to introduce mandatory face masks outdoors, just as it's happening in Italy. And today the government is expected to vote on these measures. It's widely expected to pass because while Spain has been doing very well, both on the vaccination front and also the health system is not really under pressure from hospitalizations, it is now experiencing record number of new COVID infections. There were 60,000 on Wednesday alone, and that is a record number for Spain, Aaron.
And last, before I let you go, Claudio, the Winter Olympics there in Beijing, that's still on track to begin in February. Are organizers saying anything about COVID concerns there?
They are. They just held a press conference, and a member of the Olympics committee admitted that they understand that the games could bring a surge in COVID-19 cases and also clusters of infections. They called it because, of course, there's thousands of athletes and people who work there and members of the staff who will be gathering in the same place at the same time. But they also said that they are ready for it. They said that they have a system in place where if an athlete or somebody working there or a member of the staff tests positive to COVID, they're either sent to the hospital if they have symptoms or to an isolation facility. And then later on, if they test twice negative in 24 hours, they can go back to either compete or to work, Aaron.
All right, Claudio Luvanga in Rome for us today. Claudio, thanks. House lawmakers investigating the January 6th insurrection are now seeking a meeting with a high-profile Trump ally. The committee wants to talk to Republican Congressman Jim Jordan about his communications with the former president, Donald Trump, on the day of the riot. Let's bring in NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor and justice correspondent Pete Williams. Sahil, let's start with you on this. What specifically are lawmakers looking for from Congressman Jordan?
Well, the committee alleges that Jim Jordan had at least one and possibly multiple communications with then-President Trump on the day of January 6th. They also say that they believe he has knowledge, if not involvement, in meetings with the White House between the election day and the events of January 6th involving strategies about planning and rallies for January 6th, as well as involvement in, or knowledge at least, of strategies to overturn the results of the 2020 election. They point out that Jordan has said in the past he has nothing to hide. They say, okay, come in and talk about it.
So, Pete, I think it's worth noting here that the committee is not issuing a subpoena to Jordan, or at least it seems to me that it's worth noting, is that this is a document request, as I understand it. Is there a real difference there?
Oh, absolutely. One is asking nice. The other is saying that if you don't agree to come and testify to us or give us documents, there could be consequences. One is compulsory. The other is asking politely. He is a member of Congress, so I assume that's why they're giving him this deference. Ordinarily, if it were outside witnesses, I don't think they would go through this step. They would simply subpoena. So I think they're giving him, some extra special treatment because he is a colleague.
Sahil, Congressman Jordan did recently speak about all this on Fox News. I want to play a little bit of what he had to say, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
I mean, we just got the letter today, Brian. We're going to review the letter, but I got to be honest with you. I got real concerns about any committee that will take a document and alter it and present it to the American people, completely mislead the American people like they did last week. And it turns out it looks like it wasn't just one document they did this with. It was other text messages as well. So I got real concerns with that.
Sahil, can you provide any clarity here? What's Congressman Jordan getting at, this idea that documents were altered?
He is talking about a text message that the committee released, which he sent to then White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, that was truncated. It was about potential opportunities, constitutional measures to not certify certain electors or not count certain electors in Congress. And Jim Jordan alleges that the message was truncated, that there was more context to it, and it was ripped from context by the committee. The committee actually acknowledged that it made an error and that it apologized for it. Jordan is now citing that as a basis to question the credibility of this committee and suggesting maybe he's not going to cooperate with them for that reason.
Well, Pete, I'll ask you the last question here. What happens if the congressman doesn't meet the request that his colleagues have put out there? Any penalties that he might face?
No, not from that. But if they do subpoena him and he doesn't honor the subpoena, if he disregards it, then I think we're into something of a no man's land here. I don't know of any case where Congress has ever cited a member of Congress for contempt for failing to obey a subpoena from Congress. So that's question one. And question two is, if they did cite him for contempt and that case was referred to the Justice Department, would he be immune from prosecution under the Constitution's speech or debate clause, which basically says that members of Congress cannot be prosecuted for anything they do in connection with their official legislative duties? Then I think a big question would be whether Jim Jordan's conversations with the White House about the Electoral College vote and so forth would be considered part of his official legislative duties. But we would definitely be in uncharted territory.
All right, so much for a Christmas lull there in Washington. Pete Williams, Sahil Kapoor, both for us in Washington today. Gentlemen, thank you.
You bet.
Population growth is down to its lowest point since the founding of our country. There are a few obvious reasons behind that, COVID being one of them, but there are also a couple that you may not think about. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esemwa.
With the population declining, it could be because of our current circumstances with a pandemic. Times are seeming to be a lot more difficult.
Deanna Volek is in her late 30s. She's lived through a pandemic, finished law school during a recession, and as she looks to the future, she doesn't see children as a part of it.
I love children. I love the children in my life. It wasn't something I wanted to do myself.
Decisions like hers, one of many experts say, contributing to the U.S.'s stalled population growth, increasing by just 0.1% in the past year, a record low.
This is the smallest percentage decline in American history.
What are the key reasons we're seeing this decline in population rate?
Number one, COVID, which is affecting the death rate, but also fewer women are having children right now as well. COVID has also slowed down immigration into the United States. That was the other source of population growth to the country.
The U.S. death rate reached new heights, growing 17% in 2020, with the coronavirus added to the top leading causes of death. The average life expectancy diminishing for men, women, and groups across the board, with Black and Hispanic Americans facing the most dramatic increases. Doctors citing the effects of COVID as a primary cause.
Changes in access to routine medical care has worsened many of the outcomes related to chronic conditions, has delayed cancer screening, access to medications has gotten harder for many diseases as well.
Experts add it's not just wellness. Less people are choosing to have kids.
We do know that births have declined across all racial and ethnic groups.
25 states registered what Kenneth Johnson, a demographer, calls a natural decrease in population growth in 2020, which measures the number of births relative to the number of deaths. That change up from 8 states the year prior.
Are there factors about the world as it stands, specifically in the pandemic setting, that make you go, I don't think I want to do this?
With climate change and sustainability, how the world is going to be in the next decades, I think is a cause for concern for a lot of people.
Experts worry a shrinking population could have big consequences.
If, on the other hand, the birth rates don't rise again, that has implications that ripple through the whole economy and society.
As for individuals like Deanna, she says her personal choice not to have children has been met with support, and she hopes more support can be given for those pursuing parenthood in the pandemic world.
We don't have paid parental leave on a national level. Childcare is very expensive. I advocate strongly still for policies that support families, because we want to support the people that do decide to have children and make sure that if people make that decision, they're doing it in a supportive environment.
That was Zincle Esemwa reporting. The countdown to Christmas is on for all of you last-minute shoppers out there. Coming up, how much it's going to cost you to get your gifts delivered on time.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what
you, Lego.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Well, with millions of Americans hitting the road for the holidays, we all want to know what's in store with the forecast. Let's bring in meteorologist Michelle Grossman now for a check on the holiday weather. Hey, Michelle, how are you?
Hey, Aaron, I'm doing good. And we are looking at kind of a wacky forecast here. We have winter weather in the west, and we're talking monster storm, up to 8 feet of snow in some spots. And then other spots, it's going to feel more like May, maybe even July 4th. So let's take a look at the storm first in the west. We have that atmospheric river, that moisture just pushing inland. We've had that December deluge all month long, and we're going to continue to see it at least for the next 7 days. So we're seeing rain falling in San Francisco, Los Angeles, and that will be the story, too, on Christmas. And then we have that higher elevation snow. So we have a ton of winter alerts in place, winter storm watches, winter storm warnings, where you see the pink from the Pacific Northwest all the way to Southern California and then even into the Rockies. But east of the Rockies, we're really dry and actually a lot of sunshine. So this is the setup for the heavy snow and the big rains. We're looking at rain spreading to Southern California. We're already seeing that now. And then feet of snow accumulating in the Sierra Mountains. And that will continue over the next several days. That first storm is going to push to the east, and then we have another one coming on storm inland tomorrow. So your rainfall forecast, we are looking up to ½ a foot of rain in some spots, and we could see some flash flooding, especially in the burned areas. And then, of course, the snowfall 2 to 3 feet, even up to 8 feet in some spots. So some of us, well, we're dreaming of a white Christmas, and you really have to go to New England, maybe the Great Lakes and Northern Plains. And likely the best place to see the snow would be the Pacific Northwest into the Southern California spots, the Sierra Cascades into the Rockies. So that's the story there. You really only need an inch. That's a technical definition of white Christmas. So again, likely in New England, likely in the Northern Plains, and then, yeah, you're going to see that big time snow in the West. But I wanted to show you this because while we are dreaming of a white Christmas in the West, we're dreaming of maybe steak in the middle of the country. The Central and Southern Plains, we're looking at temperatures in the 80s. So 80 degrees in Oklahoma City on Christmas Day, 81 in Dallas, 81 in Houston. That is so above normal for this time of year. And really that heat is in store today too, because we're looking at temperatures 26 degrees above normal in Lubbock, 16 degrees above normal in Oklahoma City at 64 degrees, still in the 60s in Little Rock. Even as far north as St. Louis, we're looking at the 60s. And Aaron, 53 degrees in Omaha. And even in New York City, we're looking at the 50s by Christmas Day. So it is just sort of flip-flopped, and sort of depending on where you are, you're going to get a little bit different, little weather difference wherever you are. You know, I've never wanted to be in Texas so badly, seeing those numbers. I know, same. It would be nice. All right, meteorologist Michelle Grossman, thank you. Well, have you sent out your Christmas presents yet? If you haven't, believe it or not, there is still a little time. Not much, though. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now. A lot of folks want to know, Carrie, how can I make sure that my gifts get to where they need to be on time this late in the game?
Well, first of all, you're in trouble if you're a procrastinator, but there are solutions. And if you're like 50% of Americans, believe it or not, half of us are still out picking at least one more gift. I know that I've seen some people here at Meisner Park doing that. So you could, of course, deliver it in person. But if you're going to use a shipping service, there are solutions. They'll cost you a little bit of money. The one thing you cannot do is you can't tell the loved one that you were sending the gift to, oh, I'm so sorry, the supply chain was the problem, because as the White House has now told us, that excuse no longer holds water. It's the final countdown to Christmas, and if you've been stressing about supply chain shortages and shipping delays ruining your holiday, the president says, worry no more.
The much predicted crisis didn't occur. Packages are moving. Gifts are being delivered. Shelves are not empty.
On Wednesday, his supply chain disruptions task force reported that bottlenecks have been cleared at the nation's busiest ports, and new partnerships with trucking companies are helping to address driver shortages on the road. As a result, he says retail inventories are now close to pre-pandemic levels, and delivery times at major shippers are faster than they were in 2019, despite record holiday demand. In fact, between 97 and 99% of holiday deliveries have been made on time. To help you avoid making Santa's naughty list, we've got all the last-minute shopping deadlines to ensure your gifts arrive on time. Ship today, and FedEx and UPS will guarantee next-day delivery for Christmas Eve. The Postal Service by Christmas Day.
I sent it priority, so I didn't mess around.
For a premium, FedEx also offers same-day delivery on Christmas Eve. Amazon Prime members can get next-day delivery on some products today and same-day delivery on Friday for orders over $25, but only in certain zip codes. Walmart, Best Buy, and Target all offer next-day delivery on orders made today. Place your orders on Christmas Eve, and they'll deliver most products that same day, or you can pick them up curbside at the store. Target has added 18,000 curbside spaces to make it easy.
You could place your order all the way up to 6 p.m. on Christmas Eve, and we'll have it ready for you in a couple hours. And when you get here, just put in your parking spot number, and we'll be out and put it in your trunk in a couple minutes.
So, Carrie, if people really run out of time to send their presents, and I'm asking for a friend here, are retailers going to be open tomorrow?
Yeah, your good friend needs to know this information.
Yes.
If you go to a big box or an electronics store, yes, they're going to not only be open on Christmas Eve, they're going to be open into the evening on Christmas Eve. So there is still a possibility there'll be some things that you maybe want to get that you can't find because others have bought them. But if your name is Procrastinator Aaron, then you've got just a little bit more time. Tick-tock, buddy.
Thank you more than you know. Carrie Sanders for us in Florida today. Carrie, thank you. The federal government investigating billions of dollars that was stolen. Still ahead, what we know about who's behind the theft and its link to the pandemic.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt. Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock. Michaela Schifrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, 5 people under arrest in the carjacking of Pennsylvania Congresswoman Mary Gay Scanlon. The suspects were found driving her stolen car in Delaware. The armed carjacking happened on Wednesday afternoon in Philadelphia. Scanlon was not hurt. We now know what led to the deaths of 7 people in a Minnesota home this past weekend. Investigators say carbon monoxide poisoning killed the 4 adults and 3 children inside this home in Moorhead. Police are looking at the family's furnace or vehicle as the possible source of the poisoning. And yesterday we told you Virginia was opening a time capsule from 1887. Now we know what was inside. Conservationists found an almanac from 1897, an envelope, and a coin, as well as some books. The box was found inside the pedestal of the Robert E. Lee statue that was removed in Richmond. The artifacts have been placed in a freezer to prevent molding, so historians can examine them further. At the bottom of the hour now, let's get you up to date on our breaking news today. The FDA just gave emergency use authorization to an antiviral COVID pill made by Merck. The drug is for mild to moderate symptoms for those 18 and older. Now, this comes as the Omicron variant is now in all 50 states and Washington, D.C. Though the strain is spreading rapidly, a new British study seems to suggest that those who get infected with Omicron are 2/3 less likely to need to be hospitalized. But experts say the surge in cases may still overwhelm healthcare systems around the world. The CDC now estimating the Omicron variant makes up 90% of cases in the New York metro area, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands. That's up from 25% last week. Now, we have a team of correspondents here to bring you all the COVID different angles that we're looking at today. Let's start with NBC News correspondent Kathy Park. She's here in New York City with us. Kathy, New York State saw more than 28,000 new cases just yesterday, we know. Can you put that number into some perspective for us?
Hey there, Aaron. Yeah, 28,000 infections Wednesday alone. It is certainly an extraordinary number, another record-breaking case count, something that we've seen over the past 5 days. And of course, as cases continue to climb, these lines behind me in front of urgent care centers continued to grow. In fact, we were out here early this morning. Some people told us they got in line around 6 o'clock. They started seeing patients at 9 o'clock this morning. Here's what some of them had to tell me. Take a listen.
Sure, to confirm, because I got to go back to work and people are getting positive tests everywhere, just to confirm, because Christmas is around the corner and we want to be with family.
Yeah.
And you wake up and your throat feels a little funny, and it's like things that just may be typical are just more heightened, and I feel more paranoid. So I'm like, let me just come and be safe,
And Aaron, there is certainly growing worry here in New York City. And the common theme that I'm noticing after talking to a lot of folks in line, they are taking these tests more than once just to kind of have that peace of mind as they gather with loved ones during the holiday break.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Nobody wants to be responsible for getting somebody else sick because they didn't double check to make sure they were okay. What are local and state leaders doing then to try to help people get tested, to help them get tested faster?
Yeah, so the good news is help has already arrived here in New York City. In fact, across all of the boroughs, there are specific locations offering thousands of free at-home COVID tests, but supplies are limited at each of these distribution sites. There's about a limit to 2,000 tests at these locations, so certainly there is a high demand for those tests right now. Also, we have learned, according to the mayor, that by the end of the week, there should be 112 COVID testing locations operated by the city, and the state is also stepping in as well. Starting next week, for the first time, they're offering pop-up COVID testing locations at some subway stops. So a lot of different testing options for folks that they can turn to, but certainly the help can't come soon enough because, Aaron, as you can see, the line is still pretty long behind me.
Yeah, Kathy, do you have any sort of, very quickly, any tips for New Yorkers in particular who are looking to get a COVID test in the city without waiting for hours in some of these lines?
Yeah, so, a lot of people know that there are other options out there, but these urgent care centers, they're just easier to get to because it's right around their apartments. But you can go on to the city government's website. They have a portal on there. They have lots of different other options that you can turn to, so you don't have to wait in line. And also, New York City Health and Hospitals, they have an actual real-time system where they show you how long some of the lines are in the city. So there are different resources that people can turn to. But like I said, these urgent care centers are practically all around the city. It's just easier for people to kind of walk out of their apartments and kind of stand in line.
Well, this time, take your phone, do a little research, and maybe it'll help with those lines. Kathy Park for us here in Manhattan. Kathy, thank you. Now, we are getting a look at how much the COVID relief money has been stolen, not just millions of dollars, but billions. In fact, the federal government is estimating nearly $100 billion was stolen. Much of that was in the form of unemployment fraud. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Dilanian joining us now. Ken, there are some experts who say it could be more than $100 billion that we're looking at here. How did this happen, and do we know who was behind it?
Yes, we do, Aaron. It's an absolute travesty. First of all, that estimate from the Secret Service of $100 billion, it's just a guess. They don't really know. Companies that I've spoken to that have contracts in the states, which manage unemployment programs, say that the real number for just unemployment could be more like $200 billion to $400 billion. And then we're talking about another $160 billion in the loan programs, PPP and economic disaster injury loans. And the way it was stolen was very simple. In the case of unemployment, states had bad systems for verifying the people who were applying for these emergency COVID benefits. So all criminals needed was a social security number, a date of birth, some stolen identification information, which is available on the dark web for sale. And they were bombarding states with these false claims, and they could get debit cards with up to $30,000 on them. Wow. And Aaron, the worst part of this is that about half the money stolen from unemployment programs was taken, experts believe, by foreign criminals. So we're talking about Nigerian fraud gangs, wow, Russian organized crime. So that money is gone. It's out of the country. It's not recoverable. So we're seeing now these big headline prosecutions. You know, an former NFL player was just sentenced to 3 years in prison the other day for stealing $1 million from the loan program. An Olympic speed skater was indicted. So, you know, the government is prosecuting people, but the reality is that's only the really big fish, a tiny percentage of the money that was stolen. Most of it is gone forever, and most of the people who did it will never pay a price, Aaron.
And what about the good people here, Ken, the people who needed this help really? How might this impact those folks directly?
So that's the tragedy here. We're talking about real money, like almost as much money as the new money in the Biden infrastructure bill. You know, we're talking about money that could have gone for subsidized childcare or food stamps or military spending, anything. And in the case of the disaster loans, you know, that money ran out. So people who needed the money couldn't get it because a lot of it was stolen, Aaron. So this is just an awful story. The government isn't talking enough about it, frankly, because it's embarrassing to them because they have no really good answer.
All right, Ken Dilanian for us today in Washington. Ken, thank you. Well, this time of year, Bethlehem is usually bustling with pilgrims and tourists eager to visit the birthplace of Jesus. But for a second year in a row, the town is facing a truly silent night, if you will. COVID travel restrictions leaving religious sites like the Church of the Nativity almost deserted. NBC News correspondent Raf Sanchez is there.
Hey, Aaron, people here in Bethlehem are unbelievably proud of their city. They call it the capital of Christmas, and they love welcoming visitors from overseas. That isn't happening this year because of Omicron, and so they are finding new ways to celebrate.
In the little town of Bethlehem, the countdown to Christmas is on. Prayers and songs of praise going up from the city where the Christmas story began.
It's so exciting, it's so special, especially at Christmas time. And we were one of the very few tourists fortunate enough to be able to come to Israel and then to come to Bethlehem.
That's because Israel closed its borders to foreigners last month, trying to keep out the Omicron variants. But it also kept out pilgrims and tourists heading to the West Bank, taking a major toll on the economy and leaving holy sites like Bethlehem's Church of the Nativity quiet this year. This is the grotto where Jesus is believed to have been born. On a normal day, there'd be a line snaking through the church, but today, it's completely empty. Even without many visitors from overseas, the streets of this ancient city are still alive with the spirit of Christmas.
At least 1 year.
Amal Bandak is one of Bethlehem's top Palestinian tour guides, and she agreed to show us around a city ready to celebrate.
Christmas is the most beautiful time in the year. This is the time of gathering all the family. This is the time to see everybody happy, everybody waiting for the Christmas tree.
And away from the clamor, quiet moments of Christmas reflection. Father Isa is the parish priest at the Church of the Nativity.
The lights, the trees, the sweets, and everything. This is not Christmas. Christmas is to think of others. Christmas is to love each other. Christmas is to have this inner peace and this inner love.
Last year, the coronavirus kept Amal's family apart. This year, 3 generations are gathering under the tree, thankful for what they have. It may be a different Christmas this year, but the people of Bethlehem are determined to make it a happy one.
Now, those Israeli travel restrictions are going to be in place until at least next week, so the Christmas tourism period kind of a washout again this year. But the message from people in Bethlehem is come see us next Christmas, come see us even before that, and we are looking forward to seeing you. Aaron?
We are also closely watching for a verdict in the trial of Kim Potter in Minneapolis. The jury, now in its fourth day of deliberations there, is deciding whether to convict the former Minnesota police officer in the deadly shooting of an unarmed black man, Daunte Wright. Now, Potter has pleaded not guilty to first and second-degree manslaughter charges. The jury now left to weigh the evidence here and key testimony, including from Daunte Wright's girlfriend, who watched him die, and from Kim Potter herself.
Remember yelling, "Taser, taser, taser," and nothing happened. And then he told me I shot him. I know I was delirious. I was just screaming like, "They shot him, they shot him." And then I pointed the camera on him, and I'm so sorry.
NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joining us now from Minneapolis. Shaq, obviously some emotional testimony for this jury to weigh now. Have we heard anything from the jury and their requests of the judge so far?
Well, recently, at least, not a peep from this jury. We did get a confirmation earlier this morning that those deliberations have resumed. We know that they've been deliberating for about 26 hours at this point, or at least a waive for those deliberations for about 26 hours. We've gotten a total of 3 questions from the jury over the course of this trial. But, Aaron, that last question that we got from the jury didn't happen it hasn't happened since about a day and a half. So we have not heard much from them. We haven't gotten any signals from them. One of those questions signaled potentially that they were struggling to reach a consensus, but as far as we know, we just don't know what's going on behind those closed doors.
Well, Shaq, help us understand a little bit more about this jury. What can you tell us about the folks who are making this decision?
Yeah, it's a group of 12 jurors. It started out as 14, but the 2 were alternate. But it's 12 jurors evenly split between men and women. 6 are men, 6 are women. There are 9 jurors who are white, 2 are Asian, 1 is a black woman. And, you know, during the voir dire process, during as they were working to impanel this jury, we learned a little bit about them. For example, we know that many of them have seen at least a clip of the killing of Daunte Wright. Some of them were impacted by the protest afterwards. One of the jurors mentioned hearing gunshots or loud pops outside of her window during the protests and riots after his killing. And then we also know that one of them was on a rock band and carried a taser, carried a stun gun at one point and had some familiarity with that device. I think the bottom line, though, is despite how those jurors came into this trial, all of them committed to being impartial and putting that aside and only trying this case based on the facts, Aaron.
And Shaq, I do want to ask, what impact has this trial had on law enforcement there in the Minneapolis area? I know, I would imagine there are a lot of different ways that they're sort of having to handle what's happened and what may happen coming down the line here. Have you heard anything about, have they heard anything about Kim Potter's case?
Yeah, you know, we've definitely been reaching out to the different law enforcement groups here in anticipation of this verdict. You know, this is very clear that people are watching this in this area. They're monitoring and anticipating the verdict, although the protests, I should say, around this trial have been fairly muted, likely a result of the weather and temperature that we're dealing with and the duration of this trial. But when we reached out to those law enforcement groups, they say they're monitoring this, they're watching, they're encouraging people to peacefully demonstrate if that's what they choose to do, and they say that they are ready to mobilize and scale up any additional resources if there needs to be that response. As of now, all indications suggest that is not necessary.
All right, Shaquille Brewster for us in Minneapolis today. Shaq, thank you. Now, we are also waiting for a verdict in the trial of Elizabeth Holmes out in Silicon Valley. She was the CEO of blood testing startup Theranos. The jury there in its 3rd day of deliberations, weighing whether Holmes intentionally defrauded customers and investors. Holmes has pleaded not guilty to all of the charges of criminal fraud. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz has been following this trial for us. He joins us now. Gadi, we know this jury's been deliberating for days now, and now we're getting some word about what will happen if a verdict is not reached before Christmas. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, if a verdict is not reached by the end of today, there is a chance that lawyers will be meeting with the judge and they'll see if they can push this until possibly January 3rd to continue. But so far, we've only seen one question come out of the jury room a few days ago, and that was whether they're allowed to take home the jury instructions and study them. And that alone could be a signal as to how much work they have ahead of them, because consider this, just the jury instructions alone are 39 pages. The answer from the judge was no. All deliberations have to take place in the jury room. So that's where they're scheduled to be all day today, trying to decide whether Elizabeth Holmes is guilty of those 2 counts of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and 9 counts of wire fraud. Now, again, if they don't reach that verdict today, attorneys and the judge are expected to discuss the possibility of coming back in the new year. Aaron?
You know, Gotti, this trial is obviously something that a lot of people in Silicon Valley are paying attention to or watching closely. How are the big-time entrepreneurs and investors reacting to all this?
Yeah, this is kind of becoming a cautionary tale. You got to remember that Silicon Valley, this is a place where it's not unusual for young startups to hype up companies, to hype up products, promise to revolutionize the way things are done, and also investors who are out there looking for the next billion-dollar idea and sinking hundreds of millions of dollars into what they're hoping becomes a unicorn. So I guess the biggest takeaway here seems to be the very big signal from the government that if you lie about those claims, you could end up facing decades of jail time, which is what we're seeing now.
All right, Gotti Schwartz for us out in California today. Gotti, thank you. Well, it ended her 2-decade-long career at the State Department. After the break, we're going to hear from one of the victims of Havana syndrome. Stay with us.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
A longtime State Department veteran afflicted by that mysterious Havana syndrome is speaking out for the first time. She talked about her symptoms and her continuing fight to actually be believed. Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell has this NBC News exclusive.
Cheryl Cruz speaking out for the first time about how her 20-year State Department career was cut short by a mysterious illness, the Havana syndrome.
I started with the vertigo and the tinnitus and brain fog. I could actually feel my brain shutting down, like everything kind of went black.
She is among more than 200 State Department personnel and CIA officers afflicted around the world. Many still feel ignored.
I do not believe the department took me seriously. It was always, we'll get back to you. I have to ask myself, are they trying to disprove us, or are they trying to prove what happened?
And in Canada, 27 diplomats, military police, and family members are suing their government over incidents in Cuba. Who's responsible? Attention is focused on Russia, which U.S. intelligence says has the global reach and technology experts suspect could be the cause. In November, CIA Director Bill Burns warned Moscow there would be repercussions if it's behind it.
All of us at the State Department and across the U.S. government are intently focused on getting to the bottom of what and who is causing these incidents.
Tuesday night, Secretary of State Blinken visited doctors at Johns Hopkins in Baltimore, where CIA officers and State Department personnel are being treated.
A lot of suspicion is placed on Russia. They've denied it.
We know that this is something that's been widespread, and we will keep at it until we find who's responsible, and we will hold whoever it is accountable.
Well, as we celebrate holiday traditions with loved ones, thousands of Afghan refugees are starting new lives here in America. And while Americans of all backgrounds have volunteered to help them, there is one group that knows firsthand what it's like to resettle in a new country. Here's NBC News correspondent Vicky Nguyen.
Lentils, more rice. Wien Nguyen is the co-founder of Viets for Afghans, a volunteer group helping Afghans resettle in Seattle.
We want them to feel welcome. There is a group of people that they can rely on.
Wien says these images of Afghans escaping after the U.S. withdrawal in August reminded her of the Vietnamese experience in 1975. She lost 4 family members, including her mother and 2 siblings, during their escape as boat people. How did that experience at 10 years old shape who you are now?
It made me realize that how someone's life can just turn upside down really, really quickly.
In 4 months, Viets for Afghans has resettled 2 families with help from the Sponsor Circles program.
Can I have a kiss?
Today, volunteers visit Sahib and his family of 8.
The Vietnamese community's help and the help of other people that are close to him just been overwhelming.
Some 25,000 Afghan refugees are currently living on U.S. military bases. But next month, Sahib's family moves to this Seattle apartment. Tam Nguyen offering it rent-free.
He's a friend that is generous enough to provide you the house.
There are 3 bedrooms.
The kindness continues. Tam's nephew will pay for their utility bills.
Thank you.
What would you say to people who want to help but they don't know how?
We didn't know how either. Just get started.
The Sponsor Circles program requires volunteers to commit to 3 months, but Wien says the bonds forming now will last a lifetime.
Have your eggs sliced.
Vicky Nguyen, NBC News.
Well, up next, a Hollywood actor speaking out after allegations of sexual misconduct. Stay with us.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good celebration, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Well, for the first time, actor James Franco is talking about sexual misconduct allegations against him. Franco says he paid more than $2 million to settle a lawsuit filed by one of his former acting students. NBC's Isa Gutierrez has more from that dramatic interview.
Actor James Franco is breaking his silence about sexual misconduct accusations made against him. The allegations from students at an acting school he ran and taught at first came nearly 4 years ago.
At that moment, I just thought, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to pause. Did not seem like the right time to say anything. There were people that were upset with me, and I needed to listen.
Franco speaking out on SiriusXM's The Jess Cagle Show. In 2019, the Oscar nominee was sued in a class action lawsuit by two former students who attended the Studio 4 acting school, which Franco ran from 2014 to 2017. In the lawsuit, the former students alleged that they and others were coerced into filming overt sexual acts by Franco and his partners.
The stupidest thing I did, or one of the stupidest things I did at the school, was I called one of my classes, a master class, sex scenes. It was not about sex scenes. I was not teaching people how to do sex scenes or intimate scenes or anything of that nature. It was a provocative title. I'll admit, I did sleep with students. I didn't sleep with anybody in that particular class, but over the course of my teaching, I did sleep with students, and that was wrong.
People listening to this will say, how could you not see that there would be a power imbalance among a teacher who's not just a teacher, but is James Franco, like a very, very famous, powerful actor and producer and a student? How did that power imbalance, how were you not aware of that?
I suppose at the time, my thinking was, if it's consensual, okay. Of course I knew, I talked to other people, other teachers or whatever, like, yeah, it's probably not a cool thing. At the time, I was not clear-headed, as I've said. So I guess it just comes down to my criteria was like, if this is consensual, like, I think it's cool. We're all adults.
The allegations against Franco first surfaced in 2018, following the Me Too reckoning in Hollywood. At the time, Franco denied the allegations.
The things that I heard that were on Twitter are not accurate, but I completely support people coming out and being able to have a voice, because I didn't have a voice for so long. So I don't want to, shut them down in any way. It's I think a good thing, and I support it.
Then earlier this year, he agreed to pay more than $2 million to settle the suit, according to court documents seen by NBC News. A joint statement issued on behalf of the actor and his former students said, quote, "While defendants continue to deny the allegations in the complaint, they acknowledge that plaintiffs have raised important issues, and all parties strongly believe that now is a critical time to focus on addressing the mistreatment of women in Hollywood." Studio 4 closed in 2017. Now, Franco saying he's been in treatment for sex addiction since 2016.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Dose of hope. The FDA giving emergency approval to a COVID treatment pill. what health experts are saying about it with the Omicron variant now confirmed in all 50 states. What did he know? The January 6th committee wants Congressman Jim Jordan to testify. The political battle being waged right now as the Capitol riot investigation heats up. Thinking small, the supply chain crisis has brought major retailers to their knees, forcing more Americans to turn to mom and pop shops. How small businesses are cashing in for the holidays. And Christmas and the Queen. With the COVID threat surging in the UK, the royal family is making a change for the holidays. How they're celebrating the season with the 95-year-old monarch's safety in mind. And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan has the day off. We begin this hour with breaking news and a major development in the fight against COVID-19. The FDA just gave emergency use approval to Merck for its antiviral COVID pill. Just yesterday, the agency approved a similar drug from Pfizer. Health officials say the Merck drug will be more restricted than Pfizer's treatment. Also breaking right now, we've learned a third U.S. senator has tested positive for COVID. Delaware's Chris Coons says he has minor symptoms and is isolating. Senators Cory Booker and Elizabeth Warren also tested positive. Also this hour, the Supreme Court says it will hear challenges to President Biden's vaccine and mask mandates in the new year. Oral arguments are set for January 7th now on the rules for larger employers and for healthcare workers. Until then, lower court rulings will remain in place. This hour, we are covering the fight against Omicron and the new ways the pandemic is being fought. Let's start in Miami. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is there. Sam, what is the feeling there in South Florida just 2 days before Christmas now?
Aaron, good afternoon. The feeling in South Florida is that everyone and their brother wants to get tested for COVID-19 right now. We've seen a 330% increase in Florida just in the last couple of weeks, in no small part, Aaron, because of lines like these. Everyone is coming out right now to get tested. It's 3 or 4 hours long minimum, and this has been going on for days. At the same time, encouraging news about that Pfizer pill, which could be available as early as this weekend.
New promise from Pfizer's pill. Freshly approved by the FDA for emergency use, it requires a doctor's prescription and could cut down on COVID-related hospitalizations and deaths by nearly 90% if taken within 5 days of symptoms starting.
Everyone agrees this is a very promising antiviral.
Only 250,000 treatments will be available in January, but Pfizer says it'll pump out tens of millions throughout 2022. This as Omicron has now reached every state, and many Americans are facing long testing lines and delays. The president last night acknowledging the issue, but asking for perspective.
No, nothing's been good enough. But look where we are. When last Christmas, we were in a situation where we had significantly fewer people vaccinated.
As Omicron rapidly becomes America's dominant strain, its symptoms have come into sharper focus. Early evidence suggesting a cough, fatigue or tiredness, and congestion are most common, with loss of taste or smell uncommon. A pair of studies from the UK and another from South Africa show Omicron is reportedly milder, with up to 80% fewer hospitalizations. Though one nationally recognized infectious disease expert says that's not a complete picture, with vaccines helping to blunt severe symptoms and South Africa's population much younger than ours.
There's nothing to indicate that it would be milder. There's a lot to indicate it would be more transmissible.
In Florida, Omicron is running rampant, and some are pulling the plug on holiday plans.
Are you seeing your family for Christmas?
As a matter of fact, we just canceled this morning. We were going to have like 12 people.
Health experts advise getting tested regardless of vaccination status. And if you haven't taken the shot, avoid those get-togethers.
If there's an unvaccinated person, I would say, I'm very sorry, but not this time. Maybe another time when this is all over.
Aaron, right now we're talking about the Merck pill, which was just again approved today. And what we know right now, Aaron, is the fact that it is a limited option, but it is an option in our arsenal. 30% effective at preventing hospitalizations and deaths. But if you compare that to Pfizer, which is almost 90%, you can understand right now why doctors are saying it will be prescribed, but when it's clinically appropriate. An FDA advisory panel had a 13-10 endorsement of this very same pill a few weeks ago, so it was narrowly passed, in no small part because of concerns about safety, especially for pregnant women. Aaron?
All right, Sam Brock in Miami for us today. Thank you, Sam. Joining us now is Dr. Jeremy Faust, a professor of emergency medicine at Harvard University. Dr. Faust, what do you make of some of these early studies that we're seeing about mild symptoms from Omicron? I know I've seen things on the internet where people are warning us that mild doesn't necessarily mean what some people seem to think it means in terms of just sort of, oh, it's not a big deal. It's still a big deal, right?
Yeah, and thanks for having me. I actually am very worried about people getting the wrong message here. If Omicron had been the first variant that erupted when the COVID-19 pandemic began, we would still have a massive problem on our hands. It's not that much better. I don't care what anybody says. At this point, we cannot conclude that. The reason I think we are seeing such a difference so far is what the expert in the previous package said, which is there is a great degree of immunity in a lot of communities. Older people are highly vaccinated. People with immune compromise are vaccinated, although we wonder if it's enough. So I think that there's some question about native Omicron in what we call a naive person. If you've not received any vaccine, if you've never been infected, you'd be called a naive body to the variants. And I do wonder whether Omicron is really that much milder in the immune naive population. I suspect it might be a little bit, but not enough that I would tell anyone not to worry about it. I think it's still clearly a pandemic virus that has a lot of lethal potential.
All right, and people don't seem to understand, immune doesn't mean invincible. It's still something that you can catch even if you're vaccinated and boosted. Obviously, we've seen a lot of cases like that. As we watch COVID cases climb in this country and around the world right now, how are hospitals here preparing or getting ready for more patients to be coming their way?
The difficult thing right now is that we have a lot of competing problems. So we have a flu season, which we didn't have before. We have all kinds of regular, usual care that had been deferred, which was now happening. And so a lot of hospitals were already much more full than they would have been in the spring of 2020 or in the fall of 2020 and 2021, the winter wave. Now we have this problem where we have a lot of care going on, and then you add Omicron. And even if a very small percentage of the case counts that we detect today translate into hospitalizations in 5 to 10 days from now, Omicron is so unbelievably contagious that it will be enough people being hospitalized that it could tip the balance. So my colleagues and I developed what we call a circuit breaker metric or a circuit breaker threshold. And the idea is to give counties and states advance notice that they might be at the precipice of something that combines two pieces of information. Lots and lots of cases, of which some will be hospitalized, in areas where hospital capacity is already on the brink. So if we can combine those things, we can give people advance notice so that they can take local action to try to slow things down just a bit if they can.
All right, Dr. Jeremy Faust, we appreciate your perspective today. Thank you. Globally, the push remains similar to the U.S. Get people vaccinated and boosted. That's the effort. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now from London. Ali, we're going to get to the UK in just a minute here, but I want to start with what's happening in China. What do you know about the lockdown there, this new one?
Good afternoon, Aaron. Well, it's a massive lockdown in the city of Xi'an, a central city in China. There were about 52 cluster cases of COVID discovered yesterday, and today now that city of 13 million people is under a very strict lockdown. And that comes just as the Chinese are celebrating Lunar New Year. There's going to be a massive rush for that. And of course, as they're preparing for the Winter Olympics. Now, the lockdown there is extremely strict. Nobody is allowed to leave their homes. Only one person per household is allowed to leave every 48 hours just to get groceries and come back. They haven't given a time frame on how long the lockdown is going to last, but they think it originated from a flight arriving from Pakistan where 6 people had COVID.
You know, Ali, for the first time, the UK has topped 100,000 COVID cases in one day. Are there any indications that there might be new restrictions, more restrictions put in place there?
That's right, Aaron. COVID is spreading at an alarming rate here in the UK. 100,000 cases yesterday. That's the most since the beginning of the pandemic, and it's been a record-breaking week for infections leading up to that. Government statistics show that last week, 1 in 45 people had COVID here. In London, that number goes up to 1 in 30. London is the epicenter for the Omicron variant, and Omicron cases are doubling every 48 hours. But the Prime Minister said he's not planning a lockdown before Christmas. He acknowledged that there's a lot of uncertainty around the severity of Omicron, the hospital rate, but he said there's just not enough evidence right now to justify shutting down Christmas.
All right, Ali Arouzi for us in London today. Ali, thank you. Well, buckle up, everybody. With less than 48 hours until Christmas now, millions of Americans are already hitting the roads for the holidays. Highways and airports have been jam-packed all week long, setting pandemic-era records. Here's NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello.
Good day. State troopers across the country on watch today. They say, and AAA reiterates, this is the day when the most number of people will be hitting the roads. In all, 100 million people over the entire holiday stretch. This is the day going into Christmas when you're going to have a lot of company on the roads, and for that matter, in the nation's airports. Thursday morning, and it's go time for millions of Americans heading home for the holidays. Roughly 100 million going by car, nearly a third of the population. This morning, AAA says major roadways around Boston, Chicago, Detroit, and San Francisco should expect peak congestion this afternoon. Along I-270 in Maryland, the state's roadside assistance team is on the job to keep traffic flowing.
We change tires. We try to make the road safe and clear.
Their work critical this time of year when MDOT says there's a 30% bump in the number of drivers they assist.
For every minute that a lane is blocked by an incident, it takes 4 minutes to recover back to normal lane and speed travel conditions.
Americans are also traveling by train and by bus. Meanwhile, at Gate 42 in Washington, the Wing Walkers bringing in Flight 2565 from Dallas. They've got just 45 minutes to turn this plane for its next flight to Florida. And the countdown is on. 2 minutes after arrival, the cabin door opens. At 3 minutes, the cargo door opens. A minute later, ground crews are inside the belly of the plane, loading passenger bags onto the belt. Inside, the last passenger stepping off, just as the catering and the cleaning crews swoop in.
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you.
At 20 minutes, the next flight's passengers start to board. Down below, their bags are loading as the first officer does his inspection check.
You can literally have a screw that's come loose.
A typical narrow-body plane like this will fly about 5 flights a day. In all, carrying more than 900 passengers. This week, mostly clear skies nationwide are making for a smooth end-of-week travel push. The next test, the day after New Year's. Back out on the roads, the busiest time on the highways today will be between noon and 6 p.m. wherever you are. So you may want to avoid that period. And then tomorrow, try to leave before 1 p.m. as, of course, the final rush to get to Grandma's house for Christmas. I'm Tom Costello in Arlington, Virginia. Back to you.
We are coming up on the 1-year anniversary of the deadly Capitol insurrection, and Congress is still searching for answers about what led up to that riot. Now, the January 6th committee wants information from high-profile Republican Congressman and Trump ally Jim Jordan. Lawmakers want to learn more about Jordan's communications with the White House before and during the riot. Here to help us break this all down are NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor and NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Sahil, this is the second sitting member of Congress the committee wants information from this week. Does that tell us anything about this phase of the investigation?
That it's extremely serious. This committee did not start off expecting or intending to investigate sitting members of Congress. They are in uncharted waters here, having this investigation having led them to 2 sitting members of Congress that they now allege had knowledge or involvement in a plot to subvert American democracy and overturn a free and fair election result. That's an extraordinary charge, a towering thing to investigate. And also, the committee is at a crossroads here in terms of deciding how to get information from these 2 men, Jim Jordan and the Republican Congressman Scott Perry. They're asking for their voluntary cooperation and for them to appear for an interview. But if they refuse, as Scott Perry already has, as Jim Jordan has indicated he might, it's going to be a difficult decision for them whether to take it to the next step, maybe subpoena them, or whether to let it go.
So, Danny, this committee has only submitted a request to Congressman Jordan, not a subpoena in this case. What's Jordan's legal obligation here to respond to a request like this?
It's the same obligation that every citizen has when the government essentially asks nicely for you to come in and talk to, say, FBI agents, or in this case, Congress. It can be no thank you. That's one of the benefits of living in America. However, Jim Jordan knows that the next thing to follow, once he politely declines a request to come in and sit down, is going to be a subpoena. In almost all certainty, he can expect that. And that's when the rubber hits the road. He has to make a decision as to whether or not he is going to cooperate, not cooperate, or sort of, as Mr. Miyagi might say, cooperate in the middle, give up some documents, but refuse to do other things.
And Sahil, what is Jordan saying about whether he's actually going to cooperate with the committee?
Jordan has said he is reviewing the letter. He has not definitively indicated one way or another whether he will or will not cooperate, but he has suggested that he might not by questioning the credibility of this committee. Let's play what he had to say.
Got the letter today, Brian. We're going to review the letter, but I got to be honest with you. I got real concerns about any committee that will take a document and alter it and present it to the American people, completely mislead the American people like they did last week. And it turns out it looks like it wasn't just one document they did this with. It was other text messages as well. So I got real concerns with that.
Now, Jordan here is talking about a text message that he sent to then White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows that was truncated before it was released by the committee. Jordan alleges that truncation takes it out of context, and he's citing that as a basis to potentially not cooperate with this committee.
All right, for now, we will leave it there, gentlemen. Sahil Kapoor, Danny Cevallos, thank you both. Well, next year's Senate elections in 2 key states are shaping up to be very close. New GOP polling shows Republicans have a good chance of flipping seats in both Georgia and Nevada. They only need to win 1 net seat to gain a majority, which would shift power in the Senate back to the GOP. Joining us now is NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray to help us understand all this. Mark, talk about Georgia first here. What's the new polling showing there?
Yeah, it shows a dead heat, Aaron. It ends up having the Democratic incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock at 48%, and it has Herschel Walker, who's likely the Republican nominee, at 49%. When you add in the margin of error, Aaron, this is just an absolute jump ball. It's important to note this is a Republican poll, and Democrats have told me they're anticipating a very tight race in Georgia as well as in Nevada.
Well, let's talk about Nevada then, Mark. What's going on there? How competitive is the Senate race there?
Another dead heat, Aaron. The Republican polling has this race at Adam Laxalt, the likely Republican nominee, at 46%, and Democratic incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto at 42%. And again, this is a Republican poll. Everyone anticipates these being incredibly close races. And Aaron, we're just talking about these 2 races. We're not talking about the potential Democratic pickups in places like Ohio, in Pennsylvania, Florida, and Wisconsin. So the battle for the Senate is going to be engaged for the rest of the next year.
All right, NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, thank you. Well, 5 people are now under arrest after a carjacking in Philadelphia. The victim is a sitting member of Congress. Congresswoman Mary Gay Scanlon was robbed at gunpoint on Wednesday. Now, new details are emerging about how it happened. Reporter Randy Gyllenhaal of our NBC station in Philadelphia brings us up to date.
Well, Aaron, she was not injured, but it was terrifying. Held up at gunpoint in the middle of the day in South Philadelphia. The Congresswoman represents that part of the city. She was in FDR Park with other members of Congress for an event. As she was leaving, walking back to her car, she became the latest carjacking victim in the city of Philadelphia. Police say 2 men approached her, pointing a gun, and demanded her belongings, including a government-issued cell phone. They stole her Acura MDX and took off. A short time later that night, Delaware State Police found the car with 5 people inside. They impounded that car and took those people into custody. Carjacking's up in Philadelphia, but most people who are carjacked don't get the assistance of the FBI, who is now taking the lead on this case. The Congresswoman says she's okay. She's thanking police this morning, but in the city of Philadelphia, we are seeing a surge in these carjackings. In one case, a Temple University senior shot and killed during a botched carjacking just last month. And it comes as other
crimes like homicides reaching all-time highs, more than almost 550 homicides approaching the end of the year here in Philadelphia as local police, law enforcement trying to get a handle on this. These carjackings, just the latest, and it's a sign that a sitting member of Congress becomes the latest victim in Philadelphia. Aaron?
Big box stores are struggling to cope with the supply chain crisis, but guess who is not? Small businesses, or at least not as much. Coming up, why a growing number of people are thinking small for their holiday shopping.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it at night.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
On the money at this hour, stocks are rising for a third straight day as investors look past early jitters about the spread of the Omicron COVID variant. CNBC's Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with a look at that and several other business headlines. Christina, let's talk a little bit about what the market is doing right now. Where are we seeing these gains?
Well, I guess it's in a jolly mood, adding to yesterday's gains, and that's because the holiday shortened trading week comes to a close today. So to answer your question, most sectors are pretty much higher across the board, like financials, which includes banks, materials, and communication services. Real estate investment trusts are actually the only sector lower right now, but overall it's pretty quiet across the board from a headline perspective, aka no big news. In the investing world, though, Omicron fears are somewhat fading, not in real life, just in the investing world, and you can see that in travel and leisure stocks like Delta Airlines, American Airlines, and Marriott. All shares are higher.
And Christina, U.S. regulators are opening an investigation into Tesla. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so the U.S. government said that they're going to be investigating more than 500,000 Teslas sold since 2017. There are reports that drivers can literally sit there while driving and play video games and browse the internet on the main display screen that's just right to your right side. And so the screen was supposed to be restricted to passengers only while the car was in motion, but there are many reports claiming that anyone, including the driver, can use the screen. And so the U.S. government right now will have to evaluate over 500,000 Tesla cars.
And before I let you go, I do want to ask you too, Christina, about Amazon. There are some workers in Chicago who are walking off the job, I understand. What's going on there?
Yeah, Amazon workers at 2 separate Chicago facilities staged a walkout during the busiest time of year. They're demanding better pay and working conditions. Workers are specifically asking management for increased staff. They feel like there's not enough employees around, and they want wage increases for all the employees at both of those facilities. Amazon says no workers will be fired or suspended due to any type of participation in this walkout that's going on.
All right, Christina Partsinevelos at CNBC for us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
The race to deliver has been a long, hard slog for some of the biggest retailers in this country. Many are struggling to handle the backlogs from the supply chain crisis. Now, as a result, a lot of people are turning to small businesses for their holiday shopping. My co-anchor Morgan Radford has the story.
Hi there. It's a message that small business owners all across the country are putting out this holiday season, essentially saying we sell locally and we source locally. In other words, you can skip the supply chain headaches and shop with us. And based on the latest consumer data, it looks like holiday shoppers are catching on.
For furniture maker Kwejo Sampimpong, the supply chain crisis is nowhere to be seen.
I can just jump out, go there, pick up what I need, and work on my pieces.
Like 95% of small business owners selling on the website Etsy, the North Carolina craftsman gets his materials locally.
So everything you're using, trees, lumber, you're using locally and you're building locally.
That's right.
And it's paid off.
From 2019 to 2021, the percentage change is over 1,400%.
I'm sorry, I just want to run that back. You've increased your business 1,400%.
1,400%, yeah, during the pandemic.
It's a surprising trend playing out nationwide, with more small businesses seeing increased revenues over the past month than in 2020, and customer spending surging by 18% over last year on Small Business Saturday alone.
But others here are still feeling the pinch. Just down the street at Spicer Green Jewelers, they say they've seen the supply chain slow down firsthand.
We had one customer who ordered a beautiful pair of South Sea golden pearls, and it took 16 weeks to get them.
They're among the 39% of small retail businesses who say they're having foreign supply chain issues. So they made their own supply.
So you're essentially transitioning from using things overseas and then building it here.
Yep, that's exactly what we've done. We gotten away from that because it's hard to compete with the labor. And now, because of COVID, because of the supply chain issues, and also because we want to create jobs again, we've brought it back.
An international problem being solved right here at home.
It's also worth remembering that holiday shopping is key to so many small businesses that were hit really hard by the pandemic. In fact, according to one American Express survey, 78% of small businesses say holiday sales this year will likely determine whether or not they survive in 2022. Back to you.
The real rush going on right now is the rush to get a COVID test. But how much testing will America actually need, and for how long? We're going to take a closer look at that for you next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, at least 4 people are recovering in the hospital after a major fire in Texas. Crews were called to an ExxonMobil oil refinery east of Houston overnight. You can see some of the flames there in the distance. Several people who were nearby described an explosion that was strong enough to rattle their homes. What caused that blast has not yet been determined. The FBI now stepping in to help find a missing 3-year-old girl in Texas. That child disappeared from a San Antonio playground on Monday. Police issued an Amber Alert that day, but they still only have a few leads. The police chief has now asked the FBI to send its Child Abduction Rapid Response Team to help. And one of America's biggest automakers wants you to know what it feels like after you drive drunk. Ford has created a hangover suit to simulate the experience of being hungover. That suit uses weights, headgear, earphones, and goggles to recreate the sensation of uneven walking, having a bad headache, and intense heartbeat. It's part of a company program aimed at helping to educate new drivers. At the bottom of the hour, let's get you up to speed on the latest coronavirus developments. New York and New Jersey both battling serious COVID surges right now. New York saw an astounding 28,000 cases yesterday. New Jersey reported more than 15,000 new cases. That's a nearly 60% increase for the Garden State in just one day. And we are once again seeing a COVID outbreak on the ocean. Another Royal Caribbean cruise ship reporting more than 55 positive cases. The passengers and crew departed for an 8-day trip just 5 days ago. Our correspondents are tracking all of today's top COVID news for you. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward is taking a look at testing around the U.S. right now. Jake, the Biden administration told us about plans to provide 500 million at-home COVID test kits for Americans starting in January. What can you tell us about the role that COVID testing has played in jump-starting our economy?
Well, Aaron, when you look at a number like 500 million tests, that is, as you mentioned, what the White House says they will provide. It sounds like an extraordinary number of tests. But here's the thing to consider. Back at the beginning of the pandemic, Harvard did a roadmap to pandemic resilience, and they estimated that to remobilize the economy, they were going to need incredible numbers of tests. Have a look. 20 million tests a day was the original plan. That was the benchmark that we were all sort of held to. Unfortunately, at the moment, we're only seeing about 1.5 million daily tests done. And even at the very peak of testing a year ago, we were seeing only about 2.2 million done. Between both public and private providers of tests, we currently in the United States have only a little less than 600 million tests available. And if we are going to make use of the extraordinary drugs coming online, of the possibility of actually getting together with family over the holidays, getting together with coworkers, we're going to need incredibly rapid testing. And when you think about, again, this enormous capacity that the White House says they're going to build, it sounds very impressive, but it's very scary to think about just how far we are from that 20 million a day benchmark that experts say we need to actually live our lives in a normal and safe way again, Aaron.
And then there's this demand issue, Jake, and as somebody who's looked for at-home tests and not been able to find them, you know, a lot of people are having that experience right now. How are the testing centers and the home test suppliers saying they're keeping up with the demand that's out there that's rising?
Well, you have to look at the private ecosystem of testing in the context of just how poorly we got started here with the pandemic. I mean, you'll remember, Aaron, that under the Trump administration, President Trump was famously hostile to testing. He said he thought that the case numbers would bring his numbers down, his image numbers down. And then the Biden administration stood up as much testing as possible, but then, of course, shifted focus to vaccines, which everyone hoped would do away with the need for testing. And as the vaccine numbers went up, testing numbers went down, and local and state officials began to replace their testing centers with vaccine centers. And now suddenly we're in this position where now that not enough people are vaccinated, we're having variants pop up in the population like we're seeing with Omicron. We need the testing, and we've done away with huge amounts of it. We did speak to the West Coast operations manager of one provider of lab testing just to talk about the incredible fury for trying to get as much capacity built as possible. And here is how he described what they're looking at.
We completely based everything based off of our numbers that we saw last year during the winter peaks, winter months, and did see that surge. So definitely anticipated another surge. What it was going to look like, we had no idea, but I think it's safe to say that, you know, we chose the right direction in opening up additional testing sites and continuing the testing.
We just did not see this coming, and that's true for both the experts at the government and scientific level. It's true for the for-profit makers of tests. And now, Aaron, because we know that in order to take advantage of the latest antiretrovirals, in order to get back together, we're going to need huge numbers of tests every day. It's clear that even though the White House is putting together this plan for 500 million tests, we don't have them yet, and that's certainly not coming in time to avoid what is probably going to be a holiday surge here, Aaron.
Jake Ward for us out in California today. Jake, thank you. Nearly 1,000 new cases were reported in Puerto Rico on Wednesday, but despite COVID spreading quickly around the island, hospitalizations remain pretty low. NBC News reporter Nicole Acevedo joins us now. Nicole, we're seeing hospitals around the country right now really being overwhelmed by COVID. How is Puerto Rico's hospitalization rate managing to stay so low?
Well, compared to the amount of cases, because like much of the country, we are seeing an increase in cases that is meaningful. The hospitalizations have stayed low. So you have an idea. Yesterday, there was like about 96 people, children and adults in the hospital. Today it's about 1,200. And even though those numbers are significantly higher than they were before Omicron made its way to Puerto Rico, they're still pretty low compared to the amount of cases. And a big reason for that is vaccinations. Puerto Rico was one of the jurisdictions in the United States that was the most vaccinated, up there with Vermont and Guam. And that does protect against variants like Omicron. But like an expert told me yesterday, who's one of the experts advising the government of Puerto Rico here on their COVID response, the vaccine provides 3 layers of protection: infection, hospitalization, and death or long-term consequences. The first one to give in is infections. So if you're someone that got vaccinated more than 6 months ago, the efficacy of that vaccine is not the same. So what they're worried now is you need to get that booster. You need to get that booster to lower those cases and hopefully lower those hospitalizations.
Well, it is Christmas time now, Nicole. How are what are Puerto Ricanos doing differently this Christmas while we're seeing these cases rise?
Well, Puerto Rico was supposed to be home for the first Spanish language countdown, along with ABC's Ryan Seacrest's countdown every year. However, that big event now has moved fully to virtual, which reminisces to what happened a lot with 2020. And experts are also advising people to just limit their gatherings to immediate family, to try to avoid being in mass attendance events. And the executive orders are changing. Now it is required that everybody is fully vaccinated to be able to go indoor places.
All right, NBC's Nicole Acevedo for us today. Nicole, thank you. And around the globe, leaders are struggling to combat Omicron's rapid spread. Some countries are choosing to reinstate complete lockdowns. Other nations are taking a different approach, focusing on only the most serious Omicron cases. Here's NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel.
Across the world, no one seems to have figured out how to deal with Omicron. In the Netherlands, all bars, restaurants, and non-essential shops are closed. Since this week, the nation is locked down. Christmas parties canceled. But in Paris, you'd hardly know there's Omicron, even though France could soon have 100,000 cases a day. Authorities saying restrictions won't stop the spread, so they're focused on reducing serious cases. Italy is also letting people celebrate. Christmas on, but New Year's Eve celebrations are off. Italy's prime minister said vaccines remain the best tool of defense. 3/4 of the deaths are among the unvaccinated. And in Israel, early and aggressive with vaccines, the government is now recommending 4th boosters to people over 60. But the World Health Organization warned mass boosting could prolong the pandemic, saying vaccines need to be distributed to unvaccinated areas, like in Africa.
It's frankly difficult to understand how a year since the first vaccines were administered, 3 in 4 health workers in Africa remain unvaccinated.
But in Africa, like everywhere, there's vaccine hesitancy. In Nigeria, the government dumped 1 million expired doses into landfill. Potential good news. In South Africa, where Omicron was first discovered, cases are declining as rapidly as they initially spread. And a new study there suggests Omicron is 80% less likely to cause hospitalizations than the Delta variant. Richard Engel, NBC News, London.
At this hour, we are watching and waiting for two verdicts. In Silicon Valley, jurors are weighing whether to convict the disgraced former CEO of Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes, on criminal fraud charges. Holmes is accused of defrauding investors and customers about the capabilities of her company's blood tests. She's pleaded not guilty to the charges. And in Minneapolis, former police officer Kim Potter is on trial over the deadly shooting of an unarmed black man, Dante Wright. She has pleaded not guilty to 2 counts, first-degree and second-degree manslaughter. Let's start with the Potter trial, and NBC News correspondent Ron Allen in Minneapolis for us today. Ron, what's new? What requests have jurors made so far?
There's nothing new, Aaron. That's the problem. We are now about to 27 hours of deliberations over 4 days, and we have not heard from the jury. We didn't hear from them all day yesterday. We heard from them towards the start of their deliberations. They asked a couple of questions, which by now are probably moot. They wanted to see and handle the actual gun that former Officer Potter used in the crime, and they asked the judge, if they can't make a decision, a unanimous decision, what should they do? But that was not we're hung. That was a very speculative question early on. But again, the bottom line is, 27 hours later now, we really don't know what's going on in the jury deliberations. And part of the problem is that this is a fairly complicated case. It's manslaughter 1 or 2, but they have to determine what words like reckless mean and culpable negligence, things of that nature. And as you know, the prosecution and defense both put on very different cases. The defense has basically said that all this happened, that Dante Wright caused his own death because he resisted arrest and tried to flee and endangered the officers. And that the defense also argues that Potter was authorized, it was okay for her to use deadly force because of the circumstance, even if she did say taser and used her gun. And of course, the prosecutors tell a very different story. But the bottom line is, we don't know what the jury is thinking, and we're coming to a deadline. The judge has said that they will not deliberate on Christmas Eve tomorrow. They are sequestered, so that raises the question of the judge breaking the sequester, letting them go home for the holiday, and then coming back on Monday, which is a very unusual thing to do. So a lot of moving parts here.
Yeah, and the silence probably means that they're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing and trying to figure this out based on what they have in front of them. Ron, I am curious, though, about Brooklyn Center, where this shooting happened, and Minneapolis, where you are, right next to each other. How are those communities bracing for whatever the verdict might be?
It's the holidays. It's very quiet here. Driving through downtown Minneapolis, it's the holidays, and there are no crowds, there are no protesters. There's been a small group of 10 people here outside the courthouse who've been noisy at times, but even they have left. And Brooklyn Center is quiet. The one thing Brooklyn Center did do is that they started their school holiday break a week early. They're off this week in case of what they described as any challenges. But beyond that, we know that the National Guard is ready, they say, but not on call or deployed, as are law enforcement here. But it feels like a very different environment here than it did during the Derek Chauvin trial for murdering George Floyd, when this incident happened as well. It feels very different. But of course, we'll know what people are thinking and feeling once there's a verdict or not.
All right,
Aaron?
Ron Allen for us in Minneapolis today. Ron, thank you. Let's go to San Jose, California now. CNBC reporter Yasmin Khorram she's been covering the Holmes trial there for us. Yasmin, sort of walk us through the jury's deliberations so far and what we've heard from them.
Well, day 3 of deliberations and still no verdict. This case has really been unexpected turn after unexpected turn from the beginning. Repeated delays, Holmes' pregnancy, the judge dismissing sympathetic jurors. Let's take a look at this jury. It's 8 men and 4 women. And we know that at least one of the women disclosed during the jury selection process that she had a personal experience with domestic abuse. And that, of course, is central to to this case, Aaron. Holmes took the stand and told the jury that she was under the thumb and was abused by her top executive and boyfriend at the time, Sunny Balwani. Of course, in their closings, the government told the jury to disregard those claims of abuse, that it really has nothing to do with the wire fraud charges that Elizabeth Holmes is facing. But really, this jury, if they don't come down with a verdict tonight, they will have to decide if they want to return on Monday or take the week off and return on January 3rd to deliberate. Aaron?
All right, Yasmin Corum for us in San Jose, California today. Yasmin, thank you. Well, after years of turmoil, they are finally home for the holidays. Still ahead, meet the Afghan refugees settling into their new lives in America and see how they're getting some valuable help.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Tens of thousands of Afghans have come to the United States in search of a new life. Many of those resettled across the U.S. will begin the new year in a new home with new lives and new challenges. MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian has the story.
On August 15th, the Taliban overtook Kabul, seizing control of Afghanistan. Afghans desperate to leave their country, fearing prison or worse.
If my visa is not issued, we were really in danger.
Abdul Wasi, an interpreter for the American and Portuguese militaries, left his country with his pregnant wife and 5 children, just 20 days before the Taliban takeover.
You must have had to leave everything behind in Afghanistan.
Yeah, I had left all behind, just some clothes, some important things, and I left it all in Afghanistan.
Our president of the United States is President Joe Biden.
Lutheran Social Services in Jacksonville, Florida, is one of the organizations helping Abdul and other refugee families build a new life. The group helps them with finding housing, enrolling in school, and welcome money, about $1,200 per family member.
Our goal is self-sufficiency by 90 days, which is a very tall goal. If you can imagine being plopped in a new country, not knowing English or really anyone here about the culture.
But Abdul is forging ahead, stocking shelves at a warehouse for $14 an hour. Barely enough money to cover the rent as the welcome money dries up.
They just need the basics for themselves and their families.
And that's where one local school steps in. For 15 years, Riverside Presbyterian Day School has donated toys and necessities to refugee families, giving gifts this year to Afghan refugees, including Abdul and his family, helping students learn important lessons.
To accept everyone. Like, we're all technically the same. There's nothing really different except for our looks and stuff.
I'm hope that they feel like happy and that they realize it's like people care for them in the new country.
What do you want to do when you grow up?
Doctor.
A doctor.
And they do feel happy in their new home with the opportunity for a fresh start, but not without fear for what they left behind.
All my family members that are back in Afghanistan, I'm worried about that. Some nights, even I could not sleep because of my brothers. What will happen to them? What will be their future?
That was Yasmin Vasugian reporting. The pandemic is impacting holiday plans for people all over the world, and the royal family is no exception. For the second year in a row, they've been forced to cancel a number of gatherings and other traditional events. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer tells us what's different.
After an unpredictable year for the royal family, another twist as their leader adjusts her Christmas traditions. The Queen disappointed to miss having a large family Christmas gathering at her much-beloved estate in Sandringham. It's where the royals take their traditional walk after church on Christmas Day. The monarch announced this week she will once again spend the holiday at Windsor Castle as the Omicron variant continues to spread in the UK. But some happy news breaking this morning. She will be joined by her son Charles, the Prince of Wales, and Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall, while much of the rest of the family stays home. This was supposed to be one of the biggest royal get-togethers in years. It was all smiles when Prince Harry and Meghan joined the family in 2018. There was speculation that the Sussexes would visit with their children this month, but they're expected to spend Christmas in California.
This will be very sad for the Queen. We know she loves being at Sandringham. It's somewhere that she feels very, very comfortable.
Traditionally, Sandringham is where the royals gather every Christmas. Princes William and Harry have joined the Queen on the estate since childhood.
Great con. Yeah.
Princess Diana famously joined when she was part of the family. Those visits dramatized in The Crown and this year's movie Spencer. Now canceled, a blow in a difficult year for the Queen, which began with the loss of her husband, Prince Philip, and ended with her having to scale down public engagements because of ill health. Although this year's Christmas will look different,
Her family have made it very clear she will not be spending another Christmas alone. So some of them, a smaller number, Charles and Camilla, potentially some of her other children, will go to Windsor to be with the Queen.
Prince Andrew is expected to join his mother at the small Windsor gathering. Prince William and the Duchess of Cambridge plan to spend the holiday with their children at their house in Norfolk. But not before getting in the festive spirit at Westminster Abbey, attending a charity Christmas Carol concert with a performance by Ellie Goulding and exchanging a tender, festive glance.
Joe Fryer reporting for us there. Today may be December 23rd, but America is still talking about January 6th. After the break, a look back at the insurrection that stunned the nation and rocked the political world.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better?
The question is, are you now more open to packing the court?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer.
These are all on the house.
And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
You're Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock. Michaela Schifrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
Some breaking news from the literary world now. Acclaimed author Joan Didion has died in her home in Manhattan. She was known for her fiction, screenplays, and her reporting. Among her best-known books, Slouching Toward Bethlehem and The Year of Magical Thinking. Her publisher says Didion died of Parkinson's disease. She was 87 years old. And finally this hour, 2 weeks from today will be January 6th, 2022, exactly 1 year since the riot at Capitol Hill. Almost a year later, these images still haunt us, still leave us wondering how this could happen. The January 6th committee intends to find out. But as 2021 draws to a close now, NBC's Frank Thorpe took a look back to see how we got here.
Are there any objections to
January 6, 2021, a day designed by the founders to be forgettable, now seared in our collective memory. It started when Congress gathered to count the Electoral College votes to seal Joe Biden's election victory. Any other year, just a formality, but this time, a catch. Outside the White House, then President Trump pushing his vice president to overturn the election results.
And I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election.
The crowd, fueled by repeated lies from the President of the United States and others that the election was stolen, marching to the Capitol. For the next 4 hours, a shocking siege. Lawmakers narrowly escaping. Officer Eugene Goodman seen here drawing rioters away from senators huddled close by. Shots fired right outside the House chamber. A rioter killed by police. A Confederate flag in the Capitol. Bipartisan pleas for Mr. Trump to tell his supporters to stand down. Hours later, this video.
So go home. We love you. You're very special.
By 8 p.m. that night, the building had been cleared, lawmakers returning to finish the job.
For what purpose does...
Then Vice President Pence rejected his boss's demands and declared victory for President Biden.
Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes.
The riot left rooms ransacked, glass shattered, and lawmakers reeling. Democrats quickly voting to impeach President Trump for inciting an insurrection, making him the first president in American history to be impeached twice. The Capitol was fortified with thousands of federal troops lining the halls for the first time since the Civil War. And on January 20th, as President Trump refused to attend, Joe Biden became the 46th president of the United States.
We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter.
As Mr. Biden went to work, Congress turned to accountability. But in the Senate's impeachment trial, Mr. Trump was acquitted, with 43 Republicans, including Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, choosing not to convict a former president.
We have no power to convict and disqualify a former office holder who is now a private citizen.
The rioters themselves facing justice almost immediately. Federal prosecutors scrubbing social media for evidence, alleged rioters found in all 50 states. The investigation so far resulting in 700 arrests, over 150 guilty pleas, and dozens of convictions. By the summer, even as fences came down and physical damage was repaired, invisible scars remained.
I got to sit down and really reflect on what happened. I think that sticks with me the most. I felt sad, anger, just there were a lot of emotions going through my mind. I'm still trying to process it.
If you were fighting that day, I don't think this will ever feel normal. Every time I was still walk in here, I think, okay, that's where this happened. And I can't get, it's hard to get that out of your mind because it was such a traumatic experience for a lot of people.
Some Democrats finding it harder and harder to work across the aisle.
Before deciding whether to co-sponsor legislation with a Republican, we always check whether they voted to certify the results or not.
Some Republicans rewriting history.
If you didn't know the TV footage was a video from January the 6th, you would actually think it was a normal tourist visit.
With Republicans stopping a bipartisan 9/11-style commission from forming, a bipartisan Senate probe found that Capitol Police lacked the resources and training needed to respond. Federal agencies failed to warn law enforcement officials of key intelligence, and miscommunication led to a delay in the National Guard being deployed.
We all remember the haunting words of an officer on the radio that day asking, "Does anyone have a plan?" The answer, sadly, was no.
And in the House, the creation of a select committee, with just 2 Republicans placed on the committee by Speaker Pelosi.
The American people deserve to know what happened. The people who did this must be held accountable.
It's an egregious abuse of power. Pelosi has broken this institution.
The committee issuing over 50 subpoenas and voting to ask the Justice Department to charge former Trump staff with contempt of Congress. The committee's work expected to last months into the new year, hoping to find answers to how a day no one thought could happen brought American democracy to the brink. Frank Thorpe, NBC News, the Capitol.
And thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Approved. The FDA giving emergency use authorization to a second drug to fight COVID. How soon it could be rolled out, with Omicron now being reported in all 50 states. Crossing Jordan. The January 6th committee wants a meeting with firebrand GOP Congressman Jim Jordan about what he knew about the Capitol riot. Why lawmakers say his testimony is so critical. The delivery dash. If you haven't shipped your holiday presents yet, you are officially behind the 8 ball. The millions of last-minute shoppers coming face-to-face with the supply chain crunch. And welcome home, a group of Afghan refugees adjusting to life in America and getting some help from people who truly understand. The former refugees standing united with them. Good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan has the day off, and we begin with that breaking news today. The FDA just gave emergency use approval to Merck's antiviral COVID pill. Now, this drug is for mild to moderate symptoms for those 18 and older. This comes on the news that Omicron has arrived now in every state in the U.S. This country now logging 200,000 cases for 3 straight days. So let's take a look at how Omicron spread so quickly. That variant was first confirmed in California. That was December 1st. On December 8th, it was detected in more than 20 states. A week later, on the 15th, 35 states. And just yesterday, Oklahoma rounded out the 50 states as well as Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, 81-year-old Congressman Jim Clyburn confirming he's tested positive for COVID. Clyburn is fully vaccinated and boosted. He's asymptomatic now, and he is isolating at home. We are digging into the pandemic from every angle at this hour. Let's begin with NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach. He is along I-95 in Delaware for us today, right there in the middle of the hustle and bustle of the busy holiday travel that we're seeing. Gary, what kind of crowds are you seeing where you are, and what are people telling you about how safe they feel traveling during this surge?
Hey there, Aaron. Yeah, a deadly pandemic and rising costs of just about everything travel-related isn't stopping the more than 100 million people that we're going to see traveling this week to and from. It's just changing how they're doing it. We spent the morning talking to people as they were gassing up here at this rest stop. They tell me they're vaccinated, they're boosted, and they're ready to take the risk and to spend the weekend with family. Here's what some of them had to say.
I'm really worried about it, but I got vaccinated and I got some booster shot also. I'm okay, and my family also got vaccinated. I have a daughter that's 11 years old. She's also got vaccinated.
I think if you take the precautions that they're telling you to do, you'll be okay. But, some people don't want to.
Didn't want to deal with all the mask mandates and all that stuff on the airlines.
Are you, was it more of a concern about just, getting it on coronavirus on plane?
Yeah, not catching the virus, just having to put up with all the nonsense.
So driving, you felt like it was easy?
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, Omicron is so widespread. Doctors are saying if you're in a crowded public place, there's a really good chance that Omicron is too. So they say driving is just the safest way to go.
Well, Gary, with the rise that we're seeing in COVID cases now, what are the experts saying? The folks who watch travel all the time, what are they saying about how people could actually get around safely right now?
They're saying really what public health experts have been saying for the past 2 years. If you're going somewhere, wear a mask. If you're not vaccinated, get vaccinated. If you have sanitizer, bring it with you. Here's what the AAA spokesperson I spoke to this week had to say.
There may be some folks this year who were considering hopping on a plane, but then after the Omicron variant began to kind of take over, they rethought their travel plans and they decided, you know, maybe we should go by car. We can kind of control the situation a little better than walking through an airport and sitting on a plane.
Now, the important part to remember about all of this is that COVID restrictions vary from state to state and really even city to city. So you'll want to be aware if there's a vaccine requirement to get into the restaurant you want to go to or a mask mandate for the shopping you want to do. Aaron?
All right, Gary Grumbach for us in Newark, Delaware today. Gary, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres now to sort of talk through some of the latest information we're hearing. I want to stay on this topic of travel, if we can, Dr. John. Talk to us a little bit about, you know, some of the COVID situations, scenarios that any of us might encounter or may have already encountered this week that should make us rethink our holiday plans.
And Aaron, especially with Omicron variant being out there, and now it's in all 50 states and Washington, D.C., we need to be extra precautious. And the idea is to go ahead and try and celebrate as best you can, because last year we couldn't. We want people to do that this year. However, it is a tale of two situations, vaccinated versus unvaccinated. If you're unvaccinated, I would not travel anywhere. I would not go to any gatherings, even family gatherings, because you have the potential to spread it to them, especially those that are more vulnerable. But if you're vaccinated, especially if you have a booster shot, and you're getting together with other people that are fully vaccinated and particularly have the booster shot, then you don't have to worry quite as much, and you can go ahead and get together with them and celebrate like we've done in the past. The one caveat I would say is if you're going somewhere, be careful in the airport, be careful on the airplanes like we always are here, but at the same time, if you do go there, do private settings. Don't go to public settings, don't go to indoor restaurants, don't go to any gatherings where you don't know the vaccination status of everybody around you. You just want to be extra careful, but the idea is to try and celebrate as best you can, but make sure you do it in a safe way, even more so if they're vulnerable. Young children that can't get vaccinated, or the elderly who might be vaccinated but could possibly have weakened immune systems, Aaron.
Yeah, some good advice there for sure, Dr. John. I want to ask you, too, about this new treatment we just heard about from Pfizer and Merck that were approved now. We have treatments like this now, which is obviously a good thing. We also have vaccines now. From your medical perspective, are we almost out of the woods of this pandemic in terms of having all the tools that we need to make that happen?
We're not out of the woods yet of having the tools to make it happen, or even the pandemic and the way it's spreading right now. And the reason is because these tools are certainly helpful, but the best help we can do are the prevention tools we have, like you mentioned, the vaccines. And until we get enough people vaccinated, that we don't have to worry about the overflow in the hospitals. We don't have to worry about them being inundated and people dying at the rates they're dying right now. That's when we'll start being out of the woods. But right now, we do have the vaccines, which can help prevent COVID and even treat COVID, prevent you from getting very sick from COVID. And then we have these pills. Merck and Pfizer came out with their pills. They both got emergency use authorization, and they can help treat, but they have to be done early in the stages of the variant. And they also have to be done to people who are mild to moderate. In other words, you're not being hospitalized. But realize that people can still get sick, so you need to be extra careful. We're not quite there yet, Aaron.
You know, Dr. John, we mentioned that South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn tested positive for COVID. It took him almost 3 days to get his PCR results back. There are some people that are waiting twice that amount of time. We're 2 years into this pandemic now. Have you seen any sort of explanation on why testing hasn't advanced at the same rate as vaccines, as some of these other mitigation tactics that we've seen?
And Aaron, you would think we'd be at that point now where you could get a PCR test in particular back very quickly, but we're not quite there yet for a variety of reasons. And one of them being that a lot of times, especially in the lulls, and if you remember in the summer, we were down to 40,000 cases a day. Even as short as a couple months ago, we didn't have that many cases. Not that many people were asking for the tests, and so they weren't ramped up quite as much. Well, now there's a heavy demand, and they don't have the facilities to be able to do it. Sometimes these tests are sent long distance across the country to certain central laboratories, and that can take time. Other times they go to a local laboratory, but they're getting inundated with numbers. So it is a numbers game to a certain extent, but at the same time, you'd think by now, 2 years into the pandemic, we'd be doing much better.
All right, Dr. John Torres, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. Now, COVID concerns are leading to major action in China as well right now. The Xi'an area and its 13 million residents are now under lockdown because of a recent spike in cases there. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga is tracking the global COVID impact from his post in Rome for us today. Claudio, I want to start with where you are actually. What's the approach that Italy has taken in this rise in Omicron?
Hey, Aaron, well, Italy has some of the strictest measures anti-COVID in place already. You can barely get into any public place around here, whether it's a bar, a restaurant, a theater, you name it, if you're not vaccinated or if you didn't recover recently from COVID. You cannot get into these places if you are not vaccinated and you only get a negative test, for instance, for the time being. And right now, the government is meeting at this moment to decide whether to implement new further measures ahead of the Christmas period because, of course, of the spread and the fear of the Omicron variant. And one of the measures that they are expected to introduce is to mandatory wearing of the face masks outdoors. And this is already happening here in Rome, in the region where Rome is called Lazio. We already have this measure that have become effective today, but it says the government is expected to extend it to the whole of the nation. Aaron?
And Claudio, Spain also set a record, a daily case record this week. How are leaders there responding to this issue?
Well, the Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, yesterday said that he also wants to introduce mandatory face masks outdoors, just as it's happening in Italy. And today the government is expected to vote on these measures. It's widely expected to pass because while Spain has been doing very well, both on the vaccination front and also the health system is not really under pressure from hospitalizations, it is now experiencing record number of new COVID infections. There were 60,000 on Wednesday alone, and that is a record number for Spain, Aaron.
And last, before I let you go, Claudio, the Winter Olympics there in Beijing, that's still on track to begin in February. Are organizers saying anything about COVID concerns there?
They just held a press conference, and a member of the Olympics committee admitted that they understand that the games could bring a surge in COVID-19 cases and also clusters of infections. They called it because, of course, there's thousands of athletes and people who work there and members of the staff who will be gathering in the same place at the same time. But they also said that they are ready for it. They said that they have a system in place where if an athlete or somebody working there or a member of the staff tests positive to COVID, they're either sent to the hospital if they have symptoms or to an isolation facility. And then later on, if they test twice negative in 24 hours, they can go back to either compete or to work, Aaron.
All right, Claudio Lavanga in Rome for us today. Claudio, thanks. House lawmakers investigating the January 6th insurrection are now seeking a meeting with a high-profile Trump ally. The committee wants to talk to Republican Congressman Jim Jordan about his communications with the former president, Donald Trump, on the day of the riot. Let's bring in NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor and justice correspondent Pete Williams. Sahil, let's start with you on this. What specifically are lawmakers looking for from Congressman Jordan?
Well, the committee alleges that Jim Jordan had at least one and possibly multiple communications with then-President Trump on the day of January 6th. They also say that they believe he has knowledge, if not involvement, in meetings with the White House between the election day and the events of January 6th involving strategies about planning and rallies for January 6th, as well as involvement in, or knowledge at least, of strategies to overturn the results of the 2020 election. They point out that Jordan has said in the past he has nothing to hide. They say, okay, come in and talk about it.
So, Pete, I think it's worth noting here that the committee is not issuing a subpoena to Jordan, or at least it seems to me that it's worth noting, is that this is a document request, as I understand it. Is there a real difference there?
Oh, absolutely. One is asking nice. The other is saying that if you don't agree to come and testify to us or give us documents, there could be consequences. One is compulsory. The other is asking politely. He is a member of Congress, so I assume that's why they're giving him this deference. Ordinarily, if it were outside witnesses, I don't think they would go through this step. They would simply subpoena. So I think they're giving him, some extra special treatment because he is a colleague.
Sahil, Congressman Jordan did recently speak about all this on Fox News. I want to play a little bit of what he had to say, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
I mean, we just got the letter today, Brian. We're going to review the letter, but I got to be honest with you. I got real concerns about any committee that will take a document and alter it and present it to the American people, completely mislead the American people like they did last week. And it turns out it looks like it wasn't just one document they did this with. It was other text messages as well. So I got real concerns with that.
Sahil, can you provide any clarity here? What's Congressman Jordan getting at, this idea that documents were altered?
He is talking about a text message that the committee released, which he sent to then White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, that was truncated. It was about potential opportunities, constitutional measures to not certify certain electors or not count certain electors in Congress. And Jim Jordan alleges that the message was truncated, that there was more context to it, and it was ripped from context by the committee. The committee actually acknowledged that it made an error and that it apologized for it. Jordan is now citing that as a basis to question the credibility of this committee and suggesting maybe he's not going to cooperate with them for that reason.
Well, Pete, I'll ask you the last question here. What happens if the congressman doesn't meet the request that his colleagues have put out there? Any penalties that he might face?
No, not from that. But if they do subpoena him and he doesn't honor the subpoena, if he disregards it, then I think we're into something of a no man's land here. I don't know of any case where Congress has ever cited a member of Congress for contempt for failing to obey a subpoena from Congress. So that's question one. And question two is, if they did cite him for contempt and that case was referred to the Justice Department, would he be immune from prosecution under the Constitution's speech or debate clause, which basically says that members of Congress cannot be prosecuted for anything they do in connection with their official legislative duties? Then I think a big question would be whether Jim Jordan's conversations with the White House about the Electoral College vote and so forth would be considered part of his official legislative duties. But we would definitely be in uncharted territory.
All right, so much for a Christmas lull there in Washington. Pete Williams, Sahil Kapoor, both for us in Washington today. Gentlemen, thank you.
You bet.
Population growth is down to its lowest point since the founding of our country. There are a few obvious reasons behind that, COVID being one of them, but there are also a couple that you may not think about. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esimwa.
With the population declining, it could be because of our current circumstances with a pandemic. Times are seeming to be a lot more difficult.
Deanna Volek is in her late 30s. She's lived through a pandemic, finished law school during a recession, and as she looks to the future, she doesn't see children as a part of it.
I love children. I love the children in my life. It wasn't something I wanted to do myself.
Decisions like hers, one of many, experts say, contributing to the U.S.'s stalled population growth, increasing by just 0.1% in the past year, a record low.
This is the smallest percentage decline in American history.
What are the key reasons we're seeing this decline in population rate?
Number one, COVID, which is affecting the death rate, but also fewer women are having children right now as well. COVID has also slowed down immigration into the United States. That was the other source of population growth to the country.
The U.S. death rate reached new heights, growing 17% in 2020, with the coronavirus added to the top leading causes of death. The average life expectancy diminishing for men, women, and groups across the board, with Black and Hispanic Americans facing the most dramatic increases. Doctors citing the effects of COVID as a primary cause.
Changes in access to routine medical care has worsened many of the outcomes related to chronic conditions, has delayed cancer screening, access to medications has gotten harder for many diseases as well.
Experts add it's not just wellness. Less people are choosing to have kids.
We do know that births have declined across all racial and ethnic groups.
25 states registered what Kenneth Johnson, a demographer, calls a natural decrease in population growth in 2020, which measures the number of births relative to the number of deaths. That change up from 8 states the year prior.
Are there factors about the world as it stands, specifically in the pandemic setting, that make you go, I don't think I want to do this?
With climate change and sustainability, how the world is going to be in the next decades, I think is a cause for concern for a lot of people.
Experts worry a shrinking population could have big consequences.
If, on the other hand, the birth rates don't rise again, that has implications that ripple through the whole economy and society.
As for individuals like Deanna, she says her personal choice not to have children has been met with support, and she hopes more support can be given for those pursuing parenthood in the pandemic world.
We don't have paid parental leave on a national level. Childcare is very expensive. I advocate strongly still for policies that support families, because we want to support the people that do decide to have children and make sure that if people make that decision, they're doing it in a supportive environment.
That was Zinkley Esemwa reporting. The countdown to Christmas is on for all of you last-minute shoppers out there. Coming up, how much it's going to cost you to get your gifts delivered on time.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last week. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Well, with millions of Americans hitting the road for the holidays, we all want to know what's in store with the forecast. Let's bring in meteorologist Michelle Grossman now for a check on the holiday weather. Hey, Michelle, how are you?
Hey, Aaron, I'm doing good. And we are looking at kind of a wacky forecast here. We have winter weather in the west, and we're talking monster storm, up to 8 feet of snow in some spots. And then other spots, it's going to feel more like May, maybe even July 4th. So let's take a look at the storm first in the west. We have that atmospheric river, that moisture just pushing inland. We've had that December deluge all month long, and we're going to continue to see it at least for the next 7 days. So we're seeing rain falling in San Francisco, Los Angeles, and that will be the story too on Christmas. And then we have that higher elevation snow. So we have a ton of winter alerts in place, winter storm watches, winter storm warnings, where you see the pink from the Pacific Northwest all the way to Southern California and then even into the Rockies. But east of the Rockies, we're really dry and actually a lot of sunshine. So this is the setup for the heavy snow and the big rains. We're looking at rain spreading to Southern California. We're already seeing that now. And then feet of snow accumulating in the Sierra Mountains. And that will continue over the next several days. That first storm is going to push to the east, and then we have another one coming on storm inland tomorrow. So your rainfall forecast, we are looking up to ½ a foot of rain in some spots, and we could see some flash flooding, especially in the burned areas. And then, of course, the snowfall 2 to 3 feet, even up to 8 feet in some spots. So some of us, well, we're dreaming of a white Christmas, and you really have to go to New England, maybe the Great Lakes and Northern Plains, and likely the best place to see the snow would be the Pacific Northwest into the Southern California spots, the Sierra Cascades into the Rockies. So that's the story there. You really only need an inch. That's a technical definition of white Christmas. So again, likely in New England, likely in the Northern Plains, and then, yeah, you're going to see that big time snow in the West. But I wanted to show you this because while we are dreaming of a white Christmas in the West, we're dreaming of maybe steak in the middle of the country. The central and southern plains, we're looking at temperatures in the 80s. So 80 degrees in Oklahoma City on Christmas Day, 81 in Dallas, 81 in Houston. That is so above normal for this time of year. And really that heat is in store today, too, because we're looking at temperatures 26 degrees above normal in Lubbock, 16 degrees above normal in Oklahoma City at 64 degrees, still in the 60s in Little Rock. Even as far north as St. Louis, we're looking at the 60s. And Aaron, 53 degrees in Omaha. And even in New York City, we're looking at the 50s by Christmas Day. So it is just sort of flip-flopped, and sort of depending on where you are, you're going to get a little bit different, little weather difference wherever you are.
You know, I've never wanted to be in Texas so badly, seeing those numbers.
I know, same.
It would be nice. All right, meteorologist Michelle Grossman, thank you. Well, have you sent out your Christmas presents yet? If you haven't, believe it or not, there is still a little time. Not much, though. NBC News correspondent Kerry Sanders joins us now. A lot of folks want to know, Kerry, how can I make sure that my gifts get to where they need to be on time this late in the game?
Well, first of all, you're in trouble if you're a procrastinator, but there are solutions. And if you're like 50% of Americans, believe it or not, half of us are still out picking at least one more gift. I know that I've seen some people here at Meisner Park doing that. So you could, of course, deliver it in person. But if you're going to use a shipping service, there are solutions. They'll cost you a little bit of money. The one thing you cannot do is you can't tell the loved one that you were sending the gift to, oh, I'm so sorry, the supply chain was the problem, because as the White House has now told us, that excuse no longer holds water. It's the final countdown to Christmas, and if you've been stressing about supply chain shortages and shipping delays ruining your holiday, the president says worry no more.
The much predicted crisis didn't occur. Packages are moving. Gifts are being delivered. Shelves are not empty.
On Wednesday, his supply chain disruptions task force reported that bottlenecks have been cleared at the nation's busiest ports, and new partnerships with trucking companies are helping to address driver shortages on the road. As a result, he says retail inventories are now close to pre-pandemic levels, and delivery times at major shippers are faster than they were in 2019, despite record holiday demand. In fact, between 97 and 99% of holiday deliveries have been made on time. To help you avoid making Santa's naughty list, we've got all the last-minute shopping deadlines to ensure your gifts arrive on time. Ship today, and FedEx and UPS will guarantee next-day delivery for Christmas Eve. The Postal Service by Christmas Day.
I sent it priority, so I didn't mess around.
For a premium, FedEx also offers same-day delivery on Christmas Eve. Amazon Prime members can get next-day delivery on some products today and same-day delivery on Friday for orders over $25, but only in certain zip codes. Walmart, Best Buy, and Target all offer next-day delivery on orders made today. Place your orders on Christmas Eve, and they'll deliver most products that same day, or you can pick them up curbside at the store. Target has added 18,000 curbside spaces to make it easy.
You could place your order all the way up to 6 p.m. on Christmas Eve, and we'll have it ready for you in a couple hours. And when you get here, just put in your parking spot number, and we'll be out and put in your trunk in a couple minutes.
So, Kerry, if people really run out of time to send their presents, and I'm asking for a friend here, are retailers going to be open tomorrow?
Yeah, your good friend needs to know this information.
Yes.
If you go to a big box or an electronics store, yes, they're going to not only be open on Christmas Eve, they're going to be open into the evening on Christmas Eve. So there is still a possibility there'll be some things that you maybe want to get that you can't find because others have bought them. But if your name is procrastinator Aaron, then you've got just a little bit more time. Tick-tock, buddy.
Thank you more than you know. Kerry Sanders for us in Florida today. Kerry, thank you. The federal government investigating billions of dollars that was stolen. Still ahead, what we know about who's behind the theft and its link to the pandemic.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, 5 people under arrest in the carjacking of Pennsylvania Congresswoman Mary Gay Scanlon. The suspects were found driving her stolen car in Delaware. The armed carjacking happened on Wednesday afternoon in Philadelphia. Scanlon was not hurt. We now know what led to the deaths of 7 people in a Minnesota home this past weekend. Investigators say carbon monoxide poisoning killed the 4 adults and 3 children inside this home in Moorhead. Police are looking at the family's furnace or vehicle as the possible source of the poisoning. And yesterday we told you Virginia was opening a time capsule from 1887. Now we know what was inside. Conservationists found an almanac from 1897, an envelope, and a coin, as well as some books. The box was found inside the pedestal of the Robert E. Lee statue that was removed in Richmond. The artifacts have been placed in a freezer to prevent molding, so historians can examine them further. At the bottom of the hour now, let's get you up to date on our breaking news today. The FDA just gave emergency use authorization to an antiviral COVID pill made by Merck. The drug is for mild to moderate symptoms for those 18 and older. Now, this comes as the Omicron variant is now in all 50 states and Washington, D.C. Though the strain is spreading rapidly, a new British study seems to suggest that those who get infected with Omicron are 2/3 less likely to need to be hospitalized. But experts say the surge in cases may still overwhelm healthcare systems around the world. The CDC now estimating the Omicron variant makes up 90% of cases in the New York metro area, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands. That's up from 25% last week. Now, we have a team of correspondents here to bring you all the COVID different angles that we're looking at today. Let's start with NBC News correspondent Kathy Park. She's here in New York City with us. Kathy, New York State saw more than 28,000 new cases just yesterday, we know. Can you put that number into some perspective for us?
Hey there, Aaron. Yeah, 28,000 infections Wednesday alone. It is certainly an extraordinary number, another record-breaking case count, something that we've seen over the past 5 days. And of course, as cases continue to climb, these lines behind me in front of urgent care centers continued to grow. In fact, we were out here early this morning. Some people told us they got in line around 6 o'clock. They started seeing patients at 9 o'clock this morning. Here's what some of them had to tell me. Take a listen.
Sure, to confirm, because I got to go back to work and people are getting positive tests everywhere, just to confirm, because Christmas is around the corner and we want to be with family.
Yeah.
And you wake up and your throat feels a little funny, and it's like things that just may be typical are just more heightened, and I feel more paranoid. So I'm like, let me just come and be safe,
And Aaron, there is certainly growing worry here in New York City. And the common theme that I'm noticing after talking to a lot of folks in line, they are taking these tests more than once just to kind of have that peace of mind as they gather with loved ones during the holiday break.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Nobody wants to be responsible for getting somebody else sick because they didn't double check to make sure they were okay. What are local and state leaders doing then to try to help people get tested, to help them get tested faster?
Yeah, so the good news is help has already arrived here in New York City. In fact, across all of the boroughs, there are specific locations offering thousands of free at-home COVID tests, but supplies are limited at each of these distribution sites. There's about a limit to 2,000 tests at these locations, so certainly there is a high demand for those tests right now. Also, we have learned, according to the mayor, that by the end of the week, there should be 112 COVID testing locations operated by the city. And the state is also stepping in as well. Starting next week, for the first time, they're offering pop-up COVID testing locations at some subway stops. So a lot of different testing options for folks that they can turn to, but certainly the help can't come soon enough because, Aaron, as you can see, the line is still pretty long behind me.
Yeah, you know, Kathy, do you have any sort of, very quickly, any tips for New Yorkers in particular who are looking to get a COVID test in the city without waiting for hours in some of these lines?
Yeah, so, you know, a lot of people know that there are other options out there, but these urgent care centers, they're just easier to get to because it's right around their apartments. But you can go on to the city government's website. They have a portal on there. They have lots of different other options that you can turn to, so you don't have to wait in line. And also, New York City Health and Hospitals, they have an actual real-time system where they show you how long some of the lines are in the city. So there are different resources that people can turn to. But like I said, these urgent care centers are practically all around the city. It's just easier for people to kind of walk out of their apartments and kind of stand in line.
Well, this time, take your phone, do a little research, and maybe it'll help with those lines. Kathy Park for us here in Manhattan. Kathy, thank you. Now, we are getting a look at how much the COVID relief money has been stolen, not just millions of dollars, but billions. In fact, the federal government is estimating nearly $100 billion was stolen. Much of that was in the form of unemployment fraud. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Dilanian joining us now. Ken, there are some experts who say it could be more than $100 billion that we're looking at here. How did this happen, and do we know who was behind it?
Yes, we do, Aaron. It's an absolute travesty. First of all, that estimate from the Secret Service of $100 billion, it's just a guess. They don't really know. Companies that I've spoken to that have contracts in the states, which manage unemployment programs, say that the real number for just unemployment could be more like $200 billion to $400 billion. And then we're talking about another $160 billion in the loan programs, PPP and economic disaster injury loans. And the way it was stolen was very simple. In the case of unemployment, states had bad systems for verifying the people who were applying for these emergency COVID benefits. So all criminals needed was a social security number, a date of birth, some stolen identification information, which is available on the dark web for sale. And they were bombarding states with these false claims, and they could get debit cards with up to $30,000 on them. Wow. And Aaron, the worst part of this is that about half the money stolen from unemployment programs was taken, experts believe, by foreign criminals. So we're talking about Nigerian fraud gangs, wow, Russian organized crime. So that money is gone. It's out of the country. It's not recoverable. So we're seeing now these big headline prosecutions. You know, an former NFL player was just sentenced to 3 years in prison the other day for stealing $1 million from the loan program. An Olympic speed skater was indicted. So, you know, the government is prosecuting people, but the reality is that's only the really big fish, a tiny percentage of the money that was stolen. Most of it is gone forever, and most of the people who did it will never pay a price, Aaron.
And what about the good people here, Ken? The people who needed this help, really? How might this impact those folks directly?
So that's the tragedy here. We're talking about real money, like almost as much money as the new money in the Biden infrastructure bill. You know, we're talking about money that could have gone for subsidized childcare or food stamps or military spending, anything. And in the case of the disaster loans, you know, that money ran out. So people who needed the money couldn't get it because a lot of it was stolen, Aaron. So this is just an awful story. The government isn't talking enough about it, frankly, because it's embarrassing to them because they have no really good answer.
All right, Ken Dilanian for us today in Washington. Ken, thank you. Well, this time of year, Bethlehem is usually bustling with pilgrims and tourists eager to visit the birthplace of Jesus. But for a second year in a row, the town is facing a truly silent night, if you will. COVID travel restrictions leaving religious sites like the Church of the Nativity almost deserted. NBC News correspondent Raf Sanchez is there.
Hey, Aaron, people here in Bethlehem are unbelievably proud of their city. They call it the capital of Christmas, and they love welcoming visitors from overseas. That isn't happening this year because of Omicron, and so they are finding new ways to celebrate.
In the little town of Bethlehem,
the countdown to Christmas is on. Prayers and songs of praise going up from the city where the Christmas story began.
It's so exciting, it's so special, especially at Christmas time. And we were one of the very few tourists fortunate enough to be able to come to Israel and then to come to Bethlehem.
That's because Israel closed its borders to foreigners last month, trying to keep out the Omicron variants. But it also kept out pilgrims and tourists heading to the West Bank, taking a major toll on the economy and leaving holy sites like Bethlehem's Church of the Nativity quiet this year.
This is the grotto where Jesus is believed to have been born. On a normal day, there'd be a line snaking through the church, but today, it's completely empty.
Even without many visitors from overseas, the streets of this ancient city are still alive with the spirit of Christmas.
At least 1 year.
Amal Bandak is one of Bethlehem's top Palestinian tour guides, and she agreed to show us around a city ready to celebrate.
Christmas is the most beautiful time in the year. This is the time of gathering all the family. This is the time to see everybody happy, everybody waiting for the Christmas tree.
And away from the clamor, quiet moments of Christmas reflection. Father Isa is the parish priest at the Church of the Nativity.
The lights, the trees, the sweets, and everything. This is not Christmas. Christmas is to think of others. Christmas is to love each other. Christmas is to have this inner peace and this inner love.
Last year, the coronavirus kept Amal's family apart. This year, 3 generations are gathering under the tree, thankful for what they have. It may be a different Christmas this year, but the people of Bethlehem are determined to make it a happy one.
Now, those Israeli travel restrictions are going to be in place until at least next week, so the Christmas tourism period kind of a washout again this year. But the message from people in Bethlehem is come see us next Christmas, come see us even before that, and we are looking forward to seeing you. Aaron?
We are also closely watching for a verdict in the trial of Kim Potter in Minneapolis. The jury, now in its 4th day of deliberations there, is deciding whether to convict the former Minnesota police officer in the deadly shooting of an unarmed black man, Daunte Wright. Now, Potter has pleaded not guilty to 1st and 2nd-degree manslaughter charges. The jury now left to weigh the evidence here and key testimony, including from Daunte Wright's girlfriend, who watched him die, and from Kim Potter herself.
Remember yelling, "Taser, taser, taser," and nothing happened. And then he told me I shot him. I know I was delirious. I was just screaming like, "They shot him, they shot him." And then I pointed the camera on him, and I'm so sorry.
NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joining us now from Minneapolis. Shaq, obviously some emotional testimony for this jury to weigh now. Have we heard anything from the jury and their requests of the judge so far?
Well, recently, at least, not a peep from this jury. We did get a confirmation earlier this morning that those deliberations have resumed. We know that they've been deliberating for about 26 hours at this point, or at least a waive for those deliberations for about 26 hours. We've gotten a total of 3 questions from the jury over the course of this trial. But, Aaron, that last question that we got from the jury didn't happen it hasn't happened since about a day and a half. So we have not heard much from them. We haven't gotten any signals from them. One of those questions signaled potentially that they were struggling to reach a consensus, but as far as we know, we just don't know what's going on behind those closed doors.
Well, Shaq, help us understand a little bit more about this jury. What can you tell us about the folks who are making this decision?
Yeah, it's a group of 12 jurors. It started out as 14, but the 2 were alternate. But 12 jurors evenly split between men and women. 6 are men, 6 are women. There are 9 jurors who are white, 2 are Asian, 1 is a black woman. And, you know, during the voir dire process, during as they were working to impanel this jury, we learned a little bit about them. For example, we know that many of them have seen at least a clip of the killing of Daunte Wright. Some of them were impacted by the protests protest afterwards. One of the jurors mentioned hearing gunshots or loud pops outside of her window during the protests and riots after his killing. And then we also know that one of them was on a rock band and carried a taser, carried a stun gun at one point and had some familiarity with that device. I think the bottom line, though, is despite how those jurors came into this trial, all of them committed to being impartial and putting that aside and only trying this case based on the facts, Aaron.
And Shaq, I do want to ask, what impact has this trial had on law enforcement there in the Minneapolis area? I know, I would imagine there are a lot of different ways that they're sort of having to handle what's happened and what may happen coming down the line here. Have you heard anything about, have they heard anything about Kim Potter's case?
Yeah, you know, we've definitely been reaching out to the different law enforcement groups here in anticipation of this verdict. You know, this is very clear that people are watching this in this area. They're monitoring and anticipating the verdict, although the protests, I should say, around this trial have been fairly muted, likely a result of the weather and temperature that we're dealing with and the duration of this trial. But when we reached out to those law enforcement groups, they say they're monitoring this, they're watching, they're encouraging people to peacefully demonstrate if that's what they choose to do, and they say that they are ready to mobilize and scale up any additional resources if there needs to be that response. As of now, all indications suggest that is not necessary.
All right, Shaquille Brewster for us in Minneapolis today. Shaq, thank you. Now, we are also waiting for a verdict in the trial of Elizabeth Holmes out in Silicon Valley. She was the CEO of blood testing startup Theranos. The jury there in its third day of deliberations, weighing whether Holmes intentionally defrauded customers and investors. Holmes has pleaded not guilty to all of the charges of criminal fraud. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz has been following this trial for us. He joins us now. Gadi, we know this jury's been deliberating for days now, and now we're getting some word about what will happen if a verdict is not reached before Christmas. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, if a verdict is not reached by the end of today, there is a chance that lawyers will be meeting with the judge and they'll see if they can push this until possibly January 3rd to continue. But so far, we've only seen one question come out of the jury room a few days ago, and that was whether they're allowed to take home the jury instructions and study them. And that alone could be a signal as to how much work they have ahead of them, because consider this, just the jury instructions alone are 39 pages. The answer from the judge was no. All deliberations have to take place in the jury room. So that's where they're scheduled to be all day today, trying to decide whether Elizabeth Holmes is guilty of those 2 counts of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and 9 counts of wire fraud. Now, again, if they don't reach that verdict today, attorneys and the judge are expected to discuss the possibility of coming back in the new year. Aaron?
You know, Gadi, this trial is obviously something that a lot of people in Silicon Valley are paying attention to or watching closely. How are the big-time entrepreneurs and investors reacting to all this?
Yeah, this is kind of becoming a cautionary tale. You got to remember that Silicon Valley, this is a place where it's not unusual for young startups to hype up companies, to hype up products, promise to revolutionize the way things are done, and also investors who are out there looking for the next billion-dollar idea and sinking hundreds of millions of dollars into what they're hoping becomes a unicorn. So I guess the biggest takeaway here seems to be the very big signal from the government that if you lie about those claims, you could end up facing decades of jail time, which is what we're seeing now.
All right, Gadi Schwartz for us out in California today. Gadi, thank you. Well, it ended her 2-decade-long career at the State Department. After the break, we're going to hear from one of the victims of Havana syndrome. Stay with us.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this?
Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in?
Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
A longtime State Department veteran afflicted by that mysterious Havana syndrome is speaking out for the first time. She talked about her symptoms and her continuing fight to actually be believed. Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell has this NBC News exclusive.
Cheryl Cruz speaking out for the first time about how her 20-year State Department career was cut short by a mysterious illness, the Havana syndrome.
I started with the vertigo and the tinnitus and brain fog. I could actually feel my brain shutting down, like everything kind of went black.
She is among more than 200 State Department personnel and CIA officers afflicted around the world. Many still feel ignored.
I do not believe the department took me seriously. It was always, we'll get back to you. I have to ask myself, are they trying to disprove us or are they trying to prove what happened?
And in Canada, 27 diplomats, military police, and family members are suing their government over incidents in Cuba. Who's responsible? Attention is focused on Russia, which U.S. intelligence says has the global reach and technology experts suspect could be the cause. In November, CIA Director Bill Burns warned Moscow there would be repercussions if it's behind it.
All of us at the State Department and across the U.S. government are intently focused on getting to the bottom of what and who is causing these incidents.
Tuesday night, Secretary of State Blinken visited doctors at Johns Hopkins in Baltimore, where CIA officers and State Department personnel are being treated.
A lot of suspicion is placed on Russia. They've denied it.
We know that this is something that's been widespread, and we will keep at it until we find who's responsible, and we will hold whoever it is accountable.
Well, as we celebrate holiday traditions with loved ones, thousands of Afghan refugees are starting new lives here in America. And while Americans of all backgrounds have volunteered to help them, there is one group that knows firsthand what it's like to resettle in a new country. Here's NBC News correspondent Vicki Nguyen.
Lentils, more rice. Wia Nguyen is the co-founder of Viets for Afghans, a volunteer group helping Afghans resettle in Seattle.
We want them to feel welcome. There is a group of people that they can rely on.
Nguyen says these images of Afghans escaping after the U.S. withdrawal in August reminded her of the Vietnamese experience in 1975. She lost 4 family members, including her mother and 2 siblings, during their escape as boat people. How did that experience at 10 years old shape who you are now?
It made me realize that how someone's life can just turn upside down really, really quickly.
In 4 months, Viets for Afghans has resettled 2 families with help from the Sponsor Circles program.
Can I have a kiss?
Today, volunteers visit Sahib and his family of 8.
The Vietnamese community's help and the help of other people that are close to him just been overwhelming.
Some 25,000 Afghan refugees are currently living on U.S. military bases. But next month, Sahib's family moves to this Seattle apartment. Tam Nguyen offering it rent-free.
He's a friend that is generous enough to provide you the house.
There are 3 bedrooms.
The kindness continues. Tam's nephew will pay for their utility bills.
Thank you.
What would you say to people who want to help but they don't know how?
We didn't know how either. Just get started.
The Sponsor Circles program requires volunteers to commit to 3 months, but Wien says the bonds forming now will last a lifetime.
Have your egg slice.
Vicki Nguyen, NBC News.
Well, up next, a Hollywood actor speaking out after allegations of sexual misconduct. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, for the first time, actor James Franco is talking about sexual misconduct allegations against him. Franco says he paid more than $2 million to settle a lawsuit filed by one of his former acting students. NBC's Isa Gutierrez has more from that dramatic interview.
Actor James Franco is breaking his silence about sexual misconduct accusations made against him. The allegations from students at an acting school he ran and taught at first came nearly 4 years ago.
At that moment, I just thought, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to pause. Did not seem like the right time to say anything. There were people that were upset with me, and I needed to listen.
Franco speaking out on SiriusXM's The Jess Cagle Show. In 2019, the Oscar nominee was sued in a class action lawsuit by 2 former students who attended the Studio 4 acting school, which Franco ran from 2014 to 2017. In the lawsuit, the former students alleged that they and others were coerced into filming overt sexual acts by Franco and his partners.
The stupidest thing I did, or one of the stupidest things I did at the school, was I called one of my classes a master class, sex scenes. It was not about sex scenes. I was not teaching people how to do sex scenes or intimate scenes or anything of that nature. It was a provocative title. I'll admit, I did sleep with students. I didn't sleep with anybody in that particular class, but over the course of my teaching, I did sleep with students, and that was wrong.
People listening to this will say, how could you not see that
there would be a power imbalance among a teacher who's not just a teacher, but is James Franco, like a very, very famous, powerful actor and producer and a student. How did that power imbalance, how were you not aware of that?
I suppose at the time, my thinking was, if it's consensual, okay. Of course I knew, I talked to other people, other teachers or whatever, like, yeah, it's probably not a cool thing. At the time, I was not clear-headed, as I've said. So I guess it just comes down to my criteria was like, if this is consensual, like, I think it's cool. We're all adults.
The allegations against Franco first surfaced in 2018, following the Me Too reckoning in Hollywood. At the time, Franco denied the allegations.
The things that I heard that were on Twitter are not accurate, but I completely support people coming out and being able to have a voice because they didn't have a voice for so long. So I don't want to, shut them down in any way. It's I think, a good thing, and I support it.
Then earlier this year, he agreed to pay more than $2 million to settle the suit, according to court documents seen by NBC News. A joint statement issued on behalf of the actor and his former students said, quote, "While defendants continue to deny the allegations in the complaint, they acknowledge that plaintiffs have raised important issues, and all parties strongly believe that now is a critical time to focus on addressing the mistreatment of women in Hollywood." Studio 4 closed in 2017. Now, Franco's saying he's been in treatment for sex addiction since 2016.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Dose of hope. The FDA giving emergency approval to a COVID treatment pill. What health experts are saying about it with the Omicron variant now confirmed in all 50 states. What did he know? The January 6th committee wants Republican Congressman Jim Jordan to testify. The political battle being waged right now as the Capitol riot investigation heats up. Thinking small, the supply chain crisis has brought major retailers to their knees, forcing more Americans to turn to mom and pop shops. How small businesses are cashing in for the holidays. And Christmas and the Queen. With the COVID threat surging in the UK, the royal family is making a change for the holidays. How they're celebrating the season with the 95-year-old monarch's safety in mind. And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan has the day off. We begin this hour with breaking news and a major development in the fight against COVID-19. The FDA just gave emergency use approval to Merck for its antiviral COVID pill. Just yesterday, the agency approved a similar drug from Pfizer. Health officials say the Merck drug will be more restricted than Pfizer's treatment. Also breaking right now, we've learned a third U.S. senator has tested positive for COVID. Delaware's Chris Coons says he has minor symptoms and is isolating. Senators Cory Booker and Elizabeth Warren also tested positive. Also this hour, the Supreme Court says it will hear challenges to President Biden's vaccine and mask mandates in the new year. Oral arguments are set for January 7th now on the rules for larger employers and for healthcare workers. Until then, lower court rulings will remain in place. This hour, we are covering the fight against Omicron and the new ways the pandemic is being fought. Let's start in Miami. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is there. Sam, what is the feeling there in South Florida just 2 days before Christmas now?
Aaron, good afternoon. The feeling in South Florida is that everyone and their brother wants to get tested for COVID-19 right now. We've seen a 330% increase in Florida just in the last couple of weeks, in no small part, Aaron, because of lines like these. Everyone is coming out right now to get tested. It's 3 or 4 hours long minimum, and this has been going on for days. At the same time, encouraging news about that Pfizer pill, which could be available as early as this weekend.
New promise from Pfizer's pill. Freshly approved by the FDA for emergency use, it requires a doctor's prescription and could cut down on COVID-related hospitalizations and deaths by nearly 90% if taken within 5 days of symptoms starting.
Everyone agrees this is a very promising antiviral.
Only 250,000 treatments will be available in January, but Pfizer says it'll pump out tens of millions throughout 2022. This as Omicron has now reached every state, and many Americans are facing long testing lines and delays. The president last night acknowledging the issue, but asking for perspective.
No, nothing's been good enough. But look where we are. When last Christmas we were in a situation where we had significantly fewer people vaccinated.
As Omicron rapidly becomes America's dominant strain, its symptoms have come into sharper focus. Early evidence suggesting a cough, fatigue or tiredness, and congestion are most common, with loss of taste or smell uncommon. A pair of studies from the UK and another from South Africa show Omicron is reportedly milder, with up to 80% fewer hospitalizations. Though one nationally recognized infectious disease expert says that's not a complete picture, with vaccines helping to blunt severe symptoms and South Africa's population much younger than ours.
There's nothing to indicate that it would be milder. There's a lot to indicate it would be more transmissible.
In Florida, Omicron is running rampant, and some are pulling the plug on holiday plans.
Are you seeing your family for Christmas?
As a matter of fact, we just canceled this morning. We were going to have like 12 people.
Health experts advise getting tested regardless of vaccination status. And if you haven't taken the shot, avoid those get-togethers.
If there's an unvaccinated person, I would say, I'm very sorry, but not this time. Maybe another time when this is all over.
Aaron, right now we're talking about the Merck pill, which was just again approved today. And what we know right now, Aaron, is the fact that it is a limited option, but it is an option in our arsenal. 30% effective at preventing hospitalizations and deaths. But if you compare that to Pfizer, which is almost 90%, you can understand right now why doctors are saying it will be prescribed, but when it's clinically appropriate. An FDA advisory panel had a 13-10 endorsement of this very same pill a few weeks ago, so it was narrowly passed, in no small part because of concerns about safety, especially for pregnant women. Aaron?
All right, Sam Brock in Miami for us today. Thank you, Sam. Joining us now is Dr. Jeremy Faust, a professor of emergency medicine at Harvard University. Dr. Faust, what do you make of some of these early studies that we're seeing about mild symptoms from Omicron? I know I've seen things on the internet where people are warning us that mild doesn't necessarily mean what some people seem to think it means in terms of just sort of, oh, it's not a big deal. It's still a big deal, right?
Yeah, and thanks for having me. I actually am very worried about people getting the wrong message here. If Omicron had been the first variant that erupted when the COVID-19 pandemic began, we would still have a massive problem on our hands. It's not that much better. I don't care what anybody says. At this point, we cannot conclude that. The reason I think we are seeing such a difference so far is what the expert in the previous package said, which is there is a great degree of immunity in a lot of communities. Older people are highly vaccinated. People with immune compromise are vaccinated, although we wonder if it's enough. So I think that there's some question about native Omicron in what we call a naive person. If you've not received any vaccine, if you've never been infected, you'd be called a naive body to the variants. And I do wonder whether Omicron is really that much milder in the immune naive population. I suspect it might be a little bit, but not enough that I would tell anyone not to worry about it. I think it's still clearly a pandemic virus that has a lot of lethal potential.
All right, and people don't seem to understand, immune doesn't mean invincible. It's still something that you can catch even if you're vaccinated and boosted. Obviously, we've seen a lot of cases like that. As we watch COVID cases climb in this country and around the world right now, how are hospitals here preparing or getting ready for more patients to be coming their way?
The difficult thing right now is that we have a lot of competing problems. So we have a flu season, which we didn't have before. We have all kinds of regular usual care that had been deferred, which was now happening. And so a lot of hospitals were already much more full than they would have been in the spring of 2020 or in the fall of 2020 and 2021, the winter wave. Now we have this problem where we have a lot of care going on, and then you add Omicron. And even if a very small percentage of the case counts that we detect today translate into hospitalizations in 5 to 10 days from now, Omicron is so unbelievably contagious that it will be enough people being hospitalized that it could tip the balance. So my colleagues and I developed what we call a circuit breaker metric or a circuit breaker threshold. And the idea is to give counties and states advance notice that they might be at the precipice of something that combines two pieces of information. Lots and lots of cases, of which some will be hospitalized, in areas where hospital capacity is already on the brink. So if we can combine those things, we can give people advance notice so that they can take local action to try to slow things down just a bit if they can.
All right, Dr. Jeremy Faust, we appreciate your perspective today. Thank you. Globally, the push remains similar to the U.S. Get people vaccinated and boosted. That's the effort. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now from London. Ali, we're going to get to the U.K. in just a minute here, but I want to start with what's happening in China. What do you know about the lockdown there, this new one?
Good afternoon, Aaron. Well, it's a massive lockdown in the city of Xi'an, a central city in China. There were about 52 cluster cases of COVID discovered yesterday, and today now that city of 13 million people is under a very strict lockdown. And that comes just as the Chinese are celebrating Lunar New Year. There's going to be a massive rush for that. And of course, as they're preparing for the Winter Olympics. Now, the lockdown there is extremely strict. Nobody is allowed to leave their homes. Only one person per household is allowed to leave every 48 hours just to get groceries and come back. They haven't given a time frame on how long the lockdown is going to last, but they think it originated from a flight arriving from Pakistan where 6 people had COVID.
You know, Ali, for the first time, the UK has topped 100,000 COVID cases in one day. Are there any indications that there might be new restrictions, more restrictions put in place there?
That's right, Aaron. COVID is spreading at an alarming rate here in the UK. 100,000 cases yesterday. That's the most since the beginning of the pandemic. And it's been a record-breaking week for infections leading up to that. Government statistics show that last week, 1 in 45 people had COVID here. In London, that number goes up to 1 in 30. London is the epicenter for the Omicron variant, and Omicron cases are doubling every 48 hours. But the Prime Minister said he's not planning a lockdown before Christmas. He acknowledged that there's a lot of uncertainty around the severity of Omicron, the hospital rate, but he said there's just not enough evidence right now to justify shutting down Christmas.
All right, Ali Arouzi for us in London today. Ali, thank you. Well, buckle up, everybody. With less than 48 hours until Christmas now, millions of Americans are already hitting the roads for the holidays. Highways and airports have been jam-packed all week long, setting pandemic-era records. Here's NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello.
Good day. State troopers across the country on watch today. They say, and AAA reiterates, this is the day when the most number of people will be hitting the roads. In all, 100 million people over the entire holiday stretch. This is the day going into Christmas when you're going to have a lot of company on the roads and, for that matter, in the nation's airports.
Thursday morning, and it's go time for millions of Americans heading home for the holidays. Roughly 100 million going by car, nearly a third of the population. This morning, AAA says major roadways around Boston, Chicago, Detroit, and San Francisco should expect peak congestion this afternoon. Along I-270 in Maryland, the state's roadside assistance team is on the job to keep traffic flowing.
We change tires. We try to make the road safe and clear.
Their work critical this time of year when MDOT says there's a 30% bump in the number of drivers they assist.
For every minute that a lane is blocked by an incident, it takes 4 minutes to recover back to normal lane and speed travel conditions.
Americans are also traveling by train and by bus. Meanwhile, at Gate 42 in Washington, the Wing Walkers bringing in Flight 2565 from Dallas. They've got just 45 minutes to turn this plane for its next flight to Florida. And the countdown is on. 2 minutes after arrival, the cabin door opens. At 3 minutes, the cargo door opens. A minute later, ground crews are inside the belly of the plane, loading passenger bags onto the belt. Inside, the last passenger stepping off, just as the catering and the cleaning crews swoop in.
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you.
At 20 minutes, the next flight's passengers start to board. Down below, their bags are loading as the first officer does his inspection check.
You can literally have a screw that's come loose.
A typical narrow-body plane like this will fly about 5 flights a day, in all carrying more than 900 passengers. This week, mostly clear skies nationwide are making for a smooth end-of-week travel push. The next test, the day after New Year's. Back out on the roads, the busiest time on the highways today will be between noon and 6 p.m. wherever you are. So you may want to avoid that period. And then tomorrow, try to leave before 1 p.m. as, of course, the final rush to get to Grandma's house for Christmas. I'm Tom Costello in Arlington, Virginia. Back to you.
We are coming up on the one-year anniversary of the deadly Capitol insurrection, and Congress is still searching for answers about what led up to that riot. Now, the January 6th committee wants information from high-profile Republican congressman and Trump ally Jim Jordan. Lawmakers want to learn more about Jordan's communications with the White House before and during the riot. Here to help us break this all down are NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor and NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Sahil, this is the second sitting member of Congress the committee wants information from this week. Does that tell us anything about this phase of the investigation?
That it's extremely serious. This committee did not start off expecting or intending to investigate sitting members of Congress. They are in uncharted waters here, having this investigation having led them to 2 sitting members of Congress that they now allege had knowledge or involvement in a plot to subvert American democracy and overturn a free and fair election result. That's an extraordinary charge, a towering thing to investigate. And also, the committee is at a crossroads here in terms of deciding how to get information from these 2 men, Jim Jordan and the Republican Congressman Scott Perry. They're asking for their voluntary cooperation and for them to appear for an interview. But if they refuse, as Scott Perry already has, as Jim Jordan has indicated he might, it's going to be a difficult decision for them whether to take it to the next step, maybe subpoena them, or whether to let it go.
So, Danny, this committee has only submitted a request to Congressman Jordan, not a subpoena in this case. What's Jordan's legal obligation here to respond to a request like this?
It's the same obligation that every citizen has when the government essentially asks nicely for you to come in and talk to, say, FBI agents, or in this case, Congress. It can be no thank you. That's one of the benefits of living in America. However, Jim Jordan knows that the next thing to follow, once he politely declines a request to come in and sit down, is going to be a subpoena. In almost all certainty, he can expect that. And that's when the rubber hits the road. He has to make a decision as to whether or not he is going to cooperate, not cooperate, or sort of, as Mr. Miyagi might say, cooperate in the middle, give up some documents, but refuse to do other things.
And Sahil, what is Jordan saying about whether he's actually going to cooperate with the committee?
Jordan has said he is reviewing the letter. He has not definitively indicated one way or another whether he will or will not cooperate, but he has suggested that he might not by questioning the credibility of this committee. Let's play what he had to say.
Got the letter today, Brian. We're going to review the letter, but I got to be honest with you. I got real concerns about any committee that will take a document and alter it and present it to the American people, completely mislead the American people like they did last week. And it turns out it looks like it wasn't just one document they did this with. It was other text messages as well. So I got real concerns with that.
Now, Jordan here is talking about a text message that he sent to then White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows that was truncated before it was released by the committee. Jordan alleges that truncation takes it out of context, and he's citing that as a basis to potentially not cooperate with this committee.
All right, for now, we will leave it there, gentlemen. Sahil Kapoor, Danny Cevallos, thank you both. Well, next year's Senate elections in 2 key states are shaping up to be very close. New GOP polling shows Republicans have a good chance of flipping seats in both Georgia and Nevada. They only need to win 1 net seat to gain a majority, which would shift power in the Senate back to the GOP. Joining us now is NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray to help us understand all this. Mark, talk about Georgia first here. What's the new polling showing there?
Yeah, it shows a dead heat, Aaron. It ends up having the Democratic incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock at 48%, and it has Herschel Walker, who's likely the Republican nominee, at 49%. When you add in the margin of error, Aaron, this is just an absolute jump ball. It's important to note this is a Republican poll, and Democrats have told me they're anticipating a very tight race in Georgia as well as in Nevada.
Well, let's talk about Nevada then, Mark. What's going on there? How competitive is the Senate race there?
Another dead heat, Aaron. The Republican polling has this race at Adam Laxalt, the likely Republican nominee, at 46%, and Democratic incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto at 42%. And again, this is a Republican poll. Everyone anticipates these being incredibly close races. And Aaron, we're just talking about these two races. We're not talking about the potential Democratic pickups in places like Ohio, in Pennsylvania, Florida, and Wisconsin. So the battle for the Senate is going to be engaged for the rest of the next year.
All right, NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, thank you. Well, 5 people are now under arrest after a carjacking in Philadelphia. The victim is a sitting member of Congress. Congresswoman Mary Gay Scanlon was robbed at gunpoint on Wednesday. Now, new details are emerging about how it happened. Reporter Randy Gyllenhaal of our NBC station in Philadelphia brings us up to date.
Well, Aaron, she was not injured, but it was terrifying. Held up at gunpoint in the middle of the day in South Philadelphia. The Congresswoman represents that part of the city. She was in FDR Park with other members of Congress for an event. As she was leaving, walking back to her car, she became the latest carjacking victim in the city of Philadelphia. Police say 2 men approached her, pointing a gun, and demanded her belongings, including a government-issued cell phone. They stole her Acura MDX and took off. A short time later, that night, Delaware State Police found the car with 5 people inside. They impounded that car and took those people into custody. Carjackings up in Philadelphia, but most people who are carjacked don't get the assistance of the FBI, who is now taking the lead on this case. The Congresswoman says she's okay. She's thanking police this morning, but in the city of Philadelphia, we are seeing a surge in these carjackings. In one case, a Temple University senior shot and killed during a botched carjacking just last month. And it comes as other crimes like homicides reaching all-time highs, more than almost 550 homicides approaching the end of the year here in Philadelphia, as local police, law enforcement trying to get a handle on this. These carjackings, just the latest, and it's a sign that a sitting member of Congress becomes the latest victim in Philadelphia. Aaron?
Big box stores are struggling to cope with the supply chain crisis, but guess who is not? Small businesses, or at least not as much. Coming up, why a growing number of people are thinking small for their holiday shopping.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect.
The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock. Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruzes. See? Power.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better?
The question is, are you now more open to packing the court?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
On the money at this hour, stocks are rising for a third straight day as investors look past early jitters about the spread of the Omicron COVID variant. CNBC's Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with a look at that and several other business headlines. Christina, let's talk a little bit about what the market is doing right now. Where are we seeing these gains?
Well, I guess it's in a jolly mood, adding to yesterday's gains, and that's because the holiday shortened trading week comes to a close today. So to answer your question, most sectors are pretty much higher across the board, like financials, which includes banks, materials, and communication services. Real estate investment trusts are actually the only sector lower right now, but overall it's pretty quiet across the board from a headline perspective, aka no big news. In the investing world, though, Omicron fears are somewhat fading, not in real life, just in the investing world, and you can see that in travel and leisure stocks like Delta Airlines, American Airlines, and Marriott. All shares are higher.
And Christina, U.S. regulators are opening an investigation into Tesla. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so the U.S. government said that they're going to be investigating more than 500,000 Teslas sold since 2017. There are reports that drivers can literally sit there while driving and play video games and browse the internet on the main display screen that's just right to your right side. And so the screen was supposed to be restricted to passengers only while the car was in motion, but there are many, many reports claiming that anyone, including the driver, can use the screen. And so the U.S. government right now will have to evaluate over 500,000 Tesla cars.
And before I let you go, I do want to ask you too, Christina, about Amazon. There are some workers in Chicago who are walking off the job, I understand. What's going on there?
Yeah, Amazon workers at 2 separate Chicago facilities staged a walkout during the busiest time of year. They're demanding better pay and working conditions. Workers are specifically asking management for increased staff. They feel like there's not enough employees around, and they want wage increases for all the employees at both of those facilities. Amazon says no workers will be fired or suspended due to any type of participation in this walkout that's going on.
All right, Christina Partsinevelos at CNBC for us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
The race to deliver has been a long, hard slog for some of the biggest retailers in this country. Many are struggling to handle the backlogs from the supply chain crisis. Now, as a result, a lot of people are turning to small businesses for their holiday shopping. My co-anchor Morgan Radford has the story.
Hi there. It's a message that small business owners all across the country are putting out this holiday season, essentially saying we sell locally and we source locally. In other words, you can skip the supply chain headaches and shop with us. And based on the latest consumer data, it looks like holiday shoppers are catching on. For furniture maker Kwejo Sampimpong, the supply chain crisis is nowhere to be seen.
I can just jump out, go there, pick up what I need, and work on my pieces.
Like 95% of small business owners selling on the website Etsy, the North Carolina craftsman gets his materials locally.
So everything you're using, trees, lumber, you're using locally and you're building locally.
That's right.
And it's paid off.
From 2019 to 2021, the percentage change is over 1,400%.
I'm sorry, I just want to run that back. You've increased your business 1,400%. 1,400%.
1,400%, yeah, during the pandemic.
It's a surprising trend playing out nationwide, with more small businesses seeing increased revenues over the past month than in 2020, and customer spending surging by 18% over last year on Small Business Saturday alone.
But others here are still feeling the pinch. Just down the street at Spicer Green Jewelers, they say they've seen the supply chain slow down firsthand.
We had one customer who ordered a beautiful pair of South Sea golden pearls, and it took 16 weeks to get them.
They're among the 39% of small retail businesses who say they're having foreign supply chain issues. So they made their own supply.
So you're essentially transitioning from using things overseas and then building it here.
Yep, that's exactly what we've done. We've gotten away from that because it's hard to compete with the labor. And now, because of COVID, because of the supply chain issues, and also because we want to create jobs again, we've brought it back.
An international problem being solved right here at home. It's also worth remembering that holiday shopping is key to so many small businesses that were hit really hard by the pandemic. In fact, according to one American Express survey, 78% of small businesses say holiday sales this year will likely determine whether or not they survive in 2022. Back to you.
The real rush going on right now is the rush to get a COVID test. But how much testing will America actually need, and for how long? We're going to take a closer look at that for you next.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news. The jury has reached an outcome, we're told, in the trial of Kim Potter, the former police officer facing manslaughter charges for the fatal shooting of 20-year-old Dante Wright. Potter said she mistook her firearm for her taser. Let's take you inside the courtroom now. We believe the jury is entering the room. Of course, we will not see them.
All right, please be seated. Members of the jury, have you arrived at a verdict? Okay. Would Ms. Potter please rise? I'm now going to read your verdicts as it will appear in the permanent court records of Hennepin County. In the matter of State of Minnesota versus Kimberly Potter, court file number 27 CR 21 7490, we, the jury, on the charge of manslaughter in the first degree while committing a misdemeanor on or about April 11, 2021, in Hennepin County, State of Minnesota, find the defendant guilty. And the verdict was agreed to at the hour of 11:40 a.m. and signed by the jury person on 12/23/21. The verdict on count 2 is we, the jury, on the charge of manslaughter in the second degree, culpable negligence on or about April 11, 2021, in Hennepin County, State of Minnesota, find the defendant guilty. and that verdict was agreed to at 10:30 a.m. on 12/21/21. Members of the jury, is this your true and correct verdict? So say you one, and so say you all.
Yes.
Okay, you may be seated. All right, I am now going to poll the jury. Juror number 2, is this your true and correct verdict?
It is.
Juror number 6, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 7, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 13, is this your true and correct verdict? Oh, it's juror, juror 11. And juror 17, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 19, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 21, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 22, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 26, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 40, is your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 48, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
And juror number 55, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Members of the jury, when you first came into the courtroom, I told you that jurors are the heroes of our judicial system. Well, the 12 of you are our heroes in this case. You might remember that there was a question on the questionnaire that asked whether you wanted to be on this jury. You were to check yes, no, or maybe. A number of you checked no or not sure, and a few of you checked all three. But when I asked each of you if you would be willing to serve if the party selected you as a juror, you all said yes. You said yes even though we are in a pandemic with Omicron spreading in our community. You said yes even though you had concerns about serving given the nature of the case. You said yes even though you knew you would be sequestered during deliberations and away from your loved ones. You were willing to sacrifice much because you believed in our justice system. And then you went into deliberations, and each of you brought with you your common sense, individual perceptions, and life experiences, and you came to an agreement on the verdicts. You did your duty. I'm so proud of you. You should be proud of yourselves. Without civic-minded citizens like you, our system of justice could not function. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifices. I wish you all a wonderful holiday season, and may the peace and beauty of the season be yours throughout the year. At this time, I'd like you to go into your waiting courtroom, and I'll be in just a moment. I'd like to thank you personally and to answer any questions that you have. Okay?
Former police officer Kimberly Potter showing her face to the jury of 6 men and 6 women delivering guilty verdicts on both counts, manslaughter in the first degree, manslaughter in the second degree, for the fatal shooting of Dante Wright.
Please be seated.
Following a traffic stop, the officer discharging her firearm, not her taser, The defense calling it a mistake, a human mistake. The prosecution pushing forward a case that it was reckless. Her actions were reckless. We want to go right now to NBC's Ron Allen, who is in Minneapolis. He's been following this trial closely for us. The jury certainly put in the work here. This obviously didn't come easily.
27 hours, Lester, over 4 days, and this is the verdict. And when it was read in the courtroom behind me, there's a small but determined band of protesters, demonstrators who've been here, and a huge cheer went up. It was a huge cheer that justice had been done for the Daunte Wright's family. They have been out here day in and day out. It's been bitter cold. I can now hear some horns going in the streets. There's going to be a celebration and a big sigh of relief, I can say, also for this community that has been through so much. Remember, this is the same courthouse, and in fact the same courtroom where the former police officer Derek Chauvin, who killed George Floyd, was convicted of murder not long ago. And of course the Daunte Wright incident happened while that case was winding down. So there's been a lot of pressure here. There's been a lot of concern about what this case might bring. But the bottom line is now it's brought justice for the family. And I can tell you, having talked to them and their attorneys over the weeks and months, that they're going to be relieved. They will tell you probably that it's not full justice because they don't get their son back, but it's some measure of justice that they have been able to prevail in the criminal justice system here. And we all know how rare it is for a police officer to even be charged, let alone convicted, in a crime involving the killing of a suspect. This is quite a step forward, many will say, who are watching the criminal justice system in the context of this racial reckoning that the country has been going through. Many will say that this is a big step forward, or at least a step forward, and one that I think a lot of people will honestly tell you they may not have expected. Remember, the defense argued in this case that Daunte Wright was, they had authorization, legal authorization to place him under arrest. There was a bench warrant outstanding for his arrest. And the defense argued that Potter even had the authorization to use deadly force in that situation. Remember, this started as a case involving a young man who was pulled over because of an air freshener and because of expired license plate tabs. But then once they ran a background check on him, they realized there was this outstanding warrant, and the entire situation changed. But the bottom line is, prosecutors argued that Kimberly Potter had 26 years of experience. She should have known better. She was trained in how to handle a firearm, how to handle a taser. She should have known the difference between the two weapons. She acted recklessly, they argued, as she approached the vehicle, as she took out her gun, yelled taser. The very fact of not looking at the weapon, not noticing that it was a firearm and not a taser, was reckless, and she shot him at point-blank range in the chest. Now, in terms of the sentencing here, the maximum sentence for this first-degree manslaughter charge is 15 years in prison, and with sentencing guidelines, it's about half that. However, during the trial, the prosecutors argue there were aggravating circumstances, aggravating factors, and they are going to argue for a greater sentence in this case. Aggravating factors like injury caused to the other officers who were at the scene, injury caused to civilians who were at the scene. Remember, the car went down the road and crashed. All those aggravating factors, the prosecution is going to argue, should almost perhaps double the amount of time that Potter's in jail, they're going to argue. And you'll remember the same thing happened in the Derek Chauvin case, where he was sentenced in criminal court to 22.5 years, and now in federal court just recently this past week to more than 20 more years. But that same dynamic is at play here, and we'll see when the sentencing happens. But again, bottom line, she's guilty on both counts of manslaughter, and the people who are supporting Wright's family are feeling a big sense of victory here. Lester?
Ron Allen outside the courthouse for us. Thank you. We continue to monitor developments inside the courtroom itself. We understand they're discussing bail as to whether former Officer Potter should be remanded into immediate custody. As that plays out, let me also bring in Paul Butler. He's a former federal prosecutor and an NBC legal analyst. Paul, let me begin about the difficulties of this case, what it represented. In terms of the prosecution, was this a difficult case to prove?
Every case against a police officer was a tough case for prosecutors, Lester, and this was especially difficult. Both the prosecution and the defense agreed that Officer Potter made a mistake, but the defense was a mistake is not a crime. The jury found that Ms. Potter's mistake which led to the death of an unarmed young man. That mistake was 2 crimes, manslaughter 1 and 2. To convict Ms. Potter of manslaughter, the jurors did not have to find that she intended to kill Mr. Wright, but only that she was reckless or negligent, and they found beyond a reasonable doubt that she was both.
All right, joining us now is former New York federal and state prosecutor Tali Farhadian-Weinstein. She's also an NBC News legal analyst. Tali, if I can bring you back to this question of sentencing, Ron Allen suggesting prosecutors be looking for to be less lenient side. The fact that this really hinged on I guess her intent, and there was no intent to kill here. What does that say about how the sentencing may play out?
I think that it's unlikely that she will get the maximum sentence for either charge. Remember, she's looking at 15 years on the first-degree manslaughter, 10 years on the second-degree manslaughter. But as we heard earlier, the guidelines are generally to give about half of that, and which would amount to about 2/3 of the ultimate sentence in prison. And I don't expect that the prosecution is going to succeed in going up against that upper limit. One of the major considerations in sentencing is also whether the defendant had a criminal history, and Ms. Potter did not. These are her first convictions.
All right, Tali, thank you. We've been looking at Kim Potter in the courtroom. She showed no visible emotion, maintained her composure as the verdicts were being read. As we noted, she was not wearing a mask as the jury came in and delivered its verdict, perhaps wanting them to see all of her as this momentous sentencing or verdict came down in the courtroom. Let me go back to Ron Allen now as we continue to watch the developments in the courtroom as to what happens now for her. Ron, there was so much video evidence in this case, her camera, the cameras of other officers, very, very strong images that, and even her reaction to firing the shot. How riveted was the jury to those videos?
I think everyone was riveted to that, Lester, and this was video that had never been seen by the public before. We'd all seen that one or two angles of the traffic stop from Potter's camera, but there were at least half a dozen or more officers' video, squad car video as well, that showed this whole sequence of events as it unfolded from so many different angles. There was really very powerful emotional testimony from not just Wright's mother, but also his girlfriend, who, remember, was the passenger in the car next to him. And she told the story of how after the car went down the road and how it crashed into another vehicle, how she tried to save his life by pushing on his chest, and how during a period of about 8 minutes or so, no one else was coming to help her try to do that. And this is part of the aggravating circumstances portion of the sentencing matter. The prosecution is going to argue, and has argued, that because Potter didn't tell her fellow officers what had happened, there was chaos, and that the prosecution inferred that there might have been a chance to save Daunte Wright's life had she communicated to her fellow officers that there'd been a shooting, that there was an unarmed man in the car, because the officers took that long to close in and to render aid once the car came to a stop down there. So that was very emotional. And remember, these are people from this community, and they know what has been happening here for the past year or so. So I think they were profoundly affected by seeing all this video and hearing this very powerful testimony. Lester?
All right, Ron, as you've been speaking, we've learned apparently the judge ruling there will be no bail pending an appeal. She will be remanded immediately into custody following the 2 guilty verdicts, manslaughter first degree and second degree, against former police officer Kim Potter. That concludes our coverage of the verdict in the Kim Potter trial. We'll have more tonight when I see you on NBC Nightly News. For now, I'm Lester Holt, NBC News Los Angeles. Good day.
Hi, everyone. Lindsay Reiser here. You're watching NBC News Now, and here's what's happening. We're going to start with that breaking news. You just watched the NBC News special report. Former Minnesota police officer Kim Potter found guilty of first and second degree manslaughter in the death of Daunte Wright. A jury reaching the verdict on its 4th day of deliberations. We know that Potter shot and killed 20-year-old Daunte Wright during a traffic stop near Minneapolis earlier this year, and she claimed she grabbed her gun instead of her taser by mistake. Let's bring in Barbara McQuaid. She's a former U.S. attorney in Michigan, a law professor at the University of Michigan Law School, and an NBC News legal analyst. And Joseph Tully is a criminal defense attorney. Thank you both for joining us on this breaking news. Barbara, first to you. Kim Potter found guilty on both counts of manslaughter. And I remember what the prosecutor said Monday in closing arguments, that it was a colossal screw-up, a blunder of epic proportions that ended in the fatal shooting of Daunte Wright. What's your reaction to the verdict?
Yeah, you know, it's always surprising when a police officer is convicted of a crime because we see so rarely that they're held accountable. But I think in this case, it's a very just verdict. I think her testimony was an effort to garner some sympathy and a request essentially to nullify the verdict. But one thing that's really important here is that she was not charged with murder, which requires a finding of malice, the way Derek Chauvin was. She was only charged with manslaughter, and that means that she was either reckless or negligent, and they found that she was reckless. And the testimony was that after 26 years in the force, she must know the difference between her taser and her gun. She made a mistake, but one that she's not allowed to make when she is a police officer and has this awesome responsibility. And so I think it's appropriate to see a jury hold her accountable here, and I think it does send a message to police officers that you have an important job to do and you need to take your training and responsibility seriously.
Joseph, right now we're watching live footage here of Kim Potter being escorted out of the courtroom, her attorneys both patting her on the shoulder. Her hands are behind her back in handcuffs. We know that there will be no bail. She'll be remanded right away. We also know, Joseph, that deliberation was 27 hours, 4 days for this jury. And we also know from Ron Allen's reporting in that special report that there was a cheer outside from some of the protesters, not a ton of visible reaction from inside the courtroom. What's your reaction to the verdict?
I agree that this is a legally appropriate verdict. In looking at the law in Minnesota, in looking at the legal language specifically on recklessness, I could see how the jury got to their verdict. A police officer having training is not allowed to claim that it's a mistake if he or she draws a gun and doesn't check it for a taser. So yes, it was a mistake. I don't think anyone contests that. But when you train other officers and when you've been trained, you're also trained to double check and make sure that what you have in your hand is what you want to be holding in your hand. And I think under those facts and the legal definition of recklessness, the jury made the appropriate decision here. And it took them a long time, but I do believe that it was legally appropriate.
We want to get out now to NBC News correspondent Ron Allen, who is outside that courtroom. And Ron, I know during this special report you reported on the cheering that was outside when the verdict was read. What's the situation like right now?
We can still hear them, and perhaps you can see them in the background over there. There's a crowd of, several dozen. It's not a huge crowd, but they have been here in some number throughout this entire court proceeding, through the entire trial, and some of it in absolutely frigid weather, I can tell you. And they are still over there chanting justice for Daunte Wright, and they're listening to the proceedings. And I think what may have swung this in some ways, just listening to your previous analysis, is that the prosecution urged the jury to just use their common sense and look at the video and see what happened. And yes, the Minnesota law on manslaughter about recklessness and culpable negligence, which are the standards of proof, if you will, or what these definitions, what these words mean, are a bit convoluted, if you will. But the jury apparently did that, and they looked at the video, and ultimately the prosecution kept coming back to the fact that Daunte Wright is dead, and that someone should be held accountable for that, and that even though these police officers had legal authorization, legal justification to arrest him, take him into custody, even though he did resist arrest to some extent, they don't have the right, as one of the prosecutors put it, to shoot him and kill him. There are there are legal ways to do that, and that's the threshold that former officer Kim Potter crossed. We're expecting to hear from the state attorney general. Remember, this case was taken over by the state attorney general, Keith Ellison, from the local county prosecutors because it was that significant. We expect to hear perhaps from the defense, the attorneys, and we also expect to hear from Daunte Wright's family and their attorneys. All of those parties have said that they will most likely respond after this is happening, and that's what we're waiting for now. And again, this crowd is still here. It's about the same size. The atmosphere here now is not like it was back in April when this happened and when Derek Chauvin was on trial in this very same courthouse for murdering George Floyd. It's a much more calm and, frankly, the atmosphere where people are feeling that they have been successful, that they have made progress, that there has been justice served now in these two very high-profile and extraordinary, to some extent, cases. So there are no barricades up. There's no heavy security here. One measure that was taken in Brooklyn Center, the town where this happened, is that they started the school vacation a week earlier for the holidays, just in case, so there's no school this week out there. And there were some steps to evacuate the government center building here once a verdict was reached as a precaution. But again, the streets are very quiet. There's no signs of any sort of huge protest, and certainly no negative protest, because people here who support Wright's family certainly are very satisfied with what happened.
Ron, do you expect that we'll hear from Wright's family?
I expect very soon, yes. Actually, we anticipate that at any minute, and it should come very soon. Their attorney, one of their lead attorneys, Ben Crump, who's been, of course, very visible in so many of these cases, is here and will be with the family. He represents them along with other local attorneys here and others as well. Obviously, this case has a lot of national significance. It has been placed there along with cases involving Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and others who have died at the hands of police. And this is one, again, where justice went to the family. And there was a feeling throughout this whole process that it could go either way. It is so rare for police officers to be arrested and charged in a case like this, let alone tried and convicted, that most observers, or many observers, and certainly the family and others here in this community, knew this was going to be difficult. But I think just in talking to them over the weeks and months, they felt that the videotape and what you see was so egregious that a jury had to understand, had to sympathize, had to empathize with the family. And again, the prosecution kept coming back to the fact that Daunte Wright is dead and someone should be held accountable for it. And that was the essence of their case.
Barbara, as we wait to hear from the family of Daunte Wright, what do you make here of the sentencing? We know that the first-degree manslaughter charge could carry up to 15 years in jail in prison as sentencing. But what are some of the factors that will be considered when figuring out exactly how much time she'll spend behind bars?
15 years is the statutory maximum that can be imposed for a conviction of this crime. But then a judge is supposed to look at the facts of the case as well as the facts about the offender. And so that's where sentencing guidelines come in. And you get points for this and points for that, plus points for aggravating factors, minus points for mitigating factors. And so as we heard Ron describe earlier, there will be, the prosecutor has said it will seek some points as aggravating facts for some of the harm to bystanders and to other officers. But I also suspect that the judge will find some mitigating points for someone who's been a 26-year police officer, her other conduct, her absence of a criminal history. All of those things will offset some of those things. And so in the end, I think that somewhere around half of that statutory max is about where we would expect to land. But of course, lawyers have their jobs to do here to try to persuade the judge that they should be at either end of the possibilities.
Joseph, this is a tough question to ask, but look, we're looking right now at Christmas weekend. We know that the jury has been sequestered. They've been away from their families during deliberation. Could the timing of the fact that this is Christmas Eve have played any role in the decision-making here of reaching a verdict?
Oh, I definitely think so. Jurors are human beings, and they had been at deliberations for days and days and working very hard. And if they didn't get it done today, the court may not have been in session tomorrow, and it would have, dragged on into next week. So I know that there was a lot of pressure for them to come up with a conclusion and come up with a verdict today.
Ron, if we still have you outside the courthouse, are you seeing more and more people show up now that it's been about 26 minutes since we've heard the verdict? I know you said that there was cheering with the crowd when the verdict was read, cheering subsequently when we just talked to you a few moments ago. Are you noticing a building of the crowd?
Honestly, not really, but I think the crowd will gravitate to Wright's family when they come out of the courthouse. I believe they're going to make their comments with their attorneys somewhere in a nice, warmer place. But the word is spreading, and I'm not sure what's going on out in Brooklyn Center. Remember, this incident happened about 20 minutes drive from here in a suburb of Minneapolis. The case was tried in the courtroom here in Minneapolis, and there may be more reaction out there. That is where all of the protests, so many of the protests happened back when this case happened back in April. But at this moment, again, it is a holiday period. The city has been very quiet, and again, there wasn't the tension and the anxiety during this trial that existed many months ago. Because again, I think for many advocates and activists will tell you that they've been feeling some sense of accomplishment, that they've been moving forward on their demand for racial justice, and so that has eased some of the tension here. Not completely, but it has helped, and certainly this outcome, these guilty verdicts, will contribute to that in a positive way. But at this moment, I think people are waiting to hear from the family. They're waiting to hear from Daunte Wright's mother and father and their attorneys, and see what they have to say. Lindsay?
Everybody, we are approaching the top of the hour. Just want to catch everybody up to speed on what we are discussing as we wait to hear from the family of Daunte Wright. Kim Potter, the former Brooklyn Center police officer, has been found guilty on first and second degree manslaughter charges in the death of Daunte Wright. He was stopped during a traffic stop in Brooklyn Center for expired registered tags. Officers found that he had an outstanding warrant. The situation escalated, and Kim Potter claims that she grabbed her gun when she meant to grab her taser. And we all remember that video where she said, "Taser, taser, taser." But she has been found guilty on first and second degree manslaughter. And defense attorney Joseph Tully, I want to go back to you. Knowing what we know now, was it a mistake for Kim Potter to testify on her own behalf?
I don't believe so, even with the benefit of hindsight. I think that even if it didn't help her in the guilt phase, it may help significantly in the penalty phase. The judge was right there. She saw genuine remorse. She saw the former officer Potter sort of face head on the accusations by taking the stand. And I think that this is something, it was something that it was a shot in the dark. It was something that could have helped, that the prosecutor, that the defense knew would be helpful, because she's a good witness to put on the stand. She's articulate. She was remorseful. So I don't think it was a mistake, and it may be helpful for sentencing.
Barbara McQuaid, when we talk about the significance of this case, Ron Allen did essentially group this case in with some other very high-profile ones that we have heard. Of course, George Floyd, the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse. And when we look at those cases collectively through the lens of this one as well, what is the significance of today's verdict?
I think today's case is a very significant contribution to cases of racial justice. The Derek Chauvin case, in some ways, was the easier case because he acted with malice, and I think everyone could very easily say that is just simply unacceptable behavior. Here it's a little different. We have Kim Potter saying, and I think quite credibly, that she made a mistake. She didn't intend to kill anybody. She just kind of lost her cool and pulled the trigger, used a gun when she meant to use a taser. But we hear that so often when police police officers say, I made an honest mistake, I felt fear for my life, I was afraid of him. And sometimes implicit biases are creeping into those assessments of the amount of danger that the police officer faced. And so often, as long as they say, I felt like my life was in danger, end of story, no accountability. And so I think what this case says is you can't be reckless and you can't be negligent when you are assessing the danger of the situation or when you're deciding how to respond. So I think in that way, this is a very significant milestone in the quest for racial justice.
Also some parallels here. One of the prosecutors for the state, Erin Eldridge, she was also involved in the prosecution of Derek Chauvin. And Potter's defense attorney, Earl Gray, also the attorney for Thomas Lane, who we know is one of the officers charged in George Floyd's death. Ron Allen, if we still have NBC correspondent Ron Allen outside the courthouse, I want to ask you the makeup of the jury here. 6 men, 6 women, 9 of whom are white, 2 Asian, 1 black. But Hennepin County itself is only 68% white. Have you heard any complaints from the side of the defense or Wright's family about the makeup of that jury?
You know, that's an interesting question, and it really didn't come up during the process of jury selection or during the trial. I guess it was seen as what it is, and you know that's very much in contrast to the composition of the jury in the case of the men who were convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia last month, where there was a lot of concern because there was only one African-American juror, and the judge had even said that he saw discrimination in the selection process by the defense attorneys using their preemptory challenges to strike black jurors, but there essentially was nothing he could do about it. But that here that was not really an issue, and at times I wondered, but I think people just felt like this is what it is, so let's go forward. There were 2 Asian American women and 1 African American woman on the jury, along with the 9 white jurors, and here's the outcome that we got. So there's that. I can also read you a statement from Daunte Wright's family that we just got, that says the family of Daunte Wright is relieved that the justice system has provided some measure of accountability for the senseless death of their son, brother, father, and friend. From the unnecessary and overreaching traffic stop to the shooting that took his life, that day will remain a traumatic one for this family and yet another example for America of why we desperately need change in policing, training, and protocols. We understand now that we're going to hear from the Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison in about 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes or so. So that is what we expect next, and then the family and perhaps the defense as well. Lindsay?
Ron, thank you. And we do know that sentencing will be for Friday, February 18th. Barbara McQuade, I want to ask you, this is something that the prosecution said in their closing arguments. This was a colossal screw-up, a blunder of epic proportions. It was precisely the thing she had been warned about for years, and she was trained to prevent it. It was irreversible, and it was fatal. But hearing that statement from Wright's family, how much culpability should be placed on the Brooklyn Center Police Department? From what we know from the testimony of their policies and procedures, we know that the police chief resigned one day after she resigned. How much blame should be placed on the department itself?
Well, I think that would require some investigation into the quality of their training. There are, investigations known as pattern or practice investigations, which look at departments to determine whether they are engaging in constitutional policing. If their policies come up short, if their training comes up short, then perhaps there is some accountability that needs to be held against the police department itself. But what this verdict says is that it may be that the training is perfectly adequate, and Kim Potter ignored her training. Recklessness means I was aware of a risk, and I did the thing that caused death anyway. And so in this instance, I think it would mean that she should check twice about what weapon was in her hand. Tasers are designed to look and feel different from guns. They're yellow instead of black. They're heavier. The grip feels different. And so despite all of those things, they're worn on different sides, exactly. And so all of those things are done by police departments and by industry standards to try to avoid this kind of thing. And so officers, are trained to think twice, to look twice, to double check before you use a taser and make sure you've got the weapon you think you have. Her failure to do that is what was reckless here. So it may very well be that these standards are fine, but I think no doubt across the country we need to re-examine our use of force policies, the way people are trained, and also training in implicit bias so that people can recognize the bias biases that we all have and do the best we can to manage them.
Joseph, before I go back to you real quick to Barbara, we did talk about the factors that will be looked at when deciding how much time Kim Potter will serve. But 15 years for first-degree manslaughter, 10 years for second-degree, those are the statutory maximums. Are those typically served concurrently?
In a case like this, those two convictions will merge because they are all based on the same facts. So oftentimes, prosecutors will charge like this in the alternative, charging first the higher recklessness, the manslaughter 1, and then saying to the jury, even if you find it was not reckless, you should at least find that it was negligent, which is a slightly lower level of culpability. And that's, instead of saying she did know there was a risk and ignored it, it is she should have known there was a risk and she ignored it. That's the 10-year penalty. So because she was convicted of the higher offense, that negligent homicide, the manslaughter count, will simply merge and go away. So the total she can face is the highest of 15 years.
And Joseph, from a defense attorney perspective, we talked about whether the fact that Kim Potter testified on her own behalf and became very emotional was damaging or not. You said you didn't think it was, even in hindsight. But that video, that body cam video that we all remember so clearly, in which she did say taser, 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 and then at one point when she was told that she had shot him, she said, "I'm going to prison." How damaging was that video to her case?
That part of it, I think, was damaging, just for the fact that she had shot somebody, and I think it was a human reaction. She was panicking, but she was saying, I'm going to go to prison. She wasn't saying, oh my God, is he okay? Call an ambulance, you know, get the paramedics ready. Let's try to save him. I shot him. Again, nobody's saying that she should have had a cool head, but I think the jury hearing her and hearing her focused on herself when if she was in her training mode, she would have been focused on, there's a gunshot victim. I need to get him help.
Ron Allen, want to go back to you outside the courthouse. If you can sort of paint a picture of what is going on around you and what you're seeing now that some 40 minutes have elapsed since we first learned both of the guilty verdicts.
Well, we're still waiting to hear some reaction. And on that last point, I think a lot of the analysis of Kim Potter's testimony was that she appeared to be a very sympathetic witness in many ways. She appeared to be very, very human. She's a mother. She has 2 sons. One, I believe, is in the Marine Corps. And she talked about how they were coming home for Christmas. And interestingly, during her 26 years as a police officer, she had never fired her gun nor her taser. And for some reason, she did in this instance, and she never really explained why this happened. You know, we've often heard how she says that she mistook her taser for her gun for her taser, but she never really explained what happened. I don't remember on the witness stand when you get to the point of after the gun goes off. And that's may have been part of the problem with the defense, is that she didn't give a real cogent explanation to what happened. That, you know, and it just seems so obvious that, you know, your taser is over here and you go for it that way, and and I think that that may have been a problem in the defense, and the defense also argued that you know, she wasn't aware of what she was doing, that this was unconscious, and therefore she couldn't consciously have fired her gun or acted recklessly because she thought she was firing her taser, which was another sort of psychological analysis, defense analysis that obviously didn't persuade the jury. And another thing the defense said was that in this situation, the police were authorized to use deadly force because the officers around the car were at risk. And apparently the jury did not believe that either. So there were a number of arguments that the defense made to try and defend her that didn't work. And on a previous point about police training and policies and so forth out in Brooklyn Center, remember the police chief came out the next day and said that he saw nothing wrong with what had happened. He testified in court to the same effect. He said the policies and procedures were followed, and this is what happens. And he was very supportive of Kim Potter on the witness stand and in the days afterwards. And since out in Brooklyn Center, there has been a big effort by the city council to revamp the police department. One thing that they have created is a a level of public safety, a Department of Public Safety, where traffic stops like this that don't involve weapons and so forth that seem to be routine are going to be done by individuals who are unarmed citizens. The details of all that are still being worked out. And of course, this is something that's been discussed around the country. Also, the idea of sending mental health professionals out to police stops that involve situations where there's a mental health problem. In other words, this case and so many others have made police look at what they do. And one thing that a lot of police departments have said is that we're asked to do too much, that, you know, we're asked to do all kinds of things. And so in Brooklyn Center, they are, again, a relatively small community of I think there were about 50 or 60 police officers all told. They're trying to make reforms, and a lot of that has been driven by the city council and the mayor in the days since the Daunte Wright killing. Here in Minnesota and Minneapolis as well, there were efforts to change the police department. Remember the defund the police movement after the George Floyd killing. That happened, that echoed around the country. Not a lot has happened on that front in terms of defunding the police, but there have been reforms that a lot of departments are undertaking. And again, it is aimed at, for the most part, trying to de-escalate and give police ways, training, so that these situations don't become deadly. Remember, in court, Kim Potter even testified that this was a training mission. She was out with a rookie cop who that day, and she said that the rookie cop is the one who decided to pull Daunte Wright over, and that in this situation she would not have even pulled him over. Sunday afternoon, expired license plate tabs, a air freshener hanging from a mirror. You know, COVID, people can't get to the DMV to do things. So she said that she would have let that go. And that's something that the police, that's something that Daunte Wright's family had been arguing as well, is that this was a traffic stop that never should have happened. This, they said, was a case of racial profiling, where police pull over young people of color, and then once they have them, then they do the records check and they find other things, and then essentially it's an arrest for something that had nothing to do with a busted taillight or something like that. This case has done a lot to make police around the country ask questions of themselves, and that is something that is continuing to be pushed, not just locally but nationally as well.
Certainly,
Lindsay?
and you mentioned the defund the police movement and communities rethinking their police departments. Right where you are, in Minneapolis, Ron, you know very well, just in November, voters rejected the idea of replacing their police department with a Department of Public Safety. But as we await to hear from the family of Daunte Wright and Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison, let's go ahead and listen again to that verdict being read.
Would Ms. Potter please rise? I'm now going to read your verdicts as it will appear in the permanent court records of Hennepin County. In the matter of State of Minnesota versus Kimberly Potter, court file number 27 CR 21 7490, we, the jury, on the charge of manslaughter in the first degree while committing a misdemeanor on or about April 11, 2021, in Hennepin County, State of Minnesota, find the defendant guilty. And the verdict was agreed to at the hour of 11:40 a.m. and signed by the jury person on 12/23/21. The verdict on count 2 is we, the jury, on the charge of manslaughter in the second degree, culpable negligence on or about April 11, 2021, in Hennepin County, State of Minnesota, find the defendant guilty. And that verdict was agreed to at 10:30 a.m. on 12/21/21. Members of the jury, is this your true and correct verdict? So say you one, and so say you all.
Yes.
Barbara McQuaid, what essentially is the jury saying by saying she's guilty of first and second degree manslaughter in this case?
Well, first-degree manslaughter under Minnesota law says that you're guilty of a crime if you inadvertently cause a death while recklessly handling a firearm. And so that's what they're finding here, that she did cause this death, that she didn't intend to kill anybody, but that she was reckless in the way she handled the firearm. And as we've discussed, when she genuinely thought that she was using her taser, but instead was using her gun and fired it, that was reckless. She knew there was a risk of that. She'd been through training. She was a training officer. These weapons are designed to look different. And when she failed to take that second look to double check that she had the right weapon, the jury said she was reckless in doing that. The negligent standard, which was the second count, the count for second-degree manslaughter, says something quite similar, and that is if there is a death that occurs because of the negligence of the defendant, that is second-degree manslaughter. And so certainly if they could prove that higher level of recklessness, they could also prove that lower level of negligent, which just means maybe she didn't know she was supposed to do this, but she sure should have known that you were supposed to do this. But of course, because they found the higher of the two, the first-degree manslaughter, that second one essentially merges with the prior conviction. It goes away, and she will be sentenced to the highest offense here, which is the manslaughter 2, which carries the 15-year potential criminal penalty.
Before I ask Ron what we can expect to hear from AG Keith Ellison and the family, Joseph Tully, I want to ask you, the defense had argued that it was Wright and not Potter who led to this fatal interaction, essentially saying that once Wright tried to flee, the police had no choice but to stop him. But it sounds like the jury disagreed there, Joseph.
Correct. Yes, that was mainly a defense to the manslaughter in the second-degree charge in terms of negligence. A superseding cause can break the chain of negligence. So in other words, if person A is negligent, but yet person B does something that intervenes and it causes person A to carry out their negligence, then person A wouldn't be guilty. But here the jury said, look, she was getting a taser out to somebody who was in a car. The car was running still with keys in it. And even had she been accurate and had her taser, she would have tased him and he could have driven out and had a head-on collision with someone else. So under any way you look at it, it was a very reckless decision, and it was a negligent decision because even despite her training, she didn't take the time to double check what was in her hand.
Ron Allen, as we wait to hear from the parents of Daunte Wright, what do we know about Keith Ellison's involvement in this case and what we might hear from him as well as the parents?
Remember, Ellison's a former member of Congress, and he became the Attorney General of this state, and he styles himself a reformer, a progressive, someone who is trying to make the criminal justice system work better for more citizens. And I suspect that he's going to say this is an example of that. Because that's certainly what Wright's family and the attorneys that represent them are saying in statements that we're hearing and that we've been hearing throughout this whole during the course of the investigation and the trial. So that's what we would expect. We're not quite sure what the holdup is. The Attorney General is probably going to speak first. I don't know that we're going to hear from the defense. Probably not, given the outcome of all this. And again, we're also waiting to hear from Daunte Wright's family. And they are going to talk about, I think, again, based on statements that they've been making, about how this is some measure of accountability. Because obviously it's not bringing their son back, which is what you hear from so many families, all these families who have been impacted in this sort of horrific way, that no matter what happens in a courtroom, their lost loved one is not coming back. And that's the real tragedy of all this. And again, that's what the prosecution tried to focus the jury on, you know, the humanity of all this. I was really struck during the trial about just the emotional testimony from Daunte Wright's mother, girlfriend who was in the car with him, his father. Testimony that at times the defense objected to because they thought it was just inflaming the jury and prejudicial. But it happened. And now now we're going to go to sentencing, and the prosecution is going to try to push for these aggravated factors that will strengthen or lengthen the sentence that Potter faces. And I think at the end of the day, to see a police officer handcuffed in court and walked out to prison is just something you just don't see happen a lot. But it's happening more these days, apparently, and it perhaps sends a message. And I suspect that's something else that Attorney General Ellison may say, that hopefully this does send a message to law enforcement that you will be held accountable. And obviously this tension between some communities and police is going to continue for some time, but we've now had a couple of cases, the George Floyd case, this case, the Daunte Wright case, that have changed the dynamic somewhat, perhaps. And I guess obviously that remains to be seen, to what extent this really does make a difference, or whether this is an extraordinary sort of set of circumstances that is not going to be the norm or the mean going forward.
Hearing a lot of cheering there behind you, Ron. Ron, Joseph, and Barbara, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Nathan Chen equals power, because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Crewses. See? Power.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back, everybody. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison right now is talking to people about the guilty verdict of Kim Potter. Let's listen in.
On the road to justice for us all. I want to thank the jury for their careful attention and deliberation and for their service to the people of Minnesota. I want to thank all of the witnesses who testified and who came forward with what they knew about this case. I especially want to thank my remarkable team. When I took this case, I said it would be difficult to prosecute because history has shown that trying cases like this one is difficult. This team did not shy away from the challenge. and the people of Hennepin County and the American people and the people of Minnesota, what they saw in the courtroom was the fruit of many, many hours of labor and hard work and planning. For my office, I want to thank specifically Mr. Matthew Frank. Matthew. I want to thank Aaron Eldridge. I want to thank Eric Miller and David Voigt and Dion Dodd. But this team wouldn't be much of anything if it were not for the amazing work of Joshua Larson, Raul Shaw, and Vernona Boswell. Thank you, Vernona. I also must thank colleagues who did not work on the legal matter, but worked on the community, and that is John Stiles, Keon Dostey, and everyone. So thank you to you all for your hard work. I also want to thank the many staff at the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension who worked on this case, the staff of the Hennepin County Attorney's Office and Washington County Attorney's Office. Specifically, I want to thank Mr. Drew Evans and those who testified in this case, like Agent Phil, who did a fine job and who put in many long hours. We appreciate their service. The next step in this case is sentencing. And all I will say about that today is that we have to look forward to the court setting a calendar date for that hearing. And at that time, we will make our appropriate arguments within the context of the court hearing. I think we have a date, do we not? What is that one? Anybody remember the date? March 8th. My thoughts are also with Ms. Potter today. She has gone from being an esteemed member of the community and an honored member of a noble profession to being convicted of a serious crime. I don't wish that on anyone, but it was our responsibility as the prosecution, as ministers of justice, to pursue justice wherever it led, and the jury found the facts. My thoughts are also with those who work in law enforcement and public safety. We hold you in high regard, and we also hold you to high standards. We don't want you to be discouraged. Your community respects and appreciates you. We want you to uphold the highest ideals of our society and ideals of safety. And when a member of your profession is held accountable, it does not diminish you. In fact, it shows. It shows the whole world that those of you who enforce the law are also willing to live by it. And that's a good thing. It restores trust, faith, and hope. Well, in the words of Danielle Sered is a noted author who writes on justice issues. Justice exists when all parties exercise their power in a way that is consistent with the humanity of everyone involved and in the interests of the greater good. The humanity of everyone involved includes the humanity of community members and includes the humanity of police officers. And when that standard of justice is not upheld, it must be the job of a prosecutor to step up and step in and attempt to uphold it and uphold the principle that no one is above the law and no one is beneath the law. Finally, my thoughts are with community of Brooklyn Center, residents, elected officials, and police officers, and all communities that hunger for a better relations between police and community, and for everyone to get home safe at the end of the day. I hope today's verdict provides a measure of healing for all of them. I thank you, and we can take a question or two.
Charles, as this dragged on to the 27th hour, what was going through your mind and the prosecution team?
That the jury was taking this seriously, that they were going through every bit of evidence, that they were not leaving anything to the side, and that they understood that this matter was of tremendous importance to the Wright family, but also to the Potter family, to the entire community. So I thank them for their service.
Are you guys taking questions?
Let's get Storms. They want questions for the Wright family. Is that okay? Or
yeah, they can do.
Okay, sure.
I want to ask you guys, and we were sitting right in front of you, but what were you feeling when you heard the word guilty, and what are you feeling now? Have you processed it? What's going through your head and heart right now?
Oh my gosh. The moment that we heard guilty on the manslaughter 1, emotions, every single emotion that you could imagine just running through your body at that moment. I kind of let out a yelp because it was built up in the anticipation of what was to come while we were waiting for the last few days. And now we've been able to process it. We want to thank the entire prosecution team. We want to thank community support, everybody who's been out there that has supported us in this long fight for accountability.
What did you think of Ms. Potter when she was on the stand last week?
I'd rather not answer that question.
Well, the truth be told, what do I think? I want to thank her. I'm going to keep it short.
Mr. Ellison, did you expect Officer Potter, former Officer Potter, to take the stand? And do you think that helped or hurt your case?
They said from the very beginning that she was going to testify. They said in jury selection. And she expressed herself immediately after this tragic incident on the scene. So I'm not too surprised. Look, it's a lot. I think it's a good sign that she was remorseful. I mean, what decent person wouldn't be brokenhearted and sad if they were involved in something like this? So I wish nothing but the best for her and her family. But the truth is, she will be able to correspond with them and visit with them no matter what happens. But the Wrights won't be able to talk to Daunte.
With two high-profile guilty verdicts this year of police, what do you think that sends a message about police accountability?
I think that juries admire police, they respect them, and they want to make sure that high ideals and standards are maintained.
I'll ask you really quick, you had even a state witness testified that they may have used deadly force in a similar situation. Were you expecting one of your own witnesses to say that, and did you think that was going to be a hurdle to overcome?
I think that you're referring to the officers on the scene? Oh yeah, so I understand what you mean. We did call them. Well, we had confidence in the law and the facts, and we were very confident that Seth Stoughton was going to give clear testimony, and he did. So I think that's pretty much what we have time for now.
Yep. Really quick, what kind of sentence do you think you'll be calling for here?
A fair one. Sorry, I can't be more specific. But the main thing about sentencing is that the Wright family is going to be able to make a victim impact statement, and the most important thing may be that really for the first time they're going to be able to talk about how this tragic incident impacted them and their lives.
Thanks, we're done.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Hello, what up?
All right, everybody, that was Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison with the parents of Daunte Wright there. As we continue to watch, we can see the mother of Daunte Wright embracing Keith Ellison there. A brief press conference, but I do want to bring back, I believe I still have my panelists here, Ron Allen, NBC News correspondent outside the courthouse, Barbara McQuaid, former U.S. attorney, and also defense attorney Joseph Tully. Ron, just want to go to you first for, we didn't exactly know what Keith would say. What stuck out to you the most? It looks like instead of Ron Allen, we have Shaquille Brewster. Shaq, what stuck out to you as part of that press conference?
Lindsay, full candor, I just heard the very end of that press conference, so I didn't get much of it. We've been talking to some of the people here in front of the courthouse, but I'll tell you, the mood outside of the courthouse, at least, is one of celebration, and that's something that people are acknowledging. There was a band playing a little bit ago. You may hear music in the background, and people said that they were surprised by that verdict that eventually came, and the verdict, not just for the first count of manslaughter, but that second count of manslaughter. The source of that surprise, you talk to so many folks, and they say it's because of how long long those deliberations went on for, lasting more than 27 hours over the course of 4 days for a case that the facts were not really in dispute, but it was the interpretation of the law that was always in dispute. And you see kind of the environment here around. You still have people kind of lingering about. There's a lot of hugs that you see, people holding up guilty signs. There's chants every once in a while. We do expect to hear from the family of Daunte Wright and their attorneys to come up in a little bit of time. But it's one, people saying that they got the justice they deserve, but also acknowledging that in no way does this bring back 20-year-old Daunte Wright, but it does surprise them to hear what they heard in that courtroom earlier today.
And Shaq, what are you hearing from people in addition to maybe the cheering and the celebratory atmosphere? You've been chatting with folks. What are they telling you?
You know, one big thing that you hear is that there was a difference. You know, a lot of people connect this to the Chauvin verdict. We were standing right here in this park in April when it was a week after Daunte Wright was killed, and it was happening as the Chauvin trial was going on, and that jury took about 9 hours to deliberate. And what you heard then was a lot of relief. People not expecting that result. You heard the same thing here, where people said that they were surprised that the jury ultimately decided that. But the key difference that you hear with this case is that this was not one where everyone was watching every single moment of it. I had one person tell me that they, would check in on the headlines at the end of the day. They would check to see what was said in court, but they weren't watching the testimony in full. They just had other things going on, and they frankly didn't expect the result that they got. But you continue to hear people say that they were surprised by that result, and that's what you're seeing, some relief, some celebration of that. And this is something that now they know, and you have many of them saying that this sends a signal. They're hoping that this sends a signal to law enforcement for something in the future. And you continue to hear those calls that it's not just about one case. It's not just about Daunte Wright. You heard this with the Chauvin case. It's not just about George Floyd, but there's the calls for systemic reform and systemic changes to policing. And that's the push that people here are saying. Yes, they'll celebrate today. They feel good about what they heard in that courtroom, but they eventually want something to stop and prevent other 20-year-old black men from getting killed.
Joseph Tolley, Keith Ellison was asked whether Potter's testimony helped or hurt the prosecution's case, and Keith Ellison said he wasn't surprised to hear from her because she had, again, spoken right after the incident in which she said, "I'm going to jail." But he said it was good that she was remorseful. What did you make of his comments? Also, him saying he essentially wished her the best.
I thought his comments were actually very good, very on point, and I tend to be, I have to be very have my feelers open to be critical of prosecutors because, they can step over the line just like anybody else. But his comments were, I think, dead on. I think his comment about him saying that, look, we heard her testify basically in the video. Everybody saw the video. So, which that's a point of, since the video was there, maybe her testimony in court was redundant or wasn't needed. But he was basically saying, look, we have the jury verdict. It doesn't matter if she testified or didn't testify. There was a video, and the verdict is what matters here. And nothing else, everything else is just really footnotes at this point in terms of the verdict.
I want to bring in right now Carmen Best, an NBC News law enforcement analyst and retired Seattle police chief. Chief Best, one thing that Attorney General Keith Ellison said at that press conference is juries admire police. They just want to make sure that high ideals and standards are maintained. What did you make of that comment?
Well, I think that, the comments were very appropriate for what we were seeing and what was happening there at the court. And I think that many people will be relieved with the outcome, and they're confident for what we were looking at.
We have spoken with our panelists over the last hour or so, if you can still hear me, Chief Best, talking about this case through the lens of other cases involving police brutality that we've seen. Of course, Derek Chauvin's trial. There have been so many. This taking place almost in the wake of that verdict being reached. Where do you think this case stands out in the quest for social justice and reform?
Well, every time people see, African American man or person killed by police officers, it's going to bring up a certain level of emotion and a lot of questions about what has happened. In this particular case, I think it's very clear that that the officer, made mistakes. But you have to be accountable for your mistakes. That's why we have training. That's why you have policies. Her mistakes, in the view of many, including many law enforcement officers, were really inexplicable. No one could figure out how it came to be that this young man died here. And so it's not an indictment on officers or training. It just says that, when mistakes are made, officers have to be accountable for their actions.
So you say it's not an indictment on training. From what we've learned about the policies and procedures of the Brooklyn Center Police Department, and from, for example, the former police chief's testimony that he saw nothing wrong with what Potter did, do you feel like there needs to be any reforms within that department?
Well, clearly they're going to review everything that led up to this, including their training, including how often, how they train when they're talking about taser training, what that means, when it's appropriate to use deadly force. I don't stand here to, critique and say that she did this intentionally. I think that's clear to everyone, but the appropriate charge was filed and the outcome that came out was a just outcome. Officers do the training, we learn, mistakes can be made, but when people's lives are at risk, then you have to be accountable for your actions. And really, I've talked to many people, many officers who carry a taser. I've picked up the taser myself. I've compared it to a handgun. It's really inexplicable.
Chief Best, I'm so sorry I have to interrupt you. It looks like the mother of Daunte Wright and her attorney are speaking right now. Let's listen in.
And as we think about that as a community, let's reflect on how other people of color in Minnesota and across the country have been sentenced before.
That's right.
Say that. Now, we also have to turn our eye towards the system that made Kim Potter. Brooklyn Center? Why does your officer not know the difference between a sidearm and a taser? Why do you have this beautiful, grieving family here today and an officer who gets on the stand and just says, I don't know the difference. I don't know what kind of taser I used. I can't remember anything. Those days are over.
That's right.
You can't train nobody. The most important people for y'all to hear from are the family, so I wanted to keep these remarks short. So, Katie, would you like to say a couple things? Hey, Katie.
Finally.
It's done.
Katie!
All right.
First and foremost, thank you, everybody that is out here today. You are
Mic check! Turn that mic on, y'all. Mic check! Hello.
Like you got to talk into it. Like touch my lips to it?
Put your mouth up.
It was only my lips on it, love. I was just playing. First off, we want to say thank you to everybody who's out here. You guys helped us make this happen. Yeah. Today, we have gotten accountability. Yes. And that's what we've been asking for from the beginning all the way up until today. And because of that is because of all of you that have stood with us in solidarity, who have said his name numerous nights every day from the day that Daunte was murdered all the way up until today. Right. We love you. We appreciate you. And honestly, we could not have done it without you.
Yeah, you got it. Today's the 23rd.
And just side notes.
All right. It does appear that we lost that feed there of Katie Bryant, the mother of Daunte Bryant, speaking outside the courthouse. Want to go out to Shaquille Brewster. And Shaq, one of the things that Katie had said when she was speaking with Attorney General Keith Ellison was she was asked about the emotion that she felt at the moment the verdict was read. And she said every emotion you can imagine was coursing through her body. She even let out a yelp. Right now, what do we know about the family? Of course, you've been in touch with people who are connected with Wright and what they might be going through right now.
Well, you see it there in the emotion that you hear from Katie Bryant. Katie Bryant was actually the first witness in this case. She took the stand and talked about the life of Daunte Wright, but she was also a fact witness in this case. She was on the phone in moments before he was shot and killed by Kim Potter, and she was in the court almost every single day of this trial. She is someone who got emotional in court many times, especially when I remember reading the notes of when Kim Potter took the stand, and Kim Potter was taking the stand. It was emotional on one side of the court, and then you had Daunte Wright's mother, Katie Bryant, also emotional on the other side, hearing the other aspect of it. And then you have Daunte Wright's father, Arbery. He was the final witness from the prosecution who you heard take the stand. So this is a family that has been extremely involved throughout the trial. We saw them get emotional. We would hear and see them come to the front of the courthouse every single day, walk in, walk out. They were paying attention closely, and this is something that took a toll. This is a son that will not be here for Christmas as we head into this break. That was actually how the prosecution framed their closing argument, saying that Daunte Wright will not be at the Christmas dinner table on Saturday, and that was part of their pitch to the jurors to get this guilty verdict. So I think you definitely had a lot of emotion, and it was apparent from the beginning of this trial all the way through to now, when you're listening to Katie Bryant almost celebrate the guilty verdicts that they received today.
Barbara McQuade, the attorney who was with Katie Bryant just now on the steps, said questions that now will come up. Brooklyn Center, why does your officer not know the difference between a taser and a gun? Why does your officer, when she is on the stand, say she doesn't remember what kind of taser or certain actions done that day? Who ultimately will answer those questions? Whose job is it to investigate on a larger scale?
Well, one entity that can do that investigation is the Department of Justice. They routinely look into what's called pattern of practice investigations to determine whether this was a one-off, an incident by one particular officer, or there is an institutional failure at that police department as to whether they are appropriately training their officers on a widespread basis. And so I think internally they will at least take a look at this. But I also think that we've heard a little bit of discussion today about perhaps the bigger issue that not only this department, but all departments across the country ought to really be thinking about, and that is, on what basis do you pull over vehicles to stop them? Because whenever you stop someone, you are automatically creating a risk not only for the driver, but also for the police officer. And in certain instances, we want police officers to do that because we want to make sure people are protected. But for something like an air freshener or a broken taillight, maybe the better course and the better use of our law enforcement resources is to get the license plate number and send a notice that you need to repair that taillight or remove that air freshener, rather than having a police stop, which so often turns deadly. And so what I'd really like to see is a reassessment by police departments all across the country as to under what conditions their officers ought to be pulling over motorists.
Carmen Best, what do you have to say to those comments from Barbara McQuade?
I agree with Barbara wholeheartedly that, and I think that already a number of agencies are already looking at, traffic stops, when to make them, when it's appropriate, what things they should be stopping people for, and what things they can just send a citation in. I know a lot of agencies have reviewed those policies. And in fact, I would just caution people, while we recognize that in the case of Kim Potter, she has to be responsible for her own individual actions. I'd be a little bit hesitant to jump in front and say that there's a systemic lack of training in the department. That may be the case, but we just don't know that yet. Most agencies that I know of do a fair amount of training to make sure that people clearly know the difference between a handgun and a taser. And anyone like myself who's actually held both of them and moved them knows that they feel very different. And so, again, not criticizing the department's training, we don't know yet, but certainly the officer or the former officer needs to be responsible for her actions in this case.
Joseph Tully, in hindsight, looking holistically at the case and now knowing the result, were there major missteps on the part of the defense, or was this just that egregious of a case that we have two guilty verdicts?
If anything, in looking at how the defense conducted itself, I think that you cannot defend an officer in 2021 the same way that you could in, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I used to look at the headlines myself. Again, it was rare for an officer to be charged with a crime. And I would see that, even when they were charged, the jury would acquit. And I would just think, just walking into court and saying, look, they're an officer of the law, you respect them, they were doing the right thing, and the jury would acquit years ago. But now with the advent of the cameras everywhere on cell phones and people being able to see police behavior, police brutality in the street, you cannot try a case the same way. People don't automatically side with officers anymore.
Shaq Brewster, want to go back out to you outside because we have Okay, it doesn't look like we have Shaquille Brewster anymore. But Barbara McQuade, one aspect of the trial that I want to ask you about. The state called 25 witnesses. The defense called 8 witnesses, including Kim Potter. The state didn't call any rebuttal witnesses. We know that it's the state's burden of proof to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. But even just simply from the numbers or maybe the power of veracity of those witnesses, does it say anything about the defense in terms of only 8 witnesses, or is that pretty much par for the course in terms of this breakdown?
Yeah, actually 8 witnesses is a fairly high number for a defense case. Most often the defense puts on no defense at all and simply argues that the prosecution has failed to meet its burden of proving each and every element of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they can just cast doubt about intent or what happened, that can often be enough. In a case like this, where there was already this recorded testimony or recorded statements of Kim Potter, I think her own testimony was probably about the only way she had a shot of an acquittal, to just engender some sympathy from the jury and maybe to demonstrate the backing of her police chief and others that what she did was reasonable under the circumstances. But it's probably more of a defense than most defendants put on. And then the no rebuttal, again, also doesn't surprise me. I think it signals that the prosecution thought that they had already made a strong case, that they didn't need to say anything more about her guilt. They didn't need to respond to her testimony because the evidence they had already heard was sufficient. I thought the defense itself maybe was even too much, because rather than just saying, no, she wasn't reckless or no, she wasn't negligent, they put in a little bit of an inconsistent defense. One of the things they said was, well, she wasn't reckless and she wasn't negligent, and she could have used deadly force anyway. And I think those two arguments are really inconsistent with each other. Maybe she could have used, but we had experts come in and say, no, she couldn't have used it. So which is it? Could she have used deadly force, or is it the case that she wasn't reckless or negligent? And I think that inconsistency that came through in her case may have actually harmed her defense. Though, as we said, I think the prosecution put on a strong case, and it's usually not, lawyers take a lot of credit or a lot of blame for winning or losing cases, but at the end of the day, it's really about the facts. And here, the facts, I think, were just too powerful for this jury to ignore.
We do have Shaquille Brewster again outside that courthouse. Want to go out to him. Shaq, I know that you've been talking to people in between moments when you're talking with us. What are you hearing? What's the mood like out there?
Well, I'll tell you, there was one moment I started to describe this for you, and the moments after that verdict was being read, where you had a band playing, you had people dancing and celebrating, and that's where I met Aylul here, because you were part of that circle. You were almost celebrating. You looked excited when you heard that verdict. Explain what we were witnessing when that moment happened.
We were witnessing accountability for Kim Potter, and that was for killing Dante Wright, a 20-year-old, now 20-year-old driver that was a young kid that also had a kid, but I just want people to know that it's not justice. It's more accountability than anything. It is a step towards the right thing, but we have so many other Black people that have gotten killed by police, and this is just one of them.
And explain, I mean, this is a little bit different than the Chauvin verdict, where you had everyone watching every moment of that. What was the level of attention that members of the community, people like you, were paying to this trial?
I was here every day, not outside. I was inside, actually. Some of it with the family, some of it with just community members. For the Chauvin trial, it was so many people because like the video was 10 minutes long of a cop killing George Floyd. So it was a lot more people watching, which is good, but the level of hypeness has calmed down because this is, the video just came out, and I was watching very closely. I know me and my friends were very anxious about this and very scared that she was going to get non-guilty, but yeah, it was good to hear guilty on both counts.
And explain that fear that you had. What was it that put that doubt in your heart and in your mind that you were going to be able to celebrate a guilty verdict?
Yeah, I was scared because I know Kim Potter is a danger to BIPOC people, specifically black people too. She was a part of Kobe Heisler's death for telling 2 cops to turn off their camera, and it was just like a fear of maybe even running into her anywhere and her killing me. Like, it was a fear of like me and my BIPOC friends running into people like her, people that don't get accountability or that don't have to deal with any of their actions. So it was scary for that, and it's good to know that she is locked up.
Last one for you. I mean, this is a jury that spent 27 hours deliberating over the course of 4 days. Do you draw any conclusion from that? Does that tell you anything about the system as a whole?
Yeah, I think I feel like I have this assumption of one person saying that she is guilty and the rest saying non-guilty, and it just kind of gives me hope of, people can change their minds, and the system is not broken. It's working the way it's supposed to, is to protect white people. So I didn't have any type of hope, but it does give me a little bit of hope in humanity, not the system. So shout out to that. I think it's 2 people that we're trying to get it to change to guilty. Shout out to those 2 people. Yeah, it's just happiness, joy. There's music.
I'll show the music in a little bit. Thank you so much for talking with us and letting us do this interview. And Lindsay, if I have a second, tell me if I don't, but I just want you to see some of the atmosphere a little bit that's out here. I mentioned that there was a band playing. Well, it stopped because Daunte Wright's family started speaking, but they have since left. And you see the band playing right here. You see a young woman dancing here, and I'll tell you, this is a full circle of people who was doing this before. And there's signs out here. You see justice for Daunte Wright, racism is not an accident. These are the messages that you continue to hear, and it's the idea that, again, it's not just about Daunte Wright, it's not just about Kim Potter, but it's the push to have a systemic change that you continue to hear, and that's what you're seeing a little bit out here as people are starting to, it seems as if now that the family is going, they're starting to head off and go to their next destination.
Shaquille Brewster there live outside the courthouse. Also, our thanks to Barbara McQuaid and Joseph Tully, who have been so instrumental in our coverage. Joseph's going to stick around. Our thanks as well to Carmen Best as we really approach the end here of these 2 guilty verdicts against Kim Potter, the former Brooklyn Center police officer who killed Daunte Wright during a routine traffic stop. We're going to have much more on this breaking news coverage ahead at the top of the hour. Again, Joseph Tully will be joining us. Shaquille Brewster will be joining us as well, and we will be talking more about the family's reaction, so stay with us.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Sean White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Reiser. You're watching NBC News Now, and we continue to follow breaking news. That is where we start. Former Minnesota police officer Kim Potter found guilty of first and second-degree manslaughter in the death of Daunte Wright. A jury convicting her after 4 days and 27 hours of deliberations. You can see right here, she was patted on the shoulder by her attorneys before she was taken away from the court in handcuffs. This taking place just over an hour ago. Potter shot and killed Daunte Wright during a traffic stop in Brooklyn Center, that's just north of Minneapolis, back in April. And here's the moment the verdict was read in court.
Would Miss Potter please rise? I'm now going to read your verdicts as it will appear in the permanent court records of Hennepin County. In the matter of State of Minnesota versus Kimberly Potter, court file number 27CR217490, we, the jury, on the charge of manslaughter in the first degree while committing a misdemeanor on or about April 11, 2021, in Hennepin County, State of Minnesota, find the defendant guilty. And the verdict was agreed to at the hour of 11:40 a.m. and signed by the jury person on 12/23/21. The verdict on count 2 is we, the jury, on the charge of manslaughter in the second degree, culpable negligence on or about April 11, 2021, in Hennepin County, State of Minnesota, find the defendant guilty. And that verdict was agreed to at 10:30 a.m. on 12/21/21. Members of the jury, is this your true and correct verdict? So say you one, and so say you all.
Yes.
So we just saw there Kim Potter hanging her head down when both guilty verdicts were read. We have a team of experts and analysts to help us out right now. Tali Farhadian-Weinstein is an NBC News legal analyst. She's also a former federal and state prosecutor in New York. Joseph Tully is a criminal defense attorney. Carmen Best is an NBC News law enforcement analyst and retired Seattle police chief. So, Tali, the verdict coming on the fourth day of deliberations here. What is your reaction to not only the speed with which the jury came to their conclusion, but the conclusion they came to?
The jury clearly put in the time. This was a relatively long deliberation, and I think that's because it was a relatively hard case. These are two really confusing statutes, the two manslaughter charges. And remember, the prosecution never disputed that Potter was confused and had in fact made a mistake. She thought that her gun was her taser. What they had to convince the jury was that that mistake was a crime. And I think it was really challenging for them and really a tremendous victory that they were able to get convictions on both of those counts.
Joseph, one of the moments that we all remember from the trial was Kim Potter's testimony, and she got emotional. At one point, they did have to take a break, but she said on the stand when she was breaking down, "I'm sorry it happened." How big of a factor do you think her testimony was for the jury?
Well, I think it was probably a very big factor. The case is pretty straightforward in terms of the facts are not disputed. It's really an interpretation of the law. And in order to interpret the law and apply it to this human being, one of the factors is, do you feel sympathy for the defendant on the stand? And I think that her emotional testimony on the stand did create a lot of sympathy. I think people believe her that it was a mistake. However, the jury still applied the law to her as they should have, without letting sympathy be a factor. But I think it was a big factor in why they took so long in reaching their verdict.
Chief Best, what do you make here of the significance of this verdict, particularly when we look through the larger lens of social and racial justice and police reform?
Well, a couple of things here. As I said, I really believe that the officer, Kim Potter, is responsible for her own actions. When we have situations where particularly African-American men are killed at the hands of police, it brings up a lot of emotion. We've had this year of reckoning and social justice. So people want to see officers held accountable for their actions. As I said, it was not a surprise to me, these guilty verdicts. I thought there was negligence involved. It is really inexplicable how somebody can confuse a handgun and a taser. I'm a person who has held both and have seen officers with them and talked to many officers who carry, and it really is no one can explain how that actually happens. So, the officer does need to be accountable for her actions, and people need to see that there's accountability in the system. I would just caution that we don't know what the training and standards are for the agency yet. I'm sure there'll be a very thorough review, but one of the reasons that we have so much training in these cases is so that we don't have instances where people confuse, a handgun and a taser, which honestly is very difficult to do.
Tali, want to play on what Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison said after the verdict was read. Let's listen.
I'm very mindful today that there will be an empty chair at the Wright family dinner during the holidays, and that saddens me. And once again, I extend my deepest condolences to you. With the jury finding Kimberly Potter guilty today of manslaughter in the first degree and manslaughter in the second degree in connection with Dante's death, we have a degree of accountability for Dante's death. Accountability is not justice. Justice is restoration. Justice would be restoring Dante to life and making the Wright family whole again. Justice is beyond the reach that we have in this life for Dante. But accountability is an important step, a critical, necessary step on the road to justice for us all.
So, Tali, obviously, these are the conclusion remarks here at the conclusion of the case, but how do you feel prosecutors handle the case overall?
I think that prosecutors really did deliver exactly what the Attorney General said, accountability under a very difficult set of circumstances, because, again, they did not challenge her account that she was confused, as hard as it may be to believe that she confused a taser for a gun, and tasers and guns are obviously really different. They're different colors, they're different sizes, they're different weights. They believed her, and they said, there still has to be criminal accountability here. And I think the underlying message is that, it's not a free-for-all. When you are in law enforcement, there is a sense of responsibility that can translate into actual criminal liability if you don't act responsibly in handling your weapons. That this is not the first case even reported out this year of an officer confusing those two weapons. And I expect that part of the accountability that will follow is really an examination around the country about making sure that people are trained properly in using, identifying, discharging those two weapons.
Joseph, we haven't heard from Potter's defense team yet. Do you expect we will?
Probably not. Other than if they do, it'll be very short. We're disappointed in the jury's verdict. However, we respect the jury's process. We do plan on filing an appeal, and we do plan to present mitigating factors at sentencing. That's really all they can do at this point.
I do want to play a clip here when we heard from the mother of Daunte Wright, Katie Bryant, after the verdict was read. Let's listen.
The moment that we heard guilty on the manslaughter 1, emotions, every single emotion that you could imagine just running through your body at that moment. I kind of let out a yelp because it was built up in the anticipation of what was to come while we were waiting for the last few days. And now we've been able to process it. We want to thank the entire prosecution team. We want to thank community support, everybody who's been out there that has supported us in this long fight for accountability.
Want to go now to Shaquille Brewster, who's live outside the courthouse. So, Shaq, we just heard from Katie Bryant and the remarks she made after that verdict was read, when she was asked what emotion she was feeling, and she said she was feeling every emotion coursing through her body. What more do we know about what they're going through right now and their reactions?
Yeah, that reaction she was giving to a crowd outside of the courthouse. And, you know, one other thing that you heard her say to this crowd, she thanked them for the support that they gave them. I'll tell you, you know, it has been bitterly cold over the course of this trial here in Minneapolis, but you had a handful of people, a legitimate handful, that despite the snow, despite sub-freezing temperatures, they were out here calling for accountability and calling for the verdict that they eventually got today. And just to see, scene set a little bit of what's happening outside the courthouse. You see behind me, a group of people are now taking to the streets. There's a mother from a group. I've actually seen her before in my coverage of the Chauvin trial. She is from Families Against, I forgot the name of the specific group, but it's a group of parents that have lost people to, or lost their sons to what they consider police violence. And she is speaking right now, and she was just calling for other situations, other police-caused deaths to be reopened and have those investigations look into, and that's what's happening here. They're eventually going to continue the march. But I do want to talk with Zoya, who's been out here. Zoya, if I can talk to you for a quick second, can I just ask you, when you heard that verdict read, what was your immediate reaction?
Another victory to something we already been faced with. Day after day, you know, we got to raise our kids to accommodate how the police react to us. And that baby was scared, and the police took his life, so we got guilty just like Chavez was guilty. Something we've been saying for a long time. Myself, I've been saying for a long time, but to this day, you know, we're still seeking justice one by one, and each victory is a victory for all.
You say you're seeking justice one by one, and that's something I continue to hear, that it's not just about Daunte Wright, it's not just about George Floyd, but there's a bigger issue here. Talk a little bit about that and what you hope this accomplishes for other situations and interactions between African Americans and the law enforcement community.
Well, the law enforcement community here is a very tight-knit community that goes decades and decades on through families. And when something like this happens over and over again for a long time, it's like, when is enough? I was a victim in 2017 outside of my own home. Derek Chavez put his knee in the back of my neck, and I had to not only tell him to get up off of me, you hurting me. I'm a little woman, and he didn't respect my boundaries at all. He didn't approach me at all. It was totally off, and to this day, Minneapolis Police Department, they still fail me as a citizen. They won't even release all of my footage, and that's all I've ever asked. I don't want any money. There's not enough money you can pay me for my pain.
What do you think this verdict does for those situations? Other people have stories just like you.
It gives us hope. It gives us a little more to hold on to. It gives us a little more to fight for, to say one day we will see that dream.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time, and thank you for talking with me. And I think that's a sense that you have, especially among the people who have been here, again, in the cold, in the snow sometimes, people who are most committed with this. This is a city, and I should just add, a city in an area, the region, that has seen a lot of high-profile shootings and killings of African Americans, and many of them have led to trials. I mean, just in the past 3 years, we look at not only Kim Potter, we look at Derek Chauvin, you look at before that Mohammed Noor, that many people pointed to as an example of an officer who said that he fired by an accident, mistakenly, and they were pointing to that officer as saying if that officer was convicted, then Kim Potter should have been convicted as well. And then that doesn't even get to Philando Castile in St. Anthony, which is a suburb of Minneapolis. So this is an area that is used, unfortunately, they have seen a lot of these high-profile shootings. They've seen a lot of cases and trials that have resulted in the media coverage that you're seeing now, and the national coverage that you've been seeing. And it's almost a familiarity, and it's the calls that, again, it's not just these individual cases, but the hope that there's not another situation that draws us back here to Minneapolis, and that there can be some ultimate solution that will prevent these deaths.
Shaquille Brewster, thank you so much for your reporting and braving the cold for us out there. Also, our thanks to Telly Farhadian Weinstein, Carmen Best, and Joseph Tully. We appreciate all of your expert analysis. Thanks for joining me. Preventing another tragedy. Coming up, more on the House's new investigation into what happened at the Astro World Music Festival in Houston and what can be done to make sure it doesn't happen again.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Let's go to NBC News digital reporter Maya Eglin. She's following the latest from NBCnews.com. Maya, Merry Christmas Eve.
Merry Christmas Eve Eve. Hi, Lindsay. We start on the East Coast, where 5 people are in custody after Congresswoman Mary Scanlon was carjacked at gunpoint in Philadelphia yesterday. Police say the 5 people were arrested in Delaware, where her car was found. In Texas, several people have been injured after a fire at an Exxon oil refinery. The incident occurred just east of Houston. Authorities say at least 3 people were taken to the hospital. Literary icon Joe Dinion is dead at the age of 87. The journalist and novelist was best known for works like The White Album and The Year of Magical Thinking. He died from complications due to Parkinson's. Apple's AirTag tracking device is popping up in suspected crime. The device is meant to be used for finding personal items, but they're raising concerns for victims of stalking, domestic violence, and thefts. And actor Tom Holland keeping his promise to a boy who saved his sister from a brutal dog attack back in July 2020. After the incident, Holland said the boy had an invite to visit the set of Spider-Man No Way Home. Walker's dad said the cast and crew made his kids feel like stars. Lindsay, back to you.
Not only do I love a nice celebrity, but one who keeps their word too. Thanks, Maya.
Absolutely.
All right, we've seen the lines, COVID testing lines. They are stretching as far as the eye can see in New York City. There have been 11,000 coronavirus cases in the city in just the past 24 hours. New York State also smashing its all-time daily COVID case record for the 5th time this week. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is outside an urgent care facility in Manhattan.
Hey there, Lindsay. COVID infections here in New York continue to soar. More than 28,000 yesterday alone, which is another record for the state. And as those numbers continue to creep up, the lines in front of urgent care centers for COVID testing continue to grow as well. We've been at this MedRite location here in Midtown Manhattan for several hours, and it's been holding steady. We've spoken to several people in line who were out here for hours in the cold, and this is a scene that we're seeing kind of play out all across the city. However, there is some good news to report. Help has arrived. We know that across all of the boroughs, they are offering thousands of free at-home COVID tests. The federal government has also stepped up. They set up several FEMA COVID testing locations in Queens. And then starting next week, Lindsay, Governor Kathy Hochul said that COVID testing will be available at subway stations as well, which is something we haven't seen here in New York City. And also, speaking of New York, obviously all eyes are on New Year's Eve with Times Square celebration set to happen just a couple of days from now. We just got word from the mayor that it is still moving forward. However, it will be a much more scaled back event. Usually you have 58,000 revelers in Times Square. That number is going to be closer to 15,000 now. Everyone will be required to wear a mask. Everyone will be required to be vaccinated. Everyone 5 and older. So a lot of safety precautions in place. But once again, New Year's Eve celebrations in Times Square moving ahead. Lindsay?
All right, Kathy, thank you. Rising costs and COVID cases not stopping millions of Americans from traveling this holiday, but it is changing how they do it. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins me now from Newark, Delaware. So, Gary, you talked to AAA, and a spokesperson told you 100 million people are hitting the roads this holiday. I see the traffic behind you, at least in one of those lanes. It is insane. So what did AAA say about this shift to cars?
Yeah, AAA is saying, well, first of all, we talked to a lot of people out here at this gas station and rest stop today, and they're just fed up and frustrated, like all of us, with this pandemic. They're tired of wearing the masks that are required on planes, and they feel like driving will just be a safer, easier experience, unless, of course, you're on I-95 North behind me. Here's what some of the folks we talked to had to say, and here's what the AAA spokesperson had to say.
You have vastly more people traveling by car. However, there may be some folks this year who were considering hopping on a plane, but then after the Omicron variant began to kind of take over, they rethought their travel plans and they decided, you know, maybe we should go by car. We can kind of control the situation a little better than walking through an airport and sitting on a plane. Because with a car, you have a lot more flexibility. You can decide when you want to leave, where you want to stop, you know, who's in the car with you.
And to Andy's point there, Omicron is such a widespread variant of coronavirus. Doctors are saying if you're in a crowded place like an airport or a train station, you can bet that Omicron is there too. Lindsay?
It's so scary, but it's so true. You know, we've seen those long COVID lines in a lot of cities with people trying to get tested, not just in New York City, but people who are maybe exposed. They want to get a test before they go see grandma and grandpa or before they get on a plane. What kind of precautions are people taking to stay safe amid all these rising cases?
Yeah, people I've talked to today say they're vaccinated, they're boosted, and they're ready to take the risk. Experts are saying just do the things that we've been doing for more than 2 years now. Wear that mask, get vaccinated, and have hand sanitizer with you, because that is what can get us through this holiday season. Here's what some of the folks I talked to today had to say.
Because of this corona stuff, because I didn't want to fly, my family was not that comfortable. So that was the reason.
I have not stopped any of my trips. I have direct family members that live in North Carolina, and we just stay home, and that's what we do. We don't bounce around.
Now, AAA is passing along some pretty basic travel trips as well. If this is one of your first longer trips that you're taking this holiday season in a while, make sure your Easy Pass is up to date, because the last thing you want is a whole bunch of violation tickets in a couple weeks after a fun family gathering. And the second big thing is the idea and the importance of making sure that your tires are filled with air. If they're not, it may cost a lot more to fill up at the pump. Lindsay?
So, Gary, what are the worst times to travel? I'm guessing 4:25 Eastern might be on the list.
Yeah, you know, I was just going to say, well, if you're on 95 behind me, now's not great. But the official statistics, according to AAA, if you're in Boston right now, going on 93 north in Boston, seeing 155% more traffic than usual. 290 west in Chicago is seeing 240% more than usual. And if you're out west, travelers in San Francisco are going to be spending a whole lot of time on I-80 north. AAA says the best time to travel is early in the morning or late at night. Lindsay?
All right, Gary Grumbach reporting live for us. Thanks so much. This holiday weekend might feel a bit toastier than usual, with record warmth across major parts of the country. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here with the forecast. So, Michelle, what can we expect this weekend?
Hi there, Lindsay. So good to see you. Yeah, some people are going to be grilling this holiday weekend, while others are going to be digging out of 8 feet of snow in some spots. So let's first start with that western storm, because we are looking at a lot of snow. We're also looking at a lot of rain. You can see that atmospheric river. It's sort of that river in the sky, bringing all that moisture into Los Angeles, and that's going to continue over the next couple of days. So we could even see some flash flooding there in San Diego County as well, especially in those burned areas. The higher elevations, some people will see over 8 feet of snow. It still feels weird to say that. So we do have winter alerts posted from the Northwest through Southern California over to the Rockies, where we're just looking at a monster storm today, also tomorrow into Friday. They've had storm after storm this entire month, and that's going to continue at least for the next 7 days. So this is a setup for that big heavy rain and big snow. That rain is going to spread into Southern California, as we're seeing right now. We're going to continue to see that snow accumulating in the Sierras, also the Cascades, and then it's going to move off to the east. We get a little break on Friday, a little break. We're still going to see some moisture. And then another storm system comes in on Saturday, on Christmas Day. So your rainfall forecast, we're looking 6 inches of rain in some spots. That's a lot of rain for some areas there. Some people, of course, are dreaming about a white Christmas, and that means we need 1 inch of snow in some spots. That's a technical definition. So as we look at this map, a lot of us are dry. We're not going to have that white Christmas, but New England likely to have that, the northern plains as well. North of Minneapolis, Bismarck could see some snow as well. It's really, though, the Northwest or the Rockies, the Intermountain West, even Seattle could see a white Christmas, but that may come a little bit later, Saturday into Sunday. But it's a guarantee in those upper elevations of that area. So as we zoom in closer to New England, we're going to see likely a white Christmas in Burlington, and same story in the northern plains and all that snow in the Pacific Northwest. But on the flip side, I guess some of us are dreaming about the steaks. lingering on the grill. I know I would, at least. We're looking at 83 degrees on Christmas Day in Oklahoma City, 84 in Dallas, 79 degrees in Houston. These temperatures are more like, let's say, Memorial Day, July 4th, as opposed to Christmas Day. Even as far north as Kansas City and St. Louis, we're looking at temperatures in the mid to upper 60s. So that warmth that started today, we're looking at temperatures 26 degrees above normal in many spots, 17 degrees above normal in Oklahoma City, and 22 degrees above normal in Omaha, where they're going to hit a high around 55 degrees today. And then tomorrow, those temperatures stay in place as well. We're looking at temperatures well above normal. And this is Christmas Day, 85 degrees in San Angelo. The record is 83. So millions of people are going to break some records as we go throughout the next couple of days. Here's that Christmas Eve forecast. We're so excited for it. A lot of us were checking out that list. We still have a ton to do tomorrow. We're looking really good, though, from the Rockies to the east. Very mild temperatures, as I just showed you, but lots of sunshine and dry conditions. So really no complaints, especially with travel along the East Coast. We're looking really good on Christmas Eve. Christmas Day, there's your big storm once again in the Pacific Northwest into the Intermountain West. And then those record-breaking temperatures in the central and southern plains. And we could see a little light snow, a little light rain along the Great Lakes into parts of Vermont and New Hampshire. So looking good along the East Coast today. It's to the west and over the next several days, Lindsay, where we're going to see those travel troubles.
And I learned the technical definition for a white Christmas.
You never knew you wanted to know that till now.
But now I do.
Christmas.
That's some good trivia. Michelle Grossman, thanks so much.
Yeah.
President Biden won't be getting Build Back Better done in time for Christmas, but his hopes of getting it done at all seem to be hanging by a thread. Our NBC News White House team puts it like this. The president is facing a legacy-defining challenge in salvaging the bill. They add, for a man who rode into the presidency on a platform of Washington know-how, he now confronts perhaps his most consequential test yet. Can he save his domestic agenda? NBC News correspondent Josh Lederman joins me right now from the North Lawn at the White House. So, Josh, President Biden thinks he'll be able to get a significant amount done, even with Senator Joe Manchin's current opposition. How's he going to do this?
Well, he's not going to get it done if his opposition from Joe Manchin stays the way it is. And the White House knows that if they want to get the bulk of President Biden's agenda through, it is going to require significant legislation that would require support from Joe Manchin. So at this point in time, it's not so much about trying to convince Joe Manchin to get on board with a bill he's already made very clear he's not going to be able to support. More, it's looking towards next year and figuring out, can we take a few steps back and craft a new piece of legislation that will both accomplish at least some of the top priorities for the White House and also be amenable to Joe Manchin. Because the fact of the matter is, Lindsay, there are some things the White House feels that they can do through their own powers. And we've seen the administration in the last couple of days taking action on climate change through new regulations, dealing with tailpipes and expanding authorization to build wind and solar farms. There are kind of things on the margins. But if they really want to get the bulk of the major campaign promises that the president made done, they're going to need legislation. And that means they're going to need Joe Manchin.
Well, another key issue in President Biden's agenda is voting rights, and the president giving his really most direct answer yet on how to pass a new bill. So what did he say?
Yeah, this is pretty interesting because we know that the White House has been very focused on this voting rights issue, especially since there have been these questions about Build Back Better in the last few weeks. But it's another one of these issues where you have the problem of not even needing 50 votes, but 60 votes because of the filibuster. And in the past, President Biden has really kind of been a little cagey about how much he's willing to go on changing the filibuster or sidestepping it for something like voting rights. But in an interview last night on ABC, he went farther than he's ever gone before. Take a listen.
Are you prepared to support fundamental changes in the Senate rules to get this done?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means whatever it takes. Change the Senate rules to accommodate major piece of legislation without requiring 60 votes.
So you support a carve-out of the filibuster for voting rights?
The only thing standing between getting voting rights legislation passed and not getting past is the filibuster. I support making an exception on voting rights for the filibuster.
So we saw Congress sidestep the filibuster once this month on the debt ceiling. We see President Biden suggesting he supports a carve-out for voting rights. And so just a few hours ago, I asked White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki whether this was a slippery slope, what President Biden is going to say to Democrats who are now going to say, look, if voting rights is an important enough issue for us to get around the filibuster, what about climate change? What about gun violence? What about immigration and all of those challenges in this country? Psaki said she didn't want to get ahead of the president, but she did not close the door to the possibility Biden could support carve-outs for the filibuster for those Democratic priorities as well, Lindsay.
All right. Fascinating. Josh Letterman, thanks so much. The House Oversight Committee is now investigating the deadly Astroworld concert last month in Houston, which left 10 people dead and hundreds injured. They've sent a letter to Live Nation CEO Michael Rapino, writing, quote, recent reports raise serious concerns about whether your company took adequate steps to ensure the safety of the 50,000 concertgoers who attended Astroworld Festival. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins me now for more on this. So, Leanne, a bipartisan investigation here into what happened. What can this committee find that maybe other investigations can't?
Hey, Lindsay. So what Congress does in these instances, they're able to compel information. And if people don't comply, then they're able to subpoena for this information. And that is what's critical here. So often Congress is able to investigate and unearth things that perhaps the criminal investigation goes about at in a different way. Ultimately, though, Congress's goal in any sort of investigation is to hold people and companies accountable and also see if there is any legislative response to what has happened. So this is the beginning of this bipartisan investigation, and it is bipartisan. And so that is a good sign as far as the investigation is concerned, but it has just begun.
Should we expect to see Live Nation CEO Michael Rapino before the committee, or even performer Travis Scott?
We could. The committee has not asked for that yet. All they have asked is for Michael Rapino to respond to committee questions. There's nearly a dozen of them by January 6th. Things that the committee wants to know is what sort of security planning was there leading up to that event? Was there any sort of mass casualty planning as well? What was their response? And when did they find out that deaths and injuries had first occurred? And so first they're in the information, the fact-finding stage, and we'll see where this investigation goes. And they could very well compel Michael Rapino, the head of Live Nation, or maybe even Travis Scott to testify.
All right, Leanne Caldwell, thanks so much.
Yep.
Coming up, it's been 4 years since we heard from actor James Franco, and now he's opening up in a new interview about the sexual misconduct allegations against him.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
James Franco is back in the spotlight, talking about the sexual misconduct allegations against him for the first time. Giving his first interview since 2018, the actor blamed addiction for his public struggles over the years. Franco settled a lawsuit on those allegations earlier this year. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez reports on what Franco is saying now.
Actor James Franco is breaking his silence about sexual misconduct accusations made against him. The allegations from students at an acting school he ran and taught at first came nearly 4 years ago.
At that moment, I just thought, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to pause. Did not seem like the right time to say anything. There were people that were upset with me, and I needed to listen.
Franco speaking out on SiriusXM's The Jess Cagle Show. In 2019, the Oscar nominee was sued in a class action lawsuit by 2 former students who attended the Studio 4 acting school, which Franco ran from 2014 to 2017. In the lawsuit, the former students alleged that they and others were coerced into filming overt sexual acts by Franco and his partners.
The stupidest thing I did, or one of the stupidest things I did at the school, was I called one of my classes, a master class, sex scenes. It was not about sex scenes. I was not teaching people how to do sex scenes or intimate scenes or anything of that nature. It was a provocative title. I'll admit, I did sleep with students. I didn't sleep with anybody in that particular class, but over the course of my teaching, I did sleep with students, and that was wrong.
People listening to this will say, how could you not see that there would be a power imbalance among a teacher who's not just a teacher, but is James Franco, like a very, very famous, powerful actor and producer and a student? How did that power imbalance, how were you not aware of that?
I suppose at the time, my thinking was, if it's consensual, okay. Of course I knew, I talked to other people, other teachers or whatever, like, yeah, it's probably not a cool thing. At the time, I was not clear-headed, as I've said. So I guess it just comes down to my criteria was like, if this is consensual, like, I think it's cool. We're all adults.
The allegations against Franco first surfaced in 2018, following the Me Too reckoning in Hollywood. At the time, Franco denied the allegations.
The things that I heard that were on Twitter are not accurate, but I completely support people coming out and being able to have a voice because they didn't have a voice for so long. So I don't want to, shut them down in any way. It's I think, a good thing, and I support it.
Then earlier this year, he agreed to pay more than $2 million to settle the suit, according to court documents seen by NBC News. A joint statement issued on behalf of the actor and his former students said, quote, "While defendants continue to deny the allegations in the complaint, they acknowledge that plaintiffs have raised important issues, and all parties strongly believe that now is a critical time to focus on addressing the mistreatment of women in Hollywood." Studio 4 closed in 2017. Now, Franco's saying he's been in treatment for sex addiction since 2016.
Our thanks to Isa Gutierrez for that reporting. Police in San Antonio are still trying to find a 3-year-old who went missing Monday. Coming up, we'll have the latest on the search.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast. This is fun.
Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
A $75,000 reward is being offered to anyone who can help find a 3-year-old girl who has gone missing in San Antonio. NBC News reporter Maura Barrett has the latest on the search.
San Antonio police eagerly searching for a 3-year-old girl, Lena Sardar Kill, who went missing from a playground on Monday. Police issuing an Amber Alert, calling the disappearance suspicious.
We are not stopping at the end of the shift. We'll continue to do this for the long haul if it's necessary.
The little girl's family, Afghan refugees who came to the U.S. in 2019, according to the San Antonio Center for Refugee Services. Lena, last seen playing at an apartment complex. Police say her mother stepped away briefly, but when she returned, her daughter was gone.
There were other folks in the playground with their children, and we're trying to identify all of them, but she wasn't left alone by herself. There were other folks in the playground.
San Antonio police checking cars going in and out of the complex and going door to door at all 300 units. The FBI even stepping in to help. The police asking for its child abduction rapid response team, though the department says they're not ready to call it an abduction case yet. The police also set up 2 command centers and are scouring security video.
The community at large has been very, very helpful in our efforts to find Lena. We've been putting things out on social media in that dialect, in Arabic.
What's the timeline look like in terms of what needs to be done or the likelihood of finding her 48 hours later or more after disappearing?
Whether she wandered off or was taken, the odds of her surviving or being found safely are going to go down as time goes on. This is a little girl who cannot fend for herself.
Thanks to Maura Barrett for that reporting. The search for answers around Havana syndrome, an affliction that has affected U.S. officials around the world, is turning from a diplomatic dispute to a legal fight. A former U.S. intelligence official is suing the Defense Department over declassified documents about the mysterious illness. And another State Department veteran is speaking out for the first time about her experience. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the exclusive.
Mental exposure.
Cheryl Cruz speaking out for the first time about how her 20-year State Department career was cut short by a mysterious illness, the Havana syndrome.
I started with the vertigo and the tinnitus and brain fog. I could actually feel my brain shutting down, like everything kind of went black.
She is among more than 200 State Department personnel and CIA officers afflicted around the world. Many still feel ignored.
I do not believe the department took me seriously. It was always, we'll get back to you. I have to ask myself, are they trying to disprove us, or are they trying to prove what happened?
And in Canada, 27 diplomats, military police, and family members are suing their government over incidents in Cuba. Who's responsible? Attention is focused on Russia, which U.S. intelligence says has the global reach and technology experts suspect could be the cause. In November, CIA Director Bill Burns warned Moscow there would be repercussions if it's behind it.
All of us at the State Department and across the U.S. government are intently focused on getting to the bottom of what and who is causing these incidents.
Tuesday night, Secretary of State Blinken visited doctors at Johns Hopkins in Baltimore, where CIA officers and State Department personnel are being treated.
A lot of suspicion is placed on Russia. They've denied it.
We know that this is something that's been widespread, and we will keep at it until we find who's responsible, and we will hold whoever it is accountable.
Coming up, a small business surge. Why this year's holiday shipping delays are actually paying off in a big way for some local companies.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last Was talking smack part of this?
It's time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Today, small businesses are seeing a surge in revenue over the past month. Many Americans are now turning to these companies for their holiday shopping to avoid potential delays and backlogs. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford heads to North Carolina to find out more.
For furniture maker Kwejo Sampimpong, the supply chain crisis is nowhere to be seen.
I can just jump out, go there, pick up what I need, and work on my pieces.
Like 95% of small business owners selling on the website Etsy, The North Carolina craftsman gets his materials locally.
So everything you're using, trees, lumber, you're using locally and you're building locally.
That's right.
And it's paid off.
From 2019 to 2021, the percentage change is over 1,400%.
I'm sorry, I just want to run that back. You've increased your business 1,400%.
1,400%, yeah, during the pandemic.
It's a surprising trend playing out nationwide, with more small businesses seeing increased revenues over the past month than in 2020, and customer spending surging by 18% over last year on Small Business Saturday alone.
But others here are still feeling the pinch. Just down the street at Spicer Green Jewelers, they say they've seen the supply chain slowdown firsthand.
We had one customer who ordered a beautiful pair of South Sea golden pearls, and it took 16 weeks to get them.
They're among the 39% of small retail businesses who say they're having foreign supply chain issues. So they made their own supply.
So you're essentially transitioning from using things overseas and then building it here.
Yep, that's exactly what we've done. We gotten away from that because it's hard to compete with the labor. And now, because of COVID, because of the supply chain issues, and also because we want to create jobs again, we've brought it back.
An international problem being solved right here at home.
Thanks, Morgan. All right, if you waited until the last minute to finish your Christmas shopping, you're in good company. More than half of consumers say they're still picking up gifts this week. But now you just need to get there in time, right? NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders can help.
It's the final countdown to Christmas, and if you've been stressing about supply chain shortages and shipping delays ruining your holiday, the president says worry no more.
The much predicted crisis didn't occur. Packages are moving. Gifts are being delivered. Shelves are not empty.
On Wednesday, his supply chain disruptions task force reported that bottlenecks have been cleared at the nation's busiest ports, and new partnerships with trucking companies are helping to address driver shortages on the road. As a result, he says retail inventories are now close to pre-pandemic levels, and delivery times at major shippers are faster than they were in 2019, despite record holiday demand. In fact, between 97 and 99% of holiday deliveries have been made on time. To help you avoid making Santa's naughty list, we've got all the last-minute shopping deadlines to ensure your gifts arrive on time. Ship today, and FedEx and UPS will guarantee next-day delivery for Christmas Eve. The Postal Service by Christmas Day.
I sent it priority, so I didn't mess around.
For a premium, FedEx also offers same-day delivery on Christmas Eve. Amazon Prime members can get next-day delivery on some products today and same-day delivery on Friday for orders over $25, but only in certain zip codes. Walmart, Best Buy, and Target all offer next-day delivery on orders made today. Place your orders on Christmas Eve, and they'll deliver most products that same day, or you can pick them up curbside at the store. Target has added 18,000 curbside spaces to make it easy.
You could place your order all the way up to 6 p.m. on Christmas Eve, and we'll have it ready for you in a couple hours. And when you get here, just put in your parking spot number, and we'll be out and put it in your trunk in a couple minutes.
Carrie Sanders, thank you. It's a Christmas tradition that keeps on trucking. Oil and gas company Hess has reliably come out with a new toy truck every year since 1964. Now it's not only for kids, it's also a beloved and pricey collector's item. NBC News Now anchor Aaron Gilchrist tells us why.
When we see that first commercial on TV, that's how you know it's the holiday season.
The Hess truck started in 1964 as a gas station children's toy. Now it's the biggest direct-to-consumer toy in the world and a widely popular collectible released just once a year.
In 1964, the very first Hess toy truck was introduced. I actually have it here on the table. It was an oil tanker. We produced a new Hess toy truck each and every year, a single new model. This is this year's new model.
The first toy was originally sold for $1.30 at Hess gas stations on the East Coast. This year's toy goes for $39.99, and because Hess shut down all its gas stations, is only available on the toy's website.
It became a huge hit, selling out multiple years in a row before it became a collector's edition item.
Some sites have the 1964 tanker priced at over $2,000. But tankers and trucks aren't all they create.
We've done everything from police cars to race cars to NASA shuttle for spaceships, and of course airplanes with jets this year.
So how did a single toy truck stand out in a traffic jam of other toys?
At the time that this 1964 tanker came out, it had working lights. You could fill it up with water and empty it out of this hose here, and that was really innovative at the time. And we've evolved what we do with products. We have all sorts of different technology that allows our toys not only to have motion, but to have wheelie motion in some cases.
And Justin says these toys are made for even the roughest of imaginative play.
Yeah, we make them really durable so the kids can do kid things. We want that collection to be able to be handed down to the next generation.
In fact, they test the toy's durability every year by dropping a 300-pound weight right on top.
Imaginative play, creative play with physical toys is really important. And so every year when we come up with something new and different, it enables that kind of new play.
So for me as a little boy to have a truck, a toy truck, whose headlights turned on and off, I thought that was really cool. I'd find the darkest room in the house and shut all the lights and turn the lights on in the truck and just drive it around under the furniture.
Frank Zotola is a longtime Hess toy truck collector.
I was probably about 5 years old. My grandmother lived in the Bronx and there was a Hess gas station right down the street. I recall getting one for Christmas, and then subsequently, every Christmas, I would get one. And at that time, they really weren't for collecting. These trucks were really more as gifts. So I started to purchase them again, probably in the late 80s, early 90s.
With more than 7,000 followers, Frank co-runs one of the largest Hess truck collector pages on Facebook. The group even had meet and greets for 7 years before the pandemic.
It's amazing the variety or the array or spectrum of people, from some really super hardcore collectors to people, grandmas who just buy these for their grandchildren every year. It's really kind of opened up a world for us. It brings me back to a simpler time, and that's just what I enjoyed most about it.
And if you're curious about next year's, pay close attention.
It will be a vehicle, and that's all I can say.
Thanks, Aaron. That does it for us. Hallie Jackson Now starts right now. We're coming on the air with a big verdict in Minnesota. The former cop who says she meant to pull her taser instead of a gun when she shot Daunte Wright found guilty of manslaughter. She now faces decades in prison. We're live outside the courthouse, and we're one-on-one with Wright's mom with more on why she believes this is justice for her son in just a sec. Plus, with the holidays finally here, you're probably scrambling to find a COVID test, right? You've got company with lines stretching for blocks and not a lot to go around. We've got more answers from a doctor today and new details on a treatment approved not too long ago. Plus, you could say Christmas and the NBA go together like Santa and cookies, but some of the game's biggest stars will not be on the court. We'll talk about why the league's worried about its holiday slate, as we're now learning the pandemic might jeopardize the college football championships. And Russian President Vladimir Putin not backing his troops away from the border with Ukraine. The world doesn't want him to go to war, but NATO and the U.S. aren't giving in to his demands. So is Putin near his breaking point? And listen, 2021's been a lot. The pandemic, the economy, maybe you launched a new show. The last thing you want on New Year's is a champagne hangover, and there might be a way around that with booze-free booze. We'll take a look at how to have yourself a very merry, sober, curious Christmas in tonight's original. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're starting with that breaking news out of Minnesota. Former Brooklyn Center police officer Kim Potter convicted of first and second degree manslaughter just in the last few hours. You probably watched it live here, right here on this network as it was breaking. It happened in the shooting death of a 20-year-old black man, Daunte Wright, at a traffic stop last April. Potter has said she thought she was drawing her taser, not her gun, but the prosecution called it reckless. But tonight, Wright's mother reacting to all of it. Watch.
I kind of let out a yelp because it was built up in the anticipation of what was to come while we were waiting for the last few days. And now we've been able to process it.
The judge putting Potter into custody without bail ahead of her sentencing in February. This was her. She was receiving the verdict. You can see she didn't really show much emotion as that happened. And then later she was let out of the courtroom in handcuffs.
The first-degree manslaughter charge, carrying a maximum of 15 years in prison. The second-degree charge, a maximum of 10 years. Then outside the courthouse, as all this happened, celebrations. That they're chanting. We're going to have more from Wright's mother, Katie, in just a minute. But let me go to Minneapolis first, where we find Shaq Brewster. Shaq, it's good to be with you. Guilty on both charges for Kim Potter, right? Tell us a little bit more. We just saw what it looked like outside the courtroom. What was it like inside the courtroom as these charges were read?
Well, Hallie, according to those pool reporters, the account from the 2 reporters who were in the room as these charges were being read, they mentioned what you heard from Katie Bryant there, that she yelled out a scream almost. She yelled out a cry when she heard those guilty verdicts. We also saw that there was not much reaction from Kim Potter herself, but one reaction you did see was from one of the jurors, as the judge started to thank the jury and call them heroes for the work that they've done, especially in the past 27 hours as they were deliberating. One of the jurors got extremely emotional. We believe it was the foreperson of this jury. And as Kim Potter was being escorted out that courtroom in handcuffs, her husband yelled out, "I love you, Kim," and she replied, "I love you back."
It's been a case that so many people are watching, Shaq, because it is part of the conversation that we've been having nationally, right? About race, about policing.
Right.
This has touched a nerve among so many people around the country.
That's exactly right. And you saw that reaction and that relief outside of the courtroom. So many people telling me outside as they were celebrating that verdict, telling me that they were surprised that it was that verdict. Not only was it that 27 hours of deliberation, but they also got the sense from that initial message from the court, which said that outcome would be released. They were doubtful that that outcome was even going to be a verdict. They were fearing a mistrial, and there were celebrations outside. But so many people also underscoring that despite this verdict, it's not justice in their words. They say Daunte Wright will never come back. Katie Bryant will have to deal with that empty seat at the Christmas table, but they are relieved that there's some accountability in their words.
And that's what we've heard so often, Shaq, over these last months, justice versus accountability, right? You look at the next step for Kim Potter. She will be sentenced. Talk through the timeline on that.
That sentencing coming in February, late February, I believe it's February 18th. And you mentioned the maximum sentence. She'll be sentenced on the highest charge, so that maximum sentence of 15 years in prison. It's not clear exactly how many of those years she'll get. And I say that because sentencing guidelines in this state set that number between around 7.5 years. But the prosecution is going to ask and argue for aggravating factors, one being that she was an officer in a position of power and that she abused that power, they're saying. So there's a chance that you can get somewhere closer to that 15-year maximum. That's something that's going to be hashed out between the prosecution and the defense and the judge all the way up until that February 18th date.
Shaq Brewster, live for us there in Minnesota. Shaq, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I want to bring in now Katie Bryant. You heard Shaquille reference her. Daunte Wright's mother, her attorney, Jeff Storms, is with us as well. Katie and Mr. Storms, thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. Katie, let me just ask you, I know this has just developed in the last few hours. How are you doing?
I'm still emotional. It's been a lot of tension and stress and anticipation. Just the buildup of the verdict being read was pretty stressful and emotional.
I can imagine. Have you had a chance to process it? Where are you where's your head at the moment?
I'm still just feeling like in disbelief that both counts came back guilty, and we're still processing it. We're still processing our son's death, much less the verdict.
Right.
So.
Right. I don't know if you heard my conversation with my colleague Shaq Brewster, who's our correspondent on the ground there, but we were talking about this idea of justice versus accountability. So I wonder, in your view, these two guilty counts, is that justice or is that accountability, or is it something else altogether for you?
I think for our family and myself, it is accountability. And we thank everybody who stood by us to help us, get to this point. But I think even just for future policing, it's a big eye-opener.
Mr. Storms, can you talk a little bit more about that, too, about Katie's point here that, as you say, Katie, you believe it's a big eye-opener, and how this verdict fits into that bigger conversation about race and about policing?
Well, you know, a big part of it is for the longest time, prosecutors didn't really have the courage to bring these types of prosecutions. And Keith Ellison and his team have shown now twice that if you do have that courage, if you do pursue just charges against law enforcement when they use unlawful deadly force, juries are ready to hold them accountable like they would anyone else. And we hope that, you know, prosecutors around the country see that a predominantly white jury held Kim Potter accountable and know that lives like Daunte Wright's lives matter.
Katie, how do you hope the world remembers your son? What do you hope his legacy is?
A 20-year-old man, you know, loving his family, his son, and to continue to say his name so that way we don't have any more Daunte Wrights. We don't have any more, so many names that have been shouted in our streets in America.
And his name shouted by those people who gathered outside the courthouse, as we showed just a couple minutes ago today. You talked about how you hope this is eye-opening for people. Can you tell me more about what you mean by that?
Just the fact that policing in our country has to have some type of change. And, you know, this is baby steps to the bigger problem and the bigger picture in our policing.
And I imagine you will keep fighting.
I will continue to fight until we don't have to fight anymore.
Katie Bryant, Jeff Storms, thank you both so much for being with us. We really appreciate your time. I know it's been a difficult and emotional day for you both. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to bring in now MSNBC legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, a former prosecutor and civil rights attorney. Kristen, I don't know if you had a chance to hear that conversation right there with Daunte Wright's mother, who talked about, you know, still processing this. This was a jury deliberation that went on for 4 days, 27.5 hours. Talk about, based on what little we know from the few questions that they did ask, what tea leaves you can read about what might have been going on in the deliberation room and any reaction that you might have to our interview just now.
I think unquestionably, as deliberations went from day 1 into day 2, from day 2 into day 3, and on, I think the most important thing I was thinking about was the heartbreak that Daunte Wright's mom, Ms. Bryant, is feeling continuously. But I think one of the things that made it a little bit better was simultaneously to asking a question that indicated that they were deadlocked was the fact that they also wanted to feel the gun. So it seemed like to me, if I were to read the tea leaves, that they at least found guilt on the manslaughter 2, but that they were having some questions regarding the recklessness factor and the culpability for manslaughter 1. So at least there was some accountability there. But again, as the deliberations go on, it's heartbreaking for the family because it indicates that they may not reach a verdict or that there's so much doubt that the prosecution didn't meet their burden.
One of the things that you and I have talked about, I've talked about with others here on this show and elsewhere, is the idea of, bringing a defendant forward to testify in their own defense. We saw that from Kim Potter, right? She was in tears. She apologized for what she did, said she never meant to kill anybody. Obviously, in hindsight, now clearly it didn't help her case, right? Because she was found guilty on these 2 charges of manslaughter. But do you think it was a misstep by the defense to put her up there, or was it, even with these charges, did they almost need to do it to give themselves a shot? What's your sense of that?
So I think in this case, they needed to put her on. But in terms of a misstep, should she have been better prepped? Perhaps that's the better question. Because when she went on the stand, her emotions were inconsistent with the video that was played thereafter, which showed that she was really concerned about herself, jail time. She didn't render any aid. She was crying, but again, concerned with herself and what penalty she may face. When in reality, there's a man bleeding out. There was no indication to help him or the passenger in the car or the 2 occupants in the car that was hit. So I think her testimony and the showing of remorse was somewhat inconsistent. In addition to that, some of the things that she said didn't really help her case. Seeing Sergeant Johnson looking in fear was also inconsistent with the video footage. So I don't think it helped her case at all.
Realistically, what kind of prison time is she looking at? We talked about at the top of the show, she faces years potentially in prison, but what is practically what she might end up with in your view?
Well, as Shaq mentioned, the guidelines call for about 7 years on the first degree and about 4 years on the second degree. It's likely the judge will hold them concurrent, which means at the same time. So she will serve the 4 years within her second degree at the same time she's serving the 7 years. So it'd be a maximum of 7 years sentence. But the prosecutors do seek departure from those sentencing guidelines, specifically in the aggravated range. for abuse of position of power or authority, or the substantial risk that her crime had to the community at large. In addition to that, you're going to hear victim impact statements. You know, Hallie, Ms. Bryant's statements alone, with you speaking to her, were heartbreaking to me. Imagine what they'll do to the judge. So they're going to hear from her. They're going to hear from Dante Wright's dad. They'll probably hear from the mother of his child. And so that's going to be impactful. So I'm thinking probably somewhere above the 7-year sentence, and maybe likely anywhere from 8 to 9 to 10 years.
Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thank you so much. It's great to have you on the show and for your legal perspective on this. Appreciate it. Our other big headline tonight, you know it is Omicron, right? And the holiday scramble for tests before people head home to visit their families. And take a look at the video we're about to show you from our friends over at WNBC up in their chopper. You're going to see lines stretching down the block. Look at this. Those are people in line for hours in Manhattan, in Brooklyn, in Staten Island. Does it look like that where you live? Maybe, maybe not. Looks like that in D.C. in some spots. You see it on the screen here. This is the 6th straight day with a new case record for New York with nearly 39,000 in all. That's 10,000 more than yesterday, 12% positivity rate. And check it out. You can see from this chart that Omicron's dominance, its dominance has already pushed past the peak of Delta with more than 168,000 cases. But listen, still a far cry from the worst day of the pandemic back in January with more than 250,000 cases. We're covering this from all angles today. Sam Brock is live with us to talk about those testing shortfalls. Dr. Natalie Azar will try to walk us through the holidays in the safest way possible. But I want to kick things off with Meg Terrell. With the word of this new treatment, another one approved today, right? You got Merck and this pill for people who are already infected with COVID. We talked about this Pfizer pill yesterday. This Merck pill says it's 30% effective in preventing hospitalization or death among high-risk patients. Requires a lot of pills. Viewers should know this is not a replacement for getting vaccinated, right? But Meg, talk about how this fits into our treatment and our fight against this pandemic.
Yeah, absolutely. So experts were really waiting for this option, and now we have two. These pills you can take at home early in the course of the disease, and they've shown to reduce the risk of hospitalization and death. Both of these pills are cleared only for people at high risk of developing severe COVID. Pfizer's is cleared for everybody over 12, and Merck's for everybody over 18. Now, they did have different efficacy numbers. Merck's was 30%, Pfizer's was almost 90%. You've got to take this within the first 5 days of symptoms. And Merck's is indicated only for folks who cannot take another treatment because of either accessibility or appropriateness. Both of these have some safety issues, so there'll be different indications for different groups of people.
Talk about the COVID medicine cabinet as we look ahead to next month, right? Is it enough to fight what doctors think will be this spike in cases?
Yeah, it's looking like not enough right away, especially the Pfizer drug. There's only going to be 265,000 courses available by the end of January. There's more of the Merck drug, 3 million courses. And of course, that's why it's good to have these other options for folks who are really at high risk. But Omicron came along with a lot of mutations. And so those antibody drugs that we'd been depending on over the summer a lot, some of those got wiped out. So we've got a couple options there, but supply is limited of those too. So of course, there's a lot of emphasis, as there has always been, get vaccinated, get boosted. So hopefully you won't need one of these.
That message we keep coming back to. Meg Terrell, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. I want to head down to Miami where Sam Brock is posted up. And Sam, you have been, I feel like you live now at this testing site. You just set up a tent.
I do.
It is your new home.
I have a tent over my shoulder.
Listen, probably half the people in line might be thinking that's a good idea at this point for how long they've been waiting, right? You look at Harvard's COVID tracker, they're saying that we got to do 20 million tests every day to really get to a place where we're all comfortable and can reopen. At our peak of the pandemic, we did 2 million, right? 1.5 million now. Go ahead, Sam.
I was going to say that 20 million figure is huge. It's not clear, Hallie, whether or not that's what demand is going to require. But one thing is very clear. We are not meeting demand right now, because if we were, you would not see the massive line of cars behind me that's been a carousel for the last several days. This has gone on nonstop. And unfortunately, there's people here that are running out of gas, Hallie. There's other folks who have their cars breaking down and they're stuck out here in the sun for hours. We've seen that just in the last couple of days. The Biden administration did pledge billions of dollars to bring 200 million tests to American homes starting in December. We are in December. Store shelves right now, as you likely know, are empty. So that is a problem. But I don't want to just be the harbinger of bad news here. Let me give you some good stuff, which is that there's about a dozen companies right now making these at-home tests. Abbott, for example, is one of the pharmaceutical companies doing that. It has Binax Now. It says it's going to be boosting its production from 50 million a month to 70 million a month, hiring more workers, more shifts, subcontracting if necessary, whatever they got to do to boost production. So companies are on top of this right now.
What's interesting, Sam, listen, there was always this, experts were always talking about the potential for the COVID virus to mutate and for these variants to come up. Omicron seemed to take us, like me and you and sort of lay people, a little bit by surprise, because all of a sudden it was in South Africa, then it was here. But some experts you're talking with say Omicron's probably been here for a little bit.
That's exactly right. So I spoke with Dr. Eileen Marty, who is one of the top infectious disease experts in the country. She worked for the Obama administration for years. She said there's a couple of misconceptions about Omicron. One of them is that it just sprang up. There was almost certainly an evolution that took place for months, likely in the spring, before we're now feeling the effects. The other thing she said, this whole notion that it's a milder strain is likely wrong. We don't know that. She said, molecularly speaking, there's nothing in the variant that indicates it's milder. It's just that there's much more vaccination right now. We have more built-in protection in our bodies, preventing that progression of the disease. She also said there's a lot of reinfection going on right now. So this much, though, is undeniable. Here's what Dr. Marty told me.
There's nothing to indicate that it would be milder. There's a lot to indicate it would be more transmissible, and it is more transmissible. That it is appearing milder is exactly what we want as an effect of the vaccine.
There are, Hallie, some numbers out of South Africa right now showing that cases there are beginning to dip by about 20%. Yeah. So the hope is we're going to see that same sort of meteoric peak here in the United States, and that numbers would follow the same trajectory if we are doing the same things they did in South Africa as well. And that includes not gathering in large groups. And all of these people behind me right now are likely going to see loved ones for the holidays. That could prove to be problematic.
Sam Brock, live for us there in Miami. Sam, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm going to go to Dr. Natalie Azar. So, Dr. Natalie, let's talk about this Omicron data, right, that's coming in from the UK. It shows it's 50 to 70% less severe than Delta. This confirms, right, what you and I have been talking about for days here, that anecdotally, at first, it seemed like Omicron was more mild than Delta. However, that doesn't mean, like, yay, Omicron, right? Because the vaccine is less effective also against Omicron. Yeah. But what about the booster, right? If you are boosted and you are recently boosted, should you feel pretty good that you have at least the most armor you can have against this variant?
Yeah, definitely, Hallie. But even that is short-lived. I mean, our antibody levels really reach their maximum after a vaccine or after a booster at about 4 weeks.
Okay.
And then they steadily decline. And that's why we have this, the 6-month recommendation to boost was because we followed antibody levels out and we saw that they really, really declined significantly. So yeah, like that first few weeks after the 2 weeks that you receive your vaccine, you definitely have your thickest armor, but it does start to decline. And just as a reminder to everybody, those antibodies just protect against infection. It doesn't have anything really to do with preventing severe disease, which, as we've now talked about ad nauseum, is other arms of the immune system that should still be intact.
That's a good point. So holidays are coming up. I'm sure you just saw Sam Brock, standing at the line where there's a billion people, not really a billion, there's a lot of people in line, waiting for these tests. If you can't get one, right? Because I think that some people are facing the situation where they really want to see family, they cannot find a test. What is your next best option if you do see family and cannot get tested? Would you say at that point, definitely mask up? Would you say cancel altogether?
You know what? It's not a one size fits all. And we have really said from the beginning, Hallie, that it is each family's individual risk tolerance, right? And they have to calibrate their behavior, what I would say, based on the most vulnerable person in your circle or in your orbit. So if you're, amongst family and friends, no one's immunocompromised, everyone understands that there could be a breakthrough infection and everyone's okay with that, and go ahead and gather, right? But if you're going to come home to an elderly parent, or you have an unvaccinated child, or you're going to be traveling and it might affect your work or school, you need to be very thoughtful about this. we just canceled our Christmas. We just canceled a holiday trip to a vacation to Florida for a variety of different reasons. But we made a decision as a family that none of us wanted to get a breakthrough infection for different reasons. And we made the decision. It's not easy, Hallie, but health comes first.
Got to tell you, I got to think, Dr. Natalie, going through the same thing personally. I know so many families are going through the same exact sort of risk assessment process for themselves.
Yeah, that's what you have to do, Hallie.
Great to see you. Have a great holiday. I think the next time we'll talk is going to be in 2022. Hopefully we'll have some good news to talk about in January on this front. Thanks, Dr. Natalie.
I hope so too. Bye.
To Washington now. It's the only place where we have a reason to talk to you about the 2024 presidential election before we even hit the midterms. But there is a reason for this, right? That's because President Biden is telling ABC News he would run again for president in the next election. Listen to how he framed it.
Do you plan to run for re-election?
Yes. But look, I'm a great respecter of fate. Fate has intervened in my life many, many times. If I'm in the health I'm in now, if I'm in good health, then, in fact, I would run again.
The president went on to say that if former President Donald Trump ran and was the opposing nominee, that would actually increase President Biden's chances, the prospect that he runs again. This end of the year announcement coming at a time when the White House is trying to fight this pandemic, this recent surge as we've talked about, and battling to get the president's Build Back Better bill over the finish line. We'll see how the new year unfolds. And in a kind of it's not us, it's you blame game, the White House today is clapping back at the Russian president, saying the only aggression they're seeing at the Russian-Ukrainian border is Russia's. Russia's fault, Russia's troops. That's after Vladimir Putin blamed the U.S. and NATO allies for those tensions in Ukraine during his annual year-end news conference. President Putin still demanding NATO stop expanding into Ukraine, like now, because they see it as a threat to their own borders. Adding, one, they don't want conflict with Ukraine, and two, the ball is in NATO's court to meet this demand, even threatening earlier this week to take adequate military measures if they don't. Remember, we told you about that. Russia has sent more than 100,000 troops to the border, which has raised alarm bells there and here at home, prompting a call between Putin and President Biden earlier this month, with the White House today saying they're prepared to meet in early January. I want to bring in Keir Simmons now, who, Keir, you are on your longest day ever. I'm so grateful to you for staying with us because I know you were at this, you do these year-end news conferences with Putin. You now have, give us the analysis here, because you have Putin, is he getting closer to a breaking point, right? Saying the U.S. could be ready to negotiate in Geneva next month, but we know President Biden doesn't want to give Putin what he's asking for.
That's right, Hallie. I think what you're seeing, which is fascinating with President Putin, he's putting a lot of cards on the table. We're seeing a lot of what he wants and how he views things. He's really wielding a kind of diplomatic carrot and a stick. So on the one hand, he said today that he believes that there is traction in the talks with Washington. On the other hand, once again, seeming to threaten, seeming to say, listen, you give me what I want, otherwise I can't be responsible for what I might do, if you like, with all those troops on the border. The real question, Hallie, is he asking for the impossible because he doesn't even want these talks to work, or is this a negotiation? And the answer to that will determine war or peace in Ukraine, Hallie.
Did he say anything else? As somebody who has covered Putin extensively, as our loyal viewers will know, did he say anything else that stood out to you, that kind of caught your ear as you were listening?
I thought one thing was fascinating. When he was challenged by a European reporter, will you pledge not to invade Ukraine even if these negotiations don't work out? That's when you really kind of saw him, in a way, let his guard down and really rant a little bit, if you like, talk about, well, you let us here, NATO is responsible for this. And what that shows you, and we see it again and again with President Putin, is that he constantly goes back to this sense that back in the Gorbachev days, Russia was let down by the West. What he's trying to do is to right what he views as that wrong. Now, of course, the problem, well, there's many problems, but one of the problems, Hallie, is that, of course, those Eastern European countries, many of them, they don't want the influence of Russia. They don't want to be controlled by Russia the way they were under the Soviet Union. So it is as simple as to say, well, America's to blame. There's a lot more going on here. Listen, for President Putin, in some ways, this is a denouement. In the end, he's setting out what he wants. If he doesn't get it, will he lash out in Ukraine? There are many questions. It's going to be fascinating next year.
I think you're absolutely. It always is, Keir. This year-end news conference itself is always interesting. I remember you went. You've been a couple times, a bunch of times, I think. I remember talking to you about stories. You're holding up NBC signs to try to catch his attention. There's always a lot of topics on the table, but he's not really transparent, right? Isn't that fair to say? Like, I think it's pretty objectively safe to say he's not a very transparent president, yet this news conference, he tries to give this perspective like, yeah, I'll take a whole bunch of questions on a bunch of different things.
That's right. Listen, I think it's easy to kind of feel bamboozled, even beguiled by President Putin. I think it's important to cut through what he's really saying. And if you like what he isn't saying, and you ask him a question, as many of those journalists did at that news conference, and he'll give you 5 different answers. But ultimately, though, who he's talking to his domestic audience. He wants to look like a strong man, and he's also talking to Washington and the West. And he has key ambitions. Again, the issue is that a number of those ambitions, particularly when it comes to NATO, are just not something that Washington or Western Europe can agree to. That's the crunch here, Hallie. And how it's resolved, that's the question.
Keir Simmons, live for us tonight. Keir, thank you very much. We'll see you in the new year. Appreciate it. COVID has already hit the sports world pretty hard, as you know, and now the NBA is trying to play defense against it with some pretty big Christmas Day games in jeopardy. We're going to get into it after the break.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fried cheese or yogurt.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
So sports fans know it's typically not Christmas Day without a full day of basketball. The true sports fans know that. But as everybody knows, nothing about this Christmas is typical. And right now, the NBA is getting ready for the worst. We're talking about some of the game's biggest stars, Trae Young, Kevin Durant, to name just a couple. You see the rest on the screen. And they've all got two things in common. They're all in the COVID protocol, and they were all supposed to headline the Christmas Day slate of games. The NBA commissioner, Adam Silver, says we might not know until late tomorrow night, Christmas Eve, if the league's going to have to move around or cancel some of these top-tier games. But even though more than 120 players have entered the protocol this month alone, Silver is not planning to follow the NHL and pause the season. Dan Wolken is here to break this down. He's a national columnist for USA Today Sports. Dan, it's awesome to have you on the show. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Hallie.
So COVID's hitting the league hard, right? Not just from the players' perspective, but also attendance-wise, right? Our friends at CNBC say it's down 5% because of COVID. This is dollars in owners' pockets, right? Like, this is money. This gets attention. How is the league supposed to respond here, right? Keep the league from getting paused, the season from getting paused when players are, like, dropping left and right.
Yeah, it's tough. I was watching some NBA games last night, and the quality of the product right now just isn't very good because you got so many guys who are just not NBA caliber players who are being put on these teams to just try to bridge the gap. Last night, Joe Johnson was playing. This is a guy who's been out of the league for a few years. Good player in his day, but he's basically retired, and he's playing for the Boston Celtics last night. So the NBA, I think right now, they're just trying to get through these few weeks. And I think what Silver said was really important, which is if we stop the season and pause it right now, well, what would be the trigger that brings us back? If we shut down for a week, what does that really do? And I've talked to a couple people in the epidemiology world, like they'd really have to shut down for 2 or 3 months to sort of get through all of this. I don't think that's a viable solution. So they're just having to try to get through. And these Christmas Day games are extremely important. I think they're going to do everything they can to play those.
What's interesting, we talk about this, it feels like almost every night here on this show, the intersection of COVID and sports, right? And every league and every sort of group handling it differently. You look at college football, right? And the pandemic's hitting college football hard as we're getting close to the championships. Texas A&M just pulled out of the Gator Bowl. They just don't have enough players. I know you're reporting on how this could affect the national championship. It's a little complicated when it comes to these forfeit rules. So put it in plain English for me here.
Well, so you get 2 semifinals that are going to be played on New Year's Eve. And basically what the college football playoff has decided is that in any of those 2 games, if one team can't play, if they don't have enough players available to field the team, then they forfeit. And basically the opponent would move on to the national championship game. If both teams in a semifinal can't play, then the other semifinal winner would just be declared the national champion. If 3 of the 4 teams can't play, then basically the one healthy team is the national champion by default. So now what would happen if all 4 teams were basically out? I think it would just be no contest. But the bottom line to it is the semifinals are going to be played on December 31st. They are not movable.
Right.
If a team can't play, then they're just going to move on.
Let me stay on college football for a second here, because to me, what's so interesting about that, and I live in Washington. My other job, aside from this one, is covering politics, right? And that is a sport that really does feel like it transcends the political lines, right? It's super popular in parts of the country where, interestingly, some vaccination rates are a little bit lower. We have a map I want to show folks. 6 of the bottom 10 states by vaccination rates have a team in the SEC. But if the college football championship, Dan, the biggest game of the year, gets canceled or gets affected in some way because of COVID, do you have a sense it could have an effect on fans who might be, vaccine hesitant here, who are watching and hoping to watch some of their favorite players, their favorite college teams, who are seeing the very tangible real world impacts of this?
Yeah, I think it's hard to reach people at this point if they haven't already gotten the message on the vaccine. But it's interesting because sports, I think, does bring out the sort of ideological extremes where you've got some people who are just bashing these sports leagues for moving games or canceling games or putting players in COVID protocols, are basically saying, none of these guys are going to be affected significantly. They're young, healthy athletes. Let them play. And then you've got people on the other end of the spectrum basically saying, shut it all down. It's too dangerous to play. And I think the truth is somewhere in the middle here. And there's probably a better way as we evolve on this virus to keep sports going. And maybe minimize disruptions. You're seeing the NBA and the NFL try to maybe lessen the window of time that a positive player has to sit out, especially if they're asymptomatic. I think the NBA is going to maybe try to get it down to about 6 days or something like that. At the same time, you look at it and these stadiums are still full of people. You've still got attendance. And is that really safe? Is that safe for the players? Is that safe for the fans? These are all tough questions, but I just think we're now at the point in this pandemic where all of these leagues feel like they just need to power through it and figure out a way to live with this COVID situation. And there's going to be bumps in the road for sure. But I think I give the leagues credit for maybe ignoring the extremes and focusing on what they need to do to keep in business.
Dan Wolken, great to have you on. Thank you very much for that perspective. Appreciate it. We're talking about Omicron with Dan. We're talking about it this show later, too, because it's not slowing down the holiday travel rush. You got roads and airports right now almost as packed as they were before the pandemic. We've got more on what you should know before you head out the door.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Sean White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, revered journalist, beloved novelist Joan Didion has died. She was 87 years old, and her publisher says she died from complications from Parkinson's disease. Didion wrote about the social upheavals of the 1960s, the cultural landscape of California, and the inner struggles of grief, among other things. Number 2, former President Trump wants the Supreme Court to block the January 6th Select Committee from getting White House records from his time in office. He wants the National Archives not to give those lawmakers investigating the Capitol riot hundreds of pages of records. The Supreme Court doesn't have to take the case, and if it doesn't, the Circuit Court's ruling ordering the release of documents will stand. That means those documents will be released. We'll see what happens there. Number 3, cities like Portland and Seattle might get a rare white Christmas this year thanks to a big snowstorm heading their way. For context, the National Weather Service says over the past 100+ years, Seattle has gotten measurable snowfall on Christmas Day only 7 times. So if this happens, it would certainly be rather extraordinary. Number 4, the TSA and FAA are stepping up how they're taking on bad behavior on flights. The two groups say travelers who cause trouble can lose their pre-check credentials. Uh-oh. This year alone, there have been almost 6,000 complaints of bad behavior, most of them concerning people who don't want to wear masks. Number 5, a Hong Kong university has taken down a monument honoring pro-democracy protesters killed during China's Tiananmen Square crackdown in 1989. The statue is called the Pillar of Shame, and many there see it as a public reminder of the lives lost during the massacre. Officials said the decision to remove the monument is in the best interest of the university, but certainly controversial. Believe it or not, and I hate saying these words, but this is our second pandemic Christmas. It is. And Omicron still not stopping a lot of people from traveling for the holidays this year. In fact, AAA says holiday travel is almost back to what it was before the pandemic, but people seem to be making up for lost time after having to cancel so many plans this time last year. Between now and January 2nd, there's expected to be more than 100 million people hitting the road, nearly 6.5 million people at airports, and almost 3 million people getting on buses or trains or using other methods of transportation like a cruise or perhaps a scooter. Gary Grumbach is on the ground in Newark, Delaware with more. What's interesting, Gary, a lot of people are going to get in the car this year, and I have to think that has something to do with safety concerns around the pandemic, the sense that at least in your car, you're in your own little bubble, you're not on a plane like a sardine.
Yeah, Hallie, that's definitely part of it. We've been talking to travelers out here that have been gassing up here at the rest stop all day, and they're frankly just frustrated that this is all still ongoing. As you mentioned, the second Christmas pandemic. They say they're vaccinated, they're boosted, and they just want to see family, and they think driving is the safest way to do that. Here's what we heard from some folks this morning.
It's tough because I didn't want to fly. My family was not that comfortable, so that was the reason.
Now, Hallie, Omicron is so widespread, as we know, that doctors say if you're in a crowded public place like an airport or like a train station, it's the real good chance that Omicron is too.
I thought it was interesting, and I read this in the last day or so, that the United Airlines CEO, Scott Kirby, says his company has not seen more cancellations on their domestic flights because of Omicron, right? So people seem to not be canceling their trips. I would wonder, are they opting for gatherings that are smaller, fewer people, in order to be safe? Do you have any sense of that?
Yeah, travel company AAA says that more people are telling them they're going to see family and friends this year than those big name destinations. But don't get me wrong, those big name destinations are still definitely going to be crowded. Those places like Anaheim, California, Orlando, Florida. But, you know, there's also this cost-benefit analysis, risk-benefit analysis to all of this. And AAA, and it does seem like this is the case, where perhaps Grandma's house is safer than the day clubs in Vegas.
Gary Grumbach, ever familiar with the day clubs in Vegas. Thank you, friend. Appreciate it. Have a great holiday. Remember at the beginning of the pandemic when we all talked about pandemic babies? It seemed like a lot of people were thinking about having kids during lockdown. Turns out that didn't move the needle on our population growth. It is the lowest since one very important birth, the birth of our nation, up just 1% from July 2020 to July 2021. So you might be asking why. Zincle Asamoah asked that question too. She finds out.
With the population declining, it could be because of our current circumstances with a pandemic. Times are seeming to be a lot more difficult.
Deanna Volek is in her late 30s. She's lived through a pandemic, finished law school during a recession, and as she looks to the future, she doesn't see children as a part of it.
I love children. I love the children in my life. It wasn't something I wanted to do myself.
Decisions like hers, one of many, experts say, contributing to the U.S.'s stalled population growth, increasing by just 0.1% in the past year, a record low.
This is the smallest percentage decline in American history.
What are the key reasons we're seeing this decline in population rate?
Number one, COVID, which is affecting the death rate, but also fewer women are having children right now as well. COVID has also slowed down immigration into the United States. That was the other source of population growth to the country.
The U.S. death rate reached new heights, growing 17% in 2020, with the coronavirus added to the top leading causes of death. The average life expectancy diminishing for men, women, and groups across the board, with Black and Hispanic Americans facing the most dramatic increases. Doctors citing the effects of COVID as a primary cause.
Changes in access to routine medical care has worsened many of the outcomes related to chronic conditions, has delayed cancer screening, access to medications has gotten harder for many diseases as well.
Experts add it's not just wellness. Less people are choosing to have kids.
We do know that births have declined across all racial and ethnic groups.
25 states registered what Kenneth Johnson, a demographer, calls a natural decrease in population growth in 2020, which measures the number of births relative to the number of deaths. That change up from 8 states the year prior.
Are there factors about the world as it stands, specifically in the pandemic setting, that make you go, I don't think I want to do this?
With climate change and sustainability, how the world is going to be in the next decades, I think is a cause for concern for a lot of people.
Experts worry a shrinking population could have big consequences.
If, on the other hand, the birth rates don't rise again, that has implications that ripple through the whole economy and society.
As for individuals like Deanna, she says her personal choice not to have children has been met with support, and she hopes more support can be given for those pursuing parenthood in the pandemic world.
We don't have paid parental leave on a national level. Childcare is very expensive. I advocate strongly still for policies that support families, because we want to support the people that do decide to have children and make sure that if people make that decision, they're doing it in a supportive environment.
And it's worth noting, we still don't know what the full impacts of this population change will be, but experts point out that the effects will likely trickle down and impact the labor force in our economy and change the way we think about the healthcare industry and education moving forward. Hallie.
Zincle Asamoah with that reporting. Coming up here on the show, a congresswoman carjacked. Pennsylvania's Mary Gay Scanlon held at gunpoint Wednesday afternoon. Now 5 people are in custody. We've got more on that in the local. Plus, a new trend in the beverage industry that might change what it means to stay sober. I'll explain in tonight's original.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hand. We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There is a boom in the beverage industry, but not how you might think. It's all about booze-free booze. I'll show you what I mean in the original in just a second. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southeast Bureau, at least 4 people got hurt when a fire started at an ExxonMobil oil refinery in Texas. It happened 25 miles east of Houston on Wednesday. Officials say some kind of explosion happened inside the plant. They still don't know what or why, and they're trying to figure out the cause. Our Northeast Bureau reporting 5 people are now under arrest for the carjacking of a Pennsylvania Congresswoman, Mary Gay Scanlon. Police say 2 armed men approached her Wednesday, demanded her car keys and her stuff, and one of them drove off in her car. The Congresswoman was not hurt in this incident, and her car was later recovered in Newark, Delaware. And from our D.C. Bureau, kind of a bummer for conservators who spent 5 hours prying open a 130-year-old time capsule inside the pedestal of Confederate General Robert E. Lee's statue in Virginia. You'd think they would maybe hit the payload. They only got 3 books, including an almanac from 1875, a cloth envelope, and a silver coin. I mean, that's fine. They were hoping for a little more, though. Historical records led a lot of people to believe the capsule contained dozens of objects related to the Confederacy. Now, to tonight's original, with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. And as we head into 2022, maybe you're thinking about a dry January, or maybe you just want something celebratory and sophisticated to drink over the holidays this coming week without the hangover the next day. Listen, you are not alone. Booze-free booze is having a moment right now, exploding more than 100% over the past year, as more and more people think mindfully about how they drink and how they feel when they drink. So just how do you celebrate a very merry, sober, curious Christmas? Check it out.
When you think Napa Valley, you think wine, right? Vineyard after gorgeous vineyard, the red, the white, the bubbly. But here, they're doing something a little different by taking the buzz out of the bottle.
What you end up with in the glass is a wine that tastes like wine, but it has all the alcohol removed.
Trinchero Family Estates makes Sutter Home Free, a line of 9 of the best-selling alcohol-free wines straight from California. And this isn't grape juice, far from it.
Our winemaking team goes through the full winemaking process, which means they turn all those natural sugars into alcohol through the fermentation process. It's got about half the calories of a traditional wine and much less sugar than something like a sparkling grape juice.
Bree Wold explains they spin the wine in a cone using centrifugal force to remove the alcohol, aiming to appeal to a market they expect to grow by more than 30% in the next 2 years. And they're not alone. Some estimates predict the non-alcoholic beverage market will grow from $923 million to more than $1.7 trillion by 2028. Already, there's been an explosion in the industry, with booze-free beer and cider sales jumping more than 30% last year. Non-alcoholic spirits up more than 100%.
Whether it's mocktails or mock tequila or even vodka, and of course the low or zero alcoholic beer. All of the big companies are getting in on this trend because if you think about the lifestyle these people are choosing, they still want to go out with their friends to bars and restaurants. And increasingly, those bars and restaurants are giving them options for drinks with little or no alcohol.
Cheers. That includes places like the Columbia Room in Washington, where the sober curious get a warm welcome.
And then we're going to top it off with a sparkling non-alcoholic wine.
With classes like this one to teach folks how to mix booze-free drinks.
It's always nice to have other options, and I'm not getting any younger, and I don't have the time in my life to spend a day hungover.
I don't get to the gym as often as I do. I eat foods I shouldn't be eating for my health, but the best thing I can do and the easiest thing I do is just not drink.
You always have to settle for the Shirley Temple or something like that, so this really sophisticates drinks and brings them up to that adult level where you can feel like you're enjoying something that has the profile of an alcoholic drink, but not the alcohol if you don't like it.
It's that sober sophistication that's part of the appeal. And Derek Brown gets it.
It's so good.
He's one of the country's top mixologists, traveling the world and literally writing the book on cocktails. But a couple years ago, he went alcohol-free.
It was an identity shift because it was scary. The reason that I started changing the way I drink is because I had to address mental health issues in my life. And the thing is that in this industry, meaning the bar and restaurant industry, that's rampant.
I think about the last year and a half, almost 2 years now that all of us have had, and what you've seen, and if you think that's contributed to more people exploring the sober curious movement.
Yeah, I think so. I think in the sense that, we have all called a lot of things into question. When you have 2 years to think about things, a lot of things come up. And I think for some people it was, how do I drink? And is this the way I want to drink?
Because sometimes drinking better means not drinking alcohol at all.
That's right.
Call it conscious consumption, or as Brown puts it in his new book, Mindful Mixology, thinking about how you feel while you're drinking and the morning after. And importantly, offering options to people when they're enjoying a nice meal or a night out and want something more than just juice or seltzer.
You can take my word for it that non-alcoholic cocktails can be wonderful and enjoyable, and you can have just as much fun.
All of it pointing to signs that this Christmas, the holiday spirit may be spirit-free.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I can attest from personal experience, the non-alcoholic cocktails were excellent. I'm mixing up a few for myself and my family over the holidays. So what do you get the person in your life who has everything, who maybe doesn't want a mocktail? What about Bitcoin? No, really, crypto, turning out to be a very hot gift idea this year. Jake Ward will tell us why next.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Michaela Schifrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast. Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Okay, by now you have probably already bought and wrapped up the gifts you got for your family and your friends for Christmas. Maybe, although if you're anything like my partner, you're kind of a last-minute person. If you're still wondering what the perfect gift might be, we have an idea for you. How about Bitcoin? Seriously. Turns out crypto is a hot gift for this year, and why wouldn't it be? According to Pew, 16% of Americans say they've invested in, traded, or used cryptocurrency. And according to research by the Motley Fool, 20% of Americans who have never owned crypto, that's about 50 million people, they are likely to buy it in the next year. So big market there, potentially. One of the top cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, cost somewhere in the $10,000 range in 2020. Today, it's more than $50,000, almost a 400% increase. So who better to talk to about this than our resident crypto and tech guru geek correspondent, Jake Ward, to tell us about this very 2021 idea.
Hey.
Jake, pros and cons of gifting crypto, and what should we know if we want to get somebody crypto as a gift?
Well, let's see. Let's run through the pros and cons together, Hallie, because they are big and weird. I mean, the pros are it's highly versatile, right? A lot of folks will accept it these days. It is a little bit like giving out a gift certificate. You know, it might rise in value. As you mentioned, Bitcoin has gone up an incredible amount, and it is infinitely available. Nobody's going to, there's no supply chain issues with this digital currency. Now, here are the cons. If you don't know anything about it, it's pretty complicated. You have to have an exchange account already. You got to understand digital wallets. You got to understand the blockchain, all of that stuff. Hard to explain that to grandma. Number two, it's volatile. Just because it's worth $1 today or $10 today does not mean it's going to go up in value. It could be absolutely worthless in a little while. And then here's the other thing, Hallie. This stuff, according to people like Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, it's imaginary, right? It's totally worthless. It is literally a imaginary digital currency that is only valuable because other people think it's valuable. It is, in a weird way, a shared delusion. Now, if we really wanted to geek out here, we could get into the whole nature of paper money, which is also kind of a made-up thing, right? All of this is weird, but just the article of faith you have to go on. But this is the thing. This is why so many people are trying to gift it this year, is because you're going to have that one nephew, that one person who just is dead set on convincing you that this is the future, and that's why you're going to see so many people giving it out at this time.
It's so funny you say that, because as you're talking, Jake, about what you called your weird pros and cons, which I loved, and listen, as you say, the shared delusion of currency is, I think we could spend a whole hour on. I think of, just to get personal, my college student brother-in-law, who's like very into like tech, cool stuff. I feel like this would be totally up his alley. And you know this, Jake. I know literally nothing about how I would even begin to gift crypto for him if I were going to do that, right? There's different kinds you can pick. Like, if somebody was looking at that cons list and was like, all right, I'm good, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to try it. Maybe just a couple bucks, whatever. How do we do it?
Well, so I can imagine, right, like you say, a brother-in-law, a nephew, with a couple of glasses of wine on them at the table trying to buttonhole you about how the crypto is going to work when they give it to you. And so in this particular case, you probably, if you're the gifter, if you're giving it out, you probably want to give one of the better known ones. You want to give away something like Ethereum. You want to give away something like Bitcoin. You don't want to do, there's thousands of different cryptocurrencies, and a lot of those are going to simply disappear off the face of the earth at some point. And so going with one of the better known ones is the thing to do. The easiest way to do it is if your recipient already has some sort of cryptocurrency account on an exchange, something like Coinbase. You can really make then a gift card